Li Fu apologized to your junior brother at once. Otherwise, do not blame your master for showing no mercy and expelling you from the sect. In the main hall of Xuan Yi Sect, sect leader Bu Shiyu sat imposingly in the center. Her long, narrow phoenix eyes were frozen with frost, radiating a majesty that made all who beheld her tremble. Li Fu stood in the center of the hall, eyes tightly shut, completely ignoring everything. Just moments ago, as he was brought in for questioning about the destroyed spirit herb field, he suddenly fell into a dream without warning. A dream spanning 3,000 years. Why has he fallen silent? He was defending himself just a moment ago. Probably tongue-tied from being questioned, too guilty to speak. Once a genius, now a cripple. Seeing our junior brother's extraordinary talent, he grew envious and destroyed the precious herbs needed for his nascent soul formation, thinking that would stop his breakthrough. Our junior brother is a prodigy. He could reach nascent soul even without those herbs. Li Fu's actions are pure jealousy. We treated him like a brother before, never imagined head stoop so low. Truly, you can know a person's face, but not their heart. The 4th senior sister Ji Mengdai and 7th senior sister Wen Paikan's dialogue seemed to confirm that Li Fu was guilty of destroying the herb field. Their every word cut deep, as if solidifying his crime. Seeing Li Fu remain silent, sect leader Bu Shiyu lost patience. A sharp reprimand jolted Li Fu awake from his dream. Li Fu, was it you who destroyed the herb field, or not? In the 3,000-year dream, Li Fu had become a mere observer. The events of 3 millennia unfolded before his eyes. In the dream, he saw himself being wrongfully accused and desperately defending his innocence. Though he later found evidence to clear his name, the punishment remained. His status as a direct disciple was revoked. He was expelled from Qingyang Peak and sent to the Cliff of Reflection for penance. Why, when the truth was clear, did the master still impose such a heavy penalty? Now he finally understood. In the entire Xuan Yi Sect, no one cared about the truth. He was just a cripple, worthless to the sect, a waste of resources. While little junior brother Jiang Chen blazed like a brilliant new star, dazzling and bright. Ever since he joined the sect, the senior sisters showered him with care, and the master devoted the sect's best resources to nurture him. Reporting to the sect leader, this disciple saw with his own eyes, under the cover of night, Li Fu secretly pouring poison into the stream, causing all the spirit herbs to wither. This disciple can also testify. It was Li Fu. I found this medicine bottle in his dwelling. Someone then presented the bottle as evidence. In his dream, he saw little junior brother Jiang Chen pour the liquid into the herb field, the plants withering instantly. The empty bottle was then secretly placed under his own bed. Now little junior brother Jiang Chen stood among the crowd, looking innocent and aggrieved. From the high seat, sect leader Bu Shiyu spoke coldly. I admit your contributions during the 800 years in the extremity abyss were significant. But even without you, the sect would not have fared poorly. Tell me, was it you who destroyed the herb field? The icy voice echoed in Li Fu's ears. He raised his eyes. There on the dais was the most respected sect leader Bu Shiyu, and beside her the 4th and 7th senior sisters who had shared centuries with him. In their eyes he now saw nothing but undisguised disgust and contempt. Ever since he had dragged his broken body back from the extremity abyss, they had become strangers. Li Fu, you were once my most beloved disciple. But since you returned from the abyss, you have changed, killing spirit beasts, sabotaging formations, and now this. I even question if you are still the same Li Fu. 800 years ago, as the sect's brightest genius, Li Fu ventured alone into the near-certain death of the extremity abyss to compete for the world's fortune. At that time, Xuan Yi Sect was a small sect with fewer than 100 disciples. Li Fu fought for his life in the depths of the abyss against geniuses from other great sects, seeking a sliver of hope amid 10,000 deaths, all for the fortune that would elevate his sect. No one knew what Li Fu experienced in the abyss. Only Li Fu himself knew that those 800 years were the nightmare he least wanted to recall. He had thought he would be buried forever in the abyss, but miraculously struggled out. Emerging, he witnessed that the sect had become a behemoth dominating the region. Even though his dantian was destroyed and his soul severely damaged, Li Fu still felt it was all worth it. This was the sect he had guarded with his life. Within it were the master and senior sisters who loved him. Whenever he thought of the beautiful times with his master and sisters, Li Fu in the abyss would find renewed strength to survive against all odds. Those warm memories were once the only thought that sustained him through the abyss. Born in the sect, let me die for the sect. That was Li Fu's conviction at the time. Over 800 years, Xuan Yi Sect rose to become a first-class power, rich in resources with hundreds of thousands of disciples. The senior sister's cultivation soared, and the master even became one of the few tribulation transcendence experts in the world. And he, the former genius, had fallen to a mere mortal with no cultivation left. He had never expected a triumphant return with glory. After all, the sect was his home. But he never anticipated that upon returning, he would become a burden to his sisters. The master, now a tribulation transcendence powerhouse, was helpless against his ruined Dantian and merely announced coldly, "Your Dantian is destroyed. Cultivation lost. Your path of immortality is over. From now on, do chores around the sect. The sect will provide spirit herbs to prolong your life. By the way, after you entered the abyss, I accepted a new junior disciple. His talent surpasses yours even at your peak. You can retire peacefully in the sect." At that moment, Li Fu actually felt a flicker of gratitude and warmth. Yet he never imagined that the once close sisters after his return showed no warmth, only deliberate distance. They all tacitly understood but hid it. Before this, Li Fu naively thought the sect's prosperity kept them busy with sect affairs and cultivation, leaving no time for him. Surely they had many tasks and disciples to teach. If not for this dream spanning 3,000 years revealing the cold reality, he would still be in the dark. Li Fu knew the outcome now, that arguing would be futile. But he would not admit to something he didn't do. "I did not destroy the herb field." Li Fu's voice was low. In the dream, he saw that no matter how he defended himself or presented evidence, he never received a fair word. Only deeper despair and greater humiliation. Li Fu's heart was dead. This cold sect no longer had a place for him. Rather than being a despised burden, it was better to leave with dignity. Insolent. With both witnesses and evidence, you still deny it. Li Fu, how have you become so disgraceful? Sect leader Bushiyu was extremely disappointed. Li Fu suddenly threw his head back and burst into a heart-wrenching laugh. Ha ha. What are you laughing at? Have you gone mad? Fourth senior sister Ji Mengdai and seventh senior sister Wen Peiqin looked startled. Mad? I'm not mad. I just feel it wasn't worth it. Ha ha ha. 800 years of purgatory, 800 years of fighting for survival, all exchanged for this bone-chilling betrayal and bitter coldness. He hated that he hadn't seen through it all sooner. Obstinate. Li Fu, I hereby revoke your status as a direct disciple. From today, move out of Qingyang Peak and do menial labor with the outer disciples. Bu Zai's voice cut like a knife of ice, severing the last thread of bond. Upon hearing this, Li Fu's laughter became even more manic and piercing. Ha ha ha. What a fine Xuan Yi Sect. Condemning me based on a single empty bottle. How absurd. I have no desire to stay in such a sect. His laughter ceased abruptly. His gaze swept the hall like a sharp sword, and he spoke each word with resolute finality. From this day forth, I, Li Fu, hereby sever ties with Xuan Yi Sect. What? Li Fu wants to leave the Xuan Yi Sect. Did I hear that right? Li Fu's words struck like a boulder into a lake, instantly stirring up a storm in the solemn hall. Whether it was the standing disciples, the two senior sisters, or even the dignified Master Bushiyu, all showed expressions of surprise, their eyes brimming with disbelief. The Xuan Yi Sect was already a first-rate sect of the age. Others would break their necks to enter, and even a menial position would attract countless eager applicants once rumors spread. The entrance examination was extremely rigorous, selecting only 1 in 10,000. Every disciple had to go through numerous trials. Now this sect that so many yearned for, Li Fu claimed he wanted to leave. Little junior brother, what nonsense are you spouting? Fourth senior sister Ji Mengdai spoke, her face showing reluctance, but a barely concealed joy flashing in her eyes. Really leaving? That would be wonderful. No more having to see him as an eyesore. Little junior brother, don't speak out of anger. Master only sent you to the outer sect to temper you. He will surely let you return later. Seventh senior sister Wen Peiqin spoke hypocritically, her thoughts identical to the fourth senior sister's. On the main dais, Master Bu Zai's face was cold and stern. Insolent. What did you say? A fierce pressure descended abruptly. With a thud under the overwhelming authority, Li Fu fell heavily to his knees. Do you think that with your 800 years of bitter cultivation in the abyss, you can coerce me into forgiving you, and avoid punishment? Delusion. Fourth senior sister Ji Mengdai quickly interjected. Master, calm your anger. Li Fu must have spoken out of impulse. Please reconsider your decision. Yes, master. Li Fu's old soul wound from the abyss has relapsed. It must be his illness flaring up again, or he couldn't control himself. That's why he spoke such nonsense. The Xuan Yi Sect is Li Fu's home. How could someone who grew up here ever leave the sect? Then the seventh senior sister spoke to Li Fu. Li Fu quickly begged the master for forgiveness. He will surely overlook your mistakes. Having long seen through his senior sister's true faces, Li Fu knew well their hypocritical act. Given their understanding of the master, such words would only fuel the master's anger. Li Fu gritted his teeth, hands pressed against the floor, struggling to hold on. But the tribulation transcendence-level pressure was not something a mere mortal like him could withstand. Sweat had already soaked the ground, yet Li Fu stubbornly refused to lower his head. The premonition from the dream was vivid. Li Fu had seen the Xuan Yi Sect's fate. He saw his little junior brother Jiang Chen gradually devour the sect until its collapse, while the 7 senior sisters and the master only saw Jiang Chen's true face too late. But so what? The Xuan Yi Sect now was no longer the one in Li Fu's heart. The sister's eyes no longer held the warmth of the past, and the master's kind face had become a stranger. 800 years in the abyss had repaid the sect's nurturing grace. His heart was unburdened. Li Fu felt no further obligation. Disciple has made up his mind. I implore the sect master to grant my departure. Li Fu, hands still on the floor, spoke with a hoarse yet resolute voice. Master, please retract your pressure. Li Fu is only suffering from his soul wound. He's having another episode. Yes, master. Please retract your pressure. Li Fu sneered inwardly at their hypocritical pleas. Bu Shiyu, seeing this, finally withdrew her pressure. Do you know what you're saying? Do you wish to die? I'll give you one chance to change your words. Li Fu slowly rose to his feet. Li Fu quickly apologized to the master. Ji Mingdai's words were cut short by Li Fu's cold interruption. Ji Mingdai, stop your hypocrisy. Could I, a cripple unable to cultivate, have concocted the poison that destroyed the herb garden? You are an alchemist, so don't tell me you're unaware. You? And you and Peichin last year. The way the spirit beast died. You know it well, don't you? Li Fu, what nonsense are you spouting? The two of you know well what I mean. Why this hypocritical act? It's sickening. Li Fu addressed them by name, contempt in his eyes. Insolence. On the dais, sect master Bu Shiyu erupted in fury and appeared before Li Fu in an instant. Slap. A slap landed hard on Li Fu's face. Such defiance. Do you truly think I dare not punish you? Bu Shiyu, at the tribulation transcendence level, moved too fast for anyone to see. By the time the sound echoed, blood was already trickling from the corner of Li Fu's mouth. Li Fu slowly wiped the blood from his mouth, looked at the master, who was drifting further from the kind and amiable image in his heart, and smiled. At that moment, the last trace of attachment in Li Fu's heart dissipated like smoke. What are you smiling at? I smile because while the crowd is drunk, I alone am sober. Li Fu finished speaking, then abruptly raised his hand, pointing straight at the sky. I, Li Fu, hereby swear a heavenly Dao oath. I voluntarily sever ties with the Xuan Yi Sect. Henceforth I renounce the master-disciple bond with sect master Bu Shiyu and the fellow-sister bond with Ji Mingdai and Wen Peichin. All resources bestowed by the sect I return in full. From now on, my words, actions, life, and death have no further connection to the Xuan Yi Sect. Heaven's ways are bright, witnessed by sun and moon. If I break this oath, may I suffer 10,000 culpas, my soul be annihilated and never be reborn. The moment the heavenly Dao oath ended, a thunderclap suddenly flashed across the clear sky. The oath was sealed. The heavenly Dao had witnessed it. You? Sect Master Bu Shiyu stared at Li Fu's resolute expression, too furious to speak. The heavenly Dao oath is a vow to the laws of the universe. Once made, it cannot be defied. Even though she was a mighty tribulation transcendence cultivator, she could not stop the heavenly Dao soul annihilation punishment on an oath breaker. This was the law of heaven, unrelated to a cultivator's cultivation level. He actually made the heavenly Dao oath. To leave the sect, he actually made the heavenly Dao oath. He is determined beyond redemption. The fourth and seventh senior sisters exchanged glances, their eyes meeting, each seeing delight in the other's gaze. Now they wouldn't have to see Li Fu anymore. The burden would no longer consume sect resources. The moment the heavenly Dao oath was sealed, everyone was stunned. Li Fu had actually left the sect, and even sworn a heavenly Dao oath. Amidst this deathly silence, the gentle voice of junior brother Jiang Chen broke through. Senior brother, why go this far? Are you really leaving the Xuan Yi Sect? Or have I done something to displease you, brother? Tell me, and I will change. Please stay, brother. In the center of the crowd, Jiang Chen stood out with an extraordinary aura. His eyebrows like paintings, eyes like ink dots, like a graceful gentleman stepping out of ancient scrolls, gentle as jade. Truly a gentleman on the street is as jade, unmatched in the world. Before this, Li Fu had been fooled, believing his junior brother to be consistent inside and out, gentle, humble, and non-competitive. But after seeing the scenes in his dream, Li Fu knew how venomous the seemingly harmless and gentle junior brother's heart was. Clad in a handsome exterior, his heart was like a scorpion. Little junior brother, why blame yourself? You owe him nothing. It's clearly Li Fu who wants to leave the Xuan Yi Sect. Fourth senior sister Ji Mingdai's voice softened like a spring breeze when speaking to the junior brother. Indeed, when will our little junior brother grow up? With such a pure heart, how will he represent the sect in the future? Seventh senior sister Wen Peichin nodded, repeatedly worried about Jiang Chen's kind words. Seeing the two sisters so devoted to Jiang Chen, a flicker of days passed through Li Fu's heart. Once upon a time, they had treated him the same way. Back then, Li Fu naively believed that in this world only the Xuan Yi Sect was the warmest and the sisters and master loved him the most. Li Fu smiled faintly. If I don't leave, how can I make room for you, my little junior brother? Senior brother jokes. You will always be my senior brother, Jiang Chen. See, the junior brother is so magnanimous and loyal. Yes, the senior sister didn't misjudge you. Jiang Chen is the perfect little junior brother in our hearts. Li Fu said no more and prepared to leave immediately. But senior brother, after leaving the Xuan Yi Sect, can you survive? What do you mean? Li Fu abruptly turned around, his gaze landing on the smiling face of his junior brother Jiang Chen. The junior brother remained silent, but the always somber sect leader Bu Shiyu spoke coldly from the high throne. Having emerged from the abyss of extremes, you are now but a mortal with a crippled body. If not for the abundant spiritual energy of Xuan Yi Sect and the countless miraculous pills sustaining your life, do you think you would still be alive today, eh? Miraculous pills? Hearing those words, Li Fu seemed to find them utterly absurd. In the first year after his return, the sect had indeed planned to rebuild his meridians and bones. But once sect leader Bu Xia's diagnosis was revealed, coupled with the cold indifference shown by several core disciples, the rest of the sect understood. Li Fu was now a cripple. Gradually, all members of the sect, both inner and outer, regarded him as a burden. The life-sustaining pills had long been replaced with the lowest quality, barely enough to keep a breath of life within him. Sustaining life. How absurd. If I can leave today, even if I die tomorrow, I will not stay a moment longer. If you turn back, I can let bygones be bygones. Bu Xia's voice echoed from above. The fourth and seventh senior sisters exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with urgency. Don't look back. Don't you dare look back. He has already sworn a heavenly Tao oath to leave the sect voluntarily. How could he go back on his word? They were not unaware of who had destroyed the medicinal fields. But so what? They didn't care. It could be said that no one in the entire sect cared whether Li Fu stayed or left. No need, my mind is made up. Li Fu said resolutely. Once you step out of Xuan Yi Sect, you have at most 7 days to live. That's wonderful. 7 days are more than enough. As long as I can leave Xuan Yi Sect, even one more day of life is my fortune. Having said this, Li Fu walked out of the grand hall without looking back. The moment he stepped out inside the Xuanji pavilion of Xuan Yi Sect, a woman in plain clothes abruptly opened her eyes. She walked to the window and gazed at the sky, her delicate brows furrowed. Strange, why is the sect's fortune leaking today? What is happening? Without hesitation, the woman sat cross-legged, formed hand seals, and began to chant an incantation. Soon the sect's senior disciple, Zhou Ming, wore a grave expression. Had something major happened to Xuan Yi Sect? Quickly dismissing further thoughts, Zhou Ming knew the priority was to stop the leakage of fortune and mend the breach. Zhou Ming took a crystal-clear jade from his spatial ring and tossed it into the void. Guided by his incantation, the jade slowly floated into the sky above Xuan Yi Sect, emitting a faint, mysterious yellow glow. Since Li Fu was leaving, he couldn't take anything from Xuan Yi Sect due to his heavenly Tao oath. However, there was one item he could take, something he had brought out from the depths of the abyss of extremes. And this item was crucial to his survival. Arriving at the bamboo hut on Qingyang Peak, Li Fu bent down and picked up a rusted bronze cauldron from under the table leg. This object was brought out by Li Fu from the abyss of extremes. At the time, he had no idea what it was, but since it came from such a perilous place, he assumed it could not be ordinary. Ordinary treasures could be identified by dripping blood, but this cauldron showed no reaction. Back then, Li Fu thought its material was simply unique, allowing it to survive the abyss, so he presented it to his master for appraisal. Yet, even his knowledgeable master, a tribulation transcendence cultivator, couldn't fathom its mysteries. Thus, Li Fu had been using it as a table leg support. It was only from a dream that Li Fu discovered its true purpose. This object was called the Myriad Cauldron, and later his junior brother Jiang Chen would acquire it, and with its help seize many treasures. In that same dream, Li Fu also learned how to use it. Just as he was tucking the cauldron into his robe, a clear voice sounded behind him. "Senior brother, are you packing to leave the sect?" The speaker was Jiang Chen. Behind him stood Ji Mengdai and Wen Peiqin. "Speak plainly." Jiang Chen looked at the bronze cauldron in Li Fu's hand, his gaze profound. He pointed at the cauldron. "But you swore a heavenly Tao oath not to take anything from Xuan Yi Sect. This object." "Junior brother need not worry. This is not an item of Xuan Yi Sect. It's just something I use to prop up my table. Now that I'm leaving, him taking it as a keepsake." With that, Li Fu calmly tucked the object into his robe. "Senior brother, are you really leaving?" Ji Mengdai pretended to be reluctant. Wen Peiqin was about to speak, but Li Fu cut her off. "The heavenly Tao oath has been sworn. Please, all three of you, be careful with your words. I, Li Fu, have no further ties with Xuan Yi Sect. From now on, let our paths diverge. It's best we never meet again." Having said this, Li Fu prepared to leave. "Wait." Ji Mengdai took a bottle of pills from her spatial ring. "Here are some longevity pills I refined. Take them for your journey." "Longevity pills? Why didn't you offer them before? Now that I'm leaving, you put on this hypocritical act. It's nauseating. Fellow Taoist Ji, have you forgotten the heavenly Tao oath I swore? I cannot take any item from Xuan Yi Sect. Are you trying to harm me?" Ji Mengdai's expression turned awkward. "Li Fu, how dare you speak to fourth senior sister like that? She's just worried about you." Seventh senior sister Wen Peiqin interjected with displeasure. Worried about me. Worried that I won't die on the spot. Leaving behind this piercing remark, Li Fu strode down the mountain without looking back. At the bamboo hut on Qingyang Peak, Jimeng died, and Wen Peiqin watched Li Fu's retreating figure. For some reason, despite this being what they had wished for their hearts, now felt strangely complicated. Was Li Fu, who had lived with them for centuries, really leaving? Leaving without a backward glance. Without a trace of nostalgia. Once they had been close and shared everything. How had it come to this? Ever since Li Fu returned from the abyss of extremes, they had treated him as a burden, a cripple avoiding him. Today they had even fueled the accusations against him. But they never expected Li Fu to swear a heavenly Tao oath and sever ties with Xuan Yi Sect. This departure might be their last meeting. Senior sister's junior brother has gone far. Hearing Jiang Chen's reminder, the two senior sisters withdrew their gazes and turned to their gentle and refined junior brother. This was the junior brother they cherished. Gentle, refined, with an otherworldly aura. No wonder their master had brought him back. His judgment was indeed exceptional. Junior brother Qingyang Peak is yours from now on. They'll have some disciples tidy it up for you in a few days. Then he'll be in your care, senior sister. Don't mention it. If I don't cherish you, who else would? The master was too lenient. Li Fu was already a cripple, yet he still occupied such a large place on Qingyang Peak. It would have been better to give it to you earlier. Indeed. It's a good thing Li Fu was sensible and left on his own, sparing us the trouble of asking the master for this place. I will remember your kindness, senior sisters. I will never fail to repay it. Stepping out of Xuan Yi Sect and leaving the land abundant with spiritual energy, Li Fu immediately felt his body grow heavy, his legs as if filled with lead. His skin visibly sagged and dulled, the decay accelerating with every step away from the sect. He was now a mere mortal. But he gritted his teeth, pushing forward with all his might, one hand pressed firmly against his chest, guarding the mottled little cauldron he had picked up from under the table leg. The myriad cauldron. In the dream, Jiang Chen had discovered this object after moving into Qingyang Peak. At first he hadn't thought much of it. In fact, repulsed by its rusty and ugly appearance, he kicked it off the cliff. It wasn't until one night when Jiang Chen uttered the word system that he realized the object he had kicked away was actually a treasure. Jiang Chen immediately rushed down the mountain in a flurry to search. What puzzled Li Fu was the nature of the system that Jiang Chen kept calling out. In his dreams, Jiang Chen only needed to call out once and point his finger at the void, and before long fortune would inevitably fall into his lap. Li Fu only knew that the system was neither human nor object. Like a dream, it was invisible and intangible, without form or shadow. He hoped that at this moment Jiang Chen had not yet discovered the item's purpose through the system. Just as Li Fu stepped out of the sect, Zhou Ming, the senior sister of the Tianji Pavilion, abruptly opened her eyes wide. What is happening? The flaw is growing larger, and the dissipation of fortune has become unstoppable. Zhou Ming retrieved the jade from the air, and looking at its no-lusterless surface, her expression turned grave. Zhou Ming stared solemnly at the main peak of Xuan Yi Sect, the signs of fortune dispersing, becoming increasingly alarming. What on earth has happened to the sect? Zhou Ming immediately took out a tortoise shell and 3 copper coins to perform divination. Ill omen. Ill omen. Still ill omen. 9 consecutive divinations, each one an ill omen. Zhou Ming refused to believe it. For 800 years Xuan Yi Sect had flourished with deep fortune. Why did the hexagrams now reveal nothing but ill omens? She divined once more, and a faint cracking sound came from the tortoise shell, a crack now visible upon it. This was a sign of great calamity. Zhou Ming decisively abandoned divination, summoned the mystic mirror, dripped her blood into it, and activated it at the cost of her own lifespan. To Zhou Ming's astonishment, the mirror's surface was shrouded in thick fog, obscuring the truth. Why is this so? Those who cultivated the mystic arts feared no ill omens nor the consumption of their lifespan. They only dreaded finding no answers to their inquiries. Zhou Ming divined the future of Xuan Yi Sect. 9 hexagrams, all ill. Seeking the source of these ill omens, she found herself utterly baffled. The tranquility cultivated over 800 years was suddenly disturbed by an unprecedented palpitation. This was no trivial matter. Matters of fortune concerned the rise and fall of the entire sect. At the current rate of fortune's dissipation, it would not be long before the first evil consequences emerged. Thus, Zhou Ming stepped out of the Xuanji Pavilion, which she had not left for 800 years. She needed to find out what exactly had happened to Xuan Yi Sect. As she set foot on the main peak, she encountered her 4th junior sister and 7th junior sister, who were in high spirits, chatting and laughing merrily. Oh, senior sister, you've actually left the Xuanji Pavilion. 4th junior sister Ji Mengdai exclaimed in surprise. Senior sister, unseen for a century, your grace is more radiant than ever. 7th junior sister Wen Peiqin affectionately took senior sister Zhou Ming's arm. But Zhou Ming had no mind for pleasantries. She only wanted to know what had happened to the sect. Do you know of any major events in the sect recently? Major events. What major events could happen in our Xuan Yi Sect? Indeed, Senior Sister Xuan Yi Sect is a premier sect of the age. Oh, what major events could there be? Well, there is one major event. What is it? Zhou looked at them seriously. The senior sister who hasn't descended the mountain in 800 years has left the Xuanji Pavilion today. Doesn't that count as a major event? Having said that, the two couldn't help but laugh. Seeing them still giggling and grinning at such a time, senior sister, Zhou felt a surge of anger rising within her. Enough. A sharp rebuke silenced their laughter abruptly. They had no idea why the senior sister was suddenly so angry. They had merely not seen her for a long time, and with Li Fu having left the sect, they were in a good mood. Was a joke worth such severity? Senior sister was second only to the master in cultivation and was the most serious. They were all to some extent somewhat intimidated by her. Especially since she began cultivating the mystic arts, she became even more enigmatic, rarely speaking, and spent all her days in the Xuanji Pavilion without descending the mountain. In contrast, they as the master's direct disciples would occasionally interact. As for senior sister Zhou, they had all forgotten when they last saw her. Answer me. Did anything happen in the main hall today? Zhou, unwilling to waste time, asked again. Yes. The junior brother's herb garden was destroyed, and the master publicly interrogated Li Fu in the main hall today. Jiang Chen answered immediately. If the herb garden was destroyed, why interrogate Li Fu? It was Li Fu's doing. Li Fu's doing. Zhou did not believe it. Senior sister, you may not know, but Li Fu has changed. He changed after returning from the abyss. Not only did he damage the junior brother's herb garden, but in previous years he harassed and caused trouble for us senior sisters as well. They then recounted all of Li Fu's deeds over the years. Impossible. Li Fu has always been upright and honorable, even risking his life for the sect. He would never do such things, senior sister insisted despite the sister's earnest claims. It's understandable that senior sister living secluded in the Xuanji Pavilion doesn't know Li Fu's true character. We have suffered greatly from his actions. Where is he now? He's gone. He left the sect. Left the sect. Seventh senior sister Wen Peichin then recounted in detail what had happened in the main hall. He made a heavenly Tao oath and left the sect. Hearing this, Zhou finally understood why the fortune was leaking. What folly! What utter folly! He risked his life entering the abyss for the sect's fortune. How could you let him leave? And the master? How could she be so misguided? Senior sister was deeply distressed. Where did he go? We don't know. He should have left Xuan Yi Sect by now. Senior sister prepared to go after Li Fu. Jiang suddenly spoke. Senior sister, please wait. What is it? Are you going to bring Li Fu back? Zhou nodded. It's useless. He won't come back. Why? First, he has sworn a heavenly Tao oath. His bond with the sect is severed. Second, without the Xuan Yi Sect's life-extending elixirs, he has at most 7 days to live. They spoke as if Li Fu were a mere stranger. You. He was once your junior brother. He was once your junior brother. Why are you so cold? Zhou didn't know what had happened, but this was not the time to ask. She had to find Li Fu. The two sisters watched her departing back, exchanging bewildered glances. Isn't it just Li Fu leaving the sect? Is it that big a deal? Exactly. We've never seen senior sister care so much about Li Fu before. What's gotten into her today? By now Li Fu had already left the territory of Xuan Yi Sect. He didn't take the main road, but instead slipped into a rugged mountain path overgrown with bushes. He feared that Jiang Chen would recognize the rusted tripod in his bosom as a priceless treasure. Given Jiang Chen's ruthless nature, it would be all too normal for him to catch up, kill Li Fu, and seize the treasure. In an abandoned cave, Li Fu sat on the ground, panting heavily. Li Fu now appeared as a decrepit old man. His skin was furrowed with wrinkles and covered in brown spots, exuding an air of decay. The decline of his body was far swifter than expected. After a brief rest, Li Fu carefully took out the rust-covered all things tripod. Is anyone there? Meow Kong Kong. Master Meow. No response. Li Fu cleared his hoarse throat and with a faint breathy voice began to hum. Whose heart is it left alone in solitude? Is he well? I long to love him. The all things tripod remained silent. Li Fu continued. That eternal tear freezes that single word. Maybe it will evaporate. Still no response from the tripod. Whose love is it stronger than tears softly calling? Stop calling. Enough. Stop singing. It's Godawful. A tiny figure climbed out of the all things tripod, covering its ears and protesting loudly. The moment the figure appeared, Li Fu smiled. Hello, Meow Kong Kong. You know me? Meow Kong Kong turned his small eyes toward Li Fu, asking in surprise. Li Fu nodded. Know you? I know you like thunder in my ears. The thief Meow Kong Kong. In the 3,000-year grand dream, Li Fu had witnessed Meow Kong Kong's skills firsthand. A time treasure. Once he set his sights on it, he could steal it. No matter where. No matter when. There was nothing you could imagine that he couldn't accomplish. Moreover, Jiang Chen, relying on the all things cauldron, had amassed countless celestial treasures, spiritual herbs, and miraculous pills. This also allowed him to advance 1,000 miles in a single day on the path of cultivation, his power soaring by leaps and bounds. Having witnessed the wonders of the all things cauldron, how could Li Fu be willing to yield it to another? That was precisely why, after swearing the heavenly Tao oath, Li Fu's first act was to reclaim the all things cauldron. What thief? Such an ugly term. Call me the saint of thieves, the Saint Miao Kong Kong. Though Miao Kong Kong was only the size of a palm, his ambition was far from small. Li Fu nodded repeatedly, saying, Yes, yes, saint of thieves. Greetings. I am Li Fu. A pleasure to meet you. Miao Kong Kong glanced at Li Fu and turned his head away. Spare me the pleasantries. I don't befriend dead men. You know your own lifespan better than anyone, don't you? Only 7 days left. Use these few days to eat, drink, and enjoy your last moments of the mortal world. Li Fu chuckled. As expected of the saint of thieves, your vision is piercing. Don't flatter me. If there's nothing else, don't disturb my sleep. With that, Miao Kong Kong prepared to slip into the all things cauldron. Wait. You have business. Miao Kong Kong said impatiently. Brother saint of thieves, this is our first meeting. You wouldn't leave me to die, would you? Mind your words, fellow cultivator. I am not your brother. Also, since you know I am the saint of thieves, you should know I have no skill in saving lives. I am the saint of thieves. I only steal, not save. Seeing Miao Kong Kong about to re-enter the cauldron, Li Fu stopped him again. Wait. What are you waiting for? Go see the splendid mountains and rivers while you can. In your next life, be reborn into a good family. Mention your brother Kong Kong's name, and he'll send you a red envelope. I don't want a red envelope, nor do I intend to be reborn. Li Fu declared firmly. I want your 3,000 sacred lotus. What? What did you say? How? How do you know I have the 3,000 sacred lotus? Who exactly are you? Upon hearing the name 3,000 sacred lotus, Miao Kong Kong's small face changed drastically, and his gaze toward Li Fu grew wary. Li Fu found Miao Kong Kong's cautious demeanor quite amusing. In the 3,000-year grand dream, Li Fu had clearly witnessed Miao Kong Kong handing the 3,000 sacred lotus to Jiang Chen. After Jiang Chen consumed it, his cultivation advanced 1,000 miles in a single day. The 3,000 sacred lotus was born from chaos, absorbing the yin and yang energies and drawing the essence of the 5 elements. It took 100,000 years to take form and another 100,000 to bear seeds. Its petals, divided into 7 colors, corresponded to the 7 laws of heaven and earth. Yin-yang and the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. For cultivators, it was a supreme treasure. For those unable to cultivate, it was a heaven-defying chance for rebirth and transformation. After emerging from the extreme abyss, Li Fu's dantian was utterly destroyed, and his meridians were shattered. Without the 3,000 sacred lotus, Li Fu would never have another chance to walk the path of cultivation in this life. As luck would have it, Li Fu had glimpsed this treasure in his 3,000-year grand dream. Heaven never seals off all exits. The treasure was still in Miao Kong Kong's hands. Was it a stroke of fate or the design of destiny? It rekindled hope in Li Fu, and that was the very foundation of his resolve to swear the heavenly Tao oath and leave the Xuan Yi Sect. Brother thief, never mind how I know. Just give me the 3,000 sacred lotus. I don't have it. Miao Kong Kong denied outright. Lying isn't a good trait, you know. I truly don't. Then swear by the heavenly Tao. No way. Even if I did, why should I give it to you? Since you know about the 3,000 sacred lotus, you must know how precious it is. You can't use this thing anyway. Can you cultivate? No. If you can't cultivate, what difference is there between this treasure and trash? Li Fu coaxed patiently. Brother thief, you're still young and don't understand. I have to cultivate. I have elders above, children below, and a crowd of people waiting for me to support them. I simply must cultivate. Not my concern. Wait, weren't you expelled from your sect? You know that too. Expelled. I left on my own. Li Fu said, somewhat exasperated. Miao Kong Kong, I'll ask you one last time. Will you give me the 3,000 sacred lotus or not? Li Fu's tone turned cold. Threatening me. I won't. Fine. Then don't blame me for being ruthless. Miao Kong Kong sneered. Let's see how ruthless you can be. The all things cauldron is indestructible. Through the endless ages, nothing has ever been able to. Before he could finish, a jarring song suddenly rang out. Whose heart is left behind, all alone? Is he still well? I long to love him. Miao Kong Kong covered his ears in agony. That eternal tear freezes that word. Stop singing. He'll give it. The singing ceased abruptly, and a satisfied smile curled at the corners of Li Fu's mouth. Look at you. I was just getting into it. You're ruthless. Miao Kong Kong was about to retrieve the item when Li Fu stopped him. Wait. What now? Changed your mind. No, give me a few more spirit stones. After all, the 3,000 sacred lotus was a supreme treasure. Its emergence would inevitably release a formidable aura. To be safe, Li Fu needed to set up a formation to conceal its energy. Such a nuisance. Miao Kong Kong turned and vanished. The next moment a handful of spirit stones was tossed into Li Fu's arms. After setting up a simple formation to block spiritual energy, Miao Kong Kong finally produced the 3,000 sacred lotus. The moment it appeared, the dim damp cave was bathed in a riot of flowing light and color. Even Li Fu, who had no cultivation, could clearly feel the powerful law energy emanating from the 3,000 sacred lotus. Without hesitation, Li Fu swallowed it whole. The instant the 3,000 sacred lotus entered Li Fu's body, a tyrannical, annihilating energy surged from his lower abdomen, spreading through his limbs and bones. First came the faint sound of meridians shattering. Like the cracking of ice crystals, the meridians disintegrated inch by inch, reduced to ashes. Li Fu was in agony, his forehead drenched in sweat. Yet he gritted his teeth and endured, knowing this was the destruction of his old meridians. Not only were the meridians destroyed, but wherever that power passed, flesh and blood withered, and bones showed crimson cracks, as if ordinary iron was being forged in heavenly flames. Cobweb-like, golden-red fissures appeared beneath Li Fu's skin, then slowly oozed beads of blood. The searing pain nearly made him faint. Pain. Such pain. The agony that pierced his marrow and tore at his soul nearly drove Li Fu to unconsciousness. Mingled with sweat and blood, his agonized screams echoed through the cave. Finally, the destructive force was exhausted. The 3,000 sacred lotus began to radiate a gentle power, and wherever it passed, withered would bloom anew. Li Fu's meridians were reconstructed, swiftly widened, and their resilience far surpassed the past. Flesh, blood, and bones were also nourished, strengthened, and reshaped by the pure energy. The regeneration of meridians was complete. Then the destructive power of the 3,000 sacred lotus surged into the ruined Dantian. The already destroyed Dantian spun, as if heaven and earth were turning upside down. With a resounding boom, the Dantian shattered into dust, vanishing completely. Li Fu spat out a mouthful of blood. Such domineering energy. Had it not been for the 800 years in the extreme abyss where Li Fu had endured countless life and death trials, the destruction of his meridians and Dantian alone would have caused him to faint from pain. The pain struck straight at the soul. It was beyond what ordinary people could bear. After the Dantian was completely destroyed, the 3,000 sacred lotus slowly released its gentle strength. That energy firmly took root in the Dantian. Li Fu's Dantian, like a dry, cracked riverbed greeting the spring rain, was revived by this power. And it continued to expand, like the rebirth of the meridians. First destruction, then rebirth. First the meridians, then the Dantian. The destruction of the Dantian meant that a cultivator could never practice again, but without a heaven-defying opportunity, his life would be that of a mere mortal. After returning from the abyss, Li Fu had attempted to repair his Dantian more than once. A prodigy of his generation, how could his innate pride allow him to resign himself to being a cripple? Yet his Dantian was so severely damaged that even Xuan Yi, the sect leader at the Tribulation Transcendent stage, was powerless to help. Medicine could not save him. There was no cure. The sect leader's words plunged Li Fu into utter despair. In a dream spanning 3,000 years, Li Fu witnessed Jiang Chen consume the 3,000 sacred Tao lotus and undergo the reconstruction of his meridians and Dantian. In that moment, his dormant heart began to race violently. The chance to return to the path of cultivation was right before his eyes. As the energy of the 3,000 sacred Tao lotus surged relentlessly, the reconstruction of Li Fu's Dantian progressed. The pool transformed into a lake. The lake gradually became a river. The energy continued without any sign of stopping. For context, the Dantian of an ordinary cultivator was only the size of a pond. But Li Fu's Dantian had now become a boundless, vast ocean. Li Fu was stunned, deeply awestruck. He knew that the 3,000 sacred Tao lotus was a supreme treasure of heaven and earth, capable of reconstructing meridians and Dantian. Yet he never imagined it could rebuild his meridians and Dantian to such an extent. What Li Fu did not know was that above the cave entrance, tribulation clouds had already gathered. Lightning slithered like silver serpents, yet it hesitated to strike, as if waiting for the moment of Nirvana's completion. Good heavens, reconstructing the Dantian actually triggers a tribulation lightning. This kid, his luck is too good, it's unheard of. Miao Kong Kong sat by the all things cauldron, swinging his legs, contentedly watching Li Fu's Dantian reconstruction, lost in thought. Occasionally, he glanced upward, a peculiar anticipation flickering in his eyes. Li Fu was completely oblivious to the phenomena outside, still immersed in the marvel of his Dantian. It was too vast. The Dantian was far too immense and boundless. Cultivators needed to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into their Dantian, then liquefy that energy to step into foundation establishment. But now his Dantian was as vast and endless as an ocean. How much spiritual energy would it take to fill? At this moment, he had no time to ponder, for the energy of the 3,000 sacred Tao lotus was finally exhausted, and the reconstruction of his meridians and dantian was complete. Just as he prepared to catch his breath and savor the sensation, a bolt of tribulation lightning struck down. A purple lightning bolt pierced through the mountain and struck Li Fu, who was sitting cross-legged. Before the tribulation lightning, the mountain seemed not to exist. It struck Li Fu directly. Caught off guard, Li Fu endured the lightning strike and was knocked unconscious. Yet unbeknownst to him, after he fell unconscious, the charred skin on his body peeled away, revealing jade-like flesh with a faint fragrance seeping from his pores. His newly formed meridians resembled glass branches spreading from his dantian through his limbs and bones, faintly revealing the Tao patterns of heaven and earth. Shattered meridians melt like snow in a spring stream. Rebirth is like jade, giving rise to mist and clouds. The old cauldron's ashes still smolder. From the broken spiritual root, the Tao sprouts. If the dantian had not endured 1,000 cracks, how could the chi of heaven and earth be forged into one? Miao Kongkong looked at the fallen Li Fu, marveling. The tribulation lightning refines the last trace of impurity. The stainless sacred body is formed. Good heavens, I've witnessed the stainless sacred body unseen for millions of years. This guy, his luck seems far too good. Meanwhile, outside the gates of Xuan Yi Sect, Zhou Meng, who was flying on her sword, suddenly felt a resonance. She halted, her sword light, her gaze solemnly fixed on the surging tribulation clouds in the distant sky. Tribulation lightning. Is a treasure emerging, or is someone using lightning to temper their body? To her, no heavenly treasure was more important than Li Fu. The fortune of Xuan Yi Sect was continuously dissipating, and no amount of treasures could compensate for that. Zhou Meng flew on her sword, meticulously searching along the path down the mountain. Logically, Li Fu had lost all his cultivation and was a mere mortal. How fast could he travel? Yet Zhou Meng had flown for a long time without seeing any trace of Li Fu. Ahead lay the mortal city. Zhou Meng frowned slightly. He could no longer cultivate. Could he have moved this quickly? No, could it be that he hadn't come down the mountain? Or perhaps he had taken another path? With this thought, Zhou Meng flew back on her sword while summoning the mystic mechanism mirror. The mystic mechanism mirror was Zhou Meng's lifebound artifact. Unlike other cultivators, mystic mechanism masters needed to use their essence blood as a guide and their lifespan to activate their lifebound artifacts. Peering into the secrets of heaven was never accepted by heaven and earth. All things have their destined course. Tainting oneself with karma and revealing heavenly secrets would bring calamity to oneself and those around them. This was why Zhou Meng had not descended from the mystic mechanism pavilion in 800 years. Practicing the mystic mechanism arts was destined for solitude. Had it not been for a matter of great importance to the sect, Zhou Meng would not have activated the mystic mechanism mirror. Now Zhou Meng had no choice but to activate the mystic mechanism mirror. Using her essence blood as a guide, she consumed her lifespan to locate Li Fu. To her surprise, even the mystic mechanism mirror was shrouded in thick fog. She could not see Li Fu's location, nor could it display his appearance. The same had happened when she previously investigated the cause of the sect's fortune dissipation. Such an outcome could only be due to two reasons: either the person being examined had their heavenly secrets shielded by special means, or the person possessed immense fortune, making them impossible to spy on. Regardless of the reason, this result further confirmed Zhou Meng's belief that the dissipation of the sect's fortune was directly linked to Li Fu. Or rather, Li Fu represented the sect's fortune. With this in mind, Zhou Meng wasted no more time. Since she could not find Li Fu herself, she would mobilize the sect's disciples to search. With tens of thousands of disciples, finding Li Fu would be easy. Immediately, Zhou Meng urged her sword with all her might to return to Xuan Yi Sect. Master, Zhou Meng, you've come down the mountain. Sect leader Bu Shiyu was giving orders regarding sect affairs and was surprised to see her eldest disciple enter. Her eldest disciple had become taciturn ever since she began practicing the mystic mechanism arts. 800 years ago, after Li Fu entered the abyss, Zhou Meng had remained in the mystic mechanism pavilion. She seldom left her abode, and even her master had to visit the pavilion personally to see her. And now she had come down the mountain. Had something major happened? Bu Shiyu had a vague sense of foreboding. What is it? Has something happened? Please, master, order the disciples to retrieve Li Fu. Zhou Meng stated her purpose directly. Li Fu. He is no longer a disciple of this sect. Why retrieve him? The mention of Li Fu ignited Bu Shiyu's anger. Li Fu had increasingly shown her, his master, no respect. He couldn't even tolerate being corrected for his mistakes. Since he wanted to leave, so be it. As the sect leader, she had no time to deal with such trivial matters. Master, today the sect's fortune is dissipating. If it dissipates, then replenish it. You are a mystic mechanism master, why tell me this? I don't understand such mysteries. Your disciple deduces that the cause of the fortune dissipation is related to Li Fu. Who? Li Fu. What does he have to do with it? He is just a mortal who cannot cultivate. Zhou Meng stared in disbelief at her elegantly dressed master. A mortal? Just a mortal who couldn't cultivate. At all. Could such cold words have come from her master? Li Fu had been raised by her master since childhood. 1,000 years of mentorship and such indifference. In a daze, Zhou Meng felt her master seemed unfamiliar. Was she still the same master who tirelessly taught them swordsmanship with endless patience? But he spent 800 years in the abyss for the sect, vying for fortune. All of the sect's fortune originates from Li Fu. Without Li Fu, how could the sect have risen to become a first-rate sect in 800 years? Presumptuous. Bu Shiyu's face turned cold, and her words made the several elders reporting on sect affairs in the hall dare not even breathe. Are you saying that the sect's current transcendent status is all because of Li Fu? That I am utterly useless? That your junior sisters are useless? Without Li Fu, Xuan Yi Sect could not have become a first-rate sect. This disciple would never dare. Zhou Meng immediately bowed to confess her fault upon hearing this. I have exhausted my mind and energy for the sect all these years. Your junior sisters have led the disciples in cultivation, refined resources for the sect, and nurtured talents. Has any one of them not poured out their heart and soul? How is it that in your words we have all become useless? Has the sect's development and its current prosperity all been the single-handed achievement of Li Fu alone? Zhou Meng, you have been alone in the mystic mechanism pavilion all these years without taking on disciples or refining resources for the sect. Have I, your master, ever reproached you? Zhou Meng's words angered Bu Shiyu, the sect leader. Li Fu left the sect himself and swore a heavenly Tao oath. Did I, your master, force him? If not for the years of master-disciple bond, given his rebellious words in the main hall, I would have slain him on the spot. And yet he dared to swear a heavenly Tao oath before me to leave the sect. How laughable. At the mention of this sect leader, Bu's heart surged with fury. Swearing a heavenly Tao oath before her to sever ties with the sect, so resolute, was nothing short of a blatant provocation. But master, why would he rather swear a heavenly Tao oath to leave the sect? Li Fu grew up in the sect. This is his home. There must be a misunderstanding in this. Zhou Meng felt certain there was a misunderstanding. She could not believe her junior sister's claim that Li Fu, out of jealousy toward junior brother Jiang Chen, had poisoned the spiritual herbs in the medicine fields. Perhaps because his deeds were exposed, he had no face to remain in Xuan Yi Sect. Bu Ziya's tone was indifferent, clearly unconcerned with Li Fu's departure or stay. Li Fu is gone, let him be. Staying in the sect would only waste its resources. Now that the sect has junior brother Jiang Chen, who possesses greater talent, that is enough. Master, there must be a misunderstanding. Li Fu is not that kind of person. He could never do such a thing. Enough. The truth no longer matters. What matters is that he is already gone. Why should we bring him back? He can no longer cultivate. But he entered the abyss for the sect, and his dantian was destroyed for the sect. We cannot treat him this way. Zhou Meng, are you implying that I, your master, have treated him poorly? Bu Shiyu turned her gaze to Elder Hu, who had remained silent all along. Elder Hu, you oversee the sect's resource allocation. You speak. Since Li Fu returned from the abyss with his cultivation crippled, have I, your master, been the slightest bit unfair to him? Whether it was miraculous healing pills for his injuries, or the basic necessities of clothing, food, shelter, and travel, have I ever denied him a single thing? However, Elder Hu only kept his head lowered, his face ashen. Speak. Seeing Elder Hu's cowering demeanor, Bu Ziya's anger flared even more, and she barked harshly. As sect leader, must I really speak? Elder Hu stammered. Speak. Li Fu never received any pills or spirit stones from me. What? Why didn't he receive them? Elder Hu's words surprised Bu Shiyu. Sect leader. This must I really say it? Elder Hu spoke tremblingly. Nonsense, speak. Sect leader, it was you. You yourself who said not to waste any more effort. How dare you? When did I ever say such a thing? When did I ever say not to issue resources to Li Fu? Bu Shiyu flew into a rage, as if she had been falsely accused. The invisible pressure terrified Elder Hu, who immediately knelt prostrate on the ground. Zhou Meng also looked at her master in shock. What had happened after Li Fu returned? As sect leader, it was you who said Li Fu's dantian was destroyed beyond cure, and that he could no longer cultivate. You also told Li Fu to settle down on Qingyang Peak and stop thinking about cultivation. Elder Hu's words reminded Bu Shiyu. She seemed to have said that. Zhou Meng looked at her master without speaking. But I didn't say to deny him resources. Elder Hu hesitated for a moment, but finally spoke again. Sect leader, you have forgotten. You also said that cultivation was no longer any of Li Fu's concern, that he should retire in the sect, live peacefully as a mortal, and not waste his time and energy on cultivation. After saying this, Elder Hu broke out in a cold sweat. Bu Ziya's expression turned slightly awkward at this moment. She seemed to have indeed said that. So the sect stopped issuing any cultivation resources to Li Fu. After all, pills and spirit stones were useless to him. Indeed, since he was now immortal, what use did he have for cultivation resources? Moreover, you specifically instructed that all resources should be focused on little Uncle Master Jiang Chen. Whatever he needs, give it to him. Upon hearing this, Zhou Meng felt as if her heart had been pierced, a wave of bitterness spreading through her. Master Li Fu. He was once your most beloved little disciple. After returning from the abyss, his treatment was even worse than that of a menial disciple. Master, how could you be so cruel? He lost all his cultivation for the sake of the sect. If the disciples below learn of this, will they not feel a chill in their hearts, say? Bu Shiyu stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. She still refused to give up and pressed on. What about his daily necessities like clothing, food, shelter? They should have been taken care of, right? Bu Shiyu persisted, continuing her inquiry. Well, Li Fu never came to ask for them. Why? Master, can you still not see through it? Zhou Meng's voice carried sorrow and realization, tears already welling up in her eyes. He didn't ask. Precisely because of you. Because of me, Sect leader Bu Shiyu was bewildered. What does it have to do with me? Because you are the master he regards as everything. Because you are the illustrious sect leader of Xuan Yi Sect. Because you are the world-renowned Xuan Yi Dao Lord. He did not want outsiders to know that his supreme master could have such a crippled disciple with a destroyed dantian unable to cultivate. He did not want to bring shame upon you. Zhou Meng's eyes unconsciously grew moist. In that moment, she seemed to see that proud figure with an indomitable spirit. Even if he were destitute and in rags, he would never use his status as a personal disciple to beg for the mundane necessities of survival. How could the once arrogant and dazzling Li Fu, who had surpassed all his peers, ever bring himself to ask for mere sustenance? Because he is Li Fu. Because his master is Bu Shiyu. Bu Ziya's body trembled almost imperceptibly. Only then did she recall the figure in the main hall, clad in worn but clean clothes. Was it really like that? Was it truly because of me? At this moment, the heart of Xuan Yi Dao Lord, a sect leader hardened over countless years, felt a sharp pang for the first time. Then he could have simply told his senior sisters, I am swamped with endless affairs. How could I possibly have time to attend to such trivialities? Why couldn't you, his senior sisters, have shown him more concern? She attempted to shift the blame onto her disciples. Enough. That's all for today. Li Fu has already sworn a heavenly Dao oath to leave Xuan Yi Sect. Now that things have come to this, as the sect leader, I cannot disregard the sect's dignity for the sake of a mere outcast disciple. Bu Shiyu flicked her sleeve, resuming her dignified and authoritative posture as sect leader. However, in consideration of Li Fu's contributions to the sect over the years, I can give him a chance. If he is willing to return, Xuan Yi Sect will naturally welcome him back. Lest people call me heartless. She paused, her tone seeming to soften slightly, adopting a magnanimous demeanor. If he sincerely repents and returns of his own accord, Xuan Yi Sect will naturally take him back, so as not to invite criticism that I, Bu Shiyu, am ungrateful and unkind. But I warn you, with his stubborn and aloof nature, he may not necessarily come back. Don't get your hopes up. Bu Shiyu sat at the head of the hall, solemn and dignified. Zhou Meng breathed a sigh of relief. As long as her master relented, there was still room for negotiation. As for the rest, they could wait until Li Fu returned. Li Fu's matter concerns the sect's fortune. I beseech Master to allocate some personnel to assist. The Mystic Mechanism Pavilion had only her alone, she could not find him on her own. Go ask your junior sisters for help. See if they are willing for Li Fu to return. Having obtained her master's approval, Zhou Meng did not hesitate and immediately walked out of the hall. Above Xuan Yi Sect, the sect's fortune, symbolizing its fate, was draining away at an increasing rate. Bu Shiyu watched Zhou Meng's retreating figure, her eyes dark and inscrutable, filled with complex emotions. She knew that Zhou Meng's journey was doomed to be fruitless. Who said Xuan Yi Sect rose because of Li Fu? The one truly blessed with great fortune was Jiang Chen. It was only after Jiang Chen entered Xuan Yi Sect that the sect began to prosper day by day. And you, a mystic diviner, cannot even see this. Since you wish to make a fuss, so be it. Having not left the Mystic Mechanism Pavilion for 800 years, it would do you good to go down the mountain for a walk. At this moment in the cave, Li Fu slowly opened his eyes. You finally woke up. Miao Kong Kong yawned and spoke. Li Fu sat up, feeling his dantian and meridians, and exclaimed in delight. Not only has my dantian been repaired, but I have also entered the second layer of the Qi refinement stage. The 3000 Sacred Lotus truly lived up to its name. After emerging from the abyss, Li Fu's dantian was destroyed, and his meridians were damaged, making cultivation impossible. Proud and arrogant Li Fu could not accept such a fate, grieving in silence through countless nights. A once great genius reduced to a mere mortal, the enormous disparity plunged him into despair and breakdown. After hearing the words of the sect leader, Bu Shiyu, no medicine can cure you, you cannot cultivate in this lifetime. Li Fu completely lost hope and severed any thoughts of cultivating again. Just when he thought he would drift through the rest of his life in a daze, he fell into a deep dream for 3,000 years and witnessed the miraculous effects of the 3,000 sacred lotus. The heart that had long been dormant was suddenly infused with vibrant hope. Li Fu was unafraid to start anew. What if he was at the second layer of the qi refinement stage? As long as he could cultivate, Li Fu was confident he could regain his former glory. You brat, you have an enormous opportunity and yet are unaware. You are now a pure saint body. Miao Kong looked at him with disdain, feeling that this kid still didn't realize the fortune he had gained. Pure saint body. Li Fu thought he had heard wrong. The pure saint body was a legendary existence. Whether a cultivator could cultivate depended on their spiritual root qualifications. From wasted spiritual roots to 3 spiritual roots, dual spiritual roots, single spiritual roots, and even unusual spiritual roots. The quality of spiritual roots influenced how far a cultivator could progress. Previously, Li Fu had an exceptionally rare single spiritual root with outstanding talent and rapid cultivation speed. As for the pure saint body, Li Fu had only seen it mentioned in ancient texts. According to the records, those who possessed the pure saint body had a soul that was utterly pure and clean, with unparalleled affinity for the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and a far superior efficiency in absorbing and refining qi compared to ordinary cultivators. Furthermore, this physique could yield twice the result, with half the effort in alchemy, weapon crafting, and talisman crafting, significantly increasing success rates, and even enhancing the quality of the finished products. No matter which path one chose, the future was limitless. This was truly a case of turning misfortune into fortune. Li Fu couldn't wait to cultivate, absorbing spiritual energy and drawing it into his body. In an instant, the spiritual energy of the surrounding universe surged towards him like a gentle stream, obediently flowing into his once dry dantian. There was no need to deliberately refine it. The spiritual energy was already exceptionally pure. Li Fu had initially worried about how to cultivate with such an expansive dantian. Now it seemed completely unnecessary. Li Fu even felt that his dantian should no longer be called a dantian, it could just as well be named a dantian C. With such a vast dantian's qi C, why fear consumption in battles ahead? Challenging higher levels was no empty talk. Li Fu was immersed in cultivation and could not extricate himself. In just 3 days, his cultivation level had risen again. Qi refinement stage, 3rd layer. Such a shocking cultivation speed exceeded imagination. Li Fu was overjoyed. In the past, he wouldn't have even dared to dream of this. Reaching the qi refinement stage extended his lifespan. Li Fu wanted to seize the moment and continue cultivating. He was just 1 step away from breaking through to the 4th layer of the qi refinement stage. Suddenly, a sharp cacophony echoed from outside the cave. Li Fu immediately became alert. Someone was coming. Could it be Jiang Chen discovering the miraculous use of the 10,000 things cauldron and coming to find him? With his current cultivation of the 3rd layer of the qi refinement stage, facing Jiang Chen would undoubtedly mean death. Li Fu held his breath, focusing his mind, and quietly approached the cave entrance. Outside the cave, 2 3rd-layer qi refinement cultivators surrounded a 2nd-layer female cultivator. The little girl can really run, one said. Let's dual cultivate, and I'll protect you in the future. Brother, let me have this one, I like her, the other said. Little brother, I like her too, what should we do? How about this, odd months are yours, even months are mine? I think that's fine. The 2 3rd-layer qi refinement cultivators were brothers, their lewd gazes fixated on the girl lying on the ground. The girl looked pitiful, her hair disheveled, and in her escape her clothes had torn, exposing her fair skin, making the brothers drool. No. Please, if I give you 2 spirit stones, will you let me go? The girl was frightened, her legs kicking back incessantly, hands protecting her chest. Little brother, she has spirit stones, the elder said. Brother, we already have her. Can spirit stones run away? Saying this, the 2 laughed loudly, slowly advancing towards the girl. If you let me go, I am the princess of the Great Wu dynasty, and as long as you let me go, I can fulfill any wish you have. The girl had nowhere to retreat, a towering tree behind her. Princess. Upon hearing this title, the 2 stopped in their tracks. If you let me go, you can ask for anything. I will have my father grant your request. I want to be a consort, can that be arranged? Ha ha ha. The 2 laughed shamelessly, causing the girl to completely panic. The heavens as our blanket, and the earth as our bed. Today we shall dual cultivate, and tomorrow we will seek your father for marriage proposals. Brother, wouldn't that mean we enjoy endless glory and wealth? Exactly. I wonder if your father still has any daughters left. If I become a consort, my brother should also get a chance to be a consort. Brother is so good, always thinking of his little brother. It's only right for a brother to care for his little brother. Ha ha ha. In the forest, the 2 laughed heartily. They no longer hesitated as they approached the girl and tore at her clothes. Ryup. The sound of fabric tearing echoed as a piece of the girl's sleeve was ripped off. She looked like a frightened little rabbit, struggling desperately. Unfortunately, in front of 2 3rd-layer qi refinement cultivators, she was utterly powerless. Li Fu hid behind the cave, relieved it was not Jiang Chen chasing after him. However, the distressed and helpless girl suddenly spotted Li Fu in the cave. She seemed to grasp a life-saving straw, shouting, "Master, save me." Hearing the girl's cries for help, the two burst into laughter. "Stop calling. No one will save you. No one comes here. Just submit to us. Stop resisting. Brother, she has such a fierce personality. Ooh, I like her." Li Fu had intended to quietly cultivate. Improving his own strength was the most important thing. But the helpless and pitiful face of the girl lingered in Li Fu's mind. It was not in his nature to stand by and do nothing. "Stop!" Li Fu finally stepped out of the cave and shouted loudly. "Who is it?" The brothers did not expect that someone would actually be here. "Get lost, bald donkey. This is none of your business." Seeing Li Fu step out of the cave, the two immediately became alert. "Bald donkey. Were they talking about me?" Li Fu instinctively reached up to feel his head, finding it completely smooth. Li Fu stood frozen in place. "Where's my hair? Was it that lightning bolt? Did I lose all my hair? Master, save me." The girl hurriedly crawled over as she saw Li Fu appear hiding behind him. No wonder they called him master. It turned out he was mistaken for a monk. Li Fu didn't mind and spoke slowly. "You can either get lost or die." "Bald donkey, what a big mouth. We are both at the third layer of the chi refinement stage. You are alone, so it's you who should leave." After saying this, the elder brother took the initiative to attack, drawing a sword from his spatial ring and slashing towards Li Fu. The younger brother also summoned his sword, ready to strike. "Come at me." Li Fu, having recultivated, wanted to test the power of the pure saint body on them. As the sword thrust towards him, Li Fu dodged to the side. Then with a swift punch, he struck the assailant's chest. Bang! The elder brother spat out blood, eyes wide in disbelief as he fell to the ground. A single blow to end it. "You?" The younger brother stood not far away, shocked, his lips moving. What kind of monster are you?" A single strike, a fatal blow. The elder brother, frail as paper, was slain in an instant. The younger brother was utterly stunned. Not only was he dumbfounded, but Li Fu himself was also taken aback. Li Fu stared at his own fist in disbelief. Was he truly this formidable? The younger brother no longer dared to act arrogantly. He turned and fled without looking back. Li Fu was no saint. He flicked his toe, kicking up the fallen sword. The blade transformed into a shooting star, piercing through the air and striking the younger brother through the chest. With resentment, the younger brother fell dead on the spot. In the blink of an eye, 2 chi refining layer 3 cultivators had perished. There was no fierce struggle, not even an exchange of blows. It was a one-sided massacre. The woman who claimed to be a princess was filled with shock. This master was truly this powerful. "GG, great master, may I ask your surname?" Li Fu ignored her, collected their spatial rings, and incinerated the 2 corpses with a burst of flames. His gaze then shifted to the woman. Her heart tightened. Would he make a move against her too? "And master, you? Are you a proper monk?" Li Fu's eyes were calm and unreadable, but to the woman they were terrifying, especially after he had slain 2 petty villains. In her eyes he was decisive, ruthless, and merciless. Shouldn't a monk be compassionate and care for all beings? Why was this master so frightening? No. His answer chilled her to the bone. Out of the frying pan and into the fire. Wu Shishue felt like crying, but had no tears. If only she hadn't been so willful and had stayed in the palace. She watched as Li Fu approached her. Wu Shishue closed her eyes in despair. "Father, mother, I was wrong." But the anticipated pain never came. Li Fu walked past her, set the cave ablaze, and strode away without a backward glance. This place was no longer safe. Wu Shishue, having not met her, and opened her eyes and saw Li Fu's receding figure. After a moment's hesitation, she followed him. "Why are you following me?" "Master, can you take me out of here? I'm lost." Wu Shishue thought that since he hadn't harmed her, he must be a proper monk. If so, following him would lead her out of these mountains, wouldn't it? Wu Shishue had been lost here for some time. After encountering villains, she had fled in panic, unsure even of her location. In recent days, Wu Shishue had endured countless hardships. The food in her spatial ring had long since run out. Now she could only drink from the streams, and even that came with the fear of encountering demonic beasts. Fortunately, there were no demonic beasts, but she had attracted 2 detestable cultivators. "What's your name?" "Wu Shishue." Li Fu continued walking without pausing. Wu Shishue followed closely. He hadn't agreed, but hadn't refused either. Wasn't that tacit consent? "Master, where are you going?" "Xueyun City." In the great dream of 3,000 years, Li Fu had seen something in Xueyun City that Jiang Chen later obtained as his fortune. But now Li Fu decided to strike first and sever Jiang Chen's opportunity. Perfect, I'm heading to Xueyun City too. Wu Shishue made up her mind. Wherever Li Fu went, she would follow. Though he was only at Qi refining layer 3, he had effortlessly slain cultivators of the same level. Wu Shishue knew he was no ordinary man. Xueyun City was under the jurisdiction of the great Wu dynasty. Once there, she would surely find her way back. At Xuan Yi Sect, Zhou Meng received her master's affirmative answer and wasted no time. With the master's consent, her junior sisters would likely not object. Zhou Meng went directly to second junior sister Chai Jingqiu, who lived near the main peak. Senior sister Zhou, what bad timing. Master is in seclusion. So Zhou Meng went to third junior sister Chu Yuero. The reply was the same, seclusion. Both in seclusion. How coincidental. Harboring a sliver of doubt, Zhou Meng went to fifth junior sister. Also in seclusion. At that moment, Zhou Meng realized this could not be mere coincidence. All three junior sisters were in seclusion. When had they become so diligent in cultivation? Fourth junior sister. She hadn't gone into seclusion. Zhou Meng went to fourth junior sister Ji Mengdai's quarters. Ji Mengdai was indeed not in seclusion. Senior sister, what terrible timing. My disciples are all refining pills. As you know, Xuan Yi Sect has a great demand for pills. We simply can't spare the time. Ji Mengdai politely declined. Zhou Meng's expression turned grim. I'm so sorry, senior sister, but I must guide them in alchemy. I can't keep you company. Please make yourself at home. With that, Ji Mengdai turned and left, leaving Zhou Meng alone in the hall. Unwilling to give up, Zhou Meng visited several other junior sisters. Every single one gave the same answer. Either too busy already away or in seclusion and unable to spare time. Could the entire Xuan Yi Sect not spare a single person? For 3 days straight, Zhou Meng couldn't even meet them face to face. Eventually, she was politely offered tea by the disciples. Zhou Meng knew things were not as simple as they seemed. Li Fu was tied to the sect's fate, and as a prognosticator, Zhou Meng understood his importance better than anyone. But what had happened to Xuan Yi Sect? Why did they become so cold-hearted at the mere mention of Li Fu? Zhou Meng was utterly perplexed. Why had they changed so? On the road to Shuiyin City, Wu Shixue, now certain that Li Fu was not evil, became more talkative. Master, how are you so powerful? We're both at Qi refining layer 3, yet you killed them like ants. Master, your skin is so well maintained, smoother than mine. Master, why do you smell so nice? Such a pleasant scent. Master, how much longer until we reach Shuiyin City? Master, you have hair now. Master. Throughout the journey, Wu Zixu's endless chatter gave Li Fu a headache. She was like a lark chirping incessantly by his side. Li Fu regretted saving her. Shoo. After walking for a long while, Li Fu suddenly made a silencing gesture. Wu Shixue wisely closed her mouth. From ahead came the sounds of battle. Li Fu looked over and saw many already dead. Hand over the Foundation establishment pill, and I'll let you go, said the leader, his blade dripping with blood and eyes burning with menace. Dream on. A young man in a green robe bearing several wounds showed no fear despite being outnumbered. Then don't blame me. Brothers, kill them all. At his command, dozens of men moved simultaneously. The young man in green shouted toward the carriage, Elder Nya, please save us. The moment the words left his mouth, a formless sword chi surged from the carriage. Wherever the chi passed, the dozens of attackers halted mid-motion. A Foundation establishment expert. The leader cried out in disbelief and despair. The next instant, blood sprayed from the bodies of the dozens of men. Their life force extinguished, they collapsed. Thank you for your aid, Elder Nya, the young man in green said, bowing with clasped hands. The carriage remained silent, offering no response. The young man did not press further and ordered his men to clean up and prepare to return. Just then a hoarse, deep voice came from the carriage. Friend behind the tree, friend or foe? Please show yourself. The young man in green instantly became alert. Sword in hand, he swiftly guarded the carriage, scanning the dense forest with caution. There were others. Li Fu knew they had been discovered. He and Wu Shixue stepped out from behind the tree. Neither friend nor foe. I stumbled upon this place unintentionally. If I have caused any disturbance, I beg your forgiveness. We shall take our leave immediately. With that, Li Fu turned to leave with Wu Shixue. He wished to avoid trouble. Ahead, 5 cultivators were at Qi refining layer 7, while the young man in green was at layer 9. Li Fu could not see through the person in the carriage, but judging by the sword chi, he guessed it was likely a Foundation establishment grand completion cultivator. Wait. Li Fu was about to leave when a call halted his steps. An old man in black robes stepped out from the carriage, coughed lightly, and spoke hoarsely. Young friend, though you are only at the 3rd layer of Qi refining, you carry an extraordinary bearing. May I ask your name and who your master is? My name is Feng Mu, a wandering cultivator. It was better not to use his real name. While traveling, for in the 3,000 years of his dream, he had witnessed the cruel methods of his junior brother Jiang Chen. Without sufficient strength, he must not reveal his whereabouts. He wondered if Jiang Chen had discovered the use of the myriad things cauldron. The thought of the mysterious system Jiang Chen spoke of filled Li Fu with unease. A wandering cultivator. The old man frowned, his voice hoarse as he continued. Where might you be heading, young friend? Shuiyin City. What a coincidence. We are also bound for Shuiyin City. The journey is fraught with danger, with demonic beasts often appearing. With your cultivation levels, it would be difficult to cope. Why not travel together? The old man invited. Elder Nya. The blue-robed young man Chang Hongyi hesitated and tried to interject. It's fine. Elder Nya interrupted the blue-robed young man. Before Li Fu could speak, Wu Shixue beside him eagerly agreed. Sure. The more the merrier. After a moment of consideration, Li Fu cupped his hands and said, in that case, thank you for your care, senior. Thus Li Fu and Wu Shixue joined Yesong's group. Along the way, Li Fu learned that the blue-robed young man was named Chang Hongyi, the second son of the Chang family of Shuiyun City, and Elder Nya, whose full name was Nyesong, was a guest elder of the Chang family. The reason they were targeted was that these wandering cultivators had somehow learned that the second son of the Chang family possessed a batch of pills, including Foundation Establishment pills. Fortune favors the bold. These men who lived on the edge of a knife took the risk and set up an ambush on the mountain path. Yet they had not anticipated that Nyesong, who had 1 foot in the golden core stage, would be traveling with them. This ultimately led to their complete annihilation. Chang Hongyi worried that Li Fu and Wu Shixue were also cultivators coveting their pills, so he remained extremely vigilant. But as he gradually interacted with them, he found Wu Shixue lively and innocent like an unsophisticated maiden from a boudoir. Feng Mu spoke little, but his bearing was dignified, and his gaze pure, not like someone with ulterior motives. Moreover, the two were at the 2nd and 3rd layers of qi refining, while the lowest among them was at the 7th layer. Even if they harbored ill intentions, they could hardly cause any trouble. At night, the group rested on the spot. Li Fu set up a simple formation and took out the 2 spatial rings he had obtained. Upon inspection, the rings contained only over 200 low-grade spirit stones and a few yellow-rank weapons. They were, to put it mildly, dirt poor. Li Fu dared not reveal the myriad things cauldron. The human heart is treacherous, and possessing a treasure is a crime. In the world of cultivation, the most sinister thing is the human heart. Afterward, Li Fu began to cultivate. One must never cease cultivation. Sitting cross-legged, Li Fu slowly closed his eyes. A faint glow began to emanate from his body, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, as if drawn by an invisible force, surged toward his dantian in pure, orderly waves like the tide. The spiritual energy was pure and orderly. Unbeknownst to him, the commotion from Li Fu's cultivation startled the members of the Chang family. What's going on? Why can't I absorb any spiritual energy? Where has all the spiritual energy gone? Elder Nya, who was cultivating with his eyes closed inside the carriage, also noticed that he could finally sense a faint wisp of spiritual energy from the world. But just as he prepared to absorb it, he found that the energy was out of his control, all flowing in the same direction. What was happening? Elder Nya stepped out of the carriage and followed the convergence of the world's spiritual energy. To his astonishment, the focal point was Li Fu, who was sitting cross-legged in meditation. A look of surprise crossed Elder Nya's face. What was going on? Why was all the spiritual energy gathering toward him? What was he doing? Was he cultivating? Elder Nya. Elder Nya. The others, seeing Elder Nya emerge, respectfully cupped their hands. But Elder Nya seemed not to hear, still shocked by the phenomenon surrounding Li Fu. Elder Nya, are you also unable to cultivate? Chang Hongyi asked. Elder Nya nodded. Chang Hongyi smiled bitterly. I don't know why, but I can't cultivate anymore. The spiritual energy suddenly became unabsorbable. He then pointed helplessly at Li Fu under the tree. The spiritual energy is all converging toward fellow Taoist Feng. For ordinary cultivators, those with poor talent, took a long time just to sense the world's spiritual energy, and they absorbed it gently and cautiously, fearing it would escape. Therefore, many sect disciples sought out places rich in spiritual energy or set up spirit-gathering formations to better absorb it. But what was up with Feng Mu? This place was ordinary with sparse spiritual energy. Yet despite this, the surrounding spiritual energy rushed over eagerly, as if afraid of being late, vying to be absorbed. What cultivation technique was this fellow practicing? Or was he some monstrous physique? Elder Nya had never seen anything like it. In his nearly 200 years of life, such a sight was unheard of. Li Fu was completely oblivious to all this. Wu Shixue, not far away, felt it most keenly. As far as her eyes could see, threads of spiritual energy sped past her, all pouring into Li Fu's body. Feng Mu's body was like a vortex, frantically absorbing spiritual energy. At this rate, his dantian would be filled in no time. 1 incense stick, 2 incense sticks. 1 quarter or 2 quarter hours. Li Fu absorbed energy for 2 full hours before slowly opening his eyes. The 4th layer of qi refining. Li Fu exhaled, looking at the pile of spirit stones before him, now drained of their spiritual energy, feeling quite satisfied. Feng. Young friend, were you just now cultivating? Elder Nya walked over and saw the lifeless spirit stones on the ground. Waves of shock surged within him. This man not only voraciously devoured the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, but also instantly drained the power from spirit stones. What kind of heaven-defying physique was this? Li Fu nodded lightly. He only then noticed the astonished gazes of everyone around him. Wu Shixue beside him was staring at him, as if he were a monster. What's wrong? What happened? Li Fu asked, puzzled. Wu Shixue directly recounted how the spiritual energy had converged. When you were cultivating, none of us could sense any spiritual energy. It wasn't that we couldn't sense it, we simply couldn't absorb it. You sucked it all away. Fellow Taoist Fong, were you cultivating or practicing a technique? What's going on? Everyone spoke at once. Li Fu listened, his heart pounding, cold sweat beating on his forehead. He hadn't expected such a simple cultivation session to cause this. The pure sacred body was truly as legendary as they said, defying the heavens. The technique I practice does have some peculiar aspects. I apologize for inadvertently disturbing your cultivation. He absolutely could not let others know about his special physique. If someone with ill intentions found out, it would bring a deadly calamity. It seemed he must find secluded places to cultivate in the future or set up more powerful formations. Congratulations, fellow Taoist Fong, on breaking through to the 4th layer of qi refining. Chang Hongyi suppressed his astonishment and was the first to offer congratulations. Though others felt envy since their young master had expressed congratulations, they dared not say much. Ode. A shrill wolf howl suddenly tore through the silent night sky. The group looked around in alarm. Amidst the dense shadows of the forest, countless pairs of emerald green pupils gleamed. Then gray-white figures materialized like phantoms, silently encircling the area. Damn, it's a wolf pack. We're surrounded. The group summoned their swords and quickly drew inward to form a defensive circle. Why are there wolves here? Could fellow Taoist Fang's cultivation have attracted them? Possibly. Demonic beasts are also sensitive to spiritual energy fluctuations. They must have thought a treasure had appeared here. Fellow Taoist Fang, you've doomed us. 1, 2. At least 30 of them. It's over, we're doomed. Li Fu narrowed his eyes and observed. Most of the wolves were at the 1st tier, while a few larger ones in the middle possessed 2nd-tier strength. A 1st-tier demon beast corresponded to a human qi refining cultivator's power. A 2nd-tier corresponded to foundation establishment. The wolf packs silently encircled them in a fan-shaped formation, their claws treading over dry twigs without making a sound. Taoist Fang, you're something else, luring so many demon beasts here. You're going to get us all killed. Exactly, Elder Nye, you shouldn't have invited him to travel with us. We're finished. Among us, only Elder Nye is at foundation establishment, and there are 5 2nd-tier demon beasts. It's over, it's over. The group grumbled in a cacophony, heaping all the blame onto Li Fu. Moreover, they had already endured a bloody battle earlier, sustaining varying degrees of injury. Now facing the demon wolf pack, their complaints erupted in full force. How can you people be so sure that Fangmu lured them here? Besides, it was you who invited us to travel together. Now you blame us. How ridiculous. Wu Shixue spoke up to defend them. The crowd wanted to retort, but Elder Nye bellowed. Enough. Stop arguing. Prepare to face the enemy. Li Fu's eyes sharpened. He drew a sword from his spatial ring, and without a word charged alone straight into the wolf pack. This sudden move stunned both Wu Shixue and Elder Nye. Attack. At the command, the others followed closely. As Li Fu plunged into the wolf pack, his heart remained utterly calm. The first demon wolf leaped into the air, snapping the dry twigs beneath its paws. Li Fu's expression was impassive as he swung his sword and thrust. The blade pierced straight through the demon wolf's throat. One strike, a fatal blow. Li Fu did not pause, but continued the slaughter. The second demon wolf pounced, but before it even landed, Li Fu cleaved it in two at the waist. Its foul entrails splattered like ink across the soil. The scent of blood riled up the wolf pack. 3 demon wolves lunged simultaneously from different directions. Li Fu kicked off a tree for momentum, his figure moving with lightning speed as his long sword traced a azure arc. 3 wolf heads soared into the air in succession, the blood spurting from the severed necks, staining the green leaves a dark crimson. Whoa! In mere moments, 5 first-tier demon wolves had fallen to Li Fu's blade. The Chang family disciples were utterly dumbfounded. What kind of skill was this? The demon wolves were sliced through like tofu by Li Fu with ease. They hadn't even witnessed a proper fight. Were the demon wolves really this weak? So fragile and pitiful? Li Fu's actions thoroughly enraged the pack. The alpha wolf let out a howl, and the wolves surged forward, charging en masse at Li Fu. In the span of a single incense stick's burn, nearly 20 demon wolves had died under Li Fu's sword. Li Fu himself bore not a single wound. The thick, pungent stench of blood made the remaining wolves hesitate to attack. Li Fu stood alone with his sword facing the pack, his gaze cold and resolute. His clothes fluttered noisily in the night breeze. Drops of wolf blood dripped one by one from the blade, seeping into the earth. Before long, the soil beneath Li Fu's feet had turned dark red. Under the moonlight, Li Fu's silhouette appeared to the Chang family disciples as an unstoppable god of slaughter. Even Elder Nye couldn't help but doubt, was this man really only at the 4th layer of qi refining? Elder Nye asked himself honestly, even he might not have managed to be as flawless as Li Fu. The angles and force of his attacks seemed perfectly executed. No flaw could be found. Wu Shishua watched entranced. The cool moonlight outlined Feng Yu's gleaming bald head. So a bald head could be this captivating. Little did they know Li Fu had once been a prodigy who looked down upon his peers. His swordsmanship was so ethereal and profound that few contemporaries could rival him. A great power had once prophesied that if given another 200 years, Li Fu could even become the youngest sword immortal. Li Fu harvested the lives of half the wolf pack as if slicing vegetables. The alpha wolf, a second-tier latest-stage demon beast, let out a furious roar. 3 second-tier early-stage demon wolves and 1 second-tier mid-stage wolf sprang into action simultaneously. Elder Nye stepped forward to meet them. No matter how formidable Li Fu was, he couldn't possibly challenge opponents above his level. Niesong, a foundation establishment, great perfection cultivator, stood before Li Fu and said, "Brother Feng, fall back. Leave this to me." With that, Niesong's aura surged. The ink-black sword in his hand transformed into a more ferocious jackal. With 3 consecutive booms, the 3 second-tier early-stage demon wolves collapsed to the ground. The second-tier mid-stage demon wolf stood rooted to the spot, a glimmer of fear evident in its eyes. The alpha wolf, sensing Niesong's overwhelming presence, raised its head and howled to the sky in unwillingness. The remaining dozen or so demon wolves retreated at lightning speed, vanishing from sight in an instant. Once the pack was gone, Niesong suddenly hunched over, racked by violent coughs. With the crisis averted, the Chang family disciples surrounded Li Fu, their faces plastered with fawning respect. "Daoist Feng, please forgive my earlier rudeness. I have a loose tongue, don't take it to heart. Daoist Feng's skill is remarkable." Watching these people shift their attitudes so quickly, Li Fu said nothing, but Wu Shishua let out a contemptuous humph. Wu Zixu's voice was soft, but since everyone present was a cultivator, they heard it clearly. They paid it no mind. "Daoist Feng Mu, would you be interested in joining the Chang family?" Li Fu's prowess in slaying the demon beasts had stunned them all. As the Chang family's retainer, Niesong had warned Chang Hongyi, "Young Master Chang, this man must only be befriended, never made an enemy. Recruiting him would be far more worthwhile than purchasing a large batch of elixirs." It was Elder Nie's reminder that enlightened Chang Hongyi, prompting him to immediately extend an invitation. Elder Nie shook his head. Chang Hongyi was still too naive. Seeing the anticipation in Chang Hongyi's eyes, Li Fu replied, "Thank you for the kind offer, young Master Chang, but I have no such plans." Hearing this, Wu Shishua breathed a soft sigh of relief. Chang Hongyi pressed on, "Daoist Feng, don't refuse so quickly. The Chang family is a first-rate clan in Shuiyan City. If you agree, you can name your terms." "Hey, he already said he has no such plans. Why are you pestering him?" Wu Shishua quickly interjected. As the princess of the great Wu dynasty, what better place could there be than her domain? She planned to find an opportunity to recruit Feng Mu under her banner. Chang Hongyi scratched his head awkwardly at her words. "The Chang family's doors will always be open for Daoist Feng. These are the demon cores from the beasts you slew. Please take them." "Many thanks." Li Fu accepted the 19 demon cores and cupped his hands in gratitude. By now dawn had broken. The group packed up and resumed their journey. At that moment, within Xuan Yi Sect, Zhou Ming stood in the mystic mechanism pavilion, staring at the ever-leaking fortune, his expression grim. He could wait no longer. The moment the sun emerged, Zhou Ming flew on his sword. At the Clearwater Pavilion behind Thousand Cloud Peak, 4th Senior Sister, Ji Himungya, 7th Senior Sister, Wen Peichin, and 2nd Senior Sister, Chai Jingxiu sat in the pavilion brewing tea and chatting leisurely. 2nd Senior Sister, our Senior Sister, hasn't left her pavilion in 800 years. Why is she so concerned about Li Fu leaving the sect? Ji Mingdai took a sip of tea and spoke slowly. "She approached you too?" "Of course, but I made an excuse to brush her off," Ji Mingdai said smugly. "Same here. I don't know what's gotten into Senior Sister these past few days. She's like she's possessed, seeking me out too." When Peichin frowned. Li Fu left the sect on his own. Why bring him back? He's a cripple who can't cultivate, just wasting the sect's resources. Exactly. I've only seen Li Fu twice since he returned from the extreme abyss. I've barely seen him either. I heard from disciples that he came looking for me a few times. The 3 women voiced their grievances in turn. Suddenly Chai Jingxiu looked up in shock, exclaiming, "Senior Sister. When did you arrive?" Ji Mingdai and Wen Peichin felt a chill run down their spines. Hastily setting down their teacups, they rose and bowed. "Senior Sister. 2nd Senior Sister, weren't you in seclusion? And 4th Senior Sister, 7th Senior Sister, why are you all here? Bound by sect affairs, how could we have the leisure to watch the sea of clouds and sunrise together?" The 3 in the pavilion showed signs of guilt, falling silent for a moment. Though Li Fu has left the sect, he was once your junior brother. After a millennium of shared brotherhood, how could you become so cold? Zhou Ming couldn't believe these words came from their lips. "Big Senior Sister, you dwell in the mystic mechanism pavilion and know little of sect affairs. Li Fu is no longer the Li Fu of old. Indeed, his deeds over the years are utterly disgraceful. I'm truly ashamed to call him a fellow disciple. Same here. How could those things he did be the acts of a fellow disciple? Mentioning Li Fu, the three spoke with disgust, their resentment spreading like a tide through the pavilion. Zhou Ming frowned, deeply suspicion burgeoning. What exactly did he do? Zhou Ming was curious. What had Li Fu done to earn such deep-seated hatred? A millennium of sect camaraderie shattered in an instant. Since we're on my 1,000-cloud peak, let me speak first. Second senior sister Chai Jingqiu poured a cup of tea for the big senior sister, then pointed at a black steel not far away. Big senior sister, you probably don't know what that is, do you? Zhou Ming looked over. The black steel faintly exuded sword intent. Probing it with her divine sense, she couldn't penetrate it. To the naked eye it was a black steely, but in her spiritual sense it was a black longsword. Eerily strange. Could it be a sword steel, eh? Zhou Ming spoke. Chai Jingqiu nodded. As expected of the mystic mechanism, master, your insight is remarkable. It is indeed a sword steel. Big senior sister knows that master had me cultivate the Xuan Yi sword art, hoping I would attain the Tao through the sword. Thus I trained day and night, daring not to betray master's grace. My efforts bore fruit, and my sword art improved rapidly. But 800 years ago my sword art cultivation stagnated, hitting a bottleneck. So I descended the mountain in search of opportunities to break through. Fortunately, 500 years ago, I found this sword steel in a perilous place, and brought it back to 1,000-cloud peak to study day and night, hoping to find a glimmer of breakthrough. Whether due to my dull talent or the steel's profound difficulty, in 500 years I never unlocked its secrets. Yet I didn't give up. 3 years ago, by chance, I finally sensed a trace of sword intent emanating from the steel. Overjoyed, I thought At this point, Chai Jingqiu abruptly smashed her teacup on the ground, took a flask of wine from her spatial ring, and gulped it down fiercely. When she looked up again, her eyes were filled with gnashing hatred. Just as my divine sense was merging with the sword steel's intent, he came in. Even if he came in, that was fine, but he forcibly interrupted me. After 500 years, I finally had a chance to comprehend the sword steely, and he ruined it. After that, I could no longer perceive the sword steel's intent. Big senior sister, can you feel this pain? Chai Jingqiu's gaze toward the sword steel was a mix of regret and resentment. I hate it. I hate that in a moment of misplaced mercy, I didn't kill that wretch on the spot. Then Chai Jingqiu's eyes turned ruthless, regretting that she had spared him out of fellow disciple sentiment. Hearing this, Zhou Ming furrowed her brow tightly. In her memory, Li Fu was sunny, cheerful, helpful, upright, and valued bonds. How could he be as despicable as second senior sister described? Destroying another's opportunity, especially disrupting a senior sister's chance to comprehend the sword steel. Could the Li Fu she knew really do that? Could there be some misunderstanding? Zhou Ming couldn't believe Li Fu would do such a thing and tried to defend him. Hearing this, second senior sister gave a cold laugh. Fourth senior sister and seventh senior sister also wore mocking expressions. Misunderstanding. What misunderstanding could there be? My biggest mistake was trusting him too much. With that, Chai Jingqiu took another large gulp of wine. Zhou Ming remained silent. The atmosphere in the pavilion was oppressive, like leaden clouds pressing down. Judging by her junior sister's expressions, it seemed Li Fu's deeds didn't stop there. Exactly, big senior sister. You've been in the mystic mechanism pavilion for years, ignoring sect affairs. Since Li Fu returned from the abyss, he's completely changed. He's no longer the innocent, carefree junior brother we once knew. Yes, we sympathize with what he endured in the abyss, but he can't treat us like this. The three spoke with united indignation, replacing their teacups with wine vessels. Each of them had suffered some disruption from Li Fu, whether intentional or not. They no longer wished to dwell on it. With Li Fu leaving the sect, it was as if they had severed a millennium of fellowship. For them, it was also a relief. Out of sight, out of mind. I heard that after Li Fu returned from the abyss, his soul was severely damaged, often tormented by demonic energy. Could his disruptions have been accidental during his bouts? Zhou Ming recalled what sect disciples had occasionally said about Li Fu's condition and asked, Big senior sister, if it were just me with a grievance, it might not mean much. But fourth and seventh senior sisters have also suffered. You are the mystic mechanism master. Why not use the mystic mechanism mirror to see Li Fu's deeds? That would make everything clear. Seeing the big senior sister still defending Li Fu, Chai Jingqiu grew irritated. Zhou Ming had thought of using the mystic mechanism mirror, but it couldn't probe Li Fu. He possessed immense fortune beyond her ability to investigate. Otherwise, why would she have sought out her junior sisters over the past 3 days? It was because she couldn't track Li Fu and needed help. Right, instead of probing Li Fu directly, she could probe second senior sister. She wasn't a bearer of great fortune. With that thought, Zhou Ming summoned the mystic mechanism mirror, extracted her essence blood, and fueled it with her lifespan. The mirror immediately displayed images. Second senior sister master said, you mustn't rush your sword practice. Haste makes waste. Everyone's realm and sword comprehension differ. Why not travel more and experience mortal life? It might help your sword path. In the image, Li Fu was comforting the troubled second senior sister Chai Jingqiu in the very Clearwater Pavilion where they sat. I know, but I just want to advance my sword path now. Master has high hopes for me, though I don't want to disappoint him. Chai Jingqiu smiled and ruffled Li Fu's hair. Li Fu left thoughtfully. A few days later, Li Fu sought out Chai Jingqiu again. Second senior sister, guess what good thing I've brought you? Li Fu's eyes sparkled with a smile as he watched his senior sister practicing her sword. What good thing could you possibly have? Look, a peachwood sword. I searched for half the night to find this fine piece of wood. Thinking of you practicing the sword, I carved this for you. It can't be used in battle, but you can practice with it when you're free. Maybe it'll bring new insights. Li Fu held his head high as if awaiting praise and placed the peachwood sword in his senior sister's hand. Thank you, little junior brother. This sword is quite elegant. It must have taken a lot of effort. As long as it makes you happy, any effort is worth it. The four watched intently. Back then their bonds were deep like siblings. Li Fu was sunny and cheerful. Whenever his senior sisters were down, he always found a way to cheer them up. Chai Jingqiu felt a sense of daze at this sight. The scene seemed hazy to her. Had it not been for the senior sister bringing out the mystic art mirror today, she wouldn't even recall this moment. Why is my memory of this so blurred? It feels as if the memory has been sealed away. With her current level of cultivation, this should not be the case. In the mirror, their smiles were so genuine. Li Fu truly regarded Chai Jingqiu as an elder sister, and Chai Jingqiu deeply cherished Li Fu in return. Second junior sister, do you see the many scratches on Li Fu's palm? Those were left from carving a peachwood sword for you. He feared you might be trapped by the sword path, racking his brains to bring you joy. Zhou Meng's reminder drew Chai Jingqiu's gaze to Li Fu's hand. The unhealed wounds were shocking, yet the youth quietly hid his injured hand, unwilling to worry her. At that time, she was so engrossed in examining the peachwood sword that she remained utterly oblivious. Senior sister, why dwell on past trivialities? People changed. Exactly, just look at how Li Fu disrupted second senior sister's enlightenment of the sword steel. What use is there in digging up old memories? Zhou Meng sighed and continued to activate the mystic art mirror. The scene shifted to the peak of Qianyun Peak, where Chai Jingqiu was contemplating the sword steel. Under the moonlight, the steel emitted a faint glow. Chai Jingqiu suddenly felt overjoyed, sitting cross-legged before the sword steel. Her divine sense entered the steely, and in that moment, she seemed to merge with it, enveloped by its radiance. Meanwhile, on Qingyang Peak, Li Fu was holding a carving knife. He muttered to himself. Second senior sister said her old sword was lost. She is so devoted to the sword path. If this continues, it may breed inner demons. Second senior sister is proud and will not accept help directly, but if she remains trapped in the sword path, it will affect her Dao heart, making it harder to escape as time goes on. Amidst the flying peachwood shavings, let this sword be named Demon Slayer. I hope second senior sister understands my intent. After carving the words, Demon Slayer, Li Fu cheerfully set off toward Qianyun Peak. Arriving at the rear mountain of Qianyun Peak, Li Fu saw Chai Jingqiu comprehending the sword steel and suddenly began shaking his head in agony, repeatedly pounding his head with his hands. What's wrong with him? Has he been drinking? No, it's demonic qi. The three of them, seeing Li Fu in such a state, exchanged worried glances and nervously focused on the mystic art mirror, sweating for Chai Jingqiu. Could it really be that demonic qi invaded him, causing his divine sense to become chaotic, and that's why he disrupted second senior sister's enlightenment? Jimengdai asked. No one answered. Chai Jingqiu clutched her sleeves tightly, her eyes fixed on the mystic art mirror. At that time, she was entirely absorbed in comprehending the sword's steely, utterly unaware of the bloodshot eyes approaching from behind. Li Fu's expression was agonizing, his eyes bloodshot. No, I can't have an episode at a time like this. I must stay lucid. No, I absolutely cannot. In excruciating pain, Li Fu pinched his thigh hard, striving to maintain a shred of calm. No matter how painful his thigh became, even as he pinched it bloody, Li Fu dared not make a sound, afraid of disturbing his second senior sister's enlightenment of the sword steel. Yet the demonic qi had invaded against his will, and his steps still drew him relentlessly toward Chai Jingqiu. If it was truly the demonic qi that caused his soul to be confused and affected my enlightenment, so be it. Seeing this, Chai Jingqiu no longer wished to continue watching. As the victim, she already knew the outcome. Why relive it and add to her distress? Demonic qi invading the soul was inescapable even for them, let alone for Li Fu, who had lost his cultivation. Chai Jingqiu prepared to let it go and stop pursuing the matter. But suddenly, when Paikin's startled cry shattered the silence. Look, Li Fu was about to kill himself. Hearing this, Chai Jingqiu turned her gaze back to the mystic art mirror. In the image, Li Fu was in agony. Seeing that he could not stop his own advance, he resolved to end his life rather than disturb his second senior sister's enlightenment of the sword steel. Li Fu knew that the sword path was his second senior sister's very life, and breaking through in it was her obsession. If this enlightenment were interrupted, she might never have another chance to comprehend the sword steel. Li Fu raised the wooden sword high, using the last vestige of his clarity to thrust it fiercely toward his own heart. But he forgot. He forgot that the sword in his hand was made of wood. He also forgot that he was merely a mortal devoid of spiritual power. The wooden sword could not pierce his heart, nor could it harm him. Seeing this, the four of them had red-rimmed eyes. So Li Fu hasn't changed. He would rather die than disturb you. His heart has always held you second senior sister. Have we misjudged him? He would rather end his own life than disturb you. Can you forgive Li Fu for disrupting your enlightenment while under the influence of demonic qi? Hearing this question from her junior sister, Chai Jinqia's tears had already soaked her robes. Li Fu's feelings for her ran so deep. Could she forgive him? Chai Jinqia's robes were drenched, and her voice choked with sobs. Of course I forgive. In fact, Chai Jingqiu was already filled with guilt. She had misjudged Li Fu. She felt remorse for how she had treated him. She resented that the senior sister hadn't brought out the mystic art mirror sooner. Li Fu had left the sect his fate unknown. If anything happened to him, how could Chai Jingqiu ever find peace? Before her words faded, a sudden change occurred in the mirror. The bloodshot hue in Li Fu's eyes vanished. He let out a long sigh, turned to leave, but then paused, casting a clear gaze toward the figure before the steel. Has his demonic qi dissipated? When Pei Qin pointed out, Chai Jingqiu looked up at the mystic art mirror. There Li Fu's eyes gradually cleared, and his demeanor returned to normal. For some unknown reason, Li Fu suddenly looked at Chai Jingqiu, who was comprehending the sword steel. He raised his sword and struck her with it. Instantly the light around Chai Jingqiu faded, and she collapsed unconscious. The radiance on the sword steel vanished as well. Having done this, Li Fu fell face first into the dust. Seeing this, the four of them were bewildered. The room fell into dead silence. Even senior sister, Zhou Meng, stood frozen. What is happening? Did his demonic qi dissipate at the end? His gaze was clear. Did he regain his senses? Then why did he disrupt second senior sister's enlightenment? What exactly happened? The three turned to look at Chai Jingqiu. Her eyes were now filled with murderous intent as she stared at the fallen Li Fu in the mystic art mirror, wishing she could crawl inside and tear him apart. The sword steel enlightenment spanned 500 years, and success was within reach, only to be destroyed by Li Fu at the final moment. If he had been under the control of demonic qi, it would have been one thing. But he had regained his clarity in the end. Chai Jingqiu couldn't understand why. Why did he destroy her? He knew better than anyone how much she yearned for the sword path. Breaking through in the sword path was Chai Jingqia's very life. Now Li Fu had personally destroyed it. And at the last moment, he feigned unconsciousness to slip away. Chai Jingqiu was filled with hatred. She hated herself for not seeing through Li Fu's true face sooner. She hated herself for not killing him with her own hands. Chai Jingqia's emotions deeply affected the other three. Ji Mengdai and Wen Peiqin had both been wronged by Li Fu and harbored only hatred for him. Only senior sister Zhou Meng, who had long resided alone in the mystic art pavilion, recalled Li Fu's past kindness and still trusted him. Witnessing this, Zhou Meng was speechless, her heart heavy. Was I truly wrong? Li Fu, are you really such a person? Second senior sister Zhou Meng attempted to speak further. Chai Jingqiu simply flicked her sleeve, sending the mystic opportunity mirror flying away. She no longer wished to see Li Fu. She feared she might not be able to resist descending the mountain herself to annihilate him. Even though Li Fu had only 4 days left to live, Chai Jingqiu yearned to slay him with her own hands. Show the guest out. Having spoken, Chai Jingqia's figure vanished from the spot, leaving Zhou Meng and the two junior sisters exchanging bewildered glances. Let's go, senior sister. I told you long ago that Li Fu had changed, but you wouldn't believe me. Now that you've seen the truth, you must be disappointed. Alas, a millennium of fellowship as master and disciple only to end. There was no need to continue the conversation. The two departed from Qianyun Peak simultaneously, leaving Zhou Meng seated alone on the stone bench, her expression dazed, lost in thought. Yet the mystic opportunity mirror lying in the grass suddenly emitted a faint glow, revealing another scene. Li Fu was straining to push the demon-slaying wooden sword towards Chai Jingqiu. Second senior sister, I almost failed to save you. This demon-slaying wooden sword is for you. I hope that in the future it can slay demons for you as it did today. Having spoken, Li Fu collapsed into unconsciousness. The mystic opportunity mirror dimmed. After a long pause, Zhou Meng silently retrieved the mirror, heaved a deep sigh, and finally rose to leave. No sooner had Zhou Meng departed than junior brother Jiang Chen arrived gracefully. Second senior sister Jiang Chen pays you a visit. It's little junior brother. Please come in. At this moment Chai Jinkia's tone was gentle and warm, as if she had become a different person. She gazed at Jiang Chen with eyes full of tenderness. What brings you to my Qianyun Peak today? I missed my senior sister, so I came to see you. You're such a sweet talker. By the way, senior sister, I just saw senior sister Zhou Meng's figure. Has she gone down the mountain? Yes. What did senior sister Zhou Meng want with you? It's still about Li Fu. At the mention of Li Fu, undisguised disgust flickered in Chai Jinkia's eyes. Li Fu, hasn't he already left the sect? Catching the expression on Chai Jinkia's face, a barely perceptible smile flitted across Jiang Chen's lips. Yes, she's been driving me crazy, saying that Li Fu's departure affects the sect's fortune and asking us to send someone to help bring him back. So, did you agree, senior sister? Of course not. Not only did I refuse, but none of the other junior sisters will agree either. Hearing his second senior sister's reply, Jiang Chen breathed a silent sigh of relief, though his face showed a sigh of regret. Senior brother Li Fu has risked life and death for the sect. Senior sister Zhou Meng is only doing this for the sect's sake. Little junior brother, you're too kind. In my view, it's just senior sister Zhou Meng trying to make amends for her debt to Li Fu. The matter of fortune is intangible. No one in the entire sect understands it except her, the mystic diviner. She's just using the pretext of fortune to exonerate Li Fu. As she spoke, Chai Jingqiu retrieved the wooden sword inscribed with demon slaying. From her spatial ring, a flicker of cold determination in her eyes. With a wave of her hand, the wooden sword instantly turned to dust. A breeze blew, scattering the powder into the wind. Second senior sister, this. Jiang Chen feigned regret. A hypocrite. I still held a sliver of hope for him, but now I feel only hatred. Jiang Chen sighed. Second senior sister, why must it come to this? Though his words expressed regret, a barely noticeable smile played upon his face. Enough, let's not talk about him anymore. What is it you truly came to see me about? I plan to journey to Watercloud City. I came especially to bid you farewell and to ask if you need anything procured. This junior brother would be honored to serve. Jiang Chen continued to display his usual modest and gentle demeanor. It's still little junior brother who truly cares for his senior sister. I don't need anything. Chai Jingqiu advised him earnestly. When you go down the mountain, you must be more cautious. Don't be so naive anymore. The minds of cultivators outside the sect are complex. I'm afraid you might be taken advantage of. Don't worry, senior sister, I'm not a child anymore. Watercloud City. Daoist Fong, do you have any lodging in the city? If you don't mind, the Chang family has a vacant courtyard that I can offer for your temporary stay. After arriving in Watercloud City, Chang Hongyi failed to recruit Fong Mu. To cultivate a good relationship with him, he offered to gift him a residence. Li Fu was not one to be overly modest. He indeed had no place to stay. In that case, many thanks, young Master Chang. You're welcome. Let us part ways for now. They'll come by in a couple of days to catch up with you, Daoist Fong. Inside the carriage, old Nian nodded slightly to Li Fu through the curtain. Ever since he had slain the demon wolf and triggered his old ailment, he had been resting quietly in the carriage. After bidding farewell to the Chang family, Li Fu glanced at Wu Shixue. Before Li Fu could speak, Wu Shixue quickly interjected. I have nowhere to go. I'm staying with you. Aren't you the princess of the great Wu dynasty? How could you have nowhere to go? Throughout the journey, the Chang family had been unaware of Wu Zixu's true identity. I ran away from home, she replied, fidgeting. Li Fu had many matters to attend to during this trip to Watercloud City. Especially after witnessing Jiang Chen's mysterious methods, an intense sense of crisis weighed heavily on his mind. Jiang Chen possessed an enigmatic treasure known as the system. Li Fu's intuition told him that this man would inevitably notice him sooner or later. Not wishing to implicate those around him, Li Fu looked at Wu Shixue and said coldly, I have things to do. Go find the Lord of Watercloud City. He will surely arrange accommodations for you. Having spoken, Li Fu followed Chang Hongyi's directions and arrived at a certain residence. A plaque above the gate bore the name Bamboo Garden, living up to its reputation. As soon as he entered, a dense grove of tall, graceful bamboos greeted his eyes, creating an air of refined tranquility, a secluded haven amidst the bustling city. Elegant, serene, and secluded, yet conveniently located. As he pushed open the door, Li Fu discovered that Wu Shixue had followed him. Why are you following me? I'm not going to him. I'm staying with you. Wu Shixue spoke with brazen persistence. Li Fu's expression remained impassive as he stated flatly, staying with me will be dangerous. I'm not afraid. As a princess of the dynasty, Wu Shixue had her own confidence. Since she had said as much, Li Fu found it difficult to refuse, especially as she had already followed him this far. Ignoring Wu Shixue, Li Fu strode directly into a room, retrieved some spirit stones, and set up a formation to block external prying eyes. Calculating the time, Jiang Chen would arrive in Watercloud City within the next 2 days. To seize the treasure, first Li Fu needed to prepare in advance. He then produced the myriad things cauldron, Master Miao. There was no response. Thief Saint. Still no response. If you don't come out now, I'll have to sing. I've been dying to sing these past few days. Mercy, please. On the myriad things cauldron, Miao Kong Kong reluctantly and begrudgingly crawled out. He looked at Li Fu and sighed. I truly don't know what sin I committed to be saddled with you. Li Fu chuckled. Now don't say that. How impersonal. When fate brings people together, nothing can stop it. Besides, weren't you the one who actively followed me? Nonsense. When did I ever actively follow you? Are you going back on your word? When I found you in the abyss, I didn't carry you on me. Wasn't it you who, as I left the abyss, actively jumped into my arms? When Li Fu first encountered the myriad things cauldron, he had no idea of its purpose. After all, he had examined it at length, and even performed a blood bond, but still found no use for it. Later, Li Fu paid it no further mind, simply considering it a rather hard object. Yet upon returning to Xuan Yi Sect, he discovered the thing had appeared on his person. Li Fu had no memory of bringing it out. As far as he recalled, he had discarded it unsure of its use. Later, consumed by the effort to restore his dantian, he had used the myriad things cauldron to prop up a table. Now he realized it must have been this fellow who had actively jumped into his arms. Exposed on the spot, Miao Kong Kong did not deny it, so what if it did? Li Fu looked at Miao Kong Kong. Since he had admitted it, things would be easier. I brought you out of the extreme abyss, shouldn't you show some gratitude? Gratitude for what? Didn't I already give you the 3,000 sacred lotus? What more do you want? Miao Kong Kong said with displeasure. That's different. The 3,000 sacred lotus was payment for listening to my song. Bringing you out of the extreme abyss hasn't been settled yet. Li Fu shook his head. What? Miao Kong Kong's eyes widened, and he nearly jumped up in anger. Am I out of my mind paying to listen to your song? With your voice howling like a ghost or a wolf, I should be the one asking for compensation for the trauma to my ears. Yet you have the audacity to call it a listening fee. Listen to what you sang. Was that even music? Was that a tune fit for human vocal cords? Moreover, I gave you the 3,000 sacred lotus. Do you not understand the value of that treasure? Do you have any idea how you obtained your innate saint body? And now you shamelessly ask for more. You? Miao Kong Kong was so furious he lost his words, standing on the all things cauldron and pointing at Li Fu, cursing him, with spittle flying everywhere. Despite being only the size of a palm, Miao Kong Kong had an imposing presence when he cursed. Li Fu simply watched quietly as Miao Kong Kong ranted for nearly the time it takes to burn an incense stick before he finally stopped. What do you want this time? Miao Kong Kong asked, his voice weary and impatient. The Nether Ghost Mask. The Nether Ghost Mask. Upon hearing those 4 words, Miao Kong Kong flew into a rage. I knew there was something off about you. The first time we met, you asked for the 3,000 sacred lotus. I was puzzled then. How did you know I had it? I thought it was just blind luck. Now you don't even bother to pretend asking for my treasures with precision. How do you know I possess the Nether Ghost Mask? And the 3,000 sacred lotus too. There's definitely something wrong with you. For thousands of years, I've never even taken these 2 items out. How could you possibly know? Miao Kong Kong's small eyes were filled with vigilance and terror as he scrutinized Li Fu from head to toe. He was utterly baffled. How on earth did this kid find out? Li Fu chuckled. Just give it to me. You have no use for it anyway, but it's wasted on you. What nonsense. Can't I keep it as a collection? Is that any of your business? No, you haven't answered my question yet. How do you know I have these 2 items? Do you know about anything else? At this, Miao Kong Kong guarded himself against Li Fu as if against a thief. Don't be nervous, Li Fu quickly tried to soothe him. He couldn't exactly say that in his 3,000-year dream, he had seen Miao Kong Kong give these 2 items to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had also asked for them with precision back then. As for how Jiang Chen knew, it might have been due to the mysterious system aiding him. I'm not nervous at all, I'm just curious how you know, Miao Kong Kong said urgently. One fears a thief's theft, but a thief's constant coveting is worse. As the revered thief saint, he understood this better than anyone. He had painstakingly amassed his wealth over the years, and couldn't let it all be taken in one go. My former master Bushiyu, the sect leader of Xuan Yi Sect, told me, Li Fu replied. Bushiyu? Never heard of her. Miao Kong Kong grew angry. You're definitely up to no good. How could she possibly know about these 2 items being with me? Is she a deity? Do you take me for a fool? I wouldn't dare deceive the thief saint, Li Fu began fabricating wildly. It's only because she once said that if there were treasures in the world she had only heard of, but never seen, 9 out of 10 would be with Miao Kong Kong. As for who Miao Kong Kong is, Li Fu's tone rose and fell with dramatic flair. He is the thief saint who can soar to the heavens and dive into the earth, capable of anything. If he doesn't have it, there's no point in even thinking about it. As Li Fu exaggerated, his eyes shone with admiration and longing. This flattery hit the mark perfectly. Miao Kong Kong listened, the corners of his mouth lifting involuntarily, and much of his anger dissipated. Did she really say that? Miao Kong Kong asked, half in doubt. Could it be false? Even if he doesn't have it, as long as you say you want it, there's no treasure under heaven that the thief, Saint Miao Kong Kong, can't steal. Seeing Li Fu's emphatic tone, the high praise greatly pleased Miao Kong Kong. I must say this Bushiyu is quite perceptive and speaks objectively. Arrange for us to meet sometime. With that, Miao Kong Kong turned and dove back into the all things cauldron. After a moment, he emerged holding a pitch-black mask and waved his small hand. Here, the nether ghost mask you wanted. Li Fu took the mask with both hands and added another compliment, as expected of the thief, Saint extraordinary in bearing. To give away such a treasure, so freely treating wealth like dirt. Admirable, admirable. Miao Kong Kong, dizzy from the praise, waved his hand airily. Oh, it's nothing. Just a small token. All right, buddy, no need to say more. Just holler if you need anything. With that, Miao Kong Kong turned and disappeared back into the all things cauldron with satisfaction. A smile curled at the corner of Li Fu's mouth. So this was his weak spot after all. He had even prepared several tunes as a backup. It seemed they wouldn't be needed. Flattery worked far better than singing. Li Fu carefully examined the nether ghost mask. The mask was entirely black, its surface seeming to ripple with flowing mist. It felt icy to the touch, as if it could devour light. A faint blue glow emanated from the eye sockets like will-o'-the-wisps in the dead of night, instilling a chill in anyone who stared too long. Delicate dark patterns spread from the edges, resembling ancient sealing runes that flickered in and out of sight. The mask possessed formidable power. Once worn, it would merge into the wearer's face. All life fluctuations, mana fluctuations, and even killing intent of the wearer would be completely concealed, impossible for even high-level cultivators to see through. Furthermore, the mask could alter one's appearance. It was highly suitable for assassination, stealth, and evading pursuit. Li Fu quickly performed a blood-binding ritual to claim ownership. Donning the mask, Li Fu felt a mysterious power enter his body. It responded to his will. He imagined Old Man Ni's appearance in his mind. Soon the mirror surface reflected Old Man Ni's form. Li Fu's body had completely transformed into that of Old Man Ni. Every gesture, every movement, even his aura was precisely identical. Incredible. He shifted again, this time becoming Chang Hongyi. It wasn't just similar, it was an exact replica. He believed that even the closest relatives would struggle to tell them apart. Li Fu removed the mask and stored it in his spatial ring. Everything was ready except for the crucial moment. To intercept Jiang Chen's treasure and sever his opportunities as soon as possible, Li Fu deactivated the array and stepped out of the room. Where are you going? Wu Shishua asked, her voice sweet after bathing and changing clothes. The days of fleeing had been harsh for this pampered princess. Her first priority after reaching safety was to change her clothes and wash away the grime. Looking at Wu Shishua now, with the dust washed from her face and dressed in clean, neat attire, she appeared much more attractive. Wu Shishua had round, bright eyes that curved into small crescent moons when she smiled. Her eyelashes fluttered like the delicate wings of a butterfly. Her small nose was slightly upturned, giving her a touch of naive charm. Her pink lips resembled cherry blossoms in early bloom, and the corners of her mouth naturally tilted upward, carrying sweetness even when she wasn't smiling. Occasionally, she would unconsciously purse her lips, adding an extra hint of playfulness. Going out to take care of something. He'll come too. No. Why, oi? Li Fu didn't want unnecessary complications. Having an extra person, especially the beautiful princess of the Great Wu Kingdom, would inevitably attract attention. Either stay here or leave. Why are you so harsh? Fine, I won't go. Wu Shishua pouted, looking aggrieved. As Li Fu reached the door, Wu Shishua called out again, wait. What now? I'm hungry. Could you buy some food on your way back? Li Fu gave no response, turned around, and left directly. After putting on the ghostly mask to change his appearance, he walked out of the verdant bamboo garden and headed straight for his destination, the Hongfu Tower. The Hongfu Tower was renowned for trading in elixirs, talismans, and magical artifacts. As soon as Li Fu stepped inside, someone approached him. What would you like to buy, sir? I'd like to purchase some spiritual herbs and inquire about the elixir market. The elixir market? What specifically would you like to know? Which elixirs sell the best here, and which are in short supply? The best-selling one is the chi replenishing pill. As for scarce ones, it's undoubtedly the Foundation Establishment pill. The Foundation Establishment pill. Li Fu recalled that Chang Hongyi had apparently acquired a batch of these pills. What's the usual price for a Foundation Establishment pill? Normally between 5,000 and 10,000. But lately they've been scarce, so the price is a bit higher. It depends on the grade. Are you looking to buy one? The shop assistant noticed that Li Fu's cultivation was only at the 4th level of chi refinement and thought it was premature for him to ask about Foundation Establishment pills. Li Fu seemed lost in thought. Is Master He here? Do you know our Master He, sir? I've heard of Master He's exceptional alchemy skills and came to seek his advice. Are you an alchemist too? Li Fu nodded. I can refine some basic elixirs. Hearing this, the enthusiasm in the assistant's eyes instantly faded. He lost all interest. Master He is very busy and has no time to see you. As if anyone could just meet Master He. He was the Hongfu Tower's alchemist swamped with work, not someone any random person could see. Li Fu smiled without a word. He casually wrote a prescription on a piece of paper and said, "Prepare these materials for me." The assistant took the prescription, glanced at the herbs listed and frowned. These were all ingredients for the Foundation Establishment pill. "What do you intend to do with these herbs, sir?" the assistant asked cautiously. "Refine elixirs, of course. You can refine the Foundation Establishment pill." The assistant's eyes widened in disbelief. The man before him had an ordinary appearance and a cultivation level of merely the 4th layer of qi refinement, the same as his own. How dare he claim to refine a Foundation Establishment pill? Based on his years of experience, this was utterly absurd. "Yes," Li Fu answered succinctly. "Arrogant nonsense." Just then a slightly paunchy middle-aged man descended the stairs. "Master of the tower," the assistant said respectfully. The man said nothing, sizing Li Fu up. "What's your name?" "I am Yuan Mu." "Yuan Mu. If you can refine a Foundation Establishment pill, our Hongfu Tower is willing to purchase it at double the price. We could even invite you to become an honored guest of the Hongfu Tower." "I need not be an honored guest. I only ask that you introduce me to Master He." "Agreed," the master ordered. "Go prepare the materials for Brother Yuan." "Yes." Before long, the assistant brought out a pile of herbs and a brown alchemy furnace. "Pleased." The master led Li Fu to an open space and gestured for him to proceed. Li Fu wasted no words. He accepted the herbs and sat cross-legged on the ground. Opening the furnace, he found it already contained alchemy flame. The master had been thoughtful, knowing Li Fu's qi refinement cultivation couldn't sustain a flame for long, so he provided a furnace with its own flame. Unnecessary. Li Fu's dantian was brimming with spiritual energy, refining one batch was nothing. He could easily refine 10 or even 100 batches in succession. After inspecting the herbs and furnace, he found no issues. The herbs were sufficient for 2 batches barring failure. Li Fu began the alchemy process. The first step of alchemy refinement. The Foundation Establishment pill formula was not complex, but it demanded exceptional control over the flame. The slightest mistake could cause the furnace to explode. Li Fu first placed the main herbs, rainbow grass frost spirit fruit, and blazing sunflower. And after refining these 3, he slowly added the auxiliary herbs calming heartgrass and jade marrow mushroom. Li Fu's alchemy attracted a crowd of onlookers. Who's that refining pills right in the Hongfu Tower? Is he a new alchemist hired by the tower? He looks unfamiliar. What pill is he making? Judging by the herbs, it's a Foundation Establishment pill. A Foundation Establishment pill? He's only at the 4th layer of qi refinement. Can he really refine one? Are you joking? Hearing that someone was refining a Foundation Establishment pill, the crowd grew larger. Li Fu remained oblivious to the noise around him. He focused his mind on refining the herbs. Under his control, the herbs in the furnace slowly turned into liquid. Next step, purification. Purification, as the name suggests, meant removing impurities from the herbal essence. This step was crucial as it directly determined the grade of the pill. The fewer impurities, the less toxicity, and the stronger the medicinal effect. The grade would also be higher. Li Fu concentrated intensely, meticulously extracting the impurities from the liquid mass in the furnace. This kid has a very skilled technique. Indeed, he's methodical, a veteran. When did such a figure emerge in Shuiyun City? Purification severely tested an alchemist's skill and mental fortitude. Many alchemists could successfully produce pills, but their grade was low and toxicity high. The problem lay in this step. Purification required speed and precision. The liquid state lasted only a short time, and the alchemist had to remove impurities quickly. Li Fu had often refined pills for the sect in Xuan Yi Sect, and he had a thorough understanding of herbs. Purification was complete. Next came fusion to form the pill. But just then suddenly, boom! A loud explosion rang out. The furnace lid blasted open and black smoke billowed up. The furnace had exploded. It exploded. I told you a qi refinement cultivator couldn't possibly refine a Foundation Establishment pill. Exactly, too overconfident. Where did the Hongfu Tower find this alchemist? He's too young. A common flaw of youth, careless and clumsy. Seeing the explosion, the master said to Li Fu, who sat cross-legged, "All right, it's clear you have some skill, but it's not enough." The surrounding people pointed and sneered, showing no confidence in Li Fu. "Brother Yuan, give it up. Start with basic pills to practice, and wait until your cultivation improves before attempting the Foundation Establishment pill. You can't become fat with one bite." The master straightened his belly slightly and advised. The crowd either pointed fingers or shook their heads in disappointment, all showing disapproval. Li Fu opened the furnace and a wisp of black smoke drifted out. Reviewing the process, he identified the cause of the explosion. He had been a bit greedy. Just before fusing the pill, he had tried to remove more impurities. Unexpectedly, it led to failure and the explosion. His cultivation at the fourth layer of qi refinement was indeed too low. However, knowing the reason for failure, Li Fu was not discouraged. He paid no heed to the voices of doubt. After cleaning the residue from the furnace, he resumed alchemy. Young man, you won't give up until you hit the wall. Still not giving up. No need to watch Kel fail again. Li Fu concentrated, unaffected by the surrounding skepticism. He methodically placed the herbs for refinement again. The refinement was successful. Then came purification. Li Fu controlled the furnace, floating before him swiftly and precisely, removing impurities from the herbal mass. Soon the impurities were cleared. It was time again for fusion to form the pill. This time Li Fu would not repeat his mistake, and he would not fail again. The purification step had been executed to perfection. Li Fu fused the clusters of spiritual liquid in the furnace according to the sequence in the formula. Success. At this point, the alchemy was nearly complete. The next step was pill formation. But just then an anomaly occurred. Outside the window, the sky, which had been clear and cloudless, suddenly stirred with wind and clouds, and rolling dark clouds pressed down upon the city. What's happening? The weather is changing, but it's going to rain. No, it's not rain. It's thunderclouds. No, it's a heavenly tribulation. How could there be a tribulation lightning? Which great cultivator has summoned the thunder tribulation? In the sky, the dark clouds gathered with increasing speed. At that moment, Master, he who was meditating in Hongfu Tower, abruptly opened his eyes, a sharp gleam flashing within his turbid pupils. He abruptly raised his head to gaze at the coalescing thunderclouds outside the window, his expression instantly shifting dramatically. Like a bolt of lightning, he dashed straight downstairs. Master, could it be that your cultivation has drawn this thunder tribulation? The Tower Master, upon seeing the esteemed Master, he appear hastily cupped his hands and inquired with respect. Throughout Hongfu Tower, Master, he possessed the highest cultivation. The Tower Master speculated whether Master He's breakthrough in cultivation had summoned the thunder tribulation. It's not me, this is a pill tribulation. Master, he spoke with extreme haste, his voice trembling with incredulous shock. He was well-traveled and knowledgeable. Such an extraordinary phenomenon could only be triggered by a heaven-grade pill on the verge of being completed. Pills also have tribulations. What do you know? If a pill can successfully withstand the tempering of the tribulation lightning, its grade can undergo a fundamental leap. A leap? Could it be? Exactly, it's the legendary heaven-grade pill. Heaven-grade. In Xuan City, yellow-grade pills are the norm. Profound grade are already treasures. Earth-grade are exceedingly rare, and as for heaven-grade, this old man has never laid eyes on one in his entire life. Who on earth concocted this pill? Such a figure must be some reclusive master. The dark clouds grew denser, gradually forming a massive vortex, its center as black as ink. Deep within the clouds, faint flashes of lightning flickered like silver serpents gliding in and out of sight. Each flash was accompanied by a muffled rumble. Fellow Taoist, why do I feel the tribulation clouds are hovering right above us and not moving? Yes, why does it feel like the tribulation is right over Hongfu Tower? It stopped right above us. Could it be an alchemist in Hongfu Tower concocting pills? The most skilled alchemist in Hongfu Tower, Master, he is right here. What nonsense are you spouting? The Tower Master was the first to snap back to reality, his eyes instantly filled with an incredulous shock. Almost trembling, he abruptly turned his gaze to the corner, toward the cultivator, who was merely at the fourth layer of qi condensation. Could it be him? The surrounding crowd also reacted, one after another, turning in unison to look at the only cultivator still refining pills. Throughout Hongfu Tower, he was the only one currently concocting pills. Yet no one dared to believe it. Could this lad with only a fourth-layer qi condensation cultivation have summoned a tribulation? Master He's sharp gaze also locked firmly onto Li Fu and the floating cauldron before him. His heart shook violently. Qi condensation. Summoning a tribulation. This child. What is his background? Tower Master, do you know who he is? I only know he goes by Yuanmu. Master, he extended his divine sense. Inside the cauldron, the pill was crystalline and translucent, brimming with spiritual energy and already formed. What he was refining was actually a foundation establishment pill. Was this something a fourth-layer qi condensation cultivator could refine? Master, he had been an alchemist for over 180 years, and the first time he refined a foundation establishment pill was when he had reached the great perfection of qi condensation. And even then it was merely a yellow-grade pill. As an alchemist, he knew well the difficulty of refining a foundation establishment pill, let alone a heaven-grade one. Even now, with his foundation establishment great perfection cultivation, he could not refine a heaven-grade foundation establishment pill. He fixed his eyes on Li Fu, who was concocting the pill, and an indescribable sense of shame surged within him. What kind of master was he? Master, he had refined over 1,000 batches of pills, yet not one had ever summoned a tribulation. And here in Xuan City, he was revered. He was unworthy of such reverence. Everyone began speculating about Li Fu's identity. Is there any prominent family with the surname Yuan? I've never heard of one. Yuan Mu, the name sounds too casual. Has anyone seen him before? Everyone shook their heads. Look, the cauldron is reacting. Step back. The cauldron before Li Fu opened on its own. A perfectly round foundation establishment pill, radiant and shimmering, burst forth from the cauldron. At that very moment, the tribulation lightning descended from the sky. A thunderbolt crashed down as thick as a bucket, carrying the force of annihilation, striking the suspended foundation establishment pill. The tribulation was magnificent, like a thunder dragon. Those in Xuan City who were unaware still wondered why thunderclouds had appeared above Hongfu Tower. The gazes of all cultivators in the city converged on the tribulation above the tower. The tribulation seemed intent on smashing that tiny pill to nothing. The suffocating force of destruction terrified everyone present. The crowd had already retreated over 100 zhang away, fearing they might be caught in the calamity. Boom! The tiny foundation establishment pill withstood the tribulation. The astonishing sound resonated from the depths of their souls. If such a strike had landed on them, their souls would surely have been scattered. Lightning exploded, and the earth cracked. What's that smell, eh? So fragrant. It's the pill's aroma. The pill is complete. The dust and smoke cleared. There the foundation establishment pill hovered in midair, gleaming brilliantly. Its luster was even richer. Li Fu stood up and grasped the pill in his hand. The foundation establishment pill was brimming with spiritual energy, its fragrance permeating the air, still warm to the touch. Upon the foundation establishment pill was a single golden pill pattern. A heaven-grade lower-tier foundation establishment pill. Li Fu had not expected to refine a heaven-grade foundation establishment pill. With these ingredients, reaching earth-grade should have been the limit. How could it be heaven-grade? As the thought turned in his mind, he instantly understood. It was the innate pure body. Li Fu possessed the innate pure body, his spiritual energy pure and undefiled. Any pill he refined could have its grade greatly elevated. With his already extraordinary alchemy skills bolstered by the innate pure body, it was inevitable that he could refine a heaven-grade foundation establishment pill. At that moment, the crowd surged forward like a tide. Fellow Taoist Yuan, may this old man borrow this foundation establishment pill for a look. Master He's attitude was humble. Li Fu smiled calmly and placed the foundation establishment pill into Master He's hand. The master took the divine pill almost tremblingly with utmost care. His hands shook uncontrollably and his voice was hoarse, brimming with emotion. This old man has been an alchemist for nearly 200 years. Today I have the fortune to witness a heaven-grade foundation establishment pill and see the pill tribulation descend. It is my utmost honor. The medicinal power is pure, the fragrance assails the nose. This golden pill pattern faintly contains the principles of the Tao of alchemy, formed by nature itself, nearly perfect. Others scrambled to get a look, crowding Li Fu out. Li Fu watched the scene before him, a faint smile curling at the corner of his lips, and patted the all things cauldron in his bosom. Now, a reluctant grumble came from within the all things cauldron. I know. As the words faded, a barely perceptible shadow slipped silently from Li Fu's bosom, fast as lightning, and soundlessly burrowed into the storage ring on Master He's hand. In an instant, the shadow had returned to his bosom. Got it. That fast. You're not kidding me, eh? In the blink of an eye, Miao Kong Kong had succeeded. Li Fu hadn't even seen her figure. You dare doubt the thief saint? No. However, just as Li Fu obtained the treasure, Jiang Chen, who was flying on his sword toward Xuan City, suddenly halted mid-flight, then erupted in fury. Damn it! My opportunity has been stolen. Who is it? His eyes were bloodshot, his killing intent soaring, and the speed of his sword flight instantly skyrocketed to the limit. Meanwhile, Zhou Meng had been preoccupied with heavy thoughts ever since leaving Qinyan Peak. In the vision, Li Fu had clearly regained his lucidity at the end, so why did he still swing that sword? When he was being corroded by demonic qi, he would rather commit suicide than disturb his second junior sister's comprehension of the sword's steel. Why did he act that way at the final moment? Why? Zhou Meng was utterly baffled. Could it be, as his junior sister said, that Li Fu had changed since returning from the extreme abyss? Or was there some hidden secret? Zhou Meng could not figure it out. Standing in the mysterious mechanism pavilion, Zhou Meng stared at the dissipating fortune of Xuan Yi Sect, her heart burning with anxiety. Calculating the time, Li Fu had only 2 days left to live. Since his junior sister was unwilling to help, he had to rely on himself. Zhou Meng looked at a game of chess laid out before her. This was a gift from Li Fu. She picked up a black chess piece and summoned the mysterious mechanism mirror. Heaven clear, earth bright, sun and moon distinct. Mysterious mechanism guide track from afar. With essence blood as guide and black chess as medium. Place the piece to form an image, point the way without a trace. Before Zhou Meng, the profound mechanism mirror hovered and blazed with radiant light as a drop of refined blood sank into its surface. The mirror, as if receiving a command, forged a subtle arcane connection with the black chess piece. The black chess piece and the profound mechanism mirror trembled faintly. Guided by an unseen force, their vibrations synchronized perfectly. Seeing this, Zhou Ming swiftly formed hand seals and retracted both the black piece and the mirror. The black chess piece hovered above her left palm. The profound mechanism mirror hovered above her right. Finally, Zhou Ming channeled her own lifespan energy, drawing the two artifacts slowly and deliberately toward one another. As the black piece neared the mirror, its trembling intensified sharply. Profound mechanism art, reveal the path now. No sooner had Zhou Ming spoken than the black piece began whirling around the mirror at blinding speed. Moments later, the black piece descended onto the chessboard. The profound mechanism mirror pointed unerringly toward a single direction. Zhou Ming's face paled. Though the mirror had granted guidance, it revealed no precise coordinates, only bearing. Zhou Ming withdrew the profound mechanism mirror and likewise stored Li Fu's gifted chess piece within her spatial ring. In the next instant, she shot forth from the profound mechanism pavilion, racing directly along the path the mirror had indicated. Hongfu Lodge. Crowds still gathered around Li Fu's newly refined celestial rank foundation establishment pill. Truly worthy of its celestial rank title, the pill's resonance is extraordinary. Its potency is immaculate, its residual toxins nearly non-existent. So this is what a celestial rank pill feels like. Never imagined I'd live to witness the birth of a celestial rank pill. What a revelation. Astounding. With this pill, breaking through to foundation establishment would be effortless. Success isn't guaranteed, but the odds of success would rise dramatically. All eyes burned with fervent intensity upon that freshly forged foundation establishment pill. At that moment, Master, he stepped forward from the crowd. Young Master Yuan, would you consider parting with this foundation establishment pill for Hongfu Lodge? I offer 100,000 low-grade spirit stones in exchange. At his words, cultivators present could no longer contain themselves. Bids erupted instantly. 110,000. 120,000. 150,000. 170,000. The crowd erupted into feverish chaos. Hongfu Lodge had transformed in an instant into an impromptu auction hall. The appearance of a celestial rank foundation establishment pill ignited hope among countless cultivators. Stalled at the peak of chi refinement, their hearts raced with restless anticipation. Ordinary pills possessed mediocre efficacy and required prolonged refinement to purge residual toxins. Should foundation establishment succeed, all was well, but failure meant squandering precious time and energy for naught. Countless hours and energies wasted. Most cultivators in Shuiyun City bore mediocre spiritual roots and lacked cultivation talent. Unaffiliated, uninitiated, without sect or lineage. Many would spend their entire lives unable to achieve foundation establishment. This celestial rank foundation establishment pill kindled a sliver of hope. On the path of cultivation, every soul yearned to ascend, to rise higher. Advancement in realm did not merely augment strength. It vastly extended one's lifespan. A mortal's life spanned roughly 80 years. Upon entering chi refinement, longevity stretched to approximately 120 years. Once foundation establishment was achieved, life expectancy surged to 2 centuries. At the Golden Core realm, 5 centuries could be claimed. Who does not crave immortality? Can any resist such an allure? Even if hope remained slender, cultivators would stake everything on a single chance, let alone a celestial rank treasure lying so tantalizingly near. Within Hongfu Lodge, cultivators were willing to spend fortunes on this celestial rank foundation establishment pill. 30,000. I'll buy it. 30,000. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. Who dared utter such a staggering sum? All turned toward the voice's origin, to find Chang Hongyi, second young master of the Chang family, accompanied by Elder Nya. Li Fu inwardly mused, what uncanny coincidence. Parted only moments ago, yet reunited so swiftly. Yet having altered his appearance and aura completely, he remained utterly unrecognizable to them. Moreover, Hongfu Lodge would appoint you honorary alchemist, with full access to all cultivation resources. Alchemists were exceedingly rare, especially among unaffiliated cultivators who devoted nearly all their effort to personal cultivation and advancement. Few cultivators willingly dedicated vast time and energy to mastering alchemy, particularly those of modest talent who simply lacked the capacity to spare either. To refine a celestial rank pill was a feat unparalleled in the world. Securing such a talent would resolve Hongfu Lodge's deepest crisis. Upon hearing Chang Hongyi's proposal, most cultivators abandoned all hope of acquisition. Leaving aside whether they could even muster 30,000 spirit stones, such an honorary title alone was worth a king's ransom, granting privileged access to Hongfu Lodge's cultivation resources. In these times, cultivation resources were scarcer than ever. Greetings, young master, said both the lodge's proprietor and Master He. Chang Hongyi smiled warmly and approached Li Fu directly, his manner humble and sincerity palpable. It grows too clamorous here. Might young Master Yuan grant me a private word? Li Fu nodded and followed Chang Hongyi and his entourage upstairs to an elegant private chamber. Observing this, the crowd understood at once. The Celestial Rank Foundation establishment pill was beyond their reach. A server brought tea. Chang Hongyi cut straight to the point. May I inquire, where did young Master Yuan receive your instruction? Are you affiliated with any sect? Unaffiliated, merely a wandering cultivator. Hongfu Lodge belongs to my family. We thirst for talent. If young Master Yuan bears us no ill will, would you consider becoming our honorary alchemist? You need not concern yourself with any administrative duties. Your sole responsibility is cultivation, and you shall enjoy unfettered access to all of Hongfu Lodge's resources. Should you have spare time, refining a few batches of pills for us would suffice. Beyond that, you remain entirely free. Li Fu remained silent. Truth be told, Chang Hongyi's offer was profoundly tempting under his current circumstances. The path of recultivation was arduous, and scarcity of resources remained its greatest impediment. Yet since leaving Xuan Yi Sect, and having witnessed Jiang Chen's methods across 3,000 years of dream realm cultivation, a profound sense of peril had never left him. He sensed dimly but inexorably that Jiang Chen would seek him out eventually, whether as Yuan Mu or Fang Mu. Li Fu wished to entangle himself with no faction whatsoever. Joining them might ultimately doom them. I'm sorry, I have no such intention for now. His refusal struck Chang Hongyi with palpable disappointment. First Fang Mu had declined his overture, now Yuan Mu had done the same. Chang Hongyi began to wonder, was he fated to clash with anyone whose name contained the character Mu? Master He watched Chang Hongyi's dejection closely. Slowly he spoke. Young Master Yuan, please forgive this old man's candor. I serve as Hongfu Lodge's alchemist, yet I have not lit the furnace in half a year. Li Fu already knew precisely what Master He would say next. Before Master He could continue, Li Fu interjected, I understand. You've been poisoned by ice toad venom. The toxin has infiltrated your dantian, corrupting your spiritual energy. What? How? How do you know we're poisoned? Both Master He and Elder Nye paled visibly. Only a handful within the Chang family knew of their poisoning. How could Yuan Mu possibly know? When the Foundation establishment pill underwent its tribulation, lightning, you channeled qi to repel its residual shockwaves, and your spiritual energy exuded a faint chilling aura. That was when I discerned the ice toad venom. This elder suffers the same affliction. Though he suppresses it fiercely, the cold has already invaded his lungs and viscera. His breath carries faint frost. Indeed, his condition is far graver than yours. Li Fu possessed the immaculate sacred body. Our refining the pill had not only elevated its rank, but also heightened his perception of spiritual energy to extraordinary levels. Neither elder's condition held any secret from him. Li Fu spoke casually, but inside Master He and Elder Nye were shaken to their cores. Their glances met, each reflecting stunned disbelief. Both stood at the pinnacle of Foundation establishment cultivation, yet they had just been seen through effortlessly by a mere Qi refinement 4th layer youth. Was he truly only a Qi refinement 4th layer? In truth, Li Fu had discerned Elder Nye's physical condition during their very first encounter. He could not continuously channel spiritual energy, and every time he drew his sword, it would trigger violent coughing fits. This was precisely why Elder Nye rarely made a move. Fellow Taoist Yuan has keen eyesight. Indeed, as you surmised, we too ventured into the territory of an ice toad while searching for the medicinal herbs needed to refine the dustfall pill. Though we barely escaped with our lives, the cold poison invaded our bodies, preventing us from sustaining spiritual energy for long. Our cultivation has stagnated. Elder Nye paused, letting out a cough. Beyond Foundation establishment lay the golden core stage. The dustfall pill could increase the chances of forming a golden core and stabilize its quality, making it a crucial auxiliary pill for Foundation establishment cultivators striving to break through to the golden core stage. The ice toad's cold poison is highly potent and sticky. Over these 6 months, I have consulted countless ancient texts and formulas, yet I have found no method to completely purge it. I can only suppress it with all my might to prevent its spread. Grandmaster, he sighed, his expression despondent as he shook his head helplessly. It was precisely because Grandmaster he could no longer refine pills that Chang Hongyi had gone elsewhere to procure Foundation establishment pills. I can refine the antidote for you too, Li Fu said slowly. What? You can refine an antidote pill? Fellow Taoist Yuan, are you telling the truth? Hope rekindled in their blazing gazes. In the past, such a claim from a junior at the 4th layer of Qi refinement would have been met with scorn. But having witnessed him refine a heaven-grade Foundation establishment pill, they harbored no doubt, only anticipation. Chang Hongyi sprang to his feet in excitement upon hearing this. Fellow Taoist Yuan, if you can truly refine an antidote for the ice toad's cold poison, anything within the Hongfu Pavilion that catches your eye is yours for the taking. In truth, Li Fu had already taken the items, though they remained unaware. At Li Fu's signal, Miao Kong Kong had pilfered an object from Grandmaster He. Having taken his possession, refining the antidote for him served as compensation. To the Chang family, Elder Nye and Grandmaster He were figures of immense importance. If these two great perfection foundation establishment cultivators could purge the cold poison, they might yet break through to the golden core stage in time. Wherever one went, a golden core cultivator commanded respect. Should that happen, the Chang family's influence in Shuiyun City would ascend to new heights. Li Fu approached the desk, picked up a wolf hair brush, and wrote out a formula. Please prepare these herbs. Grandmaster He took the formula and glanced at it. Blazing sun grass, trifoliate green. Is this the formula for the ice toad cold poison antidote? Grandmaster He stared at the formula now like a humble student eager to learn. Li Fu nodded. Indeed. In the Xuan Yi Sect, Li Fu had been deeply fascinated by the art of alchemy, given that the Xuan Yi Sect was then a minor unranked sect struggling with a shortage of pills. Li Fu had once honed his alchemy skills, tirelessly committing countless formulas to memory. Naturally, he knew the method to counter the ice toad's cold poison. The pavilion master took the formula and personally descended the stairs to prepare the ingredients. May I ask what fellow Taoist Yuan requires? The Chang family will spare no effort to fulfill your wishes. Chang Hongyi then retrieved a pouch of spirit stones from his ring. Here are 2 million spirit stones. Please accept them, fellow Taoist Yuan. Young Master Chang, are you not afraid I might abscond with the money? Would someone capable of refining a heaven-grade foundation establishment pill run off for 2 million spirit stones? Chang Hongyi retorted. Li Fu smiled. He had intended to decline, having already obtained what he wanted, but then something came to mind. Li Fu accepted the spirit stones and wrote down several herbs. Very well, I'll take them. By the way, could I trouble Grandmaster He to prepare a few more spiritual herbs? In return, I can refine another foundation establishment pill for you, though I cannot guarantee its heaven-grade quality. Li Fu quickly jotted down several herbs. Grandmaster He frowned at the list. These are herbs for calming the spirit and nourishing the soul. Has fellow Taoist Yuan suffered damage to his divine sense? Li Fu did not answer. Of course. Chang Hongyi hastily pulled Grandmaster He aside before he could press further. Grandmaster He, please take the trouble to prepare these for fellow Taoist Yuan yourself, and also set aside extra herbs for the foundation establishment pill. Grandmaster He understood immediately. Delving into personal secrets was indeed improper. Realizing his indiscretion, Grandmaster He nodded apologetically and headed downstairs to prepare the herbs. Before long, everything was ready. I will return to the Hongfu Pavilion in 2 days. With that, Li Fu collected the herbs and departed. As he stepped out of the building, a figure approached from the opposite direction. Li Fu's expression tightened. The newcomer, clad in white, was none other than Jiang Chen. He had come just as expected. They met face to face, exchanging a single glance before parting. Li Fu wore the ghost face of the netherworld, which altered his appearance and aura, so Jiang Chen did not recognize him. Jiang Chen's face was ashen as he strode into the Hongfu Pavilion. Li Fu maintained a calm demeanor and swiftly left the area. He knew the purpose of Jiang Chen's visit, though he wondered why the man looked so displeased. Could it be that he had discovered the item was missing? Impossible. Barely a quarter of an hour had passed since it came into his possession, and Miao Kongkong's theft had been so seamless that even Li Fu, who had watched the entire process, failed to discern how it was done. But then Li Fu thought of the mysterious system Jiang Chen possessed, and unease crept into his heart. In the grand dream of 3,000 years, whenever the word system left Jiang Chen's lips, he inevitably found what he sought. What exactly was this system? Li Fu could not fathom it. Leaving the Hongfu Pavilion, he passed a tavern and remembered Wu Shishua waiting at home. Li Fu entered the tavern, bought some food, and packed it to take back. After Li Fu departed, Jiang Chen stepped into the Hongfu Pavilion. Is Grandmaster He here? Jiang Chen's voice rang out within the Hongfu Pavilion. Who do you think you are? The shop assistant barked. How dare anyone shout in the Hongfu Pavilion, treating it like some common establishment? But upon seeing the robes Jiang Chen wore, the assistant fell silent. Jiang Chen was clad in the Taoist robe of the Xuan Yi Sect. The name of the Xuan Yi Sect thundered in their ears. I never expected an honored one from the Xuan Yi Sect to grace us. They'll summon Grandmaster He at once, the assistant fawned. No need to call, I am here. Grandmaster He descended the stairs alongside Chang Hongyi and Elder Nye. Seeing it was someone from the Xuan Yi Sect, Grandmaster, he spoke respectfully. May I ask what business the Xuan Yi Sect has with this old man? Half a year ago, did you acquire a brown alchemy furnace? Jiang Chen cut straight to the point. Half a year ago. A brown furnace. Grandmaster He frowned, repeating the words as his mind drifted back 6 months. Back then, while searching for ingredients for the dustfall pill, he and Elder Nye had blundered into the ice toad's territory. Fleeing for their lives, they stumbled into an abandoned cave where indeed there was a brown alchemy furnace. I believe there was such a thing. Where is the furnace now? Jiang Chen asked urgently. It's with me, Grandmaster, he replied. Produce it. Jiang Chen's face was impassive, his tone icy. Not daring to offend a member of the Xuan Yi Sect Grandmaster, he prepared to retrieve the furnace from his spatial ring. But as his divine sense probed the ring Grandmaster, he was stunned. Where was the furnace? How could such a large cauldron simply vanish? Having barely escaped with his life half a year ago, Grandmaster, he was afflicted with the cold poison and unable to refine pills. He had left the furnace idle in his spatial ring ever since, never taking it out again. He distinctly remembered it being there. How could it be gone? Jiang Chen read the shock on Grandmaster He's face. The furnace is gone. When did it go missing? Jiang Chen's face was as cold as frost. Master, he was momentarily at a loss for words. How could he possibly recall when it had disappeared? The alchemy furnace had been left idle in his spatial ring, and Master, he had paid it no further heed. Had this man not arrived today, Master, he might never have noticed its loss. I can't remember. Master, his expression turned troubled. This didn't make sense. A spatial ring contained the laws of space. Even a tribulation transcendence grand cultivator with heaven-defying power could not silently bypass its master and take something from within unless they had bonded with it through blood. Could the furnace have sprouted legs and run away on its own? The thought was utterly absurd. Even so, he should have sensed something. What was really going on? Master, his scalp crawled with dread. A chill crept up his spine. Chang Hongyi, an elder, Niam, meanwhile trembled on the sidelines. Could that furnace belong to the man from Xuan Yi Sect? If so, weren't they doomed? They had no idea what that brown furnace truly was. If it were a treasure, their little Hongfu Tower could never withstand the wrath of Xuan Yi Sect. You don't even know when it was lost, Jiang Chen said, releasing a surge of immense energy from his body. The three of them staggered backward in unison. Please, Celestial One, calm your fury. If you could tell us the value of this furnace, Hongfu Tower will compensate you double. Chang Hongyi steadied himself and cupped his fists in apology. The man before them appeared young, but his aura was unfathomably deep and his cultivation level beyond imagination. If today's matter could not be resolved properly, disaster would surely befall them. Compensate? Can you even afford it? Even the entire water cloud city would not be enough to make amends. Jiang Chen's words were ice cold as he vanished from the spot. Jiang Chen had already known the answer. He had come hoping to find some trace or clue. But faced with such a fool who was oblivious even to the theft, how could he expect to extract any useful information? The three stood stunned, as motionless as clay statues. The entire water cloud city. What in the world was that furnace? Could it truly be so precious? Why had Master, he with all his discernment, initially thought it was merely a low-grade yellow-tier artifact? He distinctly remembered it being only that, and when he saw it displayed in the cave, he had even hesitated before taking it. After taking it, Master, he could not even be bothered to take it out for a glance. Yet he never imagined that furnace would attract the attention of Xuan Yi Sect. Jiang Chen's departure made the three heave a long sigh of relief. He just left like that, without demanding any compensation. Xuan Yi Sect. Quite magnanimous after all. In another corner of Water Cloud City, Li Fu returned to the green bamboo courtyard and removed the nether ghost mask. In the courtyard, Wu Shixue sat on a stone stool, her cheeks cupped in her hands, lost in a daze. Seeing Li Fu enter, Wu Shixue complained weakly, "Why did you take so long? I'm starving to death. After you left, I listened to you and didn't dare go out. This big place has nothing to eat. Do you know how I've spent this day?" As she grumbled, her stomach betrayed her with a loud growl. Li Fu silently took several dishes from his spatial ring. Had to handle some matters that took a while. Wu Shixue, seeing the table laden with a feast, forgot her complaints. She began to eat without any regard for manners. So delicious. Even this little water cloud city has such amazing food. Wu Shixue devoured the meal like a whirlwind, and in moments most of the dishes were gone. Li Fu watched in astonishment. Was she really the princess of Great Wu? How could she eat so much? How could such a small stomach hold all that? Wu Shixue let out a satisfied burp. I received a transmission from my elder sister. She might come to take me away in a couple of days. That's good. You've been out for a while, it's time to go back, Li Fu said calmly. I finally got out, and I don't want to go back yet. I haven't even met Senior Li Fu. Wu Shixue said regretfully. Who do you want to meet? Li Fu thought he had misheard and asked. You wouldn't know him anyway, Wu Shixue pouted, but her eyes suddenly lit up with reverence. Have you heard of Li Fu of Xuan Yi Sect? He's the prodigy who 800 years ago ventured alone into the abyss for his sect. I heard he's already returned to the sect. Wu Zixu's eyes were full of admiration. What do you want from him? To become his disciple, of course. Become his disciple. But do you know? He has long lost all his cultivation, and will never be able to cultivate again. Impossible. What nonsense are you talking? Wu Shishua shot to her feet, her small face flushed with anger as she glared at Li Fu. How could someone as brilliant as him lose all his cultivation? She had no idea that the person she so desperately sought was sitting right before her. Li Fu too had not expected that anyone in this world still held such thoughts and reverence for him. Believe it or not, Li Fu said indifferently. Even if what you say is true, can't the sacred Xuan Yi Sect cure him? Wu Shishue retorted anxiously. Hearing these words, Li Fu fell silent for a moment. Memories of the agonizing days after his return from the abyss quietly surfaced in his mind. After a long silence, he rose and walked into his room, leaving only faint words behind. Don't go to Xuan Yi Sect. And don't seek him anymore. Go home early. Wu Shishue stared blankly at Feng Mu's retreating figure, feeling dazed. That silhouette seemed to faintly overlap with the figure in the ancient painting she treasured in her boudoir. In her boudoir hung a portrait of Li Fu from 800 years ago. In the painting, Li Fu stood atop a palace, sword in hand, his robes billowing, his spirit soaring, as if he could trample heaven and earth beneath his feet. The youth stood tall and straight like the sword in his hand, his brows and eyes brimming with battle intent. Only 2 words escaped his lips. Come fight. Wu Shishue had come across this painting by chance and was instantly captivated by its peerless grace. After learning of the man's deeds from her imperial grandfather, Wu Zixu's admiration for him knew no bounds. Knowing Li Fu was a disciple of Xuan Yi Sect, she sneaked out of the palace against all odds, determined to become his disciple. Unfortunately, she encountered villains on the road and never even saw the gates of Xuan Yi Sect. Had it not been for Feng Mu, she would surely have met with misfortune. The outside world was so treacherous, it made her heart tremble. Was what Feng Mu said true? How could Li Fu have lost all his cultivation? He was the one who had defeated her imperial grandfather. In Wu Zixu's eyes, her grandfather was like a god. To defeat him, wouldn't one be higher than heaven itself? How could such a man lose all his cultivation? Wu Shishue refused to believe it. But how did Feng Mu know? Back in his room, Li Fu set up a formation and took out the myriad things cauldron. Thief Saint, where's the item? Miao Kong Kong jumped out of the cauldron in a huff, and a half-tall brown furnace crashed onto the floor of the room. What kind of junk is this that required me to act personally? Miao Kong Kong refused to even look at it. I, the esteemed Thief Saint, was sent to steal this piece of trash. A low-grade yellow-tier artifact. This is a treasure. If word gets out that the Thief Saint stole something like this, how am I supposed to keep my reputation? Don't I have any face to save? Li Fu watched Miao Kong Kong vent his frustration in silence without a word. He walked calmly to the furnace. Opening it, he tapped it a few times. Miao Kong Kong exclaimed in surprise. Hey, there are restrictions on this furnace. I misjudged it, I didn't even notice. The restrictions were complex and well hidden beyond Li Fu's current cultivation to detect. Had it not been for the dream of 3,000 years in which he had witnessed Jiang Chen's technique for dispelling restrictions, Li Fu would not have known how to remove them. With the first restriction lifted, the furnace revealed its hidden contents. It was a pagoda-shaped object of a mysterious yellow hue. Miao Kong Kong spoke again. This thing looks a bit familiar. After the time it takes to burn an incense stick, the second restriction was lifted. The aura of the mysterious yellow pagoda-shaped object emerged. This aura, it's quite strong. Miao Kong Kong continued to watch Li Fu remove the restrictions. Another incense stick's time passed. Finally, all 3 layers of restrictions were lifted. Li Fu was drenched in sweat. These restrictions had hidden the pagoda so well that only those with heaven-reaching cultivation could detect it. Indeed, it was thanks to Jiang Chen. Otherwise, even if Li Fu knew something was inside, he could never have unlocked the restrictions. Li Fu retrieved the pagoda. Seeing its full form, Miao Kong Kong's small eyes widened into perfect circles filled with disbelief and shock. This is the primordial heaven and earth pagoda. The supreme beginning heaven and earth pagoda emerged, exuding an ancient, profound aura. Miao Kong Kong was stunned. Kid, you're incredibly lucky. Even the supreme beginning heaven and earth pagoda could be found by you. This thing has vanished for ages, better at hiding than me. I thought it was destroyed. Who would have guessed it was hidden in that unremarkable alchemy furnace? Even I, the esteemed Thief Saint, overlooked it. You've got sharp eyes, kid. As Miao Kong Kong rambled on, Li Fu paid no heed, directly squeezing out a drop of blood essence and letting it fall onto the pagoda. As the blood essence merged with the pagoda, Li Fu willed himself and instantly entered the supreme beginning heaven and earth pagoda. You brat, take me with you. Miao Kong Kong shouted in frustration outside. Using me and tossing me aside. The Thief Saint is angry. Before he could finish, an invisible force swept him into the pagoda. Wow. Such dense spiritual energy. Upon entering, the rich qi invigorated Miao Kong Kong, and he curiously looked around. The flow of time here differs from the outside. With my strength, I can only access the first 3 layers. I know. 10 days in the first layer equal 1 day outside. The second layer's soil is extraordinary for growing spirit herbs. The third layer has its own earth fire perfect for alchemy and artifact forging. Miao Kong Kong exclaimed, looking around excitedly. Indeed it was as he said. The time flow of the first layer was exactly what Li Fu needed. Starting from scratch, time was his scarcest resource. 10 days inside for a single day outside. Strangely, while inside, he felt no anomaly in the passage of time. Entering the second layer, he saw a thick layer of dark, fertile Shirong soil beneath his feet, exuding a warm, rich life force. This soil would nurture spirit herbs with abundant qi and potent properties. Combined with the pagoda's time acceleration, their maturation cycle would be greatly shortened. The only drawback was the empty expanse before him, not a single spirit herb. He would need to search for seeds or seedlings to plant in the future. Arriving at the third layer, a scorching heat surged forward. A blazing, majestic earth fire burned at the center, leaping with azure flames, its heat waves distorting the view. This earth fire truly lived up to its reputation, containing pure elemental power. Using it for alchemy or forging would not only double efficiency, but also elevate the quality of the final product. Li Fu calculated his immaculate saint body could already refine pills to the heaven-grade lower tier. With this divine fire's aid, reaching the heaven-grade middle or even upper tier was no longer a distant dream. Not bad, not bad. The environment here is truly wonderful. I quite like it. Miao Kong Kong praised incessantly. It was more than just not bad, it was perfect. Li Fu was eager to begin cultivation. Breaking through to the 5th or even 6th layer of qi refining within 20 days should be feasible. He returned to the first layer to prepare for meditation. A clear, childish voice suddenly rang out. Who are you? Li Fu and Miao Kong Kong were startled and looked toward the source. In the first layer stood a chubby, adorable little girl fair as jade. Her round cheeks were rosy and her large eyes like clear springs blinked with innocent confusion. That pure, pristine voice instantly softened half of Li Fu's heart. Miao Kong Kong was even more exaggerated, staring wide-eyed, almost drooling. I am the master of the supreme beginning heaven and earth pagoda. My name is Li Fu. What's yours? Master. The little girl tilted her head as if not understanding the concept. What is a master? Her round eyes held only innocent bewilderment. Miao Kong Kong zipped over. In Miao Kong Kong. You must be the artifact spirit of the supreme beginning heaven and earth pagoda. What's an artifact spirit? I don't understand what you're saying. Are you bad people? It seemed the artifact spirit had only recently been born with limited intelligence. We're not bad. I'm good. No, I'm a good artifact spirit. Miao Kong Kong pointed at Li Fu. He's bonded with the pagoda with his blood. From now on, he's your master. The little girl blinked her big eyes at Li Fu and said, You feel so kind. I like you. Li Fu smiled at her words. The little girl was utterly adorable. What about me? What about me? Miao Kong Kong looked at her expectantly. I don't know, she answered honestly. What's your name? I don't have one. Would you like a name? Li Fu asked. Li Fu thought that since the pagoda had birthed an artifact spirit, they would be together often. It would be good to give her a name, or else he wouldn't know how to address her. A name? Yes, I want one. The little girl nodded earnestly. Thief saint, who gave you your name, Miao Kong Kong? Li Fu asked curiously. I named myself from Miao Shou Kong Kong's skillful hands, empty pockets. How does it sound? Miao Kong Kong said proudly. He loved his name just as he loved his thieving skills. It's nice, Li Fu said. Do you have any favorite names? The little girl fell into thought. I don't have any. Let me name you. I'm great at naming. Miao Kong Kong eagerly pushed forward. He stroked his chin, pondered for a moment, then slapped his thigh. Since you are the artifact spirit of the supreme, beginning heaven and earth pagoda, how about Qianquan heaven and earth? And for a surname you can take mine, Miao. Miao Qianquan. How about that? Grand and catchy. Li Fu grabbed Miao Kong Kong and yanked him aside. Go sit over there. Naming a little girl Qianquan and giving her his surname. What was he thinking? The little girl shook her head firmly. That doesn't sound good. I don't like it. How about Miao Taichu? That's nice too. Miao Kong Kong persisted. Li Fu yanked him aside again. You call that good naming? You are just using the pagoda's name directly. Supreme beginning heaven and earth, all 4 characters. Next will it be Miao Pagoda? Miao Kong Kong exclaimed in surprise. How did you know? Go over there and stay put. Li Fu, exasperated, blocked him behind him, keeping Miao Kong Kong away from the little girl. Then you name her. Let's see what you come up with. Miao Kong Kong grumbled, pouting with arms crossed. Such wonderful names, majestic and grand. Especially Miao Qianquan, oozing with authority. It would be so impressive to say. Li Fu wasn't great at naming either. After thinking, he said, We met today for the first time, and it's Jingzhe, awakening of insects. How about calling you Jingzhe? Spring thunder stirs, awakening hibernation, all things revive and sprout. Jingzhe. The little girl repeated the name. Miao Kong Kong scoffed. Could it be better than Miao Qianquan? Not imposing at all. Can he even name? Would the little girl like that name? I like this name. From now on, it'll be called Jingzhe. The little girl broke into a sweet, happy smile. Miao Kong looked utterly disappointed. That's it. Jingzhe. What a terrible name, not imposing at all. Miao Qiankuan sounds so much better. If you ever find a name you like, you can change it anytime. No, I like this name. Jingzhe. I have a name now. Hello, Miao Kong, I'm Jingzhe. The little girl walked up to the disappointed Miao Kong and greeted him happily. Miao Kong forced a smile and replied, hello, Jingzhe. Not having his chosen name adopted, he couldn't cheer up. The little girl was immersed in the joy of her new name, completely oblivious to Miao Kong's disappointment. Li Fu stopped paying attention to the two artifact spirits. He had to start cultivating. Currently at the 4th layer of Qi, refining his strength was too low. He needed to improve as soon as possible. With the supreme beginning heaven and earth pagoda, he naturally had to make full use of it. Li Fu sat cross-legged, absorbing the spiritual energy of the world. Seeing Li Fu enter a meditative state, Miao Kong refrained from disturbing him and went to another area with Jingzhe to chat. Li Fu possessed the innate saint physique, and the commotion he caused while absorbing spiritual energy was far too extraordinary. Ever since he discovered the unusual phenomena during his cultivation, he dared not practice openly anymore. Ultimately, his cultivation was still shallow, and such a disturbance would inevitably attract the scrutiny of those with ulterior motives. If someone were to uncover his secret of bearing the legendary innate saint physique, it would likely draw the covetous eyes of formidable experts, even to the point of attempting to seize his body. Having traveled the world for years, Li Fu had witnessed countless brutal scenes of people killing each other over treasures. He knew well that the abyss has a bottom, but the human heart is unfathomable. Fortunately, he was inside the primordial heaven and earth pagoda, which isolated all external auras. Cultivating within the pagoda was ideal. At this moment, outside the city, on an empty patch of ground, Jiang Chen, returning empty-handed, was furious. System, he growled into the void, demanding, find out who stole the primordial heaven and earth pagoda. After a moment of silence, receiving the system's feedback that it could not identify the thief, Jiang Chen grew even more enraged. Useless. What good are you? Can't even handle such a trivial matter. Can't find out, and the updates aren't even timely. Useless. Jiang Chen, devoid of any trace of his usual gentle demeanor, roared impotently at the void, venting his fury. Over the years, relying on the system's advantages, his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. His momentum had already surpassed that of Li Fu, the former prodigy of Xuan Yi Sect. Yet Jiang Chen was not satisfied. He aimed to climb higher and soar farther. But these days he felt an inexplicable force targeting him. To silently retrieve something from a spatial ring was no feat for an unknown nobody. Had he caught the attention of some great figure? At this thought, a flicker of panic crossed Jiang Chen's face. If so, he was in deep trouble. With so many secrets on him, the consequences would be dire if he were targeted. He had to strengthen his power as soon as possible. He was already at the peak of the golden core stage, just one step away from the nascent soul stage. Failing to retrieve the primordial heaven and earth pagoda served as a stark warning. In a world where strength reigns supreme, relying entirely on the system was insufficient. Personal cultivation remained paramount. Can't you update in time? You've cost me a supreme treasure. After venting his grievances, Jiang Chen decided to return to the sect immediately for seclusion. Just as he was about to move, he caught a glimpse of a graceful figure streaking across the sky. Senior sister Zhou Ming. Zhou Ming, flying on her sword, also sensed Jiang Chen. She landed before him and asked Jiang Chen, "What are you doing here?" Jiang Chen instantly resumed his refined demeanor. Reporting to senior sister, I came to Water Cloud City on business to procure some herbs. Zhou Ming furrowed her delicate brows. What rare herbs could Water Cloud City have that our Xuan Yi Sect lacks? Even if procurement were necessary, why would the sect leader's personal disciple need to come personally? In Xuan Yi Sect, if Jiang Chen asked, countless people would vie to serve him. Zhou Ming was skeptical of his words. I am on the verge of breaking through. The herbs needed for the infant transformation pill within the sect were ruined by senior brother Li Fu. In desperation, I had to search for them myself, Jiang Chen replied calmly and fluently. Zhou Ming's expression remained cold and unmoved. Rumors in the sect claimed Li Fu, out of jealousy, used poison to destroy Jiang Chen's herbs for the pill. Yet Zhou Ming refused to believe it. Given Li Fu's character, he would never stoop to such despicable acts. Did you witness Li Fu damaging the herb field yourself? Zhou Ming demanded. Jiang Chen shook his head. I didn't see it myself, but a poison bottle was found in senior brother Li Fu's quarters. Additionally, some disciples saw him poisoning the herbs. If senior sister doubts me, you may investigate personally. Zhou Ming replied expressionlessly. Junior brother is upright and honorable. He would never do such a thing. I will investigate the poisoning myself. This matter is not yet settled, so do not spread rumors. With that, she flew away on her sword. Watching Zhou Ming's retreating figure, Jiang Chen's gaze turned sinister. Throughout the sect, only Zhou Ming still called Li Fu junior brother. In her heart, only Li Fu was her true junior brother. Despite all his efforts, Jiang Chen could never earn the senior sister's regard. Jiang Chen could not fathom Zhou Ming. The other senior sisters were kind to him, even obedient, but Zhou Ming would not even look him in the eye. This frustrated the proud Jiang Chen deeply. Was it because of her cultivation of the mystic art, or were they truly bound by sibling affection? Jiang Chen dismissed the thought and flew back to the sect on his sword. Zhou Ming had never held a good impression of Jiang Chen. Though everyone in the sect, from the sect leader to the outer disciples, praised him, she could not warm to him. Her instinct from their first meeting made her keep her distance. Her mystic mirror could perceive the essence of all things in the world, yet it failed to see through two people. One was Li Fu, who had returned from the extreme abyss, and the other was Jiang Chen. Li Fu possessed immense fortune, so the mirror's inability to probe him was understandable. But Jiang Chen lacked such fortune, yet the mirror still could not see through him. He seemed shrouded in black mist, impossible to gaze upon or fathom. Mysterious and unfathomable. Zhou Ming speculated that some great figure had used extraordinary means to shield Jiang Chen from celestial insight. Uncertain of whom, she had deliberately kept her distance over the years. Even when Jiang Chen visited repeatedly, Zhou Ming always refused to see him. She disliked the aura he carried. Moreover, his humility and gentleness over the years seemed almost flawless, devoid of any weakness or even a hint of temper. Zhou Ming did not believe such perfection existed in the world unless he was a sage. If not a sage, then he must be deeply calculating and deliberately disguised. What he was hiding, Zhou Ming did not know and could not uncover. Yet she believed that a fox would eventually show its tail. But the priority now was to find Li Fu. 5 days had passed since he left Xuan Yi Sect. Only 2 days remained. Zhou Ming entered Water Cloud City. The mystic mirror offered no further guidance here. Was Li Fu in Water Cloud City? Without further thought, she began her search. Li Fu was blessed with fortune, making him untraceable by the mystic mirror, and Water Cloud City was vast, teeming with all sorts of people. Finding him alone would be difficult. Yet Zhou Ming did not lose heart. Concerned for the sect and Li Fu's safety, she was determined to find him and bring him back. Meanwhile, Li Fu, cultivating inside the primordial heaven and earth pagoda, had no idea Zhou Ming was searching for him in the city. He only wanted to enhance his strength as quickly as possible. However, a sharp pain suddenly struck his mind during cultivation. The soul wound had flared up. This was the first time it had struck since leaving Xuan Yi Sect. Li Fu collapsed to the ground, howling in agony. The pain pierced his very soul. If he could not endure it, he would fall into the dire state of qi deviation. Jingzhe watched Li Fu writhing in pain, her heart aching. "What's wrong with him?" she asked anxiously. "Demonic energy has invaded his soul, damaging his spirit. It's flaring up now." Miao Kong replied, unfazed. "Why is this happening?" "It's an after effect of the extreme abyss, a chronic issue." "Will he be okay?" "Probably. He's endured it hundreds of times. He's in so much pain. Can you help him?" Jingzhe tugged at Miao Kong's sleeve. Miao Kong spread his hands helplessly. Soul wounds could only be healed by the sufferer himself. "What can I do? How can I help him?" Jingzhe was on the verge of tears. Not disturbing him is the best help you can give. Having witnessed such scenes countless times, Miao Kong had long grown accustomed to them. Jingzhe felt utterly helpless, her eyes reddening. Li Fu's soul had been wounded for a long time. Unable to bear the sight, Jingzhe quietly turned her back. Finally, after a heavy bout of gasping, Li Fu recovered. "How are you feeling?" Jingzhe quickly stepped forward to wipe the sweat from his brow. Her movements were gentle and caring, like a warm, close-fitting garment. "Much better." Li Fu took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. This time the episode seemed to have lasted a little longer. It appeared he must resolve the issue of demonic qi invasion as soon as possible. If this continued, he would eventually be unable to hold on. The pure sacred body could reshape meridians and the dantian, but it could not expel demonic qi. That single strand of demonic qi caused Li Fu, who was only at the qi refining stage, immense suffering. Methods to eliminate demonic qi existed, but they were beyond Li Fu's current cultivation level. For instance, the supremely young heavenly thunder. It could not only temper the body, but also thoroughly cleanse demonic qi from within. However, Li Fu was only at the 4th layer of qi refining. How could he draw down heavenly thunder to refine his body and soul? The water of the heavenly mountain sacred spring could also dispel demonic qi. Soaking in the sacred spring for the time it takes an incense stick to burn would eliminate the demonic qi. Yet the heavenly mountain sacred spring was known only in legends, ethereal and elusive. Li Fu did not even know where the heavenly mountain was located. Li Fu consoled Jingzhe instead. "It's fine, I'm used to it. I've been getting through it like this all these years. Don't cry." Jingzhe's tearful appearance melted Miao Kong's heart. "Why does this little girl's weeping tug at my heart so? Don't Don't cry, don't cry. He has a strong will, he won't easily fall into demonic possession. But you stop crying now. If you keep crying you won't be pretty anymore. As a spirit, Miao Kong Kong had never seen such a sight. He quickly pulled Jingzhu aside and comforted her. Li Fu smiled faintly and resumed his cultivation. Within the primordial universe pagoda, the spiritual energy was abundant and time flowed slowly. On the 12th day inside, Li Fu finally reached the 5th layer of qi refining. Meanwhile, in Xuan City, Zhou Ming searched tirelessly day and night. After an entire day, she had found no trace of Li Fu. Where could he be? Without cultivation, how could he survive? Zhou Ming worried for Li Fu. At the same time, she intensified her search. Only 1 day remained. 7 days had passed in the blink of an eye. She had no time to waste, and neither did Li Fu. Zhou Ming searched every house. Each time she burst into a home and found no sign of Li Fu, she immediately moved on to the next. Fortunately, Zhou Ming's cultivation far surpassed theirs. Otherwise, such a forceful search, if it encountered a disagreeable cultivator, would lead to a fight at the slightest disagreement. When Zhou Ming stood at the entrance of the green bamboo garden, her heart suddenly leaped, as if skipping a beat. She felt a wave of surprise. Since she began her cultivation, losing her composure had been extremely rare. As a mystic diviner, Zhou Ming was highly sensitive to such omens. Under normal circumstances, she would immediately cast divination to inquire about fortune or misfortune. But now she could not afford even a moment's delay. Zhou Ming pushed open the gate of the green bamboo garden and strode in. Who are you? Startled, Wu Shixue, who had been daydreaming, summoned her sword and demanded. How many people live here? What's it to you? Wu Shixue replied rudely. She had never seen someone barge into a private residence and interrogate the occupants so brazenly. Was this woman even more arrogant and domineering than her? Answer my question or die. Zhou Ming moved her sword point aimed directly at Wu Zixu's chest. Wait, he'll talk. 2 of us live here. Where's the other person? In the inner room. Call him out. He's cultivating. Is the other person male or female? Male. What's his name? Feng Mu. Wu Shixue answered every question, for under the sword's edge truth prevailed. Zhou Ming stepped past Wu Shixue, intending to enter the house to verify. Since Li Fu could not cultivate, anyone who was cultivating could not be him. But Zhou Ming would not rest until she saw with her own eyes. Wu Shixue suddenly noticed that Zhou Ming was wearing the robe of the Xuan Yi Sect. A disciple of the Xuan Yi Sect. Wu Shixue exclaimed in delight. Senior, are you a disciple of the Xuan Yi Sect? Zhou Ming halted her search of the house and glanced at Wu Shixue. Yes. Then senior, do you know Li Fu? Li Fu? What do you want with him? Zhou Ming became wary upon hearing this. The woman before her was only at the 2nd layer of qi refining. Did she know Li Fu? What did she want with Li Fu? Zhou Ming asked urgently to become his disciple. Senior, my name is Wu Shixue, princess of the Great Wu Dynasty. I am on my way to the Xuan Yi Sect to seek out Senior Li Fu and become his disciple. Zhou Ming looked the woman over again, but did not speak. Senior, your cultivation is unfathomable, and you must hold a high position in the Xuan Yi Sect. Surely you know Senior Li Fu. Zhou Ming had not expected to find someone in Xuan City intending to become Li Fu's disciple. In the Xuan Yi Sect, the most common thing Zhou Ming heard was the junior female disciples' resentment toward Li Fu, the contempt of the inner disciples, and even the shame that the sect had such a waste of an uncle. They would not call him Uncle Li Fu. They only referred to him behind his back as the cripple who returned from the extreme abyss. This was the first time since leaving the mountain that Zhou Ming had encountered someone who held Li Fu in high regard and admiration. A flicker of emotion stirred in Zhou Ming's heart. How do you know of Li Fu? My imperial grandfather told me. 800 years ago, Senior Li Fu alone with his sword broke into the Great Wu Imperial Palace to discuss swordsmanship with my grandfather. My grandfather spoke highly of him and told me of his deeds. I heard Li Fu has returned from the extreme abyss. Is it true? Wu Zixu's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Zhou Ming nodded slightly. I knew it. A figure even more formidable than my grandfather would not easily fall in the extreme abyss. Wu Shixue spoke excitedly, then asked. He once ventured into danger for the sect. Now that he has returned from great peril, the Xuan Yi Sect must hold him in the highest esteem, right? Are the disciples as devoted to him as I am? Senior, to be honest, I have long admired Senior Li Fu. Becoming his disciple is my lifelong wish. As a great contributor to the Xuan Yi Sect, Senior Li Fu must hold a very high position there. I heard that 800 years ago he was the sect's prodigy, deeply favored by the sect leader who intended to pass on his legacy. Is that true? Does he have countless disciples? If I go to become his disciple, will he accept me? If I am fortunate enough to be chosen by Senior Li Fu and he becomes the next sect leader of the Xuan Yi Sect, then I would be the sect leader's personal disciple. Wu Shixue was lost in her beautiful reverie, chattering endlessly, unaware that Zhou Ming stood there already fallen into silence. Yes, Li Fu had risked his life for the Xuan Yi Sect for 800 years. Upon his return, he should have been fully supported by the sect and revered by its disciples. But the reality was the exact opposite. He had lost all his cultivation. Far from succeeding as sect leader, he was practically abandoned by the sect. His dantian was destroyed, and the sect leader seemed indifferent. Resources had long been overwhelmingly directed toward Jiang Chen. The inner disciples not only showed no respect for Li Fu, but even spoke to him with disdain, as if he were a disgrace to the sect. When had the Xuan Yi Sect become so cold and devoid of warmth? Senior, why aren't you saying anything? Is it as I said? Zhou Ming could not bear to meet Wu Zixu's burning gaze. She felt nothing but shame burning on her face. One who had risked everything for the sect was now despised and cast aside like a worn-out shoe. Zhou Ming was at a loss for words, unsure how to even begin. Wu Zixu, seeing the person before her remain silent and hesitant, feared she was being scorned, and that Zhou Ming was unwilling to recommend her to Li Fu. Wu Zixu hastily explained, "Senior, please don't worry. My talent is not inferior. My imperial grandfather said I possess a rare, single spiritual root. As long as I am willing to cultivate, I will surely surpass my peers. But I only wish to become a disciple of Senior Li Fu. Senior, do not doubt my sincerity. I ran away from the great Wu imperial palace alone and endured countless perils to reach this place. If not for encountering bandits and losing my way a few days ago, I would have arrived at Xuan Yi Sect long ago." Zhou Ming gazed quietly at this princess of the dynasty. In her, Zhou Ming seemed to see her former self. Headstrong, stubborn, yet like the rising sun brimming with vitality and hope. There was a light in her eyes, and when she spoke of the one she admired, her gaze burned with fervor. There was a time when her own eyes had blazed with such a bright light. Yet at some point that light had been extinguished. She had become taciturn, isolating herself from the world. She became unwilling to communicate with the outside world. Perhaps it was because of cultivating the profound mechanism art. She feared implicating those around her, and those around her were equally afraid of being implicated by her. Thus Zhou Ming seemed out of place in the sect. The smile gradually faded from her face, and she no longer opened her heart to anyone. Throughout the entire sect, aside from Li Fu, no one truly wished to be close to her. Only Li Fu was unafraid of being implicated by her. He would chat with her, confide in her. Fearing her loneliness, he personally crafted a set of chess pieces as a gift. Yet this very person was despised by the sect, and even the junior sisters who had once been inseparable from her had inexplicably changed their attitude so drastically. "Senior, why aren't you saying anything?" "Oh, and Senior, I heard a rumor that Senior Li Fu has lost all his cultivation. Is that true?" "I think it's just a rumor. Senior Li Fu is exceptionally talented. How could he possibly lose his cultivation? Even if he did with a first-rate sect like Xuan Yi Sect, surely they could cure him." Zhou Ming felt her face burn even more intensely. She no longer knew how she could remain here. As the chief senior disciple of the Xuan Yi Sect's sect leader and the senior martial sister of Li Fu, she was today rendered speechless by a junior at the second level of qi refining. An outsider still recognized Li Fu's contributions, yet not a single person within the sect felt gratitude, only disgust and aversion. Zhou Ming felt a deep sense of guilt towards Li Fu. She was Li Fu's senior martial sister, and she had failed to protect him. Now that Li Fu had taken a heavenly Dao oath and left the sect, it was already the 7th day. If she couldn't find Li Fu and bring him back to the sect today, Zhou Ming would never forgive herself. Just then a heavenly anomaly occurred. The clear skies over Shuiyun City were suddenly shrouded by rolling thick clouds. All the cultivators in Shuiyun City looked up towards the sky. The black clouds pressed down upon the city, seeming even heavier and more oppressive than the pill tribulation a few days prior, a suffocating pressure sweeping down. Deep within the ink-black layers of clouds, violet lightning flashed menacingly, accumulating power. A mighty heavenly tribulation was brewing. Standing in the courtyard of the green bamboo garden, Zhou Ming furrowed her brows. In this tiny Shuiyun city, who could possibly refine a heavenlier pill and trigger a tribulation? Weren't the cultivators here mostly loose cultivators of mediocre talent? How could such a master of alchemy be hidden here? The momentum of the tribulation was overwhelmingly vast, the tribulation clouds gathering like boiling water. Who is undergoing tribulation? It's not a tribulation, it's the pill tribulation triggered by a heaven-tier pill. You weren't here the day before yesterday, so you haven't seen this before. A heaven-tier pill. Who? A loose cultivator named Yuan Mu. He triggered a pill tribulation when he refined a heaven-tier foundation establishment pill at the Hongfu Tower. And this time, is he refining pills again? Who knows? This tribulation feels even more formidable and oppressive. The cultivators of Shuiyun City emerged from their dwellings, gathering in the streets, whispering and speculating whether it was that loose cultivator Yuan Mu who was refining pills. Inside the Hongfu Tower master, he gazed up at the heavens, his eyes filled with longing and envy. When would he be able to refine a heaven-tier pill? Refining a heaven-tier pill was the lifelong aspiration of every alchemist. Chang Hongyi inquired of Master He. Master He, is it that Yuan Mu who is refining pills? Master He shook his head. I do not know. This tribulation seems even more powerful. Last time Yuan Mu refined a heaven-tier low-grade foundation establishment pill. This time the tribulation is stronger. Could it be that a heaven-tier mid-grade or even high-grade pill will appear? Chang Hongyi dared not imagine what kind of alchemy technique could produce a heaven-tier mid-grade or even high-grade pill. Such alchemy was virtually unheard of. Hard to say. Master He replied, lacking experience in this matter and unwilling to jump to conclusions. Something seems off, said Elder Nye, whose eyes were as sharp as an eagle's fixed on the tribulation clouds above, his voice grave. What's off? Asked Master He. The day before yesterday, when Yuan Mu refined a heaven-tier pill and triggered the tribulation, the clouds only gathered over the Hongfu Tower. Look at this tribulation. The clouds are still spreading with no sign of stopping. That's right, isn't the range of this tribulation cloud too vast? It's abnormally large. Only then did the others notice the anomaly. Other cultivators also sensed something was wrong. The major families of Shuiyun City dispatched people to investigate. Go at once and find out who is refining the pill. We must recruit this person at all costs. Spare no expense. The major families issued their orders almost simultaneously. The city streets were already packed with cultivators, all craning their necks to witness this once-in-a-century spectacle. Good heavens, the tribulation clouds are this vast. Who is it? Where? It feels like the entire Shuiyun City is about to be engulfed by the tribulation. And it's still not stopping. In the green bamboo garden, even Zhou Meng had never seen such a sight. In the Xuan Yi Sect, aside from the sect leader, the most skilled alchemist was her fourth junior sister Jimingya, and even she only occasionally triggered a pill tribulation. Moreover, the range of a pill tribulation was extremely small. When had it ever been like this with boundless rolling tribulation clouds? Just who was the divine being refining pills? And what high-grade immortal pill were they concocting? If such a talent could join the Xuan Yi Sect, wouldn't it be like adding wings to a tiger? She hoped this trip would allow her to find Li Fu. If things went smoothly, she might also recruit this alchemist into the sect. Wu Shixue, standing before Zhou Meng, was stunned speechless. She had never witnessed such a scene. Senior, you must see scenes like this often in the Xuan Yi Sect, right? Zhou Meng remained silent, unwilling to acknowledge her. Wu Shixue thought nothing of it, assuming the senior was simply too accustomed to such spectacles. At the Shuiyun City Lord's mansion, a pair of murky eyes gazed up at the sky. When did my Shuiyun City produce such a talent? Who is it? At that moment, every cultivator in Shuiyun City stopped what they were doing. Some watched the excitement. Others gathered information. And there were those who delighted in chaos, spreading rumors. It must be the reincarnation of the Pill Saint in our Shuiyun City. The reincarnation of the Pill Saint. Not impossible. Such a magnificent scene could only appear when the Pill Saint refines pills. Then can our Shuiyun City be renamed Pill City from now on? The tribulation clouds grew denser, their suffocating pressure weighing heavily over the entire city. Deep within the clouds, violet lightning flickered, poised to strike once the tribulation was fully assembled. At that moment, every cultivator in Shuiyun City looked up to the sky. Only Li Fu, who was on the third floor of the primordial universe pagoda, remained oblivious to the world-altering phenomenon outside. He was focused entirely on the alchemy cauldron before him, frowning, slightly strange. After refining so many furnaces of pills, why has not a single one reached the heaven tier? Miao Kong was equally baffled. Clearly Li Fu's alchemy technique was masterful, every step flawless. Why then was the highest grade he achieved merely earth grade superior? He knew well that Li Fu possessed the innate saint physique, granting him an unparalleled affinity for the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, further aided by the earth flame within the primordial cosmos pagoda. By all logic, refining a heaven-grade pill should have been more assured. Yet now his results fell short of his achievement at Hongfu Tower. What was the reason? Miao Kong was utterly perplexed, and Li Fu was equally confounded. Why, when refining inside the primordial cosmos pagoda, could he not produce a heaven-grade pill? What was going on? Where lay the problem? Refusing to accept defeat, Li Fu began concocting a detoxification pill after finishing the soul-calming pill he needed. After the detoxification pill, he started on the foundation establishment pill. Furnace after furnace. Gazing at the pile of pills before him, Li Fu could not comprehend. His refining technique was flawless, every step nearly perfect. Why had not a single furnace yielded a heaven-grade quality? Li Fu's confidence was shaken. Yet stubbornly refusing to concede, with ample herbs remaining, Li Fu ignited the furnace once more. Little did Li Fu, toiling within the primordial cosmos pagoda, know that outside the world had turned upside down. Above Shuiyun City, thick tribulation clouds like a heavy sea of ink cascaded down, blotting out the sunlight, plunging the vast city into an almost eternal darkness. Dark clouds pressed down upon the city, threatening its destruction. The terrifying pressure they exuded made it difficult for the numerous cultivators within the city to breathe. Before the majestic might of heaven, they remained silent as cicadas in winter, fearing that even a single disturbance might draw the attention of the lightning tribulation. The various clan powers were already in utter chaos. Have you found out? Which great power is refining pills? Where is the alchemy taking place? Not found either. Are the other clans investigating too? It seems it's not someone from the major clans of Xuan City. Then I am relieved. It's too dark to see. Can't you light a candle? Still can't see the road? Take my treasured luminous pearl to light the way. Xuan City was covered by tribulation clouds. The vast city was as dark as night, pitch black. The cultivators were oppressed by the heavy tribulation clouds, struggling to breathe. Outside, chaos reigned. Inside the pagoda, Li Fu continued his frantic alchemy. Earth grade middle, no good. Earth grade low, no good. Earth grade superior, no good. Li Fu toiled with head down, refusing to believe that within the primordial cosmos pagoda with the earth flame, he could not refine a heaven-grade pill. 10 days inside, 1 day outside. Li Fu had already refined 100 pills: soul-calming pills, detoxification pills, foundation establishment pills, and even the remaining herbs were used to refine cheery vitalizing pills. Without exception, all were earth grade the best, only earth grade superior. What was happening? Why, with the enhancement of the earth flame from the primordial cosmos pagoda, could he not produce a heaven-grade pill? Where exactly did the problem lie? Li Fu felt a profound sense of failure. By now all his herbs were used up. Not a single spiritual herb remained. Don't lose heart. As the saying goes, failure is the mother of success. Earth grade superior is already very good. Miao Kong Kong tried to console him. Li Fu said, if you don't know how to comfort someone, don't force it. How long has it been inside? Exactly 20 days. Li Fu sighed. At least it wasn't a total loss. His cultivation had reached the 5th layer of the qi refining stage. Refining pills was also a form of cultivation. The process of concocting 100 pills made Li Fu feel that breaking through to the 6th layer of qi refining was not far off. It was time to go out and take a look. Leaving Jingzhe behind, Li Fu brought Miao Kong Kong out of the primordial cosmos pagoda. Returning to his room, Li Fu noticed it had inexplicably turned dark outside. Above Xuan City, endless tribulation clouds coalesced into an abyssal vortex at the center of which thunder rumbled. Wild bolts of violet lightning like slumbering ancient thunder dragons writhed and surged deep within the clouds, radiating an aura of annihilation. Whose tribulation was this? Such an immense spectacle. He retracted the primordial cosmos pagoda and withdrew the restrictions. Stepping into the courtyard, a familiar figure came into view. Zhou Meng. How did she get here? She had actually found him. Junior brother. Seeing Li Fu, Zhou Meng was overjoyed. Her perseverance had paid off as she had finally found him on the last day. She stepped forward, intending to take Li Fu back to the sect. However, to Zhou Meng's astonishment, Li Fu looked at her as if she were a stranger, raising a hand to stop her approach. Fellow Taoist, you must have mistaken me for someone else. I am Feng Mu, a wandering cultivator. Hearing this, Zhou Meng felt as if struck by lightning. What did he call her? Fellow Taoist. Zhou Meng seemed to hear the sound of her heart shattering. How could she be mistaken? Though his aura had changed, Zhou Meng was certain that the person before her was her beloved junior brother Li Fu. But at that moment, Li Fu had no time to attend to Zhou Meng, for a sudden disturbance came from his spatial ring. The 100 pills he had just refined began to vibrate violently, as if eager to break free. Seeing this, combined with the terrifying tribulation brewing in the sky, a bold thought instantly arose in Li Fu's mind. Without hesitation, he opened his spatial ring. In an instant, 100 spiritual pills burst forth, transforming into streaks of light that shot high into the sky above Xuan City. The moment they revealed themselves, the long-brewing heavenly tribulation locked onto its target. So it was for them. As the pills soared, the eyes of every cultivator in the city focused on them. Look, the pills have appeared. There. Investigate quickly. Hurry, follow. The Chang clan members were among those rushing over. As Chang Hongyi approached, a sense of familiarity grew this direction. Isn't this my green bamboo garden? When he arrived outside the green bamboo garden, he stood dumbfounded. It was this very place. He had lent this garden to Feng Mu and Wu Shishue for their stay. Could it be that the pills causing the earth-shattering phenomenon were made by them? Outside the green bamboo garden, a tide of onlookers surged quickly, surrounding the place. At the same time, on the flying eaves of the opposite pavilion, the figure of an old man in black, carrying a gourd of wine, silently appeared. He observed the pills filling the sky with keen interest. Tisk tisk, no wonder the commotion was so fierce. 100 pills undergoing tribulation together. Fascinating. Inside the courtyard, Zhou Meng was stunned beyond belief. She had witnessed the 100 spiritual pills burst from Li Fu's ring. Junior brother. These pills were all refined by you. Zhou Ming's voice trembled. 100 pills triggering the tribulation simultaneously. How did you do it? Wu Shixue was equally shocked. She knew this monk Feng Mu was formidable in combat, but she never expected his mastery of the alchemical arts to be so astonishing. When the imperial elder sister arrives, I must find a way to have her recruit this man. But why did this senior call him junior brother? Could he truly be a disciple of Xuan Yi Sect? Yet Feng Mu had just denied it. Just then the tribulation clouds, having reached their peak, erupted with the first earth-shattering roar. Fall back. Disperse. Retreat. Get clear. The vortex at the center of the tribulation clouds spun rapidly. The 100 pills hovered high above the city, forming a singular entity calmly awaiting the baptism of heavenly thunder. Only through the tempering of tribulation fire could they shed their mortal essence and transform into true heaven-grade spiritual pills. The vortex roared as it turned, and the first thunderbolt of the tribulation struck down with ferocity. Yet a sudden change occurred. A soft yet resilient light barrier illuminated among the 100 pills. The violent thunderbolt struck the barrier only to be silently absorbed, vanishing like a stone dropped into the sea. 100 pills undergoing tribulation together. Truly unheard of. And the first tribulation lightning was taken so easily. Before the words faded, the second and third bolts of lightning tore through the sky, striking down in tandem. Boom! The tremendous thunderclap echoed through the heavens, forcing nearby cultivators to retreat hundreds of feet. These two bolts, even more powerful, were likewise absorbed by the strange light barrier, leaving only a few imperceptible ripples on its surface before fading away. There seems to be a connection between them. They are resisting the tribulation together. Truly miraculous. Unprecedented. Li Fu stood in the courtyard with his hands behind his back, his gaze fixed on the core vortex of the tribulation, clouds high above, his expression grave. Were the first 6 thunderbolts too easily handled? Is the lightning tribulation merely average in power? Much ado about nothing. What do you know? That's because 100 pills are joining forces to resist the tribulation. 6 bolts have passed now. It seems 100 heaveneer pills are about to appear in Shuiyin City. We rogue cultivators are blessed. 8 bolts of heavenly lightning were safely endured, leaving only the final one. Once it passed, the pills could transform to the heaven tier. The cultivators thought victory was assured and began to fantasize about whether they could purchase a heaven tier pill. However, Li Fu's expression grew increasingly grave. It was not that simple. How could 1,000 zhang lightning tribulation possess only this much power? How could 100 pills undergoing tribulation together create such a minor disturbance? After the 8th bolt of heavenly lightning, the tribulation clouds fell into an eerie silence. What's going on? Why is the final heavenly lightning bolt delayed? Exactly, it's been so long, an entire incense stick's time. If the lightning doesn't fall and the clouds don't disperse, what is happening? With no movement for so long, I've finished my business twice already. The cultivators grew impatient, waiting. Zhou Ming had never witnessed such a scene and said uneasily, the power of the 9th heavenly lightning must be extraordinary. On the pavilion, the old man in black gulped down a mouthful of wine. The final lightning bolt has been brewing for so long, it might be catastrophic. I wonder if those 100 pills can survive it safely. Another incense stick's time passed. The tribulation clouds slowly began to stir. The thunder within them roared louder than the previous 8 bolts, and its momentum continued to escalate. The 1,000 zhang tribulation clouds were quietly contracting toward the core. Though the range diminished, the clouds grew thicker and denser, their pervasive aura of destruction multiplying exponentially. The clouds finally shrank to 100 zhang radius, hovering above the green bamboo garden. The air was thick with a suffocating aura of annihilation. Li Fu felt his breathing grow labored. Wu Shixue, frightened, had retreated into her room, but curiosity got the better of her. She crouched by the window, revealing a pair of round, wide eyes as she gazed intently outward. Zhou Ming stood by Li Fu's side, his gaze fixed on the vortex at the center of the tribulation clouds. After a long silence, the clouds ceased their sounds and movements, but faint dark purple lightning began to appear within the central vortex. The mere emergence of it made Li Fu's heart race. An intense pang of dread struck him. Rumble! A deafening roar tore through the sky. The 9th heavenly lightning bolt had finally revealed its true form. It was a pillar of purple light wrapped in thick black, annihilating energy, pressing down slowly from the heavens. Its speed was not swift, yet it exuded a pressure that originated from the depths of the soul, making it impossible to look upon directly. The moment the pillar of light appeared, the vitality of Shuiyin City seemed instantly drained, leaving only the aura of destruction to permeate the air. Even breathing became arduous for the cultivators within the city. The pillar of light struck fiercely against the barrier formed by the combined power of the 100 pills. It crashed into the light screen woven by the pills. The barrier shattered instantly like ice blossoms. Yet the pill's will was tenacious. the barrier soon reformed, joining forces again to resist the tribulation. Alas, the destructive force was too overwhelming. The barrier was repeatedly shattered and reformed. 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers. Their indomitable will was admirable. The 100 pills were striving to continually weaken the tribulation's energy. But the majestic might of heaven brooked no offense. In an instant, the tribulation's power surged. The 100 pills were ruthlessly suppressed. They resisted valiantly, yet they seemed so insignificant before the heavenly lightning. It's over, it's over. The pills are going to be destroyed. What a pity. The simultaneous tribulation of 100 pills is about to fail. Attempting 100 at once was ultimately too risky. If only they had undergone the tribulation one by one. As the pills' radiance dimmed, and they were continuously pressed down, at that moment the desperate 100 pills suddenly blazed with brilliant light. Their downward momentum rebounded sharply. The pills are burning their origin energy to resist the tribulation. Even Li Fu hadn't expected the pills to fight back in this manner. The tribulation's power was steadily being weakened. Would they succeed? Li Fu's nerves were taut, sweating for their success. The cultivators of Shuayin City were equally tense, hoping the pills would triumph. Seeing the pills rising again, they unconsciously clenched their fists, their eyes fixed on the sky above, as if cheering on the tenacious pills. However, the tribulation's deadly strike was far from over. As all watched, the pillar of light suddenly exploded. It fragmented into 100 fine lightning serpents, striking each pill in an uncanny manner. This is possible. That's cheating. In an instant, the 100 pills were struck by the lightning, their brilliance greatly diminished. Several Foundation establishment pills could not withstand it, and began to slowly descend. Had the tribulation failed? 1, 2, 10, 20. More and more pills, unable to bear the tribulation's force, descended like dimming meteors. Only a few earth-tier high-grade pills still struggled to hold on. But judging by the trend, failure was merely a matter of time. It's over, it's over. Failure. 100 pills undergoing tribulation together was far too risky. Alas, what a pity. If they had succeeded, I could buy a heaven-tier Foundation establishment pill, and then I'd have hope of breaking through to the Foundation establishment stage. Me too. I've been stuck at the great perfection of the Qi refining stage for 20 years, unable to break through. I'm worse off than you. I've failed the Foundation establishment tribulation 3 times. At that moment, every rogue cultivator in Shuayin City wished for the pill's success. But as the last struggling pill fell, the light in everyone's eyes was extinguished. What a pity. Such a shame. The cultivators sighed. The outcome was sealed. There was no point in watching further. Still, witnessing such a spectacle was an experience for a lifetime. Just as all thought the pill's failure was certain, someone in the crowd shouted, "Look! What is that person doing?" Those leaving suddenly turned back. Unbeknownst to them, a figure had appeared on the rooftop of the green bamboo garden. He stood directly beneath the vortex of the tribulation clouds. From his body, 100 streams of spiritual energy shot forth, precisely entering each of the descending pills. In an instant, the pills, whose radiance had dimmed and descent was unchecked, were infused with this vast spiritual energy. Their glow reignited, and their downward momentum was instantly halted. But it was not enough. The destructive power of the tribulation was not limited to this. Li Fu certainly did not believe that a mere wisp of his spiritual energy could turn the tide. He let out a great shout, and his aura surged. Spiritual energy from his dantian flowed endlessly into the pills. Like a vast sea dividing into 100 currents, it streamed continuously into each pill. The energy was of the same origin, like a bloodline connection. Nourished by Li Fu's origin spiritual energy, the pill's brilliance exploded, shining even more brightly than before. The remaining might of the tribulation and the aura of destruction seemed to transform into nourishment, constantly feeding the 100 pills. The pills were refined by Li Fu. He would not allow them to be destroyed. Within the pills was Li Fu's origin spiritual energy. The spiritual energy within Li Fu greatly stimulated the pill's potential. Of the same root and origin, with Li Fu's aid at the final moment, the pills successfully passed the tribulation. The 100 pills emitted a dazzling radiance, shimmering as brightly as the stars in the night sky. They hovered beneath the tribulation clouds, silently declaring their success. The tribulation was overcome. Sensing its mission complete, the tribulation clouds slowly dissipated into the sky. Thus, the 100 pills had successfully transcended the tribulation. As the tribulation lightning vanished completely, the crowd erupted in thunderous cheers. Having witnessed the spectacle of 100 pills undergoing tribulation, a rare event once in a century or even a millennium, the cultivators were immensely excited. Moreover, the successful formation of heaven-tier pills filled the entire city with a rich medicinal fragrance, pushing the atmosphere of Shuayin City to its peak. As the tribulation clouds dispersed, the sky cleared, and everyone saw the true face of the alchemist. Li Fu stood tall and upright on the rooftop, his figure seemingly bathed in the radiance of victory. Who is that person? Do you recognize him? Never seen him before. Have you? I haven't either. The cultivators whispered among themselves, none knowing Li Fu as if he had materialized out of thin air in Xuan City. Yet amidst the crowd, Chang Hongyi furrowed his brow. Elder Nye, look at that man. Isn't he fellow Taoist Feng Mu? It truly is him. He too understands the Tao of alchemy, and his skill is so exquisite. Feng Mu, Yuan Mu. Chang Hongyi murmured the two names repeatedly. Suddenly a bold thought emerged in his mind. Elder Nye, could Feng Mu and Yuan Mu be the same person? No, it can't be. One is at the 4th layer of qi, refining the other at the 5th. Elder Nye initially denied it, but as he spoke his expression shifted dramatically, and he looked at Chang Hongyi in disbelief. Hiss. It might actually be possible. How could a small city like Shuiyun produce two people capable of refining heaven-grade pills at the same time? And both were unfamiliar faces. While they were still speculating, the quicker cultivators had already taken action. The gate of the green bamboo courtyard was nearly battered down. Fellow Taoist I Li, who seek to purchase a foundation establishment pill. I too wish to buy one. Don't push. I was here first. First come, first serve. What do you mean first? I have spirit stones, I'll pay a premium. Li Fu leaped down. At this moment Li Fu was certain the primordial Qinkuan Tower isolated external aura, preventing the lightning tribulation from directly descending upon the pills refined within. No wonder none of the many pills he had refined triggered a tribulation. The issue lay here. It seemed he would need to be more cautious when refining pills in the future. Releasing 100 pills at once and enduring the tribulation simultaneously would cause too much commotion and carry immense risk. If not for Li Fu's vast dantian and abundant spiritual energy, this pill tribulation might very well have failed. Li Fu had expended too much spiritual energy in one go and needed to regulate his breathing thoroughly. Li Fu paid no heed to the buyers outside. Instead, Zhou Meng remained in the courtyard. Having witnessed the entire scene of 100 pills undergoing tribulation, Zhou Meng was struck speechless. Her eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Even if her own master were here, it would be impossible to create such a spectacle. 100 pills enduring tribulation together, yet not a single failure. Even a saint of alchemy would likely be left in the dust. Junior brother, when did your alchemy become so astonishing? Li Fu retrieved his pills and consumed a heaven-grade chi-replenishing pill that had just survived the tribulation. A surge of abundant spiritual energy rapidly flooded his vast dantian. Fellow Taoist, I must reiterate, I am not your junior brother. Li Fu's expression was indifferent. Having left the Xuan Yi Sect, Li Fu felt only liberation without a trace of nostalgia. I know there must be some misunderstanding. Won't you come back with me, senior sister? Once we return, I'll see justice done for you. If there's a misunderstanding, we can clear it up. I believe in your character. Master believes in you too. Zhou Meng pleaded earnestly, trying to bring Li Fu back to the Xuan Yi Sect. Upon hearing this, Li Fu let out a cold laugh. Master believed in his character. If not for the 3,000-year dream revealing Bu Zai's true attitude, Li Fu might have actually believed it. Had she ever cared about the truth? Even when Li Fu later found evidence to clear his name, he only received a single frigid sentence. I know. Let it end here. That icy demeanor utterly chilled Li Fu's heart. Li Fu couldn't believe these were the words of the master he once revered. In the end, she didn't even utter a single just statement. She allowed the slander to pour over him. Fellow Taoist, please take your leave. I am Feng Mu, a mere rogue cultivator. Zhou Meng tried to persuade him further. The gate of the green bamboo courtyard was pushed open. Cultivators surged into the courtyard in a mad rush. Fellow Taoist, I wish to purchase a foundation establishment pill. Me too, me too. And me, I want one as well. Li Fu had underestimated their desperation for heaven-grade foundation establishment pills. Everyone please return. I have other plans for the pills, and am not currently selling them. Li Fu kept the soul-calming pills and chi-replenishing pills for his own use. The detoxification pills were refined for Master He and Elder Nye. The remaining nearly 50 foundation establishment pills were reserved for his agreement with the Hongfu Tower. Though their value far exceeded the 2 million spirit stones, since he had made a promise, how could he break his word? Li Fu was not one to go back on his word over such pills. These foundation establishment pills were not his to dispose of, so he could only decline politely. No, we're not leaving. I want a foundation establishment pill today, and I want leave until I get it. Same here. I've failed foundation establishment 3 times. I must have a heaven-grade pill. Fellow Taoist, I'm from the Greenfire Gang. I seek to buy your pills. The Greenfire Gang is here too. The Golden Blade Gang seeks foundation establishment pills. The Flame Sect seeks foundation establishment pills. Unbeknownst to them, the Green Bamboo Courtyard had gathered dozens of factions from Shuiyun City and its surroundings. I've said it before, I have other plans for the foundation establishment pills. Please leave. Yet not a single person in the courtyard moved. I said I have other plans, don't you understand? Get out. Wu Shixue planted her hands on her hips in anger. The sudden intrusion of so many people clamoring and noisy displeased her greatly. If I don't buy a foundation establishment pill today, I'm not leaving. With that, the man directly drew his weapon. They all saw that Li Fu was only at the 5th layer of qi refining. The 5th layer of qi refining. That should be easy to handle. Oh, getting tough. As if I don't have one too. As one man drew his weapon, the others followed suit, pulling out their own arms. Men die for wealth, birds perish for food. Most of the cultivators present were at the 8th or 9th layer of qi refining, with quite a few at foundation establishment. The appearance of heaven-grade foundation establishment pills was still too conspicuous. Judging by the stance of those present, they wouldn't relent until they obtained a foundation establishment pill. Innocent men possess jade, and that invites crime. Li Fu shook his head helplessly. He wasn't afraid. At the 5th layer of qi refining, he wanted to test his own limits. Zhou Ming had no intention of standing idly by. If they dared to lay a hand on her junior brother, she wouldn't mind sending them to an early reincarnation. Why is there a disciple of the Xuan Yi Sect here? Someone in the crowd sharpied spotted the Xuan Yi Sect robe on Zhou Ming and exclaimed in surprise. So what if it's the Xuan Yi Sect? Even they have to queue up to buy pills. Though they blustered, none truly dared to slight this premier sect of the age. Before the Xuan Yi Sect they were but ants. Caught up in the moment, they were merely running their mouths. Everyone, I am Chang Hongyi of the Chang family. Fellow Taoist Feng Mu is an honored guest of our clan. Please do not act rashly. Chang Hongyi pushed through the crowd and quickly spoke. This was the perfect moment to close the distance with Feng Mu. Master He and Elder Nye stood behind Chang Hongyi, their expression stern. The Chang family. The Chang family no less. Of Hongfu Tower. Was it him who refined the heaven-grade foundation establishment pill at Hongfu Tower the day before yesterday? Several major powers of Shuiyin City couldn't believe that the one who refined the heaven-grade pill was an honored guest of the Chang family. The Chang family won't stop me. I just want the foundation establishment pill. That's right. I want one too. I'm not leaving until I get it today. Chang Hongyi scanned the crowd. Leading the charge were the master of the Duobao Pavilion, a member of the Su family, and the Qin family, who were stirring up trouble. The Chang, Su, and Qin families were the 3 greatest powers in Shuiyin City. If Li Fu had no backing, they might not have done much. At most, they'd have bought a few foundation establishment pills at a high price and tried to recruit him. But when a member of the Chang family stepped forward, declaring Li Fu an honored guest, matters grew complicated. The 3 families were evenly matched. If the Chang family secured this alchemist, they would surely rise in prominence. Once balance is shattered, all things lose their order. The Tao of heaven and earth treasures equilibrium. Once it tilts, turbulence begins. The 3 great families had stood firm in Watercloud City for centuries, none of them ordinary. I am Qin Yuanshan. May I ask how this young friend intends to dispose of these foundation establishment pills? From the crowd emerged an elder with half-white hair. Qin Yuanshan, the patriarch of the Qin family. He came in person. Our Su family also wishes to know how the foundation establishment pills will be handled. That's Su Lin, the Su family patriarch. With 2 of the 3 great family patriarchs present in person, the unaffiliated cultivators in the green bamboo garden felt their hearts sink. The heaven-grade foundation establishment pill seemed hopeless for them. The immense wealth of the 3 great families far surpassed what any rogue cultivator could muster. All eyes converged on Li Fu, awaiting his decision on the matter. You people are ridiculous. The pills aren't even your concoctions, so why do you care? If you have the skill, refine them yourselves. He can do with them as he pleases. Wu Shixue found it absurd and spoke up in protest. How could these people meddle so unreasonably? Having spent her life in the imperial palace surrounded by those who cherished her, Wu Shixue was too innocent to understand. She naively believed that whoever owned something had the sole right to decide its fate. Little girl, what background do you have, and what is your relationship with that alchemist? Before Wu Shixue could finish, Li Fu pulled her behind him to shield her. These foundation establishment pills were promised to the Prosperous Fortune Pavilion 2 days ago. As for how they are to be handled afterward, please consult them. Li Fu answered truthfully. Yuan Mu truly is Feng Mu. Li Fu's words dispelled all lingering doubts in Chang Hongyi's mind. No wonder this man had repeatedly refused his recruitment offers. But now was not the time for such thoughts. The gazes of both family patriarchs fixed on Chang Hongyi, and he felt 2 invisible pressures bearing down on him. Behind him, Master He and Elder Nye also felt the oppressive force, unable to move. Chang Hongyi knew well that if he answered poorly, the 2 families might not hesitate to sever all pretense of civility. Bullying a junior of my clan like this. Do you think the Chang family has no one to stand up for us? A middle-aged man, Chang Yoshin, entered the green bamboo garden, his voice arriving before him. The pressure on Chang Hongyi vanished instantly. He exhaled in relief, panting heavily. The Chang family patriarch is here too. This is getting interesting. With all three families gathered in the green bamboo garden, who will ultimately claim the heaven-grade pill? It seems unlikely we'll get even one. Sigh. The crowd tactfully made way, stepping aside in silent accord. Li Fu had passed the problem to the Chang family, and there was nothing more for him to do here. Wu Shixue, held back by Li Fu, refrained from speaking further, otherwise her temperament would have compelled her to say something. Chang Yoxin, you've come as well. Good, very good. Since the three families are all gathered in the green bamboo garden, let us speak plainly. How shall we divide the heaven-grade pills? The patriarchs of the Chun and Su families now stood united. A heaven-grade foundation establishment pill could disrupt the current balance among the three families. One such pill could represent a single foundation establishment disciple. If the Chang family used it to recruit talent, countless would flock to them. With the aid of that alchemist, they could rise swiftly and easily overwhelm the other two families. The Su and Chen families could not allow this to unfold. Though they had not coordinated beforehand, they now stood shoulder to shoulder on this matter. They could not sit idly by while the Chang family dominated. Eventually their own families would be eroded and swallowed whole. The principle of when the lips are gone the teeth feel cold was understood by both patriarchs better than anyone. In my view, these pills should be divided equally among the three families. As for that alchemist, he must not join the Chang family, nor can he join our families or any other faction. It's best he remain in Water Cloud City. Whenever this young friend refines pills, we three families will provide the funds and herbs, and the resulting pills will be split equally. What do you think? After Su Lin finished speaking, Chun Yuanshan nodded in agreement. Chang Yoxin, however, remained silent, his calm gaze fixed on the two men before him. Chang Yoxin, what does your silence mean? Yes, speak your mind if you have objections. I wonder if you two have forgotten what my son said earlier. What did he say? Daoist Feng Mu is a distinguished guest of our Chang family. Whether he joins any faction or remains independent is his own choice. Are you two so accustomed to commanding from your high positions in your families? As for the foundation establishment pills, I advise you to abandon any designs on them. These pills were refined for the prosperous fortune pavilion with our spirit stones and herbs and rightfully belong to the Chang family. As for dividing them equally, you're dreaming too sweet a dream. Chang Yuxin's words rang out forcefully, and the two patriarchs' faces darkened. Exactly. Where Feng Mu goes is none of your business. You're simply shameless. Wu Shixue added in protest, unable to contain herself. Feng Mu was a living person, not their property to dispose of. This journey had overturned many of Wu Zixu's assumptions. She had once believed the world was black and white, right or wrong, good or evil. But now she realized it was not so simple. Often people chose to turn a blind eye. Right and wrong were merely matters of perspective and differing beliefs. There was no absolute right or wrong, no definitive good or evil. When one was weak, even the freedom to come and go could be denied. This remark enraged both patriarchs. Accused of shamelessness, their faces turned ashen with fury. You little girl, how dare you interrupt the elders' discussion? Chun Yuanshan glared at Wu Shixue, and an invisible wave of energy surged toward her. How dare you? Zhou Ming bellowed, and the incoming wave of energy rebounded with even greater ferocity. Caught off guard, both patriarchs were flung back over two zhang, landing in disarray. So powerful. He sent both patriarchs flying with a single move. What level of strength is this? The crowd now realized with shock just how formidable this disciple of the Profound One sect truly was. They had assumed the Profound One sect disciple was here like them, vying for foundation establishment pills. Now it was clear they had no need for such pills. To send two patriarchs flying with one blow, his strength must have reached the nascent soul stage, or even beyond. Wu Shixue hadn't expected her words to enrage the two patriarchs. She had simply been unable to hold back her protest. Nor had she anticipated the patriarchs would be so easily angered as to attack her. And she certainly hadn't expected the senior from the Profound One sect to be so immensely powerful. What a sense of security. Wu Zixu's eyes sparkled with admiration as she began to idolize the senior sister from the Profound One sect. The Profound One sect. Is the illustrious Profound One sect stooping to compete with minor families over foundation establishment pill business? Isn't the Profound One sect overreaching? No one present could discern Zhou Meng's cultivation level. No one had even seen how Zhou Meng struck. The two patriarchs were simply sent flying. Truly, the Profound One sect's strength was awe-inspiring. The Profound One sect need not concern itself with your opinions. If you dare make a move in my presence, think twice about your own capabilities. Zhou Ming's expression was cold, her gaze piercing as she swept it across the crowd. No one present dared to meet Zhou Ming's eyes. The two clan leaders felt as though their internal organs were being scorched by raging flames, their spiritual energy churning and dissipating, nearly spiraling out of control. Terror seized their hearts. What level of power was this? A single strike had left them so utterly humiliated. The entire green bamboo courtyard fell into a deathly silence. One could hear a pin drop. Every cultivator present dared not make a sound, holding their breath with caution, some even ceasing to breathe, entirely fearing they might draw the attention of that formidable presence. Zhou Ming, a master of the Xuan Yi Sect who had not made a move in over 800 years, finally revealed his prowess today. "We have no intention of offending." Chun Yuanshan and Su Lin rose together, bowing in apology, terrified of provoking this disciple of the Xuan Yi Sect. Meanwhile, they secretly speculated about the relationship between the Xuan Yi Sect, the alchemist, and that woman. Could the Xuan Yi Sect be connected to the Chang family? But if such a connection existed, why would the Chang family need to share the spoils of Water Cloud City with their two families? Could it be that they sought to recruit that alchemist? Were they trying to recruit him into the Xuan Yi Sect because of his alchemical talent? If so, what were they even contending for? Who would dare compete with the Xuan Yi Sect for a person? That bastard Chang Yoxin must have known all along. Just look at his expression, calm and composed, utterly at ease. He definitely knew something. No wonder he was so emboldened. Damn it, the Chang family truly was wicked. 9-headed birds in the sky, the Chang family on the ground. Scram. Zhou Ming coldly uttered a single word. The two clan leaders felt as if they had received a pardon, hastily bowing as they prepared to withdraw. "We take our leave." However, just as they turned to depart, they were horrified to discover that the street outside the green bamboo courtyard was densely packed with a sea of black figures standing silently. Hundreds of black-armored soldiers filled the entire street, standing in solemn silence, blocking the road completely. Their iron armor gleamed coldly, exuding a fierce, murderous aura. The black-armored army was perfectly aligned, their formation strict and imposing. An intangible aura of slaughter hung over the green bamboo courtyard like a tangible force, causing every attempted step to freeze and retreat instantly. Well, what is this? Good heavens, I can't see through any of their cultivation levels. This is the black-armored army of the Great Wu Dynasty. Someone in the crowd recognized them and cried out in shock. The black-armored army. The two clan leaders' pupils dilated, violently stunned into near speechlessness. What was happening in Water Cloud City today? First, the spectacular scene of 100 pills undergoing tribulation. Then the arrival of a Xuan Yi Sect powerhouse. And now, even the most elite black-armored army of the Great Wu Dynasty had arrived without warning. Could it be they're also here to vie for those heaven-grade pills? Or to contend with the Xuan Yi Sect for that alchemist? If so, then a spectacle was in the offing. The dense mass of black-armored soldiers slowly parted down the middle. Under countless suspicious gazes, a woman clad in a light yellow robe stepped gracefully from the depths of the formation. The woman had delicate features, a composed expression, and moved with an elegant poise, exuding an untouchable nobility and icy allure. The crowd in the green bamboo courtyard instinctively stepped aside. Upon seeing the newcomer, Wu Shishue's face turned pale, and she cowered behind Li Fu. The woman's gaze, sharp as lightning, swept over Wu Shishue, hiding behind Li Fu, then walked up to Qin Yuanshan, the head of the Qin family. "Was it you who made the move just now?" The woman's tone was icy, and the chilling aura she radiated left Qin Yuanshan breathless with terror. Yes. Before her, Qin Yuanshan couldn't muster even a hint of defiance. Slap. A crisp, resounding slap landed on Qin Yuanshan's face without any warning. The cultivators gasped, stunned into silence, not daring to breathe. Who on earth was this woman? Qin Yuanshan collapsed to the ground from the slap, not daring to move. He silently spat out 2 bloodied teeth from his mouth. Qin Yuanshan, despite his age, knelt directly on the ground. Whoever she was, someone who could command the black-armored army was not to be trifled with. Such a person undoubtedly held a high position in the Great Wu Dynasty, though he knew not which great figure she was. "Get over here." After delivering the slap, the woman's gaze once again locked onto the trembling figure behind Li Fu. Wu Shishue lowered her head and slowly emerged from behind Li Fu. "Elder sister," Wu Shishue called out as she approached the woman. What did she just say? Elder sister. Was she a princess of the Great Wu Dynasty? Upon hearing this, the cultivators dared not even breathe. Xun Yuanshan, kneeling on the ground, was terrified to the core, his forehead nearly pressing into the dirt. He had just laid a hand on a princess of the Great Wu Dynasty. Qin Yuanshan's heart was ashen. It was over. He was finished. The Qin family was finished too. The Qin family's centuries-old legacy would be destroyed by his hands. Chun Lin breathed a secret sigh of relief, glad he had restrained himself. That old fool Qin Yuanshan at his age still couldn't control his temper. He even took offense at a junior's words. The Chang family, especially Chang Hongyi, was shocked to the core. The woman who had traveled with them at the second layer of qi refining just days ago was actually a princess of the Great Wu Dynasty. At the time, his eyes were only on Feng Mu, focused solely on recruiting him into the Chang family, and he hadn't even asked for the woman's name. Little did he expect her background to be so formidable. Chang Yi was now recalling every detail of their interactions, wondering if he had said or done anything to displease the princess. Li Fu, who had long known Wu Shishua's identity, was not surprised by this. He remained composed, observing the cultivators in the green bamboo courtyard. Moments ago they had been arrogant and domineering, and now each one was as docile as a kitten. Do you still consider me your elder sister? Leaving the palace without a word, do you have any idea how worried father and mother are? What if something happened to you? Wu Yu, the eldest princess of the great Wu dynasty, wore a face cold as frost. Upon learning that Wu Shishue had secretly left the palace, the emperor was furious and ordered Wu Yu to bring her back. I was wrong, Wu Shishue said, acting spoiled in front of Wu Yu. Wu Shishue feared nothing under heaven except her elder sister. Wu Yu felt helpless toward her younger sister. From the moment she was born, the emperor had doted on her, even to the point of indulgence. As the youngest princess of the great Wu dynasty, her siblings also showered her with care and affection. In short, Wu Shishue was the epitome of being cherished by all. This had fostered her willful nature, and now she would come and go as she pleased, even declaring her intention to become Li Fu's disciple. Are you hurt? Wu Yu asked with concern. Wu Shishue shook her head repeatedly. Xuan Yi, trembling on his knees, secretly rejoiced that she was unharmed, otherwise his entire clan would have been doomed. Come back with me. Wu Yu prepared to take Wu Shishue away, but to her surprise Wu Shishue let go of her hand. Fang Mu, come back with me, Wu Shishue said, running up to Li Fu in front of everyone and extending an invitation. Having witnessed Li Fu's strength earlier, Wu Shishue had already planned to recruit him. Today's spectacle of 100 pills undergoing tribulation only solidified her resolve. If she could recruit such a talent, her father would surely not scold her for her willful departure. Moreover, although Fang Mu was a man of few words, he was powerful and skilled in alchemy. Having him by her side gave Wu Shishue a great sense of security. As expected, the great Wu royal family was trying to recruit Li Fu. Chang Yi sighed. No. Before Li Fu could answer, Zhou Meng beside him refused outright. Senior, why is that? Wu Shishue asked. He's coming back to the Xuan Yi Sect with me. The two paramount powers, the Xuan Yi Sect and the great Wu dynasty, were openly vying for one man in the green bamboo courtyard. What an unprecedented scene. How could a prodigy capable of refining heaven-grade pills be buried in a remote place like Water Cloud City? Wu Yu walked over to Wu Shishue, glanced at Li Fu, and asked her sister, who is this? He's my savior. Savior. Wu Shishue then recounted how they had met. Finally, she added the 100 pills that just underwent tribulation were all refined by him. Wu Yu was stunned, realizing the 100-pill tribulation was his doing. Upon arriving at Shuiyun City, she had witnessed the magnificent scene of 100 pills undergoing tribulation. Curious, she wondered who in Shuiyun City was refining such pills. If she could recruit him, it would be a tremendous boon for the Great Wu Dynasty. A heaven-grade foundation establishment pill represented a foundation establishment stage expert. One who could refine a heaven-grade foundation establishment pill could surely refine a heaven-grade dustfall pill, and in time a heaven-grade nascent soul pill. If she could win over such a person, this journey would not be in vain. Yet upon entering the green bamboo garden, Wu Enya's first sight was Zhou Meng of the Xuan Yi Sect. The aura emanating from Zhou Meng was inscrutable to her. She speculated that the 100-pill tribulation was the work of someone from the Xuan Yi Sect. Such a grand spectacle of 100 pills undergoing tribulation could not be the doing of an obscure individual. Since it was someone from the Xuan Yi Sect, she could not lay claim to him. However, her younger sister Wu Zixu's words left her frozen in place. The 100-pill tribulation was not the work of the Xuan Yi Sect, but rather a cultivator at merely the 5th layer of qi refining. How had he accomplished this? Was he truly only at the 5th layer of qi refining? The Great Wu Imperial Palace boasted many talents, but even a heaven-grade pill undergoing tribulation was a rare sight, let alone 100. Wu Yu decided on the spot that such talent must be recruited. Since you saved my sister's life, you are a friend of Wu Yu. Fellow Taoist Fang Mu returned with me, and I said no. Before Wu Yu could finish, Zhou Meng interjected once more. The Xuan Yi Sect is indeed a first-rate sect of this era, but is your statement not too arbitrary? Fang Mu is not a disciple of your sect. Wu Yu spoke without fear, her words direct. Others might cower before the Xuan Yi Sect's might, but Wu Yu was a princess of the great Wu dynasty, and her every word and action represented the dynasty. Though her strength might not match that of the Xuan Yi Sect disciples, she had brought 800 black armored soldiers. This was her confidence. He is a disciple of my Xuan Yi Sect, Zhou Meng declared decisively. No, Fang Mu is not. He said he is a rogue cultivator, Wu Shishue affirmed. As they spoke, all eyes turned to Li Fu except for Chen Yuanshan. What is going on? Is that Fang Mu a disciple of the Xuan Yi Sect? I knew it. How could someone who refines heaven-grade pills be obscure? If he's from the Xuan Yi Sect, it makes sense. No, if he's a Xuan Yi Sect disciple, why isn't he at the sect? Why come to our Shuiyan city? Didn't you hear? The medicinal herbs for the pills were provided by Hongfu Tower. He can't be a Xuan Yi Sect disciple. One representing the Great Wu dynasty, the other a first-rate sect, both vying for an alchemist. Thrilling. I only wish I had the talent for alchemy. I'd love to be courted by both sides. The cultivators dared only whisper among themselves. Zhou Ming looked at Li Fu, as did the Wu sisters. All the cultivators' gazes were fixed on him. They awaited his answer. Outside the garden, the black armored soldiers stood in perfect formation, their murderous aura deterring any approach. Li Fu had not anticipated the situation escalating to such a degree. He knew that Zhou Ming had come to persuade him to return to the Xuan Yi Sect, perhaps out of lingering affection, or perhaps for other reasons. Wu Anyu claimed she wanted to take him to the palace because he had saved her sister, but Li Fu understood that her true interest lay in his alchemical talent. Everyone present coveted the heaven-grade pills he had refined. Not long ago, he had been a cripple incapable of cultivation. For nearly 8 years since returning from the abyss, Li Fu had endured scorn and rejection. The fickleness of human relationships was starkly evident now. When you had no value, you were merely a discarded piece of trash. But when you had worth, thousands would vie for your favor. Li Fu smiled faintly. He spoke slowly. I am Feng Mu, a rogue cultivator without affiliation. Rogue cultivator, without affiliation. These words struck Zhou Ming's heart relentlessly. How could he be so resolute? Could he truly set aside a millennium of sect bonds? Had the affection for his fellow disciples and master vanished completely? Zhou Ming could not believe it. Senior, you heard him. Feng Mu is not a disciple of your Xuan Yi Sect. Wu Shixue quickly interjected. I have no sect or faction, nor do I intend to join any. Please all of you leave. Li Fu gestured for everyone to depart. Wu Shixue wanted to speak further, but was stopped by Wu Anyu. Very well, I will not force you. This is my token. With it, fellow Taoist Feng may freely enter any city of the Great Wu dynasty, even my personal palace, and none will dare stop you. Should you encounter a problem beyond your means, present this token. It is as if I myself am present. Li Fu accepted the golden token thrown by Wu Anyu, inscribed with the characters, Great Wu Jinghua. Princess Jinghua, if one day you wish to find a faction to settle with, come to me. The Great Wu dynasty awaits your arrival. With that, Wu Anyu led Wu Shixue out of the green bamboo garden. You must come. Wu Shixue lingered, looking back at Li Fu repeatedly until she and the black armored soldiers vanished from sight. The departure of Wu Anyu brought relief to the cultivators. The black armored soldiers had been overwhelmingly oppressive. Wu Anyu herself was suffocating. Finally, she was gone. Qin Yuanshan scrambled to his feet and took his leave first. The other cultivators, seeing no further purpose, departed one by one. Fellow Taoist Feng. Chang Hongyi clasped his hands, uncertain how to proceed. Li Fu handed the storage pouch to Chang Hongyi. These are the foundation establishment pills promised to Hongfu Tower, all here. These are detoxification pills. Master He and Elder Nia must find a quiet, unoccupied place to take them, as the expulsion of the cold poison may affect others. Li Fu placed 2 detoxification pills into the hands of Master He and Elder Nia. They accepted the pills, overwhelmed with emotion. The ice-toad cold poison had plagued them for half a year. Gazing at the heaven-grade detoxification pills in their hands, tears streamed down their aged faces. Thank you. Fellow Taoist Feng must have other matters to attend to. We shall not disturb you further. In a few days, I will bring my son to express our gratitude for the pills and the detoxification. Chang Yoxin, noticing the Xuan Yi Sect disciples still standing in the garden and sensing the unusual relationship, said no more and left with his group. Now only Li Fu and Zhou Ming remained in the once bustling green bamboo garden. Fellow Taoist, if you have no further business, please leave, Li Fu said to Zhou Ming. Little junior brother, do you no longer recognize even your senior sister? Li Fu's cold demeanor felt alien to Zhou Ming. She could not believe that the little junior brother who had once clung to her so affectionately had changed so drastically. His strangeness chilled her to the bone. I am Feng Mu, a rogue cultivator, not your little junior brother. You must have mistaken me for someone else. I cannot be mistaken. We cultivated together, lived together, ate together, practiced swords together. How could I be wrong? Since cultivating the profound mechanism art, Zhou Ming rarely experienced such emotional turmoil. Li Fu's denial shattered the serene calm of Zhou Ming's heart. Why has it come to this? Little junior brother. Li Fu gazed into the distance, silent. Come back with your senior sister. If there's a misunderstanding, let's talk it out, okay? Zhou Ming reached out to grasp Li Fu's wrist. But Li Fu evaded her touch. Go back. The one you seek is not here. I will not return unless you come with me. I refuse to go back alone. You should know my temperament well. Zhou Ming simply sat down on the stone bench, refusing to leave. Li Fu indeed knew Zhou Ming's character. Once she set her mind on something, she would not easily change it. Otherwise, she would not have remained in the Xuanji Pavilion for 800 years without stepping out. I have already sworn a heavenly Tao oath to sever ties with the sect. I am no longer a disciple of Xuan Yi Sect. I know, but wasn't that just a moment of impulsive anger with the master, eh? Impulsive anger? Li Fu let out a laugh after speaking. Who would make a heavenly Tao oath on a whim, staking their very soul's annihilation and eternal damnation as the price? I was not acting out of anger. Leaving Xuan Yi Sect is the most correct decision I have ever made in this life. Moreover, my departure from Xuan Yi Sect must be a welcome relief to many. Had it not been for entering the great dream of 3 millennia, Li Fu would never have known just how despicable he was in the eyes of his senior sisters. Those gazes of disgust, Li Fu would never forget them. Whenever he recalled the way they looked at him, a bone-chilling coldness seized his heart. No, it's not like that. Li Fu's words reminded Zhou Ming of the attitudes of the 2nd, 4th, and 7th junior sisters toward Li Fu on Qianyun Peak. After all these years, you still haven't learned to lie. In that regard, you truly ought to learn from your junior sisters. When they lie, it's impossible to tell truth from falsehood. Li Fu sneered as he saw the expression flicker across Zhou Ming's face. Zhou Ming did not know how to begin. After a moment's hesitation, she spoke. There must be some misunderstanding here, little junior brother. Come back with me, your senior sister. Let us sort things out, and if there is a misunderstanding, we can clear it up face to face, all right? Zhou Ming's eyes held earnest hope. Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding is there? It is nothing but calculated scheming and malicious framing. Even if we sorted out, what difference would it make? It won't change the fact that I have severed ties with the sect. Besides, it could never be truly sorted out, because no one cared about the truth. Ever since he returned from the extreme abyss, he had been a cripple. In the eyes of the sect's disciples, he was nothing but a burden. He was unworthy of being the Xuan Yi Sect master's personal disciple. All of the master's personal disciples possessed extraordinary cultivation, yet he alone was a useless cripple. Speaking of it would only tarnish the master's reputation and defile the sect. Zhou Ming could see that Li Fu harbored deep resentment toward Xuan Yi Sect. His impression of the junior sisters also seemed unfavorable. Could it truly be as the junior sisters had claimed? There is one matter that greatly puzzles this senior sister. Would little junior brother be willing to enlighten me? After you have spoken, will you then take your leave? Li Fu asked. Yes. Zhou Ming answered firmly. Very well. Please ask away. That day on Qianyun Peak, little junior brother was afflicted by demonic qi, your mind in chaos. Yet despite that, you used your last shred of sanity to stop yourself from disturbing 2nd junior sister's comprehension of the sword steel. We could see that you would rather take your own life than interrupt her meditation. But why at the very last moment, when you had already regained your senses, did you still strike out with that sword? Zhou Ming knew in her heart that she would not be able to bring Li Fu back today. Since that was the case, she might as well hear his perspective on the matter. But when I struck that sword, shouldn't Chai Jingxiu be grateful to me? Grateful to you? Zhou Ming thought she had misheard. Why would she be grateful to you? You disrupted 2nd junior sister's comprehension of the sword steel. Why on earth would she thank you? Upon hearing this, Li Fu burst into laughter. So Chai Jingxiu never said a word. Zhou Ming was utterly bewildered. Said what? Is the sword steel still on Qianyun Peak? Yes. Zhou Ming had visited Qianyun Peak before descending the mountain, and the sword steel was still there. Since the sword steel remains, rather than hearing my answer, I believe you can seek the truth yourself. When I was still in the sect, my defenses were feeble, and no one was willing to believe me. Now that I have left, my words carry even less weight. The answer lies in the sword steel. You should investigate it yourself. What could be more convincing than the truth one uncovers with their own eyes? Even if Li Fu could talk like a silver-tongued orator without solid evidence, any answer he gave would still be suspect. Rather than that, it was better to let her find out on her own. Zhou Ming fell into deep thought. The answer lies in the sword steel. What did that mean? Was there more to this incident? She had witnessed the scenes in the Xuanji mystic mirror. Was there something that even the mirror could not reveal? And what did he mean by 2nd junior sister never saying anything? Zhou Ming was perplexed. In that case, I shall investigate it myself. Zhou Ming rose to her feet and gazed at Li Fu, her eyes filled with genuine concern. Although I do not know how you managed it, I am truly happy for you that you have re-entered the path of cultivation. The longevity-extending pills I prepared for you are no longer needed. That is a good thing. When I return to the sect, I will uncover the truth. If there is a hidden story, I will speak plainly to the master and clear your name. I hope that the next time we meet, there will no longer be any rift between us. Having said this, Zhou Ming turned and walked away. When she reached the entrance of the bamboo garden, she suddenly looked back, her gaze tender as she regarded the little junior brother she had once treated like a younger sibling. She asked softly, "We part today, and I know not when we shall meet again. We have been fellow disciples all these years. Before you leave, could I hear you call me senior sister just once?" In every family, a younger brother might quarrel with his sister and as the elder sister, she would naturally be forgiving. The great family of Xuan Yi Sect had grown too rapidly in recent years, and it was inevitable that discipline over the younger disciples had been neglected. But as long as the home remained, how far could the younger brother truly wander? Zhou Ming thought to herself. In her heart, Li Fu would always be the little brother who never grew up. If he had suffered grievances at home, it was her duty as his sister to stand up for him. At the entrance, Zhou Ming's eyes shimmered with anticipation. At that moment, the woman gazing earnestly from the doorway was not the esteemed senior disciple of Xuan Yi Sect, nor the unfathomable master of the Xuanji Pavilion. She was simply Li Fu's senior sister. Li Fu shook his head ruthlessly. I am no longer a disciple of Xuan Yi Sect. I cannot bring myself to speak those words. Zhou Ming's eyes instantly dimmed. However, as someone who was once your junior brother, I have one piece of advice for you. After leaving the sect, beware of Jiang Chen. In the great dream of 3 millennia, Zhou Ming was the only one who had never shown disgust toward Li Fu. Even though she had failed to hear those 3 words she longed for and disappointment weighed on her heart, Zhou Ming still forced a smile. The sect was her home. How could she ever leave it? As for Jiang Chen, Zhou Ming had always kept her distance from him. When your senior sister comes next time to take you back to the sect in my heart, you will forever be my little junior brother. After uttering these words, Zhou Ming departed. Gazing at the gradually fading graceful silhouette, Li Fu's heart churned with a mix of emotions. Zhou Ming too would ultimately die tragically at Jiang Chen's hands. In Li Fu's heart, a trace of warmth remained for this former senior sister. Xuan Yi Sect was no longer what it once was. Having spent so long in the Xuanji Pavilion, she knew little of what transpired within the sect. Thus Li Fu offered that final warning, hoping she would heed his words. Only after Zhou Ming's back disappeared from sight did Li Fu compose himself. He glanced toward the nearby pavilion. Since you are here, why lurk in the shadows? Come down. I am busy. A dark shadow flitted across the attic, vanishing in an instant, and landed silently in the bamboo garden. Long time no see. The newcomer had a bulbous nose, skin as withered as tree bark, and a body that trembled like a fallen leaf in the wind, appearing on the verge of decrepitude. You're only at the 5th layer of chi refinement, yet you managed to detect me. The old man plopped down onto a stone stool, clutching a flask of wine. I didn't detect you, it was the person ahead of me who did. Before leaving, Zhou Ming had transmitted a message to Li Fu informing him that someone had been sitting in the attic for a long time and asking if he should handle it. Only then did Li Fu become aware. Disciples of the Xuan Yi Sect are truly monstrous. That young girl's strength is unfathomable. This old man admits defeat. With that, the old man took a swig of wine. 800 years without a trace, and you've ended up like this. Is your end approaching? Li Fu sat down before the old man, scrutinizing him closely. You brat, your tongue is as sharp as ever. The visitor was named Yin Yonghua. When Li Fu was still with the Xuan Yi Sect, he had reached the great perfection of the Golden Core stage. Seeking a breakthrough, Li Fu chose not to seclude himself in bitter cultivation like other cultivators. Instead, he opted to descend the mountain for experience, acting as the sect's envoy to the world. His first stop was Shuiyan City. The first person Li Fu challenged upon descending the mountain was Yin Yonghua, the city lord of Shuiyan City, who had already reached the nascent soul stage at that time. Although the golden core and nascent soul stages differ by only 1 level, they are as far apart as clouds and mud. Yet despite this vast gap in realms, Yin Yonghua was defeated by Li Fu in a single strike. After this battle, Li Fu of the Xuan Yi Sect rose to fame. The world quickly came to know of the Xuan Yi Sect. Li Fu snatched his wine, took a sip, and frowned. Why have you changed the wine? This one is too harsh. The pungent, stinging flavor was not to Li Fu's liking. What do you know? A harsh wine down the throat is where true pleasure lies. The old man gulped down a large mouthful, letting out a contented groan. Li Fu watched him quietly and asked, How did you find me? Find you? With such a commotion, it was impossible not to notice. The old man said grumpily, You still dare to come to my Shuiyan city? Aren't you afraid I'll kill you with a single sword strike? The old man's eyes gleamed with malice as he spoke fiercely. If you wanted to kill me, you wouldn't have waited until now. Li Fu paused, then continued, So how have things been? Looks like you haven't been doing too well these years. The old man coughed lightly. You've seen through it. Your eyes are still as sharp as ever. This old man lives day by day now, as long as I have wine I'm content. With that, he swirled the fiery liquor in his flask. Meeting an old acquaintance today, he had drunk a bit faster. What's wrong with you? Stuck in your cultivation, unable to break through? Or afflicted with an incurable ailment? Li Fu was puzzled by the old man's mindset. He had once been so optimistic. Why had he become so pessimistic? The old man downed the last of his wine, tossed aside the bottle, and said, It's all your fault. That sword strike back then severely damaged my Dao heart. Though my cultivation could still grow, my state of mind has stagnated ever since. Over these years I've been stuck at the late nascent soul stage, unable to advance an inch until now when my end is near. Li Fu hadn't expected that single strike to leave such a profound impact on him. A damaged Dao heart is extremely serious. Unlike a cultivation realm which can be restored through hard work or elixirs, the Dao heart is one's own, invisible and intangible like a person's spirit. Once damaged, it is exceedingly difficult to repair. Unless one can come to terms with it on their own, no medicine can cure it. Back then when Li Fu descended the mountain, he was full of ambition. Like a sword unsheathed, his edge was unmistakable. After years of practicing sword techniques with his senior sisters, his swordsmanship had reached the pinnacle of perfection. Xuan City was the nearest city to the Xuan Yi Sect. Without much thought, Li Fu decided to test his strength against the closest opponent. To his surprise, a single strike defeated Yin Yonghua, who was at the nascent soul stage. Li Fu didn't know how to console him. The Yin Yonghua before him now resembled a drunken old man. Amidst a crowd, he would be nothing but an unremarkable elder, utterly devoid of the aura of a nascent soul cultivator. After you defeated me, you just brushed off your hands and left, continuing to make a name for yourself. Poor me, I trained hard hoping to reclaim my dignity, but you turned around and disappeared into the extreme abyss. Li Fu had heard about what happened next. Yin Yonghua frequently visited the Xuan Yi Sect to inquire about Li Fu, hoping to challenge him, but he never got the chance. And so the crack in Yin Yonghua's Dao heart widened bit by bit as he waited to challenge Li Fu. Until now, with his Dao heart damaged, his realm unable to advance, and his end approaching, he no longer harbored any thoughts of a challenge. The old man let out a bitter laugh. You brat, you've really done me in. I've wanted to strike you dead countless times to avenge that sword strike from back then. And you still dare to come to Xuan City. Aren't you afraid they'll take my revenge? Li Fu shook his head. If I were afraid, I wouldn't have come. Besides, you're not that kind of person. I'm only at the 5th layer of Qi refinement now. If you want, we can have a rematch, let you regain your honor and mend your Dao heart. The old man crossed his legs and said disdainfully, forget it. I never expected you to come out of the extreme abyss, and I certainly didn't expect to see you like this. How did your cultivation drop to only the 5th layer of Qi refinement? But what intrigues me more is how you left the Xuan Yi Sect and even made a heavenly Dao oath. What did the Xuan Yi Sect do to make you leave so resolutely? Back then you always said, I am Li Fu, a disciple of the Xuan Yi Sect, and took pride in being part of it. What exactly happened? Yin Yonghua was very curious. Li Fu had once been a prodigy of his generation. Such a drastic contrast made Yin Yonghua wonder what Li Fu had experienced over the years. What could have driven him to make a heavenly Dao oath to leave the sect? What had the Xuan Yi Sect done to him? After all, the Xuan Yi Sect of today was not the obscure little sect it had been 800 years ago. The Xuan Yi Sect had developed rapidly, its influence unparalleled, and it had firmly secured its position as a first-rate sect. Now it was no longer a place anyone could enter. Recruiting disciples required passing through layers of trials. Xuan City was the nearest city to the Xuan Yi Sect. Every 3 years, when the Xuan Yi Sect recruited new disciples, Xuan City would become a bustling hub of activity. It could be said that cultivators all took pride in becoming disciples of the Xuan Yi Sect. Yet that young man who once took such pride in the sect at the very height of its prosperity chose to leave it, with his cultivation regressing to such a pitiful state. Something must have happened. It's a long story. Li Fu let out a sigh. Then make it short. Yin Yonghua was too eager to know what had happened. For Li Fu to go so far as to make a heavenly Dao oath to leave the Xuan Yi Sect, the matter was certainly not simple. Li Fu could see that the old man wouldn't leave until he got his answer. After a moment's pause, Li Fu succinctly recounted to Yin Yonghua what had happened after he returned from the extreme abyss. Of course, he omitted the mysterious vision of the 3,000-year dream. After all, it was a rather far-fetched tale, and no one would believe it. How despicable. The esteemed Xuan Yi Sect is so shameless. Isn't this killing the donkey after it's done grinding? Killing the donkey. Hey, watch your words. I'm still here. I was just standing up for you, Yin Yonghua said. A sect as vast as Xuan Yi treating a disciple who has braved fire and water for it like this. It truly chills the heart. What do you plan to do next? Li Fu remained composed, replying, cultivate slowly, take it one step at a time. I'm only at the Qi refining stage now. Improving my cultivation is the priority. Yin Yonghua remarked. The first time I met you, you defeated me with a single sword strike. The second time you crossed the tribulation with 100 pills. I really can't fathom how you cultivate, you freak. Li Fu chuckled, keep a low profile. Comparing people only breeds resentment. Yin Yonghua shook his head with a sigh, then spoke again. By the way, I've taken on a disciple. Would you care to offer some guidance? You actually accepted a disciple? Li Fu was astonished. Aren't you the one who hates being bothered? How did you come to take a disciple? After realizing I had no hope of breaking through, my mindset shifted a bit. This disciple also suits my taste, so I took her in. Speaking of his disciple, a trace of tenderness flickered in Yin Yonghua's murky eyes. Li Fu was surprised. He never expected that old fellow to take a disciple. Yin Yonghua had always been a solitary man, never seeking a Tao companion. According to him, being alone meant no attachments. He cherished solitude. Yet this very man on the brink of his end had taken a disciple. It was utterly baffling. Had he found clarity? No, why would I guide your disciple? Besides, I'm only at the qi refining stage. I don't even have time for my own cultivation. Li Fu refused. Don't rush to decline. As a reward, I'll gift you a fortuity as compensation. Yin Yonghua looked at Li Fu with a mysterious air. A fortuity? What fortuity could you possibly have? Li Fu felt a chill under his gaze. Don't underestimate me. This fortuity is worthy only of you. Li Fu remained skeptical and still didn't agree. You don't have to teach her constantly. Just occasional guidance and a bit of care will do. My time is near. I estimate I have only 2 years left. That child is pure-hearted, and I fear shall be bullied after I'm gone. I was worried about what she'd do without me. Fortunately, I met you today. I wouldn't trust anyone else, but if it's you, I can depart in peace. Yin Yonghua spoke calmly, a hint of kindness gleaming in his eyes. An old tree blooming anew. No, teach her yourself. I can't do it for you. You still have 2 years, or a breakthrough might come in a single thought. I have faith in you. Li Fu refused again. Since the 3,000-year dream, Jiang Chen's looming threat had haunted him like a shadow. That man harbored earth-shattering secrets and grand ambitions. Even with Li Fu's glimpse into the 3,000-year dream, he couldn't perceive Jiang Chen's ultimate goal. Yet he knew that Xuan Yi Sect would eventually be devoured by Jiang Chen. Though he had left the sect, Li Fu's unease persisted. He sensed that Jiang Chen wouldn't let him go, that he would eventually make a move against him. Thus Li Fu had left the sect and concealed his whereabouts. He couldn't agree to Yin Yonghua's request. Doing so would only harm her. There's no chance left. I know my own condition. Enough talk for today. I need to return. Don't leave the city these next few days. Prepare yourself, or we depart in 10 days. Li Fu was puzzled. Depart? Where to? I told you I'm giving you a fortuity as a reward. With that, Yin Yonghua transformed into a dark shadow and vanished into the horizon. Hey, I didn't agree to this. Li Fu stood and shouted, but the old man had disappeared without a trace. This is too unreliable. I didn't agree. Li Fu was speechless. But soon curiosity about the fortuity stirred within him. Depart in 10 days. Where to? He didn't even explain before leaving. How could such an unreliable man take a disciple? Li Fu dismissed the thought, focusing instead on enhancing his strength as quickly as possible. Cultivation was paramount. Li Fu turned to enter his room for training when a crisp knock echoed from outside the door. Dong dong dong. Is anyone home? A girl's voice. Li Fu eyed the door warily. Who is it? My master sent me, the girl replied. Your master? Who is your master? Yin Yonghua, the city lord of Shuiyun City. Li Fu opened the courtyard gate to find a girl in black clothes with 2 braids standing there. My master sent me to protect you. The girl strode boldly into the yard, scrutinized Li Fu, and shook her head. Qi refining 5th layer. Still needs work. Li Fu was dumbfounded, a cloud of doubt hanging over him. What did your master tell you? He just said I should stay at Green Bamboo Garden these days to protect someone. Nothing else. What else should there be? Li Fu said, you at the early foundation establishment stage protecting me. What's wrong? Can't a foundation establishment cultivator protect you, eh? The girl puffed out her slightly budding chest defiantly. Li Fu was at a loss for words. Yin Yonghua, fearing Li Fu would refuse, had acted first and reported later. He hadn't even told his disciple the truth, sending her over to get acquainted first. What an unreliable master. And his disciple didn't seem very dependable either. Her personality was too carefree, with seemingly no guile. What's your name? Since she was already here, he couldn't very well kick her out. Li Fu asked helplessly. Mei Xiaoxian. The girl paused, then continued. You look so soft and tender. Can't have been cultivating long. From now on, call me Sister Mei or Sister Xiaoxian. Li Fu's face darkened. Sis, you don't even know how old I am, and you want me to call you sister. Li Fu, who had lived over 1,000 years, sighed softly. Too unreliable. An unreliable master had taken an unreliable disciple. What about you? What's your name? Feng Mu. Only Zhou Meng and Yin Yonghua knew Li Fu's true identity. Zhou Meng had already left, and Yin Yonghua hadn't told his disciple about Li Fu's real identity. Feng Mu, a bit of a rustic name, but you look spirited and your skin is so smooth, even smoother than mine. How odd. Mei Xiaoxian appraised Li Fu again, clicking her tongue in wonder. Strange, how can a grown man be so tender and even smell faintly fragrant? But your hair is too short. Since master sent me to protect you, rest assured, I'll take good care of you. If you have any cultivation questions, you can ask me. But as your senior, I must tell you, a man shouldn't focus on trivial things like appearance. Diligent cultivation is the true path. Having a woman protect you. How embarrassing would that be? Li Fu listened darkly without rebuttal. Could he blame himself? Did she know about the stainless sacred body? No wonder Yin Yonghua called her naive. Her reckless words would surely offend people. Afraid he'd lose his temper and throw her out, Li Fu turned and headed back to his room. Hey, where are you going? I'm not done talking. Cultivating. I'm not bad, very obedient. I like it. The lad is teachable. Mei Xiaoxian nodded approvingly, wearing an expression of elder-like satisfaction. Li Fu returned to his room, set up the formation, and with a flicker of his figure entered the Taichu Qianquan Tower. Inside the tower, Jingzhou was waiting quietly. Upon seeing Li Fu, a youthful face instantly brimmed with joy. Master, you're here. Li Fu nodded. From now on you don't have to call me master. You can call me by my name, Li Fu. Li Fu, Jingzhou repeated softly. I'd rather call you master, Jingzhou said, raising an innocent and cheerful smile. Li Fu did not insist. I'm going to cultivate now? You can play by yourself. Jingzhou nodded, earnestly obedient and well-behaved. Li Fu sat cross-legged. Cultivation grew slower as one advanced. Only perseverance could carry one forward. After entering a meditative state, he calmed his mind, and vast amounts of heavenly spiritual energy converged like 100 rivers flowing into the sea, gathering toward the dantian within his body. 3 days passed outside in silence. Only then did Li Fu finally reach the 6th layer of the qi refining stage. Within the tower, 10 days equaled 1 day outside. That meant Li Fu had used 30 days. Even with his innate saint body, cultivation gradually stagnated, and he had already been close to a breakthrough. Yet Li Fu did not stop. He pressed on with renewed vigor, continuing to cultivate. At Xuan Yi Sect, after returning from Shuiyan City, Zhou Ming headed straight for Qinyan Peak. Senior sister, you're back, Chai Jingqiu said, surprised. Why would the senior sister bypass her own Xuanji pavilion and skip reporting to the master only to rush directly to her place? Did you find Li Fu? Chai Jingqiu asked. Zhou Ming gazed deeply at her second junior sister, then glanced at the black sword steel. Recalling Li Fu's meaningful words before he left, she countered, Second junior sister, do you hope I found our little junior brother? Chai Jingqiu was taken aback. Of course she did not want the senior sister to find Li Fu, she only wished for him to die outside. But what did the senior sister mean by asking this? For a moment Chai Jingqiu was bewildered. Of course I hope so. Li Fu cannot cultivate now, or he wouldn't survive 7 days away from Xuan Yi Sect. If you find him and bring him back, he still has a chance to live, Chai Jingqiu replied, quickly masking her face with a worried expression lying against her true feelings. Considering our bond as fellow disciples, though he disturbed my contemplation of the sword's steely, we've been siblings for years. As his former senior sister, I don't wish to see him die in a foreign land. Zhou Ming listened quietly, watching Chai Jingqiu. The little junior brother, said the junior sister's lies were hard to discern. Whom did he mean? One person, or all of them? Were the second junior sister's words sincere? Doubt lingered in Zhou Ming's heart, as she truly could not tell. Yet Chai Jingqiu did not seem to be lying. Even a complete stranger wouldn't refuse to save a dying person, would they? But recalling the second junior sister's expression and tone that day on Xinyan Peak made Zhou Ming suspicious again. Did she truly want the little junior brother to return? Setting aside truth and falsehood, she should first investigate the matter of the sword steel. I'm relieved you think that way. Then Zhou Ming continued, unfortunately, I didn't find him. She chose to conceal the truth. Upon hearing this, a flicker of relief flashed in Chai Jingqiu's eyes. What a pity. Senior sister, you are a mystic diviner. If even you couldn't find him, then Li Fu. 7 days have passed. Li Fu. Chai Jingqiu left the rest unsaid, knowing well that the senior sister still harbored affection for Li Fu. Zhou Ming neither answered nor denied. As a mystic diviner in her junior sister's eyes, if she wished to find someone, it was impossible for her not to. Since even the senior sister couldn't find him, could it be? Chai Jingqiu secretly speculated, had Li Fu already met with misfortune? If so, how wonderful. Dead outside, out of sight, and out of mind. The senior sister's failure to find him was answer enough. Zhou Ming had never imagined she would one day hide something from her junior sisters. This time she resolved to truly understand her junior sisters, starting with the second, one Chai Jingqiu. To complete the act, Zhou Ming sighed and shifted the topic with concern. How is your cultivation progressing lately, second junior sister? Chai Jingqiu shook her head regretfully. Ever since my contemplation of the sword steel was interrupted, I can't even meditate or breathe calmly without feeling restless. She brought up the sword steel herself, saving Zhou Ming the trouble of steering the conversation. Second junior sister, where did you obtain this sword steel? It's so profound. With your talent, even you cannot comprehend it. It must have a significant origin. Zhou Ming walked closer to examine the steel carefully. The sword steel was pitch black. To the naked eye, it was merely a stone steel. When probing with divine sense, one could not penetrate it. Yet within the spiritual perception, it appeared as a black sword. The little junior brother said the answer lay in the sword steel. But even with Zhou Ming's cultivation, she found nothing amiss. How had he discovered it? To her, it was just a sword steel. Chai Jingqiu also approached the steel. This sword steel has a great history. I found it 500 years ago in a peerless place in Nanhuang. Nanhuang. Isn't that a region mostly inhabited by demon clans? Zhou Ming frowned upon hearing this. Indeed. Unable to break through in cultivation, I thought to advance through battle. For a sword cultivator, what better way is there than slaying demons and vanquishing evil? 500 years ago, I left Xuan Yi Sect alone with my sword fighting all the way to Nanhuang. Though I made slight progress in cultivation, my swordsmanship remained stagnant, until I stumbled into a dangerous place and chanced upon this sword steel. The moment I saw it, I was deeply captivated. I knew that whether I could break through in the sword path depended on this steel. As Chai Jingxiu spoke, her eyes burned with fervor. She yearned desperately to advance even a single step in the sword path. Even a small step would be immensely precious to her. Yet that very step was exceedingly difficult to take. Chai Jingxiu's sword path had stalled her sword techniques, unable to progress further. For a sword cultivator, stagnation in the sword path was more agonizing than a bottleneck in cultivation. For the fiercely competitive Chai Jingxiu, it was an unbearable torment. Zhou Ming deeply understood her second junior sister's feelings. Yet she still could not see what lay within the sword steel or where the answer truly was. Why could the little junior brother see it while she could not? Zhou Ming asked, "Second junior sister, do you know who left this sword steel behind?" Chai Jingxiu shook her head as she truly did not know. In fact, she too wished to learn who had left the steel. Surely it could not have been an obscure nobody. "Senior sister, could you examine this sword steel with your mystic mirror?" Unable to find answers from the steel itself, Zhou Ming wanted to use the mystic mirror to see if she could discern anything, so she sought her junior sister's consent. "This?" Chai Jingxiu hesitated, a troubled look on her face. "Why are you so concerned about the sword steely, senior sister?" Zhou Ming replied, "I cannot bear to see you trapped by the sword path day and night. My skill in swordsmanship is limited, so I cannot directly help you. But I practice the mystic arts, and I thought I might investigate the steel's origin and its owner to see if it could aid your comprehension." She could not directly say she was searching for the answer she desired. "Senior sister, this might harm you," Chai Jingxiu said reluctantly. "It's fine. I am your senior sister. It is my duty to help my junior sisters." Seeing the senior sister's insistence, Chai Jingxiu found it hard to refuse. "Then it'll trouble you, senior sister." Chai Jingxiu grew suspicious. Why had the senior sister suddenly become so eager to help her comprehend the sword steel? In the past, the senior sister always bore a cold and distant demeanor, spending nearly all her days in seclusion within the mystic mechanism's pavilion, rarely setting foot in the sect. Even when the master sought her, he had to personally visit the pavilion. However, recently the senior sister had been appearing in the sect with considerable frequency. She had already visited the Thousand Cloud Peak twice. Zhou Ming summoned the mystic mechanism's mirror. She dripped her essence blood onto it, channeling her lifespan to activate the mystic mechanism's mirror. In an instant, a profound connection was forged between the mirror and the sword steel. Soon an image materialized within the mystic mechanism's mirror. The mirror revealed a man clad in black robes, his eyes blood red. He gripped a jet-black longsword, standing atop a mountain peak, gazing down upon the countless mortals below. "The sword is an instrument of slaughter. My path of the sword nurtures the blade with blood and seeks enlightenment through killing. Where the sword's edge points, there lies the heavenly Tao. To kill one is a crime. To slay 10,000 is a conqueror. The souls beneath my blade are but stepping stones on my ascent to the pinnacle. Only the heartless can be invincible, only the cold-blooded can remain undefeated. In this life I cultivate no illusory sword intent. I seek only the purest power of slaughter. Only those who are decisive in killing can stand atop a mountain of corpses and look down upon the ants that are all living beings." Then the black-robed man released the black longsword, allowing it to float before him. The man closed his eyes, pressed 2 fingers to his brow, and murmured incantations. "Today I shall condense my insights on the sword path into this steely, hoping a fated one may comprehend my sword intent." In an instant, a torrent of demonic chi erupted from the man. Then the man opened his eyes, which were now bloodshot. He pressed his 2 fingers onto the sword's body. The surging demonic chi flowed through his fingers into the blade. The sword trembled uncontrollably as it absorbed the immense demonic power. Witnessing this, Zhou Ming's expression turned grave, while Chai Jingxiu's face became ashen. "This is a cultivator of the demon race. Junior sister, were you aware of this?" The mirror showed Li Fu struggling to push the wooden sword towards Chai Jingxiu. Second senior sister, I barely managed to save you. I gift this demon-slaying wooden sword to you." Zhou Ming looked coldly at this second junior sister, her heart filled with shock. Was this truly the sister she had always known? To seek a breakthrough in her sword path, she had not hesitated to comprehend the demonic sword way. In the realm of cultivation, righteousness and evil had never coexisted. Righteous cultivators practiced orthodox techniques, pursuing harmony between heaven and humanity. Demonic cultivators followed only their hearts, enhancing their power by plundering the cultivation and lives of others, a cruel method that defied the will of heaven. The image in the mystic mechanism's mirror shifted. At Thousand Cloud Peak, Li Fu arrived holding a wooden sword. That night, sensing the sword intent emanating from the steely Chai Jingqiu, immediately entered a meditative state to comprehend it. After Li Fu struck that sword to stop Chai Jingqiu from comprehending, he collapsed to the ground. Senior sister, haven't we seen this scene before? Zhou Ming ignored the question, her gaze fixed on the mystic mechanism's mirror. The mirror showed Li Fu struggling to push the wooden sword towards Chai Jingqiu. Second, senior sister, I barely managed to save you. I gift this demon-slaying wooden sword to you, hoping that in the future it can slay demons for you just as it did today. This was a scene they had not witnessed at Thousand Cloud Peak. Seeing Li Fu strike, Chai Jingqiu, enraged by his actions, knocked the mystic mechanism's mirror away. What does the junior brother mean by these words? Zhou Ming's expression was stern as she fixed her gaze on Chai Jingqiu, demanding word by word. It means nothing, senior sister. He was invaded by demonic qi and spoke nonsense. Chai Jingqiu reached out to stop the mystic mechanism's mirror, but Zhou Ming blocked her. What are you doing? Since it has already happened, why bother watching further? Senior sister, I am tired. Please leave. Unwilling to watch anymore, Chai Jingqiu turned to depart. It's not over yet, second junior sister. Don't be so hasty to leave. Zhou Ming grabbed Chai Jingqiu's arm. Senior sister, you didn't come here just to help me comprehend the sword's steely, did you? Of course I came to help you. However, there seems to be more to the junior brother disturbing your comprehension. Since we've seen this far, why not continue watching? As she spoke in the mystic mechanism's mirror, Chai Jingqiu stood up, jolted awake from her meditation. Her eyes were slightly red and faint wisps of black demonic qi coiled around her. Her gaze towards the unconscious Li Fu on the ground was sinister, icy, and brimming with murderous intent. Zhou Ming looked at her second junior sister beside her in disbelief. The sister in the mirror was a completely different person from the one standing there now. You were going to kill him? No, I didn't, senior sister. You misunderstand me. A flicker of panic passed through Chai Jingqiu's eyes. Misunderstand? Second junior sister, you are terrifying. He stopped you from falling into demonic ways, and you still intended to kill him. This is the reason you constantly claim to despise the junior brother, and you spread the word that he hindered your comprehension of the sword's steel. But what is the truth? Why did you slander him? Zhou Ming trembled, her once calm heart now a raging sea, stirred by the murderous intent in her second junior sister's eyes. Zhou Ming knew there might be a misunderstanding, but she never imagined the truth could be this. It was hard to believe that her second junior sister, who was solely devoted to the sword path, had such a side. Zhou Ming could no longer see the person before her as the same second junior sister she had in her heart. In her memory, her second junior sister, though proud and taciturn, was kind-hearted with eyes only for her sword. But why in just a few short days did it feel to Zhou Ming like her second junior sister had become a different person? Where had the pure and simple-minded junior sister gone? The gaze full of murderous intent in the mystic mechanism's mirror felt alien to Zhou Ming. Why of all reasons? Second junior sister, with the matter already exposed, Chai Jingqiu stopped making excuses. She stared coldly at the unconscious Li Fu in the mystic mechanism's mirror, an abyss of hatred welling in her eyes. Senior sister, what is the truth? You have been secluded in the mystic mechanism's pavilion for so long. How could you know the affairs of the sect? My progress on the sword path has been stagnant for a very, very long time. Even Li Fu's swordsmanship has surpassed mine. How long has he been practicing the sword? In the past, when I practiced swordsmanship, everyone praised my skill, saying I would surely achieve the title of sword saint in time. Even the master praised me highly. They told me to focus solely on the sword path and become the youngest sword saint of Xuan Yi Sect. But later, ever since Li Fu started practicing, all eyes were on him. Then you all said his sword heart was pure, and his future achievements would far surpass mine, that he might even become a sword immortal. Senior sister, do you know how I felt then? Do you know how devastated I was? Chai Jingqiu's voice was filled with resentment. I understand your frustration at being unable to break through on the sword path, but that cannot be an excuse for returning kindness with enmity. Returning kindness with enmity. Ha ha ha, what a grand phrase, returning kindness with enmity. As if she had heard the world's greatest joke, Chai Jingqiu suddenly burst into a piercing, bone-chilling laughter. Senior sister, how do you know that I am unwilling to fall into demonic ways? Her laughter ceased abruptly, her eyes filled with nothing but reckless madness. What did you say? Chai Jingqiu, do you realize what you are saying? You are mad. Zhou Ming was thunderstruck, unable to believe the words she had just heard. She could not imagine that these words came from her second junior sister's mouth. Are these your true feelings, or are you just speaking in anger? Chai Jingqiu shook her head. I am not mad. I am not speaking in anger either. I am calmer than I have ever been. I, Chai Jingqiu, am willing to do anything to advance further on the sword path. Even if it means falling into demonic ways, I do so willingly. Each word from her second junior sister pierced Zhou Ming's understanding like a sharp blade. She had originally thought Li Fu's angry departure from the sect was merely a common rift between siblings. But now hearing such heretical words, Zhou Ming stood frozen in place, her soul shaken, her mind and spirit trembling. Zhou Ming could scarcely believe these words had come from her second junior sister. She stared blankly at Chai Jingqiu at a loss for words. After a long pause, Zhou Ming finally spoke slowly. So you blamed the junior brother for preventing you from comprehending the sword steely, for stopping you from falling into demonic possession, and you even intended to kill him. So what if I did? What of it if I killed him for obstructing my comprehension of the sword steel? A chill ran through Zhou Ming's entire body upon hearing this. She could not fathom that her second junior sister harbored such venomous thoughts. Yet these words slipped from Chai Jingqiu's lips as if they were nothing more than an ordinary trifle. When Li Fu was corroded by demonic qi, he would rather take his own life than disturb Chai Jingqiu's enlightenment, and in his lucid moments his first act was to stop her from falling into demonic possession. But the second junior sister, without a shred of regard for Li Fu's intentions, even moved to kill him. Master, did you hear that? Zhou Ming suddenly looked up and asked in a loud voice. Chai Jingqiu's heart jolted at the words, and she hastily followed Zhou Ming's gaze. Master Bushiyu was standing in the air above them, unbeknownst to when she had arrived. And Master, how did you come? Chai Jingqiu's face turned deathly pale as she panically watched her master descend slowly. Do I need to inform you of my arrival? Bu Zai's voice sent Chai Jingqiu into a fluster. No, I wouldn't dare. Master, when did you arrive? I have heard everything I needed to hear. Bu Zai's face was expressionless. The last shred of hope in Chai Jingqiu's heart vanished completely. She fell to her knees with a thud. Please punish me, Master. Bushiyu paid no heed to Chai Jingqiu kneeling on the ground. Instead, she turned to Zhou Ming and asked, Is this the truth you wished me to witness? Zhou Ming met her master's gaze and said, Yes, Master. The junior brother is utterly loyal to the sect and would never harm his fellow disciples. I beg you to investigate thoroughly. Bushiyu looked toward the unconscious Li Fu in the mystic mirror and said impassively, I am already aware of this matter. Zhou Ming was stunned. And then, was that all? Master, she pressed on. Then, how should this matter be handled? Chai Jingqiu is confined to Qianyun Peak. She shall not leave without my decree. Having said this, Bushiyu turned to leave. Master, Zhou Ming called out to her. Merely confinement. Was this even a punishment? Is this the end? The junior brother still bears an undeserved grievance. What punishment do you propose, eh? Zhou Ming was caught off guard by the sudden counter-question and found herself momentarily speechless, unsure how to reply. Li Fu has already sworn a heavenly oath to leave the sect. He is no longer your junior brother. Your junior brother is now Jiang Chen. I have already given you a chance. If he was willing to return, I could have let bygones be bygones. But you failed to bring him back. Now that 7 days have passed, he is likely in grave danger. But Master, if this matter is not properly resolved, Li Fu will never return, Zhou Ming stated bluntly. Is his return so important that it warrants such devotion from you? I gave you the mystic mirror for cultivation and to focus on the sect's development, not for these trivial matters. Bushiyu cared not a whit whether Li Fu could return. It is important. It warrants it. Master, the sect's fortune is still dissipating. Everything I do is for the sect. Li Fu's fate is tied to the sect's fortune. For the first time, Zhou Ming openly contradicted her master. Since Li Fu left the sect, the dissipation of the sect's fortune had not only ceased to slow, but had instead intensified. As a mystic diviner, her perception was the keenest. Though she could not sway her master's decision, she could only strive to make amends. Now that the truth was laid bare, how could her master adopt such a deaf and indifferent attitude? With such a perfunctory resolution, how could she face her junior brother? She had once vowed solemnly to clear his name. Enough. Bu Zai's tone turned harsh. How much fortune can a disciple who left the sect affect in our illustrious Xuan Yi Sect? I know he entered the abyss for the sect, but Xuan Yi Sect did not come this far relying on Li Fu alone. Everyone has worked hard, giving their all for the sect's growth. And you, Zhou Ming, since you began studying the mystic arts, have I ever burdened you with the sect's trivial affairs? Yet here you are making a great fuss over someone who has left the sect. What do you intend to hound your junior sister to death before you'll be satisfied? With that, Bushiyu flicked her sleeves and departed. Her master's words left Zhou Ming rooted to the spot. She had never harbored such thoughts. From start to finish, she only wanted to vindicate Li Fu. Such a modest request, yet her master refused to even grant it. Could it be, as the junior brother had said, that this sect truly cares nothing for the truth? Zhou Ming gazed at the sky above Xuan Yi Sect. The dissipation of fortune was still accelerating. Aside from bringing Li Fu back to the sect, she knew not how to remedy it. How much of the sect's fortune could Li Fu affect? Ever since he left the sect, the dissipation of fortune showed no sign of stopping, and it only grew worse. Zhou Ming too wished to know how much of the sect's fortune Li Fu could influence. She could only hope that her master would not come to regret this in the future. After her master departed, Cai Jingqiu, who had been kneeling on the ground, slowly rose. I have truly underestimated the senior sister. What a cunning mind you possess. Using the pretext of helping me comprehend the sword steel to investigate it, and summoning the master to bear witness, lest you fail to convict me. A well-laid scheme, senior sister. I must commend you. But what a pity. You seem dissatisfied with this outcome. Are you disappointed that the master did not have me executed? Cai Jingqiu spoke slowly, her eyes revealing both admiration and a hint of hatred. Second junior sister, do not misunderstand. I only sought the truth, Zhou Ming said, sensing the intense hostility and trying to explain. I do not misunderstand. How could I dare to? Li Fu has left the sect and 7 days have passed. His fate is unknown. Yet the senior sister still goes to such lengths to clear his name. What is it you truly seek? Is it truly for the sect's fortune? At this moment, Cai Jingqiu was filled with wariness toward Zhou Ming. It was beyond her expectation that the senior sister, who had not descended the mountain in over 800 years, would resort to such schemes for Li Fu's sake. Whether you believe it or not, my heart is truly with the sect. Li Fu is indeed very important to the sect, Zhou Ming explained. In the entire sect, she was the only mystic diviner, the only one who could see the dissipation of the sect's fortune. Of course, Li Fu is important to the sect. We junior sisters are of no consequence. That is not what I meant. I only meant. Cai Jingqiu sneered. Senior sister, there is no one else here. Why not speak your true heart? I am not as adept at scheming as you are. Everything I do is for the sect, Zhou Ming repeated. She could tell that her second junior sister no longer had much trust in her words. Senior sister, to keep saying that is too hypocritical. It is just the two of us here. Do not forget it was you who decided that the sect should enter the abyss. It was also you who confirmed Li Fu as the chosen one. If Li Fu has come to this today, the root cause is none other than you. Senior sister. These words struck Zhou Ming's heart like a sharp blade. Yes, she was the mystic diviner. Back when the abyss first appeared, all the major sects sent people there to seize fortune. As the sect's only mystic diviner, Zhou Ming took it upon herself to divine for the sect. The divination showed that the abyss was a place of certain death with no return. Just as everyone had abandoned the quest for fortune in the abyss, Zhou Ming deduced that if Li Fu represented Xuan Yi Sect, he would obtain immense luck. The sect's development advanced by leaps and bounds. Yet this journey was fraught with certain death, and all were reluctant to let Li Fu face the peril. In the end, however, Li Fu resolutely stepped forward. He declared, for the sake of the sect, I would face death 10,000 times without regret. Cai Jingqiu scoffed. You're doing this out of guilt, trying to make amends for him, aren't you? But since no one else is here, he won't see your efforts. Little sister can't fathom the point of your actions. Are you trying to protect your Dao heart from damage, or seeking peace for Li Fu in the underworld? These words stung, chilling Zhou Ming to the core. She devoted herself entirely to the sect, yet met only such suspicion. If even her junior sister thought this way, what of the other disciples? She was no mystic seer, unable to grasp the deeper stakes. Zhou Ming did not blame her. All that needed saying had been said. Belief was hers to choose. Zhou Ming shook her head, helplessly sighed, and turned to leave. Within the Taichu Qinkuan pagoda, Li Fu sensed someone entering the emerald bamboo garden. Entering the pagoda for the first time, Li Fu lacked experience and set up a formation to isolate both aura and sound. This time Li Fu was more cautious and did not cut off external sounds. From within the pagoda, he could perceive the outside world, and he promptly materialized outside. You're finally out. Cultivating for 3 whole days without food or drink. Just because I said one thing to you, is that any reason to be so driven? Mei Shaoxian breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Li Fu emerge. If he hadn't come out, she would have stormed in to check if he had been assassinated. The master ordered her to protect him. He couldn't come to harm. What's wrong? What happened? Li Fu asked. During your 3 days in seclusion, the door to the bamboo garden was nearly battered down. Luckily, I was clever and kept the gate shut, letting no one in. Just what kind of person are you? Who have you offended? Let me tell you, the master only told me to protect you, not to settle your vendettas. Li Fu asked in surprise. Don't you know what happened in Shuiyan City recently? What could happen in Shuiyan City? Mei Shaoxian inquired. She truly had no idea. She had been punished by her master to go into seclusion and was only released 3 days prior. The first thing upon emerging, her master sent her to the bamboo garden to protect someone. Nothing, Li Fu said as he opened the courtyard gate. Chang Hongyi was the first to enter, followed by Master He and Elder Nya. Taoist Feng Yu finally emerged from seclusion. Master He greeted cheerfully. Master He, is something the matter? Li Fu noticed Master He's refreshed demeanor and then looked at Elder Nya, whose face had cleared of its gloom. Li Fu immediately understood and asked could it be that the ice-toad cold poison of Master He and Elder Nye has been cured. Taoist Fong has truly sharp eyes. Thanks to your detoxification pill, the cold poison has been expelled from both Elder Nye and myself. Master He was overwhelmed with gratitude. The poison that had plagued them for half a year was finally gone, allowing him to freely channel the spiritual energy in his dantian. Elder Nye bowed with clasped hands. Thank you, Taoist Fong. Not only has the cold poison been fully cleansed, but my cultivation has also advanced. I now have 1 foot in the Golden Core realm. Elder Nye had long been at the great perfection of the foundation establishment stage, but the cold poison had stunted his progress. With the cold poison resolved, his cultivation naturally improved, a double blessing indeed. Li Fu clasped his hands and returned, congratulations, congratulations. All thanks to you, Taoist Fong. Without your detoxification pill, who knows how much longer we would have suffered from the cold poison. Master He expressed his gratitude once more. This is a small token of our appreciation. Please accept it, Taoist Fong, said Chang Hongyi, producing a cyan longsword from his spatial ring and respectfully handing it to Li Fu. A profound-grade mid-rank weapon. Li Fu took the sword. The cyan blade was engraved with the characters Qing Feng. In the cultivation world, treasures were classified into 4 grades: Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow. A profound-grade mid-rank weapon was a precious treasure for the Chang family. Even Chang Hongyi himself wielded a yellow-grade high-rank weapon. Clearly the Chang family held Li Fu in high regard. They had long sought to recruit him, but seeing his alchemy skills and his apparent connections with Xuan Yi Sect and the Great Wu dynasty, they realized that a talent like Li Fu could never be bound by a small family like theirs. Shuiyun City might be merely a temporary stop for him. Such an extraordinary prodigy was destined for a broader sky. So abandoning recruitment, the Chang family decided to shift from courting him to cultivating goodwill. A man like this could only be befriended, never antagonized. Moreover, Li Fu had refined 50 heaven-grade foundation establishment pills for them, which would greatly strengthen the Chang family. Master He and Elder Nye's cold poison issue was also resolved smoothly. Thus, the Chang family presented the treasured profound-grade mid-rank sword Qing Feng as a gesture of goodwill. Seeing the profound-grade mid-rank sword, Mei Xiaoxian was stunned. What was going on? The esteemed Chang family was showing such deference to a qi refining 5th layer. No, wait. When had this guy reached the 6th layer of qi refining? That aside, Mei Xiaoxian couldn't understand why the Chang family would be so attentive to a 6th layer qi refining cultivator. As a disciple of the Shuiyun City Lord, she knew the 3 major families' influence well. Though she had never met Chang Hongyi, the 2nd son of the Chang family, she had heard of his impressive aptitude and haughty nature. She never imagined he would be so earnest toward a cultivator of lower cultivation. Mei Xiaoxian was baffled. And a profound-grade mid-rank weapon at that. She herself only used a profound-grade low-rank one. Seeing the sincerity in Chang Hongyi's eyes, Li Fu understood their intentions perfectly. A profound-grade mid-rank weapon was a significant treasure for them, and Li Fu happened to need a weapon worthy of his skill. His 2 swords seized from the bandits he killed while rescuing Wu Shishua were merely yellow-grade low-rank. Li Fu did not refuse and accepted the Qing Feng. Seeing Li Fu take it, Chang Hongyi breathed a sigh of relief. They had worried whether he would accept it. I was just in need of a weapon. I'll take this sword. Li Fu accepted the Qing Feng. This only deepened Mei Xiaoxian's confusion. Why would the other party look relieved after Li Fu accepted such a precious gift? The Chun family requests an audience with Master Fong. The Su family requests an audience with Master Fong. The Golden Blade sect requests an audience with Master Fong. Outside the gate, another group had gathered. With Li Fu's permission, they filed into the bamboo garden. The Chun family presents a Millennium Crimson Fruit as an apology for our earlier rudeness, Master Fong. A Millennium Crimson Fruit. Mei Xiaoxian swallowed hard, her eyes fixed on the bright red, spiritually rich fruit in the hands of the Chun family member. The Su family wishes to befriend Master Fong and offers 2 300-year blood ginsengs. The Golden Blade sect presents a century-old Lingji. Various families and forces in Shuiyun City offered precious herbs, leaving Mei Xiaoxian utterly astonished. What in the world was happening? Hadn't her master sent her to protect him? Judging by this scene, he hardly needed her protection. The 3 major families and all the powers of Shuiyun City were scrambling to give him gifts. Was this guy really that popular? Who was he? What had the Chun family done that they had to atone with a 1,000-year vermilion fruit? Why were the 3 major clans of Shuiyun City so attentive to a mere qi refining disciple? Mei Xiaoxian was utterly perplexed. Li Fu understood their intentions. He had obtained his opportunity and initially wished to ignore them, but realizing he would remain in Shuiyun City for a while, he thought it better to cultivate goodwill rather than shut his doors. Moreover, he did have needs, and his future travels would inevitably require spirit stones for expenses. Li Fu spoke, I am honored by your generous gifts and accept them. In truth, I have a need as well. If it is convenient, could you help me search for something? What does Taoist Feng Mu require? Yes. Whatever Taoist Feng Mu needs, our Greenfire gang will assist with all our might. Taoist Feng Mu's affairs are the Chun family's affairs. The Golden Blade sect is willing to offer what little strength we have. Taoist Feng Mu, please speak freely. The various powers' enthusiasm surged upon hearing Li Fu had a request. They feared Li Fu wanting nothing, not his asking for something. The best way to forge a connection was to cater to his interests. Knowing his identity as an alchemist, they had spared no expense in seeking precious herbs, visiting him daily for 3 consecutive days. If they could obtain a heaven-grade pill from him, it would be a tremendous boon to their respective factions. Li Fu said, "You all know I am an alchemist, but I lack a suitable cultivation technique. Thus I seek a passable technique or sword art to aid my future journeys." After he spoke, a brief silence fell as the crowd exchanged glances. A passable technique. How is one to measure its grade? Rest assured, Master Feng. Allow us 2 days. Our Golden Blade sect will search for a technique for you. The Su family agrees. Count our Greenfire gang in. The various powers readily consented. In return, I shall refine foundation establishment pills. In 2 days you may exchange techniques for elixirs. No sooner had Li Fu finished than the major powers rushed out, hastening home to gather their techniques. Only Chang Hongyi and his 2 companions remained in the courtyard. Unbeknownst to the others, Chang Hongyi and Elder Nye had witnessed Li Fu's prowess firsthand. Swift, decisive, with swordplay both sharp and exquisite. How could he possibly lack a technique? Ridiculous. Since he had this need, the Chang family would support him wholeheartedly. The thoughts of a prodigy were beyond ordinary comprehension. Able to refine heaven-grade pills, he surely had unique insights into cultivation. They wisely refrained from further questions. Could you prepare some medicinal herbs for my alchemy? Of course, leave it to me. Chang Hongyi agreed without hesitation. Also, please keep an eye out for any plantable spirit herbs. Spirit herbs. What kind of herbs does Master Feng require? Any will do. Though puzzled as to where Taoist Feng Mu intended to plant them, since he had asked, they gladly accepted. After all, that was not their concern. They feared not his requests but his silence. Once the Chang family departed, Mei Xiaoxian could no longer contain herself. Who exactly are you? Why are they so deferential to you? Even an alchemist wouldn't be treated this well, would they? Mei Xiaoxuan, oblivious to worldly affairs, had no knowledge of the 100-pill tribulation 3 days prior. She had been in secluded cultivation at the time. Perhaps they find me handsomely, Fu teased. Uffed. Mei Xiaoxian eyed his fair, delicate features and had to admit he was indeed passably good-looking. But that hardly warranted such reverence from the major clans. Come on, let's go eat. My treat. After 3 days of continuous cultivation, Li Fu was hungry. He had not yet reached the stage of fasting and still needed sustenance. Great. At the mention of food, Mei Xiaoxuan's eyes sparkled and she eagerly followed behind him. Mei Xiaoxuan's life was simple cultivation and eating. Cultivation was her master's insistence, which she disliked. She loved to eat, to savor all kinds of delicacies. She was not picky, fine feasts could fill her, and plain steamed buns with cold water sufficed. It was less a love for gourmet food than a love for eating itself. As long as it filled her stomach. Recommend something good in Shuiyun City, Li Fu asked. Are you paying? Of course. Follow me. Thus Mei Xiaoxian led Li Fu to the city's most upscale restaurant, Daoxiang Tower. Sir, how many guests? Dining or lodging? 2 people. Bring us your finest wine and dishes. Lots of them. Mei Xiaoxian declared, boldly plopping down by the window. Can you finish all that? What, worried about your money? Not at all. Li Fu was well off now. This meal cost little. Soon dish after dish of exquisite food arrived: steamed sea bass, braised pork, braised goose, sauced pork knuckles. 16 courses in total, 8 meat and 8 vegetarian. Don't just sit there. Dig in. Rolling up her sleeves, Mei Xiaoxian swallowed hard and unceremoniously tore off a goose leg, eating with gusto. Li Fu was dumbfounded. As the city lord's disciple, she showed not a shred of decorum. From behind, her bold posture made her look like some rough fellow who hadn't eaten in 3 days. Li Fu was not to be outdone, his chopsticks flying as he piled food into his mouth. After several rounds of wine and numerous courses, the two had devoured most of the 18 dishes. Burp. Mei Xiaoxian let out a long, satisfied belch. Heavenly. I haven't eaten this well in ages. Can the city lord's disciple possibly lack food? No, my master always makes me cultivate non-stop. I hate cultivating, Mei Xiaoxian said reluctantly. Just then a timid voice sounded. Sir, could you spare a bite to eat? Shoo. Nothing here. Get out. You're filthy. Where did this little beggar come from? Li Fu and Mei Xiaoxian looked over to see a gaunt, emaciated boy hobbling into Daoxiang Tower, leaning on a bamboo stick. Perhaps repulsed by his dirt and stench, everyone he passed showed disgust. The waiter shoved him out. Go beg somewhere else. Don't disrupt our business. Could I have a bite? I haven't eaten in 3 days. I can work for you. Get lost. The waiter pushed the beggar boy to the ground. The boy rose again, kneeling and clutching the waiter's pant leg. I'm cheap and strong. Please take me in. Damn beggar, you've dirted my pants. The waiter kicked the boy away and raged at the dark fingerprints on his trousers. He began punching and kicking him. You wretch. This is no place for the likes of you. Damn it. I just bought these pants and you've soiled them, you bastard. Long-suppressed humiliation and injustice transformed into a near-manic release, allowing him to momentarily escape his victimhood and become the aggressor. The beggar boy was beaten, sobbing and clutching his head. I'm sorry. I won't do it again. Please spare me. I only wanted a bite to eat. Too late. He'll beat you to death today. The innkeeper's gaze was fierce as he spoke fiercely. The long-accumulated humiliation seemed to have found an outlet at the sight of this little beggar. A person who had long been bullied suddenly gained the opportunity to control the life and death of others. He chose not to lend a helping hand, but rather unleashed violence without hesitation. It seemed he had forgotten that he once was that powerless wretch. With a surge of vengeful power, he struck down fiercely. However, a small, fair yet greasy hand caught this brutal blow in midair. This person was none other than Mei Xiaoshuan, who stood up for the oppressed. Get lost. A sharp command accompanied by invisible spiritual energy sent the innkeeper flying like a kite with a severed string. Spare me. Immortal, spare me. I know I was wrong. The innkeeper snapped back to reality from his frenzied state of violence, kneeling repeatedly to beg for mercy, blood spilling from his mouth. You were too harsh. He only wanted something to eat, and you almost killed him. Mei Xiaoxian had always despised bullying the weak. She bent down to carefully examine the little beggar's injuries, discovering 2 broken ribs and numerous other serious wounds. How could the already frail boy withstand such a beating? Mei Xiaoxian took out a pill from her spatial ring and fed it to the little beggar. Eat this. The little beggar weakly opened his eyes and struggled to swallow the pill. After swallowing the pill, its medicinal properties unleashed, and the little beggar's weak heartbeat instantly became strong, his breathing also becoming much smoother. He could clearly feel his injuries healing rapidly. Thank you, immortal, the little beggar said as he immediately knelt in gratitude. Get up, Mei Xiaoxian helped him up. You get up too, take this pill. Mai's voice carried a hint of barely concealed anger. Thank you for not killing me, immortal. Thank you. The innkeeper felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, hurriedly swallowing the pill. Li Fu, standing to the side, silently placed a spirit stone on the table and turned to leave. Immortal, please take me with you. I am willing to serve you like a cow or a horse, the little beggar pleaded desperately as he knelt before the 2. Let's take him with us, he's so pitiful. If we leave, he won't survive. Mei Xiaoxian gently tugged at Li Fu's arm, her eyes filled with compassion. Li Fu said nothing. He felt powerless himself and had no time or energy to take him along. You're really cold-hearted. If you want, take me, I will, Mei Xiaoxian said, pulling the little beggar along in a huff. Li Fu shook his head. Compassion was the greatest taboo in the cultivation world. Immortal, can you lend me some money to bury my father? The little beggar hesitantly spoke, looking hopefully at Mei Xiaoxian. Of course I'll go with you, Mei Xiaoxian said as she followed the little beggar to a remote part of Shuiyan City. Ahead was a dilapidated thatched hut on the verge of collapse. This is my home. My father passed away 3 days ago. I spent all our savings trying to save him, but couldn't bring him back, the little beggar said, sorrow etched on his face. Mei Xiaoshuan, pitying the little beggar's plight, took out a bag of spirit stones and handed it to him. Will this be enough to bury your father? It's enough, it's enough. Thank you, immortal. The little beggar knelt down repeatedly to thank her. Go now, she said as the little beggar took the spirit stones, going to his neighbors to plead pitifully. Please, Uncle Su, help me bury my father. Please, sir, help me bury my father. After doing this, he also went to a coffin shop to buy a coffin. With the help of his neighbors, the little beggar's father was finally buried. Thank you, immortal. I have taken care of everything. From now on I will certainly serve you like a cow or a horse to repay your kindness today, he said, kneeling in gratitude once more. Mei Xiaoxian helped the little beggar up and asked, what is your name? My name is Meng Yinyang, he replied. Meng Yinyang, a nice name. Let's go back now, Mei Xiaoxian said, leading Meng Yinyang forward while Li Fu followed behind. Upon returning, Li Fu did not concern himself with Mei Xiaoxian and Meng Yinyang, as the Chang family had already delivered the medicinal materials. Li Fu returned to his room to set up a formation and prepared to enter the primordial universe tower. You little rascal, why do you always sneak into the tower alone? Miao Kong Kong emerged from the all things cauldron, expressing her dissatisfaction. Sneak in? Li Fu was puzzled by Miao Kong Kong's accusation. Miao Kong Kong stammered, you. Can't you take me with you every time you enter the tower? After saying that, Miao Kong Kong's small face turned red, her shy demeanor resembling that of a young bride. Li Fu suddenly understood, she missed Jingxia. Miss her? Li Fu teased. Miao Kong Kong nodded repeatedly, but upon seeing Li Fu's mischievous expression, she quickly shook her head in denial. No, the thieving saint wants to teach her how to steal. You know I have no successors for my skills. Miao Kong Kong explained. Li Fu felt overwhelmed. Teach her to steal. Did Miao Kong not realize that stealing was an immoral act? It seemed she took pride in her thievery. He couldn't believe she shamelessly claimed to want a successor while also intending to teach Jingzhe to steal. No way stealing is shameful. I reject your request to meet. Li Fu spoke with unyielding integrity. Oh dear, you little scoundrel, turning your back on me. Now you say stealing is shameful. Back then when you asked me to steal, why didn't you say it was shameful? The primordial universe tower was even stolen by me. Miao Kong began to scold Li Fu for his ingratitude. Li Fu was truly annoyed by her words. You can meet her, but there's a condition. You still dare to set conditions with me? Do you remember who gave you the 3,000 holy lotus? If you don't want the underworld ghost mask back, then do you want to meet her? Yes. What's your condition? Miao Kong, suppressing her anger, asked. Give me a treasure. Again, Miao Kong was about to speak, but was interrupted by Li Fu. This time it doesn't have to be too precious, just something that barely reaches the heavenly level will suffice. What? Just barely reaching the heavenly level? Do you think heavenly level treasures are as common as cabbages in the market? Others may not dare to ask, but you are the thieving saint, ordinary items certainly won't catch your eye. Li Fu calmly soothed her. Anything you deem worthy enough to keep cannot be an ordinary item. Some cultivators take pride in possessing heavenly level treasures. He shifted the topic with great rhetorical skill. However, some heavenly treasures are considered prestigious just because they are collected by the thieving Saint Miao Kong. Li Fu finished speaking, glancing at Miao Kong's expression. After listening, her frown gradually relaxed, her expression shifting from anger to pride, finally unable to resist nodding repeatedly, especially at Li Fu's last sentence, which struck a chord with her. Indeed, I don't look favorably upon ordinary treasures. Although you are a bit greedy, crafty, and scheming, there is a quality about you that I admire. The eye of breaking illusion perceives all falsehoods, penetrating to the very source of all things. Before it, all illusions, enchantments, formations, and disguises are mere shadows. Moreover, the eye of breaking illusion can detect the weaknesses of opponents, allowing one to easily find their vulnerabilities during combat. Its wonders do not end there, as a cultivator's power increases. This artifact can also be used as an offensive treasure. It can both attack and defend with capabilities powerful enough to defy the heavens. Legend has it that the eye of breaking illusion was formed from the cultivation of eye techniques by a mighty being in ancient times, shining brilliantly and astonishing all. However, after the fall of that mighty being, this artifact mysteriously vanished, its whereabouts unknown. It turned out to have been stolen by Miao Kong. This fellow truly lives up to the title of the Saint of Thieves, stealing without restraint. In the grand dream spanning 3,000 years, Jiang Chen acquiring this artifact was like a tiger receiving wings, simultaneously accelerating the demise of the Xuan Yi Sect. Li Fu suppressed his inner joy. This item was of utmost importance to him. He liked it immensely. Li Fu did not expect Miao Kong to so readily present the eye of breaking illusion. He recalled that in his dreams Jiang Chen had to exert great effort to take the eye from Miao Kong. What do you think? Do you like it, eh? Miao Kong proudly asked, hands on hips. Of course I like it. How could a mere item be worthy of collection by the Saint of Thieves? It is an honor for the eye of breaking illusion to be collected by the Saint of Thieves, Miao Kong. That goes without saying. Miao Kong, flattered to the point of losing her bearings, said with pride. Then I'll go find Jingzhe. What are you waiting for? My good brother Jingzhe is at home waiting for you. Li Fu brought Miao Kong into the Taichu Qingquan Tower. Jingzhe, I'm here. Miao Kong. The two artifact spirits were overjoyed at their reunion, dancing with excitement. Jingzhe, pure-hearted like a child, while Miao Kong, despite living for a long time, seemed not very clever. Compared to Jingzhe, Miao Kong was even more childlike. Seeing their joyful expressions, Li Fu chose not to disturb them, finding a vacant spot to refine the eye of breaking illusion. At the moment the blood fell into the eye, Jiang Chen, who was in seclusion in the Xuan Yi Sect, suddenly opened his eyes. What's happening? Why do I keep feeling a sense of loss lately? It's uncomfortable. So uncomfortable. I feel like I've lost something very important. What could it be? So uncomfortable, so suffocating, my heart aches. No, I must calm my mind and focus. Oh, I can't allow any mishaps at this critical moment, or I will waste all my efforts. Jiang Chen tried to soothe his restless heart. After Li Fu acknowledged the eye of breaking illusion with his blood, it did not immediately recognize him like the nether ghost mask had. Li Fu understood that this artifact was extraordinary and still required refinement. He sat cross-legged refining the eye. Miao Kong and Jingzhe chatted happily nearby, unaware of what they were discussing. Time passed slowly. Finally, on the third day within the tower, Li Fu successfully refined it. At the moment the eye of breaking illusion fused with Li Fu's eyes, a strange sensation emerged. It was quite profound. Li Fu opened his eyes, circulating his spiritual power within them. In his vision, the Taichu Qingquan Tower was filled with vibrant colors of spiritual energy. He could clearly see the flow of spiritual energy like gentle streams surrounding his body. Jingzhou appeared as a transparent doll, untainted and pure like water. Miao Kongkong, on the other hand, had a variety of colors surrounding her, enveloped in a faint, mysterious yellow aura, quite enchanting. What is this? She noticed Li Fu's gaze upon her. Miao Kongkong blinked with annoyance as if saying, "What are you staring at? You're disturbing us." Li Fu understood and discreetly withdrew his gaze. The Chang family sent over plenty of medicinal materials, and Li Fu ascended to the third floor to refine pills alone. During this time, Shuiyin City was bustling with activity. Have you heard? The three great families are scouring for techniques and sword arts. What happened? Are the three great families going to war? What are you talking about? Master Fong needs techniques. It's not just the three great families, but other forces in Shuiyin City are also searching for techniques. That's quite exaggerated. Master Fong isn't the alchemist who can survive tribulations, is he? Who else could have such power? Chang Hongyi placed 3 books of techniques on the table. Father, I've run all over Shuiyin City these days, and only found 3 books of techniques. Father, I've found 2. Speaking is Chang family's eldest daughter, Chang Hongyi's sister Chang Ling. Chang Yoxin opened the technique books with a furrowed brow. 3 books of middle-grade yellow techniques, 2 books of upper-grade yellow techniques, not even 1 book of Xian techniques. This won't do. Father, what grade of techniques does Master Fong need? Chang Yoxin shook his head, his expression troubled. Sister, he didn't specify what grade of techniques he needs. Techniques are inherently scarce, especially in a small place like Shuiyin City, Chang Ling interjected. That said, how could a master capable of refining heaven-grade foundation establishment pills be interested in techniques of such a low grade? Moreover, I've heard that the Su family and the Qin family are already preparing to provide middle-grade Xian techniques. Middle-grade Xian. They actually have middle-grade Xian techniques and are willing to part with them, but our Chang family has none. Chang Yuxin's gaze flickered uncertainly. Chang Yuxin's gaze flickered, and the 3 people in the hall fell into silence. Father, look outside, the thunder tribulation is coming. That direction must be Master Fang's bamboo grove. We've sent plenty of medicinal materials. With Master Fang's alchemical skills, he will surely be able to refine many heaven-grade foundation establishment pills. If we can obtain a batch of heaven-grade foundation establishment pills, our Chang family strength will surely increase significantly, and we won't have to fear being robbed by other rogue cultivators when we go out to purchase items. Since Master Fong can refine heaven-grade foundation establishment pills if we provide him with materials for Jiang Chen pills, can he not refine heaven-grade Jiang Chen pills? Jiang Chen pills. Hearing the words of his son and daughter, Chang Yuxin's gaze burned with excitement as he looked towards the gathering tribulation clouds in the sky, growing anxious. Father, didn't we obtain a piece of map fragment from the auction? That thing is of no use to us. Why don't we give it to Master Fong? Chang Hongyi suddenly thought of something and quickly spoke. Map fragment. Chang Yoxin seemed to have forgotten about that item. Hearing his son mention it, Chang Yoxin suddenly remembered. But Master Fong needs techniques, this thing. Chang Yoxin was uncertain whether Master Fong would accept it, especially since it was only half a piece. Father, whether he accepts it or not, we should show it to Master Fong first. Master Fong is well-versed and knowledgeable. This item is of no use to us, but with Master Fong's ability and connections, he might find other map fragments. Upon hearing this, Chang Yoxin decisively made a decision. All right, we will send this item tomorrow. Also, you 2 continue to search for techniques. Price is not an issue. Understood. After Chang Hongyi and Chang Ling left, they continued to bring people to search. Other forces were also fervently preparing, and for a time Shuiyin City was caught in a wave of searching for techniques. Everyone was scouring for techniques, with some even starting to look towards neighboring cities. In the bamboo grove, Mei Xiaoxian helped Meng Yinyang buy a new outfit. After washing and changing into the new clothing, he looked quite spirited, though he was as thin as a monkey from not having enough to eat for a long time. Meng Yinyang uneasily looked up at the gathering tribulation clouds above. Immortal, why are these dark clouds always hovering above us? Since witnessing the various powers of Shuiyin City flattering Feng Mu 2 days ago, Mei Xiaoxian had taken note and privately sought out the reasons behind it. She was shocked by what she discovered. From the elderly with white hair to young children, everyone in Shuiyin City knew of the grand event of Feng Mu's 100 Pills Tribulation. They all took pride in having witnessed the magnificent scene of 100 foundation establishment pills simultaneously triggering the heavenly tribulation, and they talked about it with great relish. Mei Xiaoxian then realized she had missed such a feat while in seclusion. She even regretted not being able to witness the rare sight of the 100 pills undergoing tribulation. Now seeing the tribulation clouds gathering above the green bamboo garden, her heart surged with excitement. Could it be that the 100 Pills Tribulation was happening again? From now on, call me Sister Xiaoshuan, no need to address me as Celestial. This tribulation should be from your brother Fong Mu concocting pills. Tribulation. Meng Yinyang nodded thoughtfully. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Li Fu emerged from the Taichu Chinkuan Tower. The tribulation clouds above the green bamboo garden were already poised and ready. This time Li Fu did not produce 100 foundation establishment pills at once. After all the previous 100 pills tribulation had been too perilous for safety's sake, it was better to let the pills undergo tribulation one by one. Just as the first foundation establishment pill began to endure the baptism of heavenly thunder, Li Fu opened the courtyard gate, signaling the heads of the 3 great families of Shuiyun City and the various sect leaders to enter. This time those who entered were the 3 great families of Shuiyun City and the various sect leaders. It was evident they took this matter very seriously. As they entered, they saw a foundation establishment pill successfully complete its tribulation and drift down into Li Fu's palm. The fragrance of the pill was rich and its patterns were clear. It was a heaven-grade, mid-grade foundation establishment pill. The crowd took their seats in order, but before they could settle, Li Fu produced a second foundation establishment pill to continue the tribulation. Let's begin, Li Fu said calmly. Begin. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes shifting between Li Fu and the rumbling tribulation clouds above. The pill is still undergoing tribulation. Don't we need to wait for it to finish? No, I'm in a hurry. Let's begin. Li Fu's tone was flat and unruffled. Those present were all influential figures in Shuiyun City, having experienced countless grand spectacles. Yet negotiating prices under the roar of heavenly thunder was something they had never heard of, let alone experienced. They looked at each other, all seeing shock mirrored in one another's eyes. Truly worthy of Master Fong. Though only at the chi refining stage, he remained as calm as a gentle breeze beside the heavenly thunder. Even with lightning striking so close, he showed not a hint of panic. Such composure was indeed beyond ordinary people. This further confirmed their speculation that Fong Mu was by no means simple. In contrast, they whose strength far surpassed Fong Mu's trembled with fear under each bolt of tribulation lightning, terrified that a stray strike might hit them. Master Fong, here are the cultivation techniques I've brought. Please take a look, said Chun Yuanshan, the head of the Chun family, breaking the silence first as he hesitantly pushed 2 manuals toward Li Fu. Li Fu picked up the manuals and glanced through them. Both were profound grade, mid-grade. One was a sonic wave technique, the other a sword art. They were 1,000 layers wave and lion's roar technique. All right, here are 30 heaven-grade, low-grade foundation establishment pills. Keep them safe, Li Fu said, placing the pills that had just completed their tribulation before Qin Yuanshan. Qin Yuanshan couldn't help but swallow hard. 30 pills. In his expectations, 2 manuals might fetch 20 pills at most, yet he had received 30. It was an unexpected windfall. Qin Yuanshan quickly accepted the foundation establishment pills and expressed his thanks. Next was Su Lin, the head of the Su family. Master Fong, I only have 1 profound grade, mid-grade manual. Before he finished speaking, another foundation establishment pill successfully completed its tribulation. Li Fu calmly collected the pill while sending the next one into the tribulation. Amid the thunderous roars, Li Fu conversed with the leaders of Shuiyun City's various powers while observing the progress of the pill's tribulation. Purple lightning danced wildly around him, striking the foundation establishment pills with dazzling bursts of light, yet he seemed utterly oblivious, casually flipping through the manuals, as if he were detached from it all. Beneath the tribulation clouds, Li Fu remained composed, leaving Mei Xiaoxian stunned. What kind of act was this? She had thought Fong Mu would wait until the tribulation ended to talk, but instead, he was conversing directly under the thunder. Trading under the tribulation. Shocking. Unheard of. How could he make every single foundation establishment pill undergo tribulation? Though he was only at the chi refining stage, he could refine heaven-grade pills. And how could he remain so calm under the tribulation? This was the first time Mei Xiaoxian had witnessed a heavenly tribulation. She felt so insignificant beneath the thunder. Yet the roar of the tribulation seemed so trivial in his presence. It was as if this was merely an ordinary minor affair to him. Purple lightning struck the foundation establishment pill, but Li Fu paid it no mind, casually reading the manuals as if the tribulation had nothing to do with him. All right, 15 heaven-grade, low-grade foundation establishment pills. Keep them safe, head Su. Upon receiving Master Fang's affirmative response, Su Lin's clenched hands finally relaxed. After accepting the pills, he said nothing more, observing the unassuming young man, just like Qin Yuanshan. They both harbored a single question. Was he truly only at the chi refining stage? Was he really a rogue cultivator? Amid the roaring thunder, Fong Mu remained utterly calm. Next. And so the various powers completed their transactions, with Li Fu beneath the tribulation. The tribulation continued, and Mei Xiaoxian counted that Li Fu had already traded away 130 heaven-grade low-grade foundation establishment pills and 10 heaven-grade mid-grade ones. This guy was hiding his true capabilities. Mei Xiaoxian couldn't understand why her master had told her to protect him. The families would treat him like an ancestor. What need was there for her protection? It was superfluous. Finally, it was Chang Yuxin's turn. He hesitated before pushing the profound-grade low-grade manual he had just acquired at a high price toward Master Fong. Master Fong, I only have a profound-grade low-grade manual. Qin Yuanshan and Su Lin exchanged knowing smiles. They had both offered profound-grade mid-grade manuals, and the Chang family was offering only profound-grade low-grade. What did that mean? Were they looking down on Master Fong? Then Chang Yoxin took out half a map fragment from his spatial ring and placed it solemnly before Li Fu. Master Fong, I acquired this item at an auction 5 years ago. I've heard it's related to the burial site of a great cultivator. It's of no use to the Chang family, but I believe it might be of value to you. At these words, the entire room's attention instantly focused on the half-map fragment. Just because you say so? What can this half-map fragment prove? That's too far-fetched. Voices of doubt arose one after another, with the Chun and Su families reacting most fiercely. Master Fong was residing in their Chang family's green bamboo garden, and they were the first to contact him. More importantly, 5 days ago, Master Fong had refined 50 foundation establishment pills for their family. The Chang family had the advantage of being in a favorable position. The Chun and Su families could tolerate a modest increase in the Chang family's strength, but they would never allow such a rapid surge. With the 50 heaven-grade foundation establishment pills aiding them, the Chang family had already grown significantly stronger. If this map fragment were genuine, they could exchange it for even more pills. Qin Yuanshan and Su Lin shot resentful glances at Chang Yoxin. Though Chang Yoxin was younger than them, his cunning far surpassed theirs. Others exchanged techniques and sword arts for pills, but this old fox used a map fragment. He always played by his own rules. Setting aside the authenticity of this map, Master Fong needs cultivation techniques. Chang Yoxin, you should prepare some manuals. Exactly. We all followed Master Fang's requirements to find manuals. You can't just make up your own rules and break the order. Qin Yuanshan and Su Lin worked in tandem to ostracize Chang Yoxin for his opportunistic approach. Li Fu glanced at the map fragment, but said nothing. He couldn't tell if it was genuine. The place depicted on the fragment was unfamiliar to him. However, not far away, Meng Yanyang's pupils contracted sharply at the sight of the map fragment, his expression turning grave. Yet no one present noticed Meng Yanyang's reaction. Their attention was all on Chang Yoxin as they busied themselves with rebuking him. The chorus of condemnation left Chang Yoxin visibly embarrassed and momentarily speechless. Chang Yoxin was accused by the crowd of being utterly unscrupulous. He dared to trade a map fragment for pills while others offered techniques. The final foundation establishment pill was refined. The calamity clouds above dispersed, and the bamboo garden was once again bathed in sunlight. All eyes were fixed on Master Fong, expecting him to reject this unreasonable transaction. Yet unexpectedly, Master Fong picked up the map fragment and said, I only have 2 mid-grade celestial foundation establishment pills. Would that be sufficient for this map fragment? Of course. Chang Yoxin nodded eagerly. 2 mid-grade celestial foundation establishment pills were of great value, far surpassing the lower-grade ones. Unbelievable. Under the contemptuous gazes of the crowd, Chang Yoxin calmly accepted the 2 pills. After Li Fu put away the map fragment and the technique, Qin Yuanshan rose and presented dozens of small white jade boxes. Master Fong, I heard you need spiritual herbs for cultivation. These are the ones my Chun family gathered over the past 2 days. Please accept them. As Qin Yuanshan finished, Su Lin also laid out 10 white jade boxes. The other sect leaders and masters, unwilling to fall behind, eagerly presented their own collected herbs. In an instant, nearly 100 boxes covered the stone table. Li Fu was momentarily stunned. He had only mentioned this to the Chang family. The Chang family was efficient and soon delivered the spiritual herbs from Hongfu Tower, but Li Fu had yet to plant them in the primordial chaos tower. Chang Yuxin's face darkened. These old foxes had been watching the Chang family's every move ever since they learned of Master Fang's friendship with them. He would have to be more cautious in the future. But I have no more pills to trade. Li Fu desired these herbs, but he had already traded away all the pills he had refined. Master Fong, you are too modest. These herbs are a gift from us. Yes, no need for pills in exchange. We only wish to befriend you. Li Fu looked at their sincere eyes and no longer refused. Very well, I accept your generous offer. Seeing Master Fong accept the herbs, the crowd was relieved. Then we shall not disturb your rest, Master Fong. If you ever need anything, do not hesitate to ask. My Qin family will do our utmost to help. My Su family as well. My Golden Saber sect. My Azure Flame gang. After expressing their support, they departed from the bamboo garden one after another. Li Fu smiled, their intentions written plainly on their faces. They simply wanted more pills. Moreover, some clan leaders had already proposed refining the Dustfall pill, but 2 of its ingredients were rare and had yet to be found. Upon learning that Master Fong could refine the Dustfall pill, the clan leaders all left the bamboo garden to search for its ingredients. Li Fu knew he would have to deal with them often in the future and needed more resources. After collecting the herbs from the stone table, he prepared to cultivate seriously. There were only 5 days left until the opportunity Yin Yonghua had mentioned. The old man was secretive, not revealing what the opportunity was or where it lay. Fangmu. Hearing Mei Shaoxian call him, Li Fu asked, "What is it?" Mei Shaoxian inquired, "How did you do it?" "What?" Li Fu was puzzled. Mei Shaoxian pointed at the sky and said, "The tribulation, lightning, the celestial grade pill. Nothing special, just practice makes perfect." With those words, Li Fu turned and strode back to his room, skillfully setting up a formation to enter the primordial chaos tower. Mei Shaoxian glanced at Meng Yinyang. "Don't you want to cultivate?" "Little sister Shaoxian will teach you." "Really?" "Thank you, sister Shaoxian." Meng Yinyang was overjoyed. Inside the primordial chaos tower, Li Fu found Miao Kongkong and Jingzhe chatting animatedly. "Back so soon." Miao Kongkong's tone carried a hint of disdain, as if Li Fu had returned too quickly and interrupted their private time. Li Fu caught the insinuation in Miao Kongkong's words. He walked up to them. "You two are moving fast." "What do you mean? I don't understand." "Go cultivate, don't bother us." Miao Kongkong waved his hand, dismissively signaling for Li Fu to disappear from his sight. At least Jingzhe was considerate. She said, "Master, you haven't disturbed us." Miao Kongkong frustrated nodded toward Li Fu, but when Li Fu remained unmoving like a block of wood, he winked at him. Li Fu almost laughed. He placed the white jade boxes on the ground. "What's this?" Miao Kongkong opened 2 boxes casually and saw they contained spiritual herbs. "Take them away, I don't like them." Miao Kongkong shook his head in disdain. Li Fu smiled mysteriously and pulled Miao Kongkong aside. "You dense fool, you only know how to make awkward small talk with Jingzhe." "Awkward small talk? How could that be? I was just telling her about my glorious deeds over the years. Do you have something to do or not? If you have something, go do it. If not, also go do something. Just don't appear in front of us, okay?" With that, Miao Kongkong started walking toward Jingzhe again, but Li Fu pulled him back. "What now? Are you done?" Miao Kongkong was annoyed. He was in the middle of an exciting story, and this kid had no sense of timing. "Do you want to get closer to her?" Li Fu asked with a mysterious smile. "Yes, of course." Miao Kongkong's interest was piqued, his small eyes gleaming. "You have a way." Li Fu assumed an air of profound wisdom and pointed at the pile of white jade boxes. "See those? Obviously I'm not blind. Go to the 2nd floor and plant them." "Plant them? Will that help us bond?" Miao Kongkong stared blankly at the boxes, his little head full of question marks. "You're a hopeless case. Planting herbs won't directly bond you, but working together will." Miao Kongkong still didn't understand. "Think about it, what do a man and a woman do to strengthen their bond?" "What?" Miao Kongkong tilted his head. "Do meaningful things together." "Meaningful things? Relationships need to be nurtured, not based on your bragging to win her over." Miao Kongkong was still puzzled. Li Fu continued, "I'm only sharing this because you're a sincere fellow. I usually don't give advice to other artifact spirits." Tell me. Miao Kongkong urged eagerly, now fully intrigued. "What's most important when no 2 artifact spirits are together? What is it?" "It's the feeling, the beautiful experiences. Imagine planting herbs together is an experience. As the saying goes, when a man and a woman work together, the work is light. By planting herbs together, you can deepen your bond and get to know each other better. When the herbs grow, well, shall see how capable you are. She's a female artifact spirit, emotional by nature. You need to show your masculine charm, not just brag. Stealing alone won't work. Female spirits need security. If you can both steal and plant herbs, won't she feel safe with you in the future?" Miao Kongkong nodded thoughtfully. "What you say makes some sense. So the most important thing between a man and a woman is planting herbs." Li Fu nearly choked at this. "Hopeless, utterly hopeless. It's not what you do, but doing it together that matters. Together, understand?" Li Fu said, his tone dripping with frustration. Yes. They'll go plant all these spiritual herbs right away. I want her to know that Miao Kongkong isn't just a thief, but also a master of spiritual herb cultivation." Miao Kongkong eagerly accepted the herbs, grabbed Jingzhe's hand, and hurried to the 2nd floor. Li Fu's words had filled him with vigor. Watching Miao Kongkong's impatient retreat, Li Fu shook his head. This fool had lived so many years in vain. All he knew was stealing. After they left, Li Fu retrieved the cultivation techniques. Having sworn a heavenly Tao oath to leave Xuan Yi Sect, he could no longer use its techniques and sword arts. He needed to cultivate other techniques and sword arts for self-defense. There were 22 techniques in total, the highest grade being profound grade middle rank. Li Fu began flipping through them one by one. The first was 1,000 Layered Waves, a profound grade middle rank sword art. Li Fu's understanding of the sword Tao had already reached a certain level, and he quickly grasped the essence of this technique. 1,000 Layered Waves, as the name implies, made the sword strikes flow like waves. One surge not yet settled, another rising. The momentum was unceasing, overwhelming opponents with relentless pressure and continuous attacks, primarily for suppression and attrition. At advanced stages, the force of each strike accumulated, allowing subsequent moves to borrow momentum from the previous one, steadily increasing the power of the assault. Mastering thousand-layered waves made challenging higher realms feasible. However, the technique demanded much from the cultivator's physique and spiritual energy. A weak body could not withstand the accumulated force of successive strikes. Insufficient spiritual energy would fail to sustain the endless stream of attacks. Thus, cultivating thousand-layered waves ideally required reaching the foundation establishment stage. But Li Fu had no such worries. He possessed the innate sacred body, his physical constitution far surpassing other cultivators. As for spiritual energy, his dantian was not a dantian, but a vast sea of energy. Li Fu began cultivating the thousand-layered wave sword art. Gripping the azure wind sword, he practiced according to the technique. Time within the pagoda flowed slowly. 50 days passed in the blink of an eye. Li Fu emerged from the Taichu Qiankuan pagoda. Outside, Yin Yonghua, the city lord of Shuiyin City, was already seated on a stone stool, leisurely drinking wine. Mei Xiaoxian and Ming Yangyang stood respectfully beside him. Xiaoxian tells me you've been cultivating diligently day and night, without stepping out, Yin Yonghua remarked as Li Fu emerged. Can't help it. My realm is too low, I have to work hard, Li Fu replied. But what exactly is this opportunity you mentioned? You've been so mysterious about it. He'll tell you when we get there. Let's go. With that, Yin Yonghua grabbed Li Fu and Mei Xiaoxian by the collars and leaped into the air, flying southward from above Shuiyin City. Master, where are we going? Will we come back today? Xiao Ming is still at home. After about 3/4 of an hour, they stopped at a canyon. Upon landing, Li Fu saw a crowd already gathered below. Among them was a familiar face, Chang Hongyi. Beside him stood a woman in a blue-green dress whose features bore a striking 7/10 resemblance to his own. Old Yin, you're finally here. We were only waiting for you, said one of two men standing at the front of the crowd. One was an elder in gray robes, the other a middle-aged man in a blue robe. The speaker was the gray-robed elder. You arrived quite early. Yin Yonghua set down Li Fu and Mei Xiaoxian and exchanged pleasantries with the two men. That old man is the city lord of Wanlu City, and the one in blue is the city lord of Pingwu City, Mei Xiaoxian eagerly introduced to Li Fu. City lords. Li Fu looked ahead. Faint ripples of spiritual energy emanated from within the canyon. Activating his eye of truth, he saw a complex grand formation at the canyon's center. The formation seemed to conceal many other arrays. Through his eye of truth, Li Fu noticed that the spiritual energy within the canyon far exceeded that outside. Could this be the opportunity Yin Yonghua had spoken of? Li Fu withdrew his gaze. Chang Hongyi walked over to him. Master Feng, are you here for the Falling Leaf Valley Secret Realm too? This secret realm was discovered by chance 60 years ago. I've heard it contains many treasures, including spiritual herbs. The herbs needed for refining the Dustfall pill can also be found here. However, the realm has one restriction. What restriction? Cultivators above Foundation Establishment cannot enter. Falling Leaf Valley lies at the junction of Shuyun Wanliu and Pingwu cities. After its discovery, to prevent spiritual energy leakage and overexploitation, the three city lords jointly set up a formation. It opens once every 3 years, allowing 300 entrants each time. A training ground for cultivators of the three cities. So that was it. For low-realm cultivators, it was indeed a good place for training. But Li Fu didn't need it. What use did he have for training? He'd rather spend the time cultivating in the pagoda. What was that old Yin Yonghua thinking? Or was there some other opportunity inside? The Falling Leaf Valley Secret Realm, which opens once every 3 years, will commence today. I'm sure everyone here has heard of it, so I won't elaborate. Inside there are opportunities, but also dangers. What you gain depends on your own ability, announced the city lord of Pingwu City, seeing that everyone had arrived. The secret realm will be open for 7 days. After 7 days, the exit will close, and the formation will forcibly expel anyone still inside. Now let the secret realm open. Wait. Just as the secret realm was about to open, the arrival of a group interrupted the Pingwu City Lord's speech. Li Fu looked over and saw it was disciples of Xuan Yi Sect. There were a full 100 of them, a formidable sight. At their head was an outer sect elder of Xuan Yi Sect, a man Li Fu had never seen before. Greetings, Elder Yuan. May I ask what brings you here? The Wanlu City Lord asked respectfully. Although the three city lords were higher in cultivation than Elder Yuan, he was still an elder of Xuan Yi Sect, backed by the sect's immense power. They had to mind their words. The arrival of Xuan Yi Sect's entourage made everyone present realize that trouble was likely brewing. It seemed they had come for the Falling Leaf Valley Secret Realm. Elder Yuan dispensed with pleasantries and went straight to the point. I am here naturally for the Falling Leaf Valley Secret Realm. Just as they feared. The moment he spoke, the faces of those present darkened. Xuan Yi Sect wanted a piece of the Falling Leaf Valley Secret Realm. Who would dare compete with Xuan Yi Sect? Elder Yuan, you jest. The Falling Leaf Valley Secret Realm is a training ground for cultivators of our 3 cities. How could a first-rate sect like Xuan Yi set its sights on such a minor place? I am not jesting. I came precisely to have Xuan Yi Sect's disciples train in this secret realm. Besides, this secret realm lies between your 3 cities. It is not your exclusive property. What is Xuan Yi Sect not welcome? Elder Yuan invoked Xuan Yi Sect's name in every other sentence, using it to pressure the 2 city lords. They were furious, but dared not speak out. Yin Yonghua, however, seemed detached, utterly unconcerned. The other 2 city lords looked to Yin Yonghua, signaling him to say something. Only then did Yin Yonghua speak, his voice slurred with drink. Welcome, of course, we welcome Xuan Yi Sect. His words infuriated the other 2 city lords. We told you to speak, not to welcome them. Have you had too much cheap wine? Yin Yonghua seemed oblivious to the gazes of the 2 individuals and continued, however, this year's quota for entering the Live Valley Secret Realm has already been determined. Why don't Elder Yuan come back in 3 years? At that time, our Shuiyan city would be willing to relinquish part of the quota if that's acceptable. This sounded reasonable. The 2 city lords breathed a sigh of relief, nearly believing that Yin Yonghua, this old fellow, might turn against them at the last moment. My Pingwu city is also willing to give up a portion of the quota. Iwanlu city can yield. With the city lord of Shuiyun city saying this, the other 2 city lords naturally understood his intentions and followed suit. What has been confirmed this time would not change. If you Xuan Yi Sect are still interested in the next session, the 3 cities could at most yield a few quotas. No need. Quotas can be changed. This shouldn't be a big issue for you, right? Elder Yuan seemed to not understand their insinuations. He outright rejected their proposal. This year is this year, and 3 years later is 3 years later. Do the 3 city lords truly not wish to give Xuan Yi Sect this little favor? Elder Yuan's tone was arrogant, showing no room for negotiation. His disdainful expression seemed to say that the matters decided by Xuan Yi Sect should be executed promptly by them. The 100 individuals from Xuan Yi Sect present today, from Elder Yuan down to the disciples, held the 3 city cultivators in utter contempt. Xuan Yi Sect had developed to such an extent, holding a transcendent status, while the cultivators from the 3 cities were merely scattered cultivators, in their eyes not even on the same level as a first-rate sect. It was a privilege for them to enter the Live Valley Secret Realm. These disciples of Xuan Yi Sect are truly annoying. They are already a first-rate sect with countless resources, yet still want to compete with us for the Secret Realm quotas. How shameless. Mei Shaoxian dared not speak loudly, and could only whisper her dissatisfaction beside Li Fu. Li Fu observed coldly, feeling uncomfortable with the way Xuan Yi Sect was handling things. As a former disciple, he had once taken pride in Xuan Yi Sect. Back then, the sect's disciples were harmonious and friendly, and the elders generously taught, without hesitation, creating a friendly atmosphere despite the distinction between inner and outer disciples. Outstanding outer disciples could also ascend to the inner sect. They were respectful and courteous externally, never bullying the weak. However, upon returning from the secret realm, Li Fu noticed that the sect's atmosphere had changed drastically. It could be described as a fetid atmosphere. The hierarchy among the disciples was strict. The sect master's personal disciples held an exceptional status. Inner disciples looked down on outer disciples, and outer disciples overshadowed the miscellaneous workers. Words of humiliation were thrown around, even leading to physical confrontations. The law enforcement hall within the sect turned a blind eye to this, and the humiliated disciples could only swallow their anger. There was also a rift among the disciples from different peaks. They had deep-seated prejudices against each other, making the entire Xuan Yi Sect seem like a patchwork of various sects. Although Mei Shaoxian spoke softly, all present were cultivators with keen senses, especially the 3 city lords and Elder Yuan, who possessed high cultivation levels. They all heard Mei Xiaoxuan's words. The 2 city lords admired her courage and recognized the truth of her statement. However, Mei Xiaoxuan's master, Yin Yonghua, broke into a cold sweat. This girl was far too reckless, saying her innermost thoughts aloud. He noticed Elder Yuan's dark expression and thought it was bad. Elder Yuan's gaze swept over his icy eyes, glaring fiercely at Mei Shaoxian. He was ready to teach this audacious girl a lesson. How dare a mere scattered cultivator speak ill of Xuan Yi Sect in front of him? Did he think he was deaf? Just as he was about to take action, Yin Yonghua interjected first. How many disciples does Elder Yuan plan to let into the secret realm for training? Yin Yonghua compromised as he had no choice. Xuan Yi Sect's visit was not up for negotiation. The other 2 city lords also wanted to know how many disciples Elder Yuan intended to allow into the secret realm for training. If the number wasn't too many, it could be arranged. Giving Xuan Yi Sect some face was better than being resented by them. A few. Elder Yuan replied expressionlessly. Is City Lord Yin joking? I have brought 100 disciples this time, and naturally all of them will enter for training. Elder Yuan's emotionless response caused the faces of the three city lords to change dramatically. 100 sect disciples. What an audacious demand. The total quota for the three cities was only 300, all of which had been selected 6 months in advance. Elder Yuan's lion's share was a direct claim for 100. The cultivators from the three cities could no longer hold back and protested in unison. Impossible. The total entry quota is 300. They want 100. Are they joking? Why should they be allowed in? Can a first-rate sect be so arrogant? Disagree. Absolutely disagree. Mei Xiaoshuan, standing aside, was even more furious, her eyebrows raised. Being one who loved to fight for justice, she found it impossible to tolerate such words. If Li Fu hadn't been beside her to hold her back, she might have protested loudly on the spot. Elder Yuan sneered at the discontented voices from the scattered cultivators, ignoring their protests. In the entire Northern Territory, who dared to oppose Xuan Yi Sect? Elder Yuan's arrival represented Xuan Yi Sect. His words now represented the words of Xuan Yi Sect, and his face represented the face of Xuan Yi Sect. Anyone who dared to disrespect him was disrespecting Xuan Yi Sect. Elder Yuan was confident and unconcerned about the dissatisfaction of the three city lords. He had come with a mission. He must send 100 disciples into the secret realm. Elder Yuan is joking. We only have a total of 300 quotas for this trip. Is it too much to ask for 100? Yes, Elder Yuan, this secret realm trip has been planned by our three cities for half a year. The quotas were finalized only when the three of us approached the opening of the secret realm. If you were to ask for 10 or 8 quotas, we could still arrange something, but 100 is truly asking too much. Asking too much. Elder Yuan scoffed. You know that our Xuan Yi Sect currently has tens of thousands of disciples. With so many disciples, the sect does not have such resources for them to train. However, our sect master is very concerned about the growth of the disciples. I heard that the Liao Valley secret realm is about to open, and I thought it would be a great opportunity for training, so I informed the sect about it. The sect master expressed strong approval, so I brought 100 disciples here, hoping you three lords would not deny our Xuan Yi Sect this favor. Elder Yuan looked at the three city lords, feeling satisfied after receiving their fearful nods. Who would dare to disrespect Xuan Yi Sect? Elder Yuan continued. Of course, if the three lords truly feel that the quota cannot be changed, I won't make things difficult for you. I will leave right now. The three city lords were surprised to hear that Elder Yuan was actually willing to leave. Just as the three city lords were astonished by Elder Yuan's understanding, he suddenly shifted his tone, adding with a forced smile, At worst, I will lead the disciples back and report truthfully, saying that the quotas for the Liao Valley secret realm are full, and that the three lords are unable to relinquish any quotas. At that time, we can only let our sect master come personally to discuss this with you. The sect master of Xuan Yi Sect coming in person. The three city lords exchanged glances upon hearing this. They knew Elder Yuan would not let the matter rest so easily. The old man's every word hinted at the Xuan Yi Sect. Having invoked the Xuan Yi Sect's sect master repeatedly, it seemed the sect was determined to secure all 100 slots for entering Falling Leaf Valley today. The three lords looked at the suppressed cultivators from the three cities below, their expressions filled with helplessness. With the Xuan Yi Sect master brought up, what more could be said? In contrast, the disciples of the Xuan Yi Sect raised their heads proudly, their arrogant demeanor leaving the other cultivators furious yet silent. The disparity in status was too great. After all, they were disciples of the Xuan Yi Sect, their standing far beyond comparison. The three city lords sighed and ultimately relented. Very well, let the Xuan Yi Sect disciples enter. As these words were spoken, the morale of the three cities' cultivators plummeted. In contrast, the Xuan Yi Sect disciples looked down their noses as if they had won a great victory. Elder Yuan smiled. I thank the three city lords for your generosity. The Xuan Yi Sect will remember your assistance. Yet despite his words, Elder Yuan's face showed not a trace of gratitude, only an expression of entitlement. Mei Xiaoshuan, seeing Elder Yuan's contemptible demeanor, was so enraged, she wished she could slap him twice to vent her anger. Chang Hongyi also watched the Xuan Yi Sect crowd with great discomfort. After deliberation, the three city lords decided to collectively remove 100 cultivators from the three cities' entry list to make room for the Xuan Yi Sect disciples. Having waited 3 years to enter the secret realm, their plans were now disrupted by the Xuan Yi Sect disciples who had appeared out of nowhere. The cultivators whose slots were taken glared at the smug Xuan Yi Sect disciples, their eyes burning with resentment. The Xuan Yi Sect disciples had stolen their chance to enter the secret realm. Furious and bitter, they dared not speak out. When the Xuan Yi Sect disciples noticed their expressions, instead of showing any sympathy, they only sneered. A bunch of rogue cultivators daring to compete with us for entry into the secret realm. Look at yourselves first. Your entry would be a waste anyway. You might as well graciously yield your spots. Entering alongside our Xuan Yi Sect is your honor. The voices of the Xuan Yi Sect disciples reached the ears of the three city lords, who looked displeased. You three need not take the words of these juniors to heart. Now that the slots are settled, please proceed to open the secret realm. Elder Yuan dismissed his disciples' words and urged them on. Though displeased, the three city lords found it difficult to object further. Upon entry, you will be randomly teleported to a location within Falling Leaf Valley. There are first and second-tier demonic beasts within. If you are outmatched, rendezvous with your companions as soon as possible. After the city lord's instructions, everyone was directed to stand within the formation. Li Fu stepped into it. Don't be afraid. If you encounter a demonic beast, try not to confront it head-on. I will find you as quickly as I can. Mei Shaoxian comforted Li Fu. Take care, fellow Taoist Fang. We shall meet within the secret realm. Li Fu nodded. A blindingly strong light suddenly erupted, and Li Fu instinctively shut his eyes tight. An intense sensation of being torn apart instantly enveloped his entire body. When he opened his eyes again, Li Fu found himself already within the Falling Leaf Valley secret realm. The surrounding spiritual energy was abundant, with birds chirping, flowers fragrant, and lush vegetation. All around were only dense woods and flora. No other figures were in sight. With 300 people randomly teleported and scattered, Li Fu saw no one else, indicating the valley was vast. He chose a direction and proceeded forward. Before entering, Yin Yonghua had told Li Fu that there was an item within the Falling Leaf Valley secret realm that would greatly aid in nourishing his soul, urging him to find it. This item was called the Ice Soul Mystic Jade Cushion. Upon hearing its name, Li Fu was greatly excited. He knew its origin. It was carved from millennium-old mystic ice jade essence from the far northern bitter cold lands. Its pure chilling energy could effectively help cultivators quiet distracting thoughts. During cultivation, especially at breakthrough junctures, it could significantly reduce the risk of inner demons arising and protect the clarity of the sea of consciousness. The Ice Soul Mystic Jade Cushion's benefits did not end there. It could also rapidly assist cultivators in gathering the surrounding world's spiritual energy. Sitting on it during cultivation could greatly enhance cultivation speed. For those with ice or water spiritual roots, its effects were even more pronounced, yielding twice the result with half the effort. Li Fu, having been invaded by demonic qi, could use it to suppress the demonic qi to a great extent, alleviating the pain in his soul. Coupled with his innate saint body constitution, obtaining the Ice Soul Mystic Jade Cushion would be immensely beneficial for both his soul injury and cultivation. Calculating the time, over 10 days had passed since Li Fu's last soul injury flare-up. Li Fu had a vague feeling it would flare up again soon. While in the Xuan Yi Sect, his attacks occurred every 2 to 3 days. But since leaving the sect over half a month ago, he had suffered only one attack. What was the reason for this? Leaving the spiritual, energy-rich environment of the Xuan Yi Sect had actually reduced the frequency of his attacks. Li Fu could not understand why. Yin Yonghua had only told Li Fu the general location of the item. The information came from a cultivator who had entered before. He had seen it by chance, but could not retrieve it due to a subtle formation surrounding it. Li Fu was not worried, however, as he possessed the eye of illusion breaking. Now he simply needed to find the location the cultivator had described. The Falling Leaf Valley secret realm was vast. After walking for nearly an hour, Li Fu finally spotted figures. It was a dispute between a Xuan Yi Sect disciple and cultivators from Wanlu City. This demonic beast was killed by us. On what grounds do you claim it as yours? The Wanlu City cultivator protested indignantly. 2 Wanlu City cultivators had just been teleported down when they encountered the beast. After they joined forces to kill it and were about to retrieve its core, they were stopped by Xuan Yi Sect disciples who claimed the beast was theirs to begin with. The Xuan Yi Sect cultivator, unconcerned, went ahead and took the core. I saw the beast first. It just happened to run over here, and you killed it. I haven't even blamed you yet, and you dare question me. The Xuan Yi Sect disciple wiped the blood off his sword, his tone accusatory. You. The Wanlu City cultivator was so enraged he wanted to fight, but his companion held him back. Forget it. They are Xuan Yi Sect disciples, better not provoke them. Even if they are from the Xuan Yi Sect, they can't just rob us blatantly like this. The Xuan Yi Sect disciple sneered. Robbery. I saw it first. We too were teleported right here, and the beast was already here. How is it that you saw it first? You're twisting the truth. The Wanlu City cultivator had never seen such behavior. Robbing someone and then giving a flimsy excuse. Our Xuan Yi Sect doesn't need to explain itself to a rogue cultivator like you. I said I saw it first, so I saw it first. Giving you an explanation is already more than you deserve. The Xuan Yi Sect disciple had grown tired of arguing. He glared viciously at the two, his gaze full of mockery. You? What? Want to fight? Come on then. The Xuan Yi Sect disciple spoke arrogantly. At the foundation establishment stage, he was unafraid of a single foundation establishment and a chi refining 9th layer cultivator from Wanlu City. If you don't dare to fight, then get lost, you cowards. The Xuan Yi Sect disciple pocketed the beast core and swaggered past the two. The two Wanlu city cultivators were so furious their veins bulged and fists clenched, but they could only watch him leave helplessly. They dared not provoke a behemoth like the Xuan Yi Sect. Even if they managed to take back the beast core now, they would not be able to withstand the retaliation from the Xuan Yi Sect afterwards. A rogue cultivator is nothing but a rogue cultivator. The disciple of Xuan Yi Sect left with arrogance, his words like a slap across the faces of the two cultivators from watching. The Xuan Yi Sect disciple coldly gazed at Li Fu not far away. Another one at the 6th layer of Qi refining. Come forth and meet your death. Li Fu watched him passively. Yet similar scenes were unfolding elsewhere. The Xuan Yi Sect's overbearing attitude and malicious plundering of treasures from the 3 cities' cultivators were like seeds silently taking root in their hearts. Ignoring the taunts, Li Fu pressed onward, determined to find the ice soul mystic jade cushion as soon as possible. He sensed his soul wound was close to flaring up. He could only hope to find the cushion before it did. Quickening his pace, Li Fu recalled Yan Yonghua's scant directions. The cushion was in a cave beside a cold pool in the northern part of the Falling Leaf Valley secret realm. With such vague information, he felt like a headless fly heading north. Suddenly an idea struck him: the Eye of Truth. Could it reveal something different within the secret realm? Activating the Eye of Truth with his spiritual energy, Li Fu saw the entire Falling Leaf Valley secret realm enveloped in a riot of colorful, dense spiritual energy. 100 zhang into the forest, 2 points of spiritual light glimmered. 1 red, 1 yellow, likely cultivators with fire and earth spiritual roots. To the west, a peculiar area stood out, its spiritual energy denser with a pronounced earthy yellow hue. What lay there? Further northwest, Li Fu noticed a stark white cold air amidst the colorful spiritual energy around which the qi swirled. And there, under the Eye of Truth, Li Fu identified at least a dozen unusual spots. He knew aimless searching would likely yield nothing. They had only 7 days in the secret realm. Rather than wander without purpose, it was better to investigate those anomalies first. With this in mind, he headed toward the nearest spot, where the earthy yellow spiritual energy was most prominent. Li Fu resolved to explore that area first. Along the way, he spotted Xuan Yi Sect disciples and cultivators from the 3 cities, each going their own way in uneasy peace. An hour later, Li Fu reached the place abundant with earthy yellow spiritual energy. The sight before him filled him with delight. It was a medicinal field hosting 10 precious herbs, each over 50 years old and rich in potency. So the earthy yellow qi signified spiritual fields. Without hesitation, Li Fu pulled out a spade, ready to transplant these herbs into the Taichu Qingkuan Tower. He wondered if Miao Kongkong was tending the herbs properly. These 10 were far more valuable than those had given him. Yet danger crept in unnoticed. As he bent over, a green shadow shot from the depths of the field, aiming straight for his wrist. Thanks to his quick reflexes, Li Fu snatched his hand back just before the snake's fangs struck. The green snake shot past his arm like an arrow. That was close. Li Fu's heart pounded. He glanced at the snake. Fortunately, it was only a first-tier beast. It must have been the guardian beast of the field. Li Fu drew his azure wind sword, and as the snake lunged again, severed its body with a single stroke. To be safe, he activated the Eye of Truth, once more scanning the field for any other hidden threats. Finding none, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Using the spade, he carefully dug out each herb and placed them in white jade boxes. Just as he prepared to leave, a sudden sound of something cutting through the air came from behind. Li Fu swiftly swung the azure wind sword. With a sharp clang, it deflected the ambushing blade. Oh, quite sharp-witted. A mere 6th-layer qi refining cultivator actually blocked my sneak attack. A Xuan Yi Sect disciple stepped out from behind a tree. The newcomer felt no shame for his ambush, instead brazenly said, "Since you dodged my strike, fate spares you. Hand over the herbs and scram." Li Fu almost laughed at his audacity. Such a shameless ambush, such a novel robbery script. In his eyes, Li Fu was no more than an ant to crush at will. But today he was in a good mood, and deemed Li Fu beneath his notice. Li Fu assessed the attacker's cultivation 8th layer of qi refining. No wonder he was so arrogant. "What are you gawking at? Want me to do it myself?" the man urged, seeing Li Fu standing like a wooden post. "If I make a move, you'll end up dead or crippled. Best be smart." Li Fu smiled and asked with interest, "May I ask your esteemed name?" "Ha, a lowly rogue cultivator like you deserves to know my name." The man was insolent, showing no regard for Li Fu. "I've long admired the Xuan Yi Sect. Seeing a disciple today confirms your extraordinary bearing. Not bad, I like that. You're better than other rogue cultivators. Remember, M. Shirxiu. Now leave the goods behind. I never said I'd give them to you." "What did you say?" Shirxiu was stunned. A 6th-layer rogue cultivator dared defy him. "Do you want to die?" His face twisted in rage as he drew his sword. "That depends on whether you have the skill." Li Fu remained calm. Fine. I was going to spare your wretched life, but since you're ungrateful, don't blame me." With that, Shirxiu charged sword in hand. His opponent was merely at the 6th layer of qi refining, while he had long reached the 8th. Facing such a vastly inferior rogue cultivator, Xiao found it utterly dull. Yet the unexpected happened. Before his sword could strike, Xiao felt his feet rooted to the ground. A chill crept into his chest. He saw the 6th layer rogue cultivator smirking at him. Looking down, he found a blue sword piercing his chest, its blade unknown to him. Crimson blood flowed from the wound, quickly soaking his robe. You. Xiao couldn't believe his eyes, his pupils filled with terror. If you want to kill me, you should first gauge your own strength. Li Fu withdrew the azure wind sword. In an instant, Xiao's life force faded. With resentment and fear, he crashed heavily to the ground. Even in death, he couldn't fathom how an 8th layer cultivator fell to one at the 6th. Li Fu collected his storage pouch, and with a burst of flame reduced Xiao's body to ashes. A breeze scattered the ashes into the medicinal field, nourishing the seedlings. Li Fu felt no turmoil after killing a Xuan Yi Sect disciple for the first time. Those who sought his life must pay the price. Mercy to an enemy is cruelty to oneself. In the cultivation world, the strong prey on the weak. Pity only invites disaster. This was a truth Li Fu had learned from the great dream of 3,000 years. Xiao, facing a cultivator of lower rank, saw only aggression and plunder. Having killed a Xuan Yi Sect disciple with his own hands, Li Fu's expression remained unchanged. It was neither about justice nor identity, simply an instinct for self-preservation. Besides, he had long severed ties with the Xuan Yi Sect. Moreover, the Xuan Yi Sect of today was no longer the one he held dear. Now its disciples behaved like bandits, bullying the weak and seizing by force. How were they any different from common thieves? Cultivating only magical power while neglecting the heart, Li Fu felt the current Xuan Yi Sect was inferior even to third-rate sects. Li Fu activated his illusion-breaking eye to scan the medicinal field, and after confirming that no spiritual herbs were left behind, he wasted no further time. He had to find the Ice Soul Mystic Jade Cushion before his soul wound flared up. Mysterious yellow spiritual energy signified medicinal herbs. Then what did white spiritual energy represent? It should be spiritual energy related to ice or water. The white spiritual energy in the northwest was particularly striking and extremely pure, aligning with Yan Yonghua's described location. To the north lay the cold pool. Li Fu speculated that this was most likely the location of the cold pool. In comparison, he decided not to venture into the other multicolored spiritual energy zones. The Ice Soul Mystic Jade Cushion was far more important to him. With that in mind, Li Fu no longer hesitated. After using the illusion-breaking eye to determine the general direction, he pressed forward. Having killed a disciple of the Xuan Yi Sect, Li Fu faintly sensed that the soul wound was becoming increasingly apparent. He could already feel the demonic qi threatening to burst forth. To stay ahead of the soul wound's onset, Li Fu quickened his pace and sped away. At the same time, he remained vigilant, keeping the illusion-breaking eye active as he constantly observed his surroundings. He did his best to avoid others' sight, ensuring that he remained unnoticed, especially by Xuan Yi Sect disciples. Even if he spotted cultivators from the 3 cities, he had no desire to become entangled with them. Li Fu darted swiftly through the forest. The white spiritual energy's location seemed close, but he had been traveling for nearly 2 hours and still hadn't reached it. Truly, the mountains appear near, but exhaust the horse. As Li Fu searched for the Ice Soul Mystic Jade Cushion, the conflicts within the Falling Leaf Valley secret realm had reached a boiling point. These were all disputes between the cultivators of the 3 cities and the disciples of the Xuan Yi Sect. In the past, cultivators of the 3 cities entered the secret realm and acquired treasures based on their own abilities. Occasional fights and killings occurred, but they were done covertly, out of sight and off the record. However, after the Xuan Yi Sect disciples joined, the situation changed entirely. Some cultivators from the 3 cities had entered before, and others had learned the general locations of treasures from other sources, so they could quickly find what they sought. But the Xuan Yi Sect disciples wandered around like headless flies. Yet they were clever. Unable to find treasures themselves, they followed behind the cultivators from the 3 cities. Whenever the latter discovered or acquired a treasure, the Xuan Yi disciples would strike first, or even snatch it directly from their hands. Relying on their exalted status, the Xuan Yi Sect disciples were arrogant and contemptuous toward the 3 city cultivators. At the slightest provocation, they would verbally abuse them, or even resort to violence. If anyone dared to talk back, they would invoke the name of the Xuan Yi Sect. Coupled with their formidable cultivation, the 3 city cultivators could only suffer in silence. Many, to avoid offending them, meekly handed over their treasures. Yet the Xuan Yi Sect disciples showed no restraint. They even enslaved the 3 city cultivators to lead their searches, treating them as nothing more than beasts of burden. Hurry up, what's the delay? We only have 7 days, and today we've found just 2 lousy herbs. And you've been here before. Are you screwing with me, circling around here? It's your honor that we the Xuan Yi Sect enter the Falling Leaf Valley secret realm alongside you loose cultivators. Don't be ungrateful, search faster. The enslaved man was none other than Chang Hongi. At this moment he was furious, but dared not speak out. A portion of the Chang family's business relied on the Xuan Yi Sect. If the sect severed ties, the Chang family's trade would undoubtedly suffer a severe blow, potentially leading to decline and annexation by other families. Moreover, his cultivation was only at the 9th layer of qi refining, while the two Xuan Yi Sect disciples before him were at the 9th layer and the great perfection of qi refining respectively. Chang Hongi was powerless to resist. Daring not to offend the Xuan Yi Sect cultivators, Chang Hongi could only clench his fists and grit his teeth as he led the way, enduring their insults. Chang Hongi could only hope to find a suitable opportunity to shake them off. You're the second young master of the Chang family, and Hongfula is your family's establishment, isn't it? One of the two Xuan Yi Sect disciples spoke up. Hey, I'm talking to you. Chang Hongi nodded and uttered a faint acknowledgement. Over the years, your Chang family has reaped plenty of benefits from our Xuan Yi Sect. Now that you see us, aren't you going to show your gratitude? That's right. Without the pills and talismans our sect provides, could your Hongfula even exist? Would the Chang family have become one of the 3 great clans of Shuiyuan City? Chang Hongi took 2 pouches of spirit stones from his spatial ring and handed them to the 2 Xuan Yi Sect disciples. 20,000 spirit stones per pouch. Please accept. 20,000. Are you trying to bribe a beggar? After pocketing the stones, the Xuan Yi disciples immediately set upon Chang Hongi with punches and kicks. Are you looking down on our Xuan Yi Sect? Hand over more. Chang Hongi glared at the 2 with venomous eyes, but suppressed his anger, afraid to retaliate. I only brought this many spirit stones when I left home. Do you think I believe that? One of the Xuan Yi disciples grabbed Chang Hongi's hand and snarled. After all, you are from one of the 3 great clans of Shuiyuan City, the esteemed second young master of the Chang family, carrying only this paltry sum. You're fooling us. The 2 disciples worked in tandem, attempting to rip the spatial ring off Chang Hongi's finger. Chang Hongi guarded it fiercely. Inside the ring was a heaven-grade foundation establishment pill worth millions. It must not fall into their hands. Still protecting it. I knew this brat was up to no good. Junior brother hit him. With that, the 2 intensified their assault, landing heavy blows on Chang Hongi's body. The more he resisted, the more they suspected something was amiss. You little bastard, refusing to hand it over. He'll beat you to death. Chang Hongi was forced back step by step, yet he still dared not fight back. This kid can take a beating. Senior brother, let's attack together. He's guarding that ring so fiercely there must be something good inside. The one addressed as senior brother then punched Chang Hongi squarely in the stomach, imbuing the blow with spiritual power. The punch sent Chang Hongi to his knees, clutching his stomach in agony. The senior brother grabbed him by the hair and hissed, "Give me the ring, or he'll beat you to death." The junior brother added fuel to the fire. Senior brother, why waste words with him? Kill him, no one will know. Well, split whatever's in the ring. Good idea. Without further ado, the senior brother drew a long sword from his spatial ring. His gaze turned vicious as he looked at Chang Hongi. Time to die. Just then a streak of red sword light intercepted the blade. The newcomer was Chang Hongi's elder sister Chang Ling. She pulled her brother behind her and asked with concern, "Are you all right, sister?" "I am fine." Chang Hongi swallowed a pill, regained some strength, and stood up. "Are you of the Xuan Yi Sect trying to kill a member of the Chang family?" Chang Ling pointed her sword at the 2 Xuan Yi disciples. "Not at all. You're mistaken. We were just sparring with your brother. Ask him if you don't believe us." "That's right. Why do you make us sound like demonic cultivators who love bloodshed? We were merely exchanging pointers with your brother." The 2 Xuan Yi disciples offered a casual explanation. They were unconcerned by Chang Ling's accusations. Although she was an early foundation establishment cultivator, they were certain the Chang family wouldn't dare lay a hand on them. They felt emboldened. "Since your sister is here, we'll take our leave. Second young master Chang, until we meet again." With that, they swaggered out of Chang Ling's sight. This is outrageous. They call themselves disciples of the Xuan Yi Sect. They're nothing but bandits. Chang Ling caressed her brother's bruised cheek, her voice trembling with fury. Chang Hongi lowered his head in shame. "It's all because I'm weak. I can only let them humiliate me. At least the heaven-grade foundation establishment pill is still safe. They didn't take it." Chang Hongi clenched his fists. The humiliation cut deeper than his physical wounds. Chang Ling understood her brother's concerns. "It's not your fault. I know what you're thinking. You're afraid of offending them and bringing retribution upon our family. The entire Falling Leaf Valley secret realm is in turmoil now. The Xuan Yi Sect's involvement has turned this expedition into a mess. Well, remember this debt, the Chang family will." She comforted her brother. "This item shouldn't stay here long. The commotion just now will likely attract others. Let's leave first." If even their family suffered such treatment, what hope was there for the other scattered cultivators? If things continued like this, the cultivators from the three cities would merely be toiling for the Xuan Yi Sect's benefit. To their small faction, the Xuan Yi Sect was a towering tree. The slightest tremor could topple them. Elsewhere, Mei Xiaoxian faced a similar predicament. Beside a spiritual energetic medicinal field lay the corpses of two cultivators from the three cities, stained with blood. The remaining two were locked in a standoff with two Xuan Yi Sect disciples. Both were wounded, their eyes blazing with hatred as they glared at their adversaries. Xuan Yi Sect, we already gave you the spiritual herbs. Why must you push us too far? We entered the secret realm together, keeping to ourselves. You stole our treasures, but why did you have to kill? Both were at the great perfection of qi refining, while the Xuan Yi disciples were at early foundation establishment. The disparity in cultivation had led to the deaths of two in their foreman squad. Hearing this, the Xuan Yi disciples sneered as if it were a joke. Keeping to ourselves? Nonsense. Do you even deserve to touch what's in here? Let me tell you, this is your last time entering the Falling Leaf Valley secret realm. From now on, it belongs to our Xuan Yi Sect. You? Mere ants. Killing you means nothing. We only let you in to guide us. The two disciples mocked openly, treating the secret realm's treasures as their own. The two scattered cultivators trembled with rage. With their companions slain, hatred for the Xuan Yi Sect consumed them. The Xuan Yi Sect wants to annihilate us, but we may be mere wanderers, yet we won't be humiliated like this. They'll fight you to the death. To hell with those Xuan Yi bastards. The cultivators from the three cities had long harbored deep grudges. Witnessing their companions slain before their eyes at this moment, they were no longer the timid, easily manipulated rogue cultivators they once were. They threw themselves recklessly at the disciples of Xuan Yi Sect. Death was certain either way, they might as well die fighting. Alas, the chasm in cultivation and swordsmanship was an insurmountable gulf. After merely 5 or 6 exchanges, they were defeated. You ants think you can fight us to the death. What do you take yourselves for? A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Overestimating yourselves. The disciples of Xuan Yi Sect mocked them without restraint. Kill them. We still have to find the treasure. A Xuan Yi Sect disciple brandished his sword, a murderous glint in his eyes. Die, just as the two men were about to accept their death sentence. Mei Xiaoxian blocked the Xuan Yi Sect's sword with her own broadsword. Stop. Abhorring injustice, she stood before the two rogue cultivators, shielding them from the Xuan Yi Sect members. Another one who doesn't know when to die. Seeing that Mei Xiaoxian was also only at the initial foundation establishment stage, and alone, the Xuan Yi Sect disciples dismissed her entirely. However, as the words left his mouth, several figures emerged from behind Mei Xiaoxian one after another. There were 7 in total. They stood behind her, their gazes sharp and cold as they fixed upon the two Xuan Yi Sect disciples. Get lost. Mei Xiaoxian struggled to suppress the fury within her. Fine. We're leaving. The two Xuan Yi Sect disciples looked at Mei Xiaoxian and her gathered companions. Outnumbered, they made the decisive choice to retreat. Meanwhile, Li Fu wound his way through a dense forest of needle-leaf trees draped in icicles. After a circuitous path, he finally found the place where white spiritual energy was abundant. Sensing the bone-chilling cold ahead, Li Fu's heart burned with fervor. Found it truly is a cold pool. Beneath a pillar of white spiritual light, a deep, secluded cold pool materialized. Without the eye of truth to see through illusions, such a hidden place would be nearly impossible for an ordinary cultivator to find. The cold pool was concealed within the dense woods of a mountain stream, and the temperature around it was far lower than elsewhere. Deep within the pool, a cave dwelling was faintly visible, and inside, a white meditation cushion seemed to lie quietly. AI's soul mystic jade cushion. As Li Fu moved closer, an invisible wall of energy abruptly blocked his path. A formation. Li Fu immediately activated the eye of truth. There were actually 3 layers of formations surrounding the cold pool. No wonder such a rare treasure had remained undisturbed here for so many years. Aside from its hidden location, these exquisite formations were the true guardians. The 3 formations were stacked upon one another. Unless one possessed profound mastery in formations, it would be absolutely impossible to break them. Li Fu was grateful for the aid of the Eye of Truth, which was innately capable of countering all formations, seeing through falsehoods to strike directly at the formation's core. A true tool for breaking formations. The first formation alone could stop most cultivators below the golden core stage. If one had no knowledge of formations and tried to force their way through, it was possible, but they would need at least the nascent soul stage to succeed, otherwise breaking it was impossible. Li Fu channeled the Eye of Truth and easily located the core of the first formation. Dismantling it, he stepped inside. No sooner had Li Fu entered the formation than he was assaulted by dozens of ice spikes. Fortunately, he was prepared. Dodging them, he began to observe the formation for weaknesses. The second formation was a killing formation, cleverly utilizing the cold energy of the pool to attack. Moreover, within the formation, a biting chill seeped in. Li Fu felt the temperature plummet as if he were stranded in a frozen wasteland. His breath condensed into white mist. The piercing cold infiltrated every pore. Li Fu quickly circulated his internal spiritual energy to ward off the cold. He had to find the formation's core quickly, or otherwise his spiritual energy would be drained completely before long. Using the Eye of Truth, Li Fu discovered a white water droplet suspended above the cold pool connected to various parts of the formation. It seemed that this white droplet was the formation's core. Li Fu drew the green wind sword and sent a sword aura slicing toward the white droplet. To his surprise, the droplet emitted a faint glow that neutralized his attack. What's going on? Li Fu stared at the white droplet in astonishment. No, the second formation was not a simple killing formation, it was intricately linked to the third one. The third formation was the source of the bone-piercing cold. The two formations complemented each other. It seemed the one who set these formations had considerable skill managing to overlay two formations, a testament to their deep understanding of the art. Li Fu dared not delay. He could already sense the demonic energy within him threatening to erupt. Activating the Eye of Truth, once more he focused entirely on observing the formations. The two formations were tightly interwoven. The white droplet above the pool appeared to be a mere decoy. After about the time it takes half an incense stick to burn, Li Fu, under the Eye of Truth, finally noticed the anomaly. It was true that the white droplet connected the various parts of the formation, but the actual core was not the droplet itself. It was the cold energy beneath it. The cold energy floating above the pool periodically entered the droplet in a unique pattern, and from there it powered the formation. The formation master had a devious mind. An ordinary cultivator would find it nearly impossible to detect the subtle movement of that cold energy. It was concealed among the other flows of cold. Without the Eye of Truth, Li Fu would never have spotted it. Now that he knew the formation's core was the cold energy, not the droplet, Li Fu decisively swung his sword, severing the flow of cold. True enough, with its source cut off, the white droplet dissipated instantly. The two overlapping formations shattered with a resounding crack. The chill around him immediately eased, receding like a tide. But there was no time to celebrate. The demonic energy within Li Fu could no longer be suppressed. The demonic energy corroded Li Fu's soul like a venomous serpent. It was an extreme, icy cold that drained his life force. This cold was not from the outside. It originated from the very depths of his soul. It could not be resisted with spiritual energy. Then a tearing sensation followed. Li Fu felt as if his soul was being ripped in two. The pain was beyond words. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating agony in the depths of his soul, Li Fu trudged into the cave with heavy steps. Inside, the ice soul mystic jade cushion came into view. The cushion emanated a faint misty cold. It was just large enough for one person to sit cross-legged upon its surface, smooth as a mirror. A subtle fragrance of ice lotus wafted from it, calming the mind ever so slightly. With his last shred of clarity, Li Fu set up a simple barrier. Then he sat cross-legged on the ice soul mystic jade cushion. The moment he did, a pure, cool energy seeped into his body. This power seemed guided by an unseen force rushing straight into the depths of Li Fu's soul. There are two energies, one white, one black, intertwined. The white was the pure cold energy from the cushion, the black was the demonic energy. The two forces clashed like ancient enemies attacking each other on sight. Li Fu's soul became their battlefield. Neither the white nor the black would yield, engaging in a fierce struggle at the slightest contact. Li Fu felt as if he had fallen into a boundless, viscous black ocean. The white energy transformed into wings, struggling to carry him upward, while the black ocean relentlessly dragged him down, seeking to swallow him into endless darkness. The feeling of helplessness was agonizing. Then came a piercing cold and a sensation of suffocation. As Li Fu battled the demonic energy far away at Xuan Yi Sect, Zhou Ming arrived at the Qingyang Peak, where Li Fu had once resided. She had been troubled ever since leaving her junior sister Chai Jinkia's Qianyun Peak. No matter how she tried, she could not understand why her junior sister harbored such an obsession with the sword. She was even willing to fall into demonic cultivation to comprehend the sword intent within the steel. Li Fu had clearly tried to stop her from going astray, yet she had bitten the hand that fed her and falsely accused him. Why had her junior sister changed so much? What baffled Zhou Ming the most was their master's attitude. She knew the truth of the matter, yet chose to turn a blind eye. She watched Li Fu be wronged without lifting a finger. The punishment she gave Chai Jingqiu was nothing more than a slap on the wrist. Qingyang Peak would soon belong to Jiang Chen. He was currently in seclusion, breaking through to the nascent soul stage. When he emerged, given their master's partiality towards him, she would surely renovate the peak extensively. Taking advantage of Jiang Chen's seclusion, Zhou Ming felt an inexplicable urge to visit Qingyang Peak, to see Li Fu's dwelling, to see the traces of his life. But the moment she set foot on Qingyang Peak, Zhou Ming was stunned by the sight before her. On the vast Qingyang Peak, a solitary, dilapidated bamboo hut stood beneath the trees. A gentle breeze rustled by, sending a few fallen leaves drifting down. The scene was steeped in desolation and loneliness. How could this be? Qingyang Peak only had this rickety bamboo hut. Where was Li Fu's former residence? Zhou Ming could not believe her eyes. Hovering in midair, she swept her gaze across the entire Qingyang Peak. She discovered that Li Fu's old dwelling had collapsed some time ago, now nothing but a pile of rubble. Could this bamboo hut have been built by Li Fu after his return from the extreme abyss? With this thought, Zhou Ming slowly stepped into the bamboo hut. It was exceedingly cramped. The interior was Spartan. A bamboo bed, a table, a bamboo chair, and a few thin garments were all there was. Was this truly Li Fu's refuge? Seeing the meager furnishings, a pang of sorrow surged within her. Zhou Ming found it hard to imagine how he had endured life in this hut. 800 years ago, he had ventured into the death-defying extreme abyss for the sect, only to return to such a plight. Zhou Ming picked up the carving knife and the unfinished wooden sword by the bedside. Her fingertips traced the rough grain of the wood, and an overwhelming urge to weep struck her without warning. Having risked life and limb for the sect, he now dwelled in such a place. Zhou Ming summoned the mystic art mirror, dripped her essence blood onto it, and placed the wooden sword before the mirror. Even knowing that Li Fu was blessed with fortune and could not be spied upon, Zhou Ming could not resist the urge to glimpse his life after his return. Thus, she sought a method from the mystic art records to observe those blessed with fortune. The method was simple. The caster had to expend a great deal of essence, blood, and lifespan, and also obtain at least 3 personal items from the fortune-blessed individual. The effect was even better if the spell was cast in a place where the person had lived for a long time. So Zhou Ming came. Even knowing that forcibly peering would cost her many years of life, she did not hesitate. If 1 drop of essence blood was not enough, she would use 2. If 2 were insufficient, she would use 10. Lifespan meant nothing to her. Ever since she began cultivating the mystic art, loneliness had been her sole companion. A faint glimmer passed through the mystic art mirror, but it was frustratingly blurry. Zhou Ming cast the spell again, levitating the clothes from Li Fu's bedside before the mirror. At last, the mystic art mirror slowly revealed Li Fu's figure. Zhou Ming saw the scene of his return. His return from the extreme abyss was not the welcome she had imagined. The master took him back to the main peak for a diagnosis, and after declaring him unable to cultivate, told Li Fu to go back. Li Fu was covered in bloodstains at that time. Though his spirit was low, hope still flickered in his eyes. Having lost his cultivation, he trudged step by painful step up Qingyang Peak, only to see the ruins of his old home long collapsed from neglect. Yet despite this, a faint light still shone in Li Fu's eyes. In the following 10 days, he chopped and built this bamboo hut stroke by stroke to shelter himself from the wind and rain. At that time, Li Fu's body was even weaker than an ordinary person's. In the mystic art mirror, Zhou Ming saw how difficult each swing of his axe was. For a full month after he returned to Qingyang Peak, not a single person from Xuan Yi Sect came to help, nor even to visit. Li Fu seemed to be invisible. The master, too, appeared to have forgotten his existence. And so in solitude, he cut down bamboo after bamboo, building himself a place to live. Once the bamboo hut was completed, Li Fu was tormented by the demonic energy invading his soul. He curled up on the cold bamboo bed, stifling his agonized roars. The suffering was clearly reflected in Zhou Ming's eyes, and tears slipped down her cheeks. "Little junior brother, you have suffered so much." After a long time, the junior sisters finally came one by one in a perfunctory manner to visit Li Fu. Seeing the reluctance on their faces, Zhou Ming knew it must have been the master's request. Their polite conversation with Li Fu was so distant and perfunctory that even Zhou Ming, who was not well versed in worldly affairs, could feel it. In the mirror, Li Fu appeared unusually excited. He busied himself enthusiastically boiling water and pouring tea. The cramped bamboo hut could not accommodate everyone. They stood outside the door watching him with indifferent expressions, not one of them accepting the cup of water he offered. They were as cold as strangers. Yet Li Fu seemed utterly oblivious to this distance and chill. Like a child who had just received a new toy, he rummaged through his belongings, using his only good things to entertain his senior sisters. But not one of his senior sisters reached out to take anything. None appreciated his efforts. Li Fu stood beneath the tree, cheerfully chatting to himself, as if he were the carefree junior brother of 800 years ago, talking freely in their presence. Yet the only response he received was the barely concealed impatience and silence in his senior sister's eyes. They did not stay long, and soon left Qingyang Peak. They left Li Fu standing forlornly in front of the bamboo hut, watching their retreating figures. Even so, a smile still lingered on Li Fu's face. His senior sisters had not forgotten him. They were just too busy. They had all become peak masters with many disciples to teach and many sect affairs to handle. After they left, Li Fu's life returned to its mundane rhythm. Living alone, eating alone, staring into the distance alone. But Li Fu was just an ordinary person, even less than ordinary. Food, clothing, shelter. These became his greatest troubles. When hungry, Li Fu could only scour the mountains for wild vegetables to fill his stomach. Fortunately, Qingyang Peak was vast and had plenty of wild greens. Later, Li Fu cleared a small patch of land behind the hut and planted some vegetables, barely managing to get by. However, when winter arrived, Qingyang Peak was ravaged by snowstorms. How could Li Fu's already frail body withstand the biting knife-like wind on Qingyang Peak? The howling gale swept up a flurry of snow, easily seeping through the gaps in the bamboo hut. Li Fu curled up on the icy bamboo bed, wrapping himself tightly in his thin robe, his entire body shrinking into a tiny ball. He was like a withered leaf trembling in the cold wind. Inside the hut, Li Fu shivered all over, the chattering of his teeth clearly audible, each breath forming a puff of white mist before his face. Compounded by the invasion of demonic energy, Li Fu tossed and turned in agony, curled up on the bamboo bed. His face, under the dual torment of pain and bitter cold, grew even more pallid. Hunger, cold, and pain intertwined like a spider's web, endlessly enshrouding Li Fu, torturing him. The icy snowflakes in the mystic art mirror seemed to drift through the glass and settle on Zhou Meng's heart. Each agonized groan was like a dagger piercing Zhou Meng's heart. "Little junior brother," she whispered, her voice filled with unspeakable pain and deep remorse. She bore an undeniable responsibility for Li Fu's suffering. For it was she who had calculated that sending Li Fu into the extreme abyss would greatly benefit the sect's development. Her heart, long sealed by the cultivation of the mystic art, now silently cracked open with a searing fissure in the face of Li Fu's brutal reality. Zhou Meng's fingernails dug deep into her palms, tears blurring her vision. So this was the endless cold night that her little junior brother had endured alone. Zhou Meng could not fathom how he had managed to survive. What was even more heartbreaking was that this suffering seemed utterly insignificant to Li Fu. He still held hope for Xuan Yi Sect and expectations for his senior sisters. He stubbornly believed that they were still the same as they had been 800 years ago, unchanged. Li Fu deeply loved Xuan Yi Sect, the sect that held his cherished memories where he had grown up freely. This was his home. What he did not know was that ever since his return, the disciples and senior sisters of Xuan Yi Sect felt only disdain and disgust toward him. He went joyfully to second senior sisters, Qingyang Peak. After exhausting his strength to reach it, he was told by a disciple that she was in seclusion, comprehending the sword steel, and was not available to see visitors. Li Fu did not dwell on it. His second senior sister was a revered sword cultivator among the sect's disciples. Naturally, she had to set an example. So Li Fu went to find third senior sister, only to be told she was also in seclusion crafting talismans. Li Fu did not overthink it. His third senior sister was the sect's foremost talisman master. Most of the sect's talismans were made by her and her disciples. It was good that she was busy. Li Fu sought out several other senior sisters in succession. Either he was told they were in seclusion, or they met him briefly before hurrying away. Their excuses were all simple. Busy cultivating, handling urgent sect affairs. Until one day Li Fu saw his master's latest disciple, his own junior brother Jiang Chen, and witnessed the warm and enthusiastic attitude his senior sister showed him. Li Fu understood. They weren't busy, they simply didn't want to see him. Occasionally he would overhear remarks about himself from other sect disciples. Yes, the current Li Fu was nothing but a cripple unable to cultivate. It seemed from that point on Li Fu rarely left Qingyang Peak. Yet his feelings for his senior sisters never changed. Knowing that second senior sister was troubled by her swordsmanship, he carefully selected a branch from the mountain and carved it stroke by stroke into the shape of a wooden sword. Outside the bamboo hut, the cold wind howled, but the drafts that slipped inside could not stop the carving knife in Li Fu's hand. The wood shavings scattered across the floor seemed to speak of the speed of his blade. What flickered within the hut was a pair of tenacious eyes tempered by 800 years in the abyssal chasm. But at this moment what flowed within them was a gentle, tender light. That light emanated from the rough, unfinished wooden sword clutched tightly in his hands. At this moment there were no traces of the harsh wind or demonic chi upon him. Li Fu seemed to be carving with his very lifeblood a silent promise of voiceless greeting, a humble, yet burning longing. Li Fu carved this wooden sword with immense devotion for a very long time until it was as smooth as jade before he finally set down his knife with satisfaction. He thought his second senior sister would like the sword he had carved. Through the mystic mirror, Zhou Meng seemed to feel his emotions. She deeply sensed the joy within Li Fu's heart. He thought that in this way he could help his second senior sister. Seeing this, blood unexpectedly trickled from Zhou Meng's mouth. In an instant it stained her chest. Her face grew as pale as snow, devoid of any color. The mystic mirror floating before her began to tremble, and the images within it gradually blurred. Li Fu's destiny was inherently unspiable. Forcing a glimpse would only harm oneself. Zhou Meng knew that seeing too much of Li Fu's past had damaged her very foundation. But she did not care. Her lifespan was of no importance to her. Zhou Ming wanted to continue activating the mystic mirror to learn more about Li Fu's life on Qingyang Peak. Suddenly, a faint trace of demonic qi invaded the bamboo hut. Fortunately, Zhou Ming detected it in time. The instant the demonic qi appeared, she flashed backward and retreated outside the hut. Why would demonic qi be here? Although forcing the spell had damaged her foundation and consumed much of her lifespan, her instincts remained. Standing outside the bamboo hut, she clearly saw a flash of black demonic qi where she had just been sitting. Zhou Ming's expression turned grave. The demonic qi did not dissipate. Instead, like a lurking venomous snake, it silently spread along the rough wooden floor of the hut. No, why is there demonic qi here? Qingyang Peak. Li Fu's bamboo hut. Why is demonic qi appearing here? Suspicion surged in Zhou Ming's heart. She had come to Qingyang Peak only to see the traces of Li Fu's life, never expecting to make this discovery. Li Fu had spent 800 years in the abyssal chasm, an ancient forbidden land filled with countless unknowns and dangers. Could this demonic qi be a remnant that had invaded his body back then? The demonic qi appeared in the bamboo hut, the very place where Li Fu had lived. This was the guess that formed in Zhou Ming's mind upon seeing it. But soon Zhou Ming dismissed this idea. Residual demonic qi would not linger so stubbornly like an unshakable parasite. No. Or rather, had Li Fu's return from the abyssal chasm attracted something far more terrifying. She looked at the dilapidated bamboo hut before her, hesitated not a moment, and despite the immense toll of activating the mystic mirror, she rapidly channeled its power. Within the mystic mirror, the bamboo hut was shrouded in a layer of black demonic qi. Zhou Ming stared at the image in the mirror, speechless with shock. The demonic qi enveloping the hut seemed to be locked in place by a special technique. It only covered the entire bamboo hut, not extending outward by even a fraction. Zhou Ming sensed that something was amiss. Just as she was focusing her thoughts, trying to trace the source of the demonic qi, the energy coiled on the ground suddenly stirred. Sizzle. A wisp of demonic qi clinging to the bamboo hut shot out like a bolt. It did not attack Zhou Ming, but transformed into an extremely swift black thread, its target the mystic mirror floating and stabilizing before her. Zhou Ming was rendered speechless by the scene. The demonic entity seemed to possess an instinctive greed for the mirror that had spied on Li Fu's past. No, this was too sinister. Zhou Ming quickly withdrew the mystic mirror while channeling her spiritual energy to purge the wisp of demonic qi within it. She had a faint feeling that the demonic qi was following Li Fu. This demonic qi is so strange. Zhou Ming furrowed her delicate brows. She flicked a wisp of spiritual energy from her fingertip, attempting to probe the nature of the demonic qi in the hut. However, the moment her spiritual energy touched the demonic qi, it vanished like a stone dropped into the sea, silently absorbed and dissolved. Not only that, but a bone-chilling malevolent will, as if conscious, violently invaded her in return. Zhou Ming reacted swiftly. She decisively exploded her spiritual energy to disperse the attacking demonic qi. At the same time, she retreated several steps, her chest heaving violently. A trickle of blood seeped from the corner of her mouth. Forcibly spying on Li Fu had already damaged her foundation, and this probe of the demonic qi had consumed much of her spiritual energy. The situation was complex. Was the demonic qi born from Li Fu, or was it coming for him? Zhou Ming was now uncertain. She detected the traces of a formation beneath the bamboo hut. Not understanding formations, she thought to report this to her master and ask him to come and investigate. What exactly was the origin of this demonic qi? But then she reconsidered. Her master already did not care for Li Fu. If the demonic qi was born from Li Fu, it would only worsen her master's impression of him. If Li Fu ever wished to return in the future, her master would surely refuse. Thinking this, Zhou Ming abandoned the idea of asking her master. Within the sect, the one most knowledgeable about formations was her sixth junior sister, Xuan. But recalling the look of disdain and disgust on her junior sister's face in the mystic mirror, Zhou Ming again dismissed the idea of seeking her out. To be safe, it was better to investigate on her own first. To confirm her suspicions, Zhou Ming, ignoring her injuries, activated the mystic mirror. Through it, she saw a massive formation hidden beneath the bamboo hut. After firmly memorizing the formation, Zhou Ming quickly left Qingyang Peak. Leaving Qingyang Peak, Zhou Ming ignored her injuries and rushed straight to the scripture library of Xuan Yi Sect. The library housed millennia of the sect's collections, containing not only cultivation manuals and classics, but also records of perilous terrains across the cultivation world, along with various formations. Zhou Ming ascended directly to the second floor. The second floor held nearly 1,000 volumes on formations. Having already recorded the formation's pattern through the mystic mirror, her first step was to determine what exactly this formation was. Zhou Ming sat in the scripture library, flipping through book after book. She feared not the toil, only the failure to identify the formation. It was not until the third day that she finally found it in an ancient tome. The moment she saw the formation's name, Zhou Meng trembled all over. The demon-enticing, soul-devouring formation. It draws qi to gather demons, devours souls, and corrodes the body. It draws out the demonic qi within the cultivator trapped in the formation, continuously nourishing and amplifying it. And at regular intervals, it erodes the cultivator's spirit, until the cultivator is utterly tainted by demonic qi, or until death. The venomous and cruel words were forced out through Zhou Meng's trembling lips with great difficulty. Merely reading the formation's function in the book sent a chill down her spine, let alone thinking of Li Fu trapped within and the torment he must be enduring. Zhou Meng's face grew paler and paler, carrying a horror bordering on collapse. Who exactly was so malicious? Who could set up such a venomous formation within Xuan Yi Sect? Who could tamper with Qingyang Peak right under the nose of Sect Master Bushiyu? Could it be a supreme being of the same level as her master? No. No sooner had this guess surfaced than Zhou Meng dismissed it. With such cultivation, why would one need to set up a formation? Could it be someone from within Xuan Yi Sect? The person who set up the formation clearly did not intend to kill Li Fu outright, but to keep him alive, suffering in agony. Amplify the demonic qi within him. Nourish the demonic qi ceaselessly. Let the demonic qi torment him. Erode his spirit. Make him wish for death, yet unable to die. An endless torment. This was millions of times more vicious than killing him outright. Li Fu had entered the abyss for the sect for 800 years. Upon his return, he fell into a plight even more cruel than the abyss. The bamboo hut he had built bamboo by bamboo had now become a relentless hell torturing him. It was like an abyssal maw devouring him. Poor Li Fu, he still thought it was his own fault. But Zhou Meng could not fathom who within the sect harbored such deep-seated hatred for Li Fu. He had returned from the abyss as a mortal unable to cultivate. He posed no threat to anyone in the sect. For such a mortal, what irreconcilable enmity would drive someone to set up a formation so heinous that it would outrage both gods and men? Moreover, when exactly was the formation set up, and why had none of the junior sisters noticed it? Even the sixth junior sister, with her profound knowledge of formations, had failed to detect it. Why had she discovered it? Zhou Meng pondered and arrived at a conjecture. Perhaps it was because in Li Fu's bamboo hut, using his personal clothing as a medium and the mystic mirror to probe his past the formation, sensed Li Fu's aura and activated on its own. Otherwise, with her cultivation, she would not have been able to detect the presence of demonic qi from the formation. Who could be so meticulously scheming against Li Fu? Zhou Meng truly could not think of anyone. Only her junior sisters had ascended Qingyang Peak. Yet even if they held no regard for Li Fu, they would not go so far as to set up such a venomous formation. Zhou Meng could not believe the formation was the work of her junior sisters. But if not them, who else? Who could silently arrange such a formation? Furthermore, this was an extremely ancient formation, long regarded as taboo in the cultivation world. Moreover, the conditions for setting it up were quite stringent. Besides the complexity of the formation, the arranger needed to have thorough knowledge of the target's movements, physique, and even fluctuations in their qi. It was time-consuming and laborious, and also highly prone to discovery. Zhou Meng desperately wanted the answer. She activated the mystic mirror to probe further. Cough, cough, cough. A violent bout of coughing made her already weak spit out another mouthful of blood. The formation's energy was too formidable. Zhou Meng's cultivation was insufficient to sustain an investigation into the arranger's identity. It was only at this moment that Zhou Meng deeply realized she had been wrong. It seemed she had been wrong from the very beginning. She had thought her guilt toward Li Fu stemmed from the divination she had cast 800 years ago, which had led him into the abyss. But it was not until she saw the demon-enticing, soul-devouring formation that Zhou Meng realized how terribly mistaken she was. She felt an overwhelming debt to Li Fu. Irreparable. That divination had charted the sect's development, but had doomed Li Fu. For 800 years, Zhou Meng had secluded herself in the mystic pavilion, refusing to see outsiders, including Li Fu upon his return from the abyss, just as she refused her junior sisters. Heartless. She thought that by avoiding him, not seeing him, not thinking of him, she could lessen her guilt toward Li Fu. But she was wrong. Li Fu had never blamed her. Little junior brother. I'm sorry. It was I who harmed you. Zhou Meng closed her eyes and 2 lines of crystal tears silently slid down her cheeks. The mystic art could deduce the workings of heaven and calculate all things, but it could never calculate the human heart. At this moment, Zhou Meng saw the darkest evil in the depths of human hearts, sending a chill through her. As the chief disciple of Xuan Yi Sect's sect master, she had cultivated the mystic art to its pinnacle, steering the sect away from harm and toward benefit, yet she could not foresee Li Fu's predicament upon his return, nor could she deduce the identity of the formation's arranger. Zhou Meng took out the carving knife and the unfinished wooden sword from her spatial ring, sinking into deep self-reproach. It was all her fault. If not for her, Li Fu would not have entered the abyss. If not for her, Li Fu would not have fallen into the demon-enticing, soul-devouring formation. If not for her, Li Fu would not have been framed by his junior sisters. If not for her, Li Fu would not have sworn a heavenly oath to leave the sect. The culprit had always been herself. Zhou Ming's tears fell like broken pearls. Now unable even to deduce the arranger's identity, what kind of mystic master was she? What kind of chief disciple of the sect master was she? Zhou Ming hated her own incompetence, her nails digging into her flesh, as if she felt no pain letting blood stain her sleeves. At this moment, Zhou Ming felt as if insects were gnawing incessantly at her heart. No, an inner demon was about to arise. Zhou Ming snapped awake instantly. No, I cannot be like this. At the very least, I must get to the bottom of this. Find out the identity of the formation's arranger. For myself, for the sect. And most of all for that little junior brother who struggled and fought against demonic chi in the cold and darkness. Since someone could silently set up the demon-enticing, soul-devouring formation within Xuan Yi Sect, they must be of considerable strength and high status. Such individuals included not only the sect master's direct disciples, but also the sect's elders and stewards. Zhou Ming intended to investigate thoroughly. No matter how deeply this person was hidden, she would root them out. To avoid alerting the enemy, Zhou Ming made a copy of the formation and its required materials. Then she returned the formation books to their original order one by one. She also cleaned up the bloodstains and tears on the floor. After doing this, Zhou Ming left the scripture library. A formation so vicious and evil could not have been set up without leaving any trace. Everything leaves clues as long as one looks in the right direction. Returning to the mystic pavilion, she took a pill to regulate her breathing and rest briefly, then began gathering the list of the sect's elders and stewards. Since that person was hiding in the shadows, Zhou Ming planned to investigate covertly as well without alarming anyone. She did not even intend to inform her master. Within the Falling Leaf Valley secret realm, Li Fu sat cross-legged on an ice soul mystic jade cushion, his soul serving as a battlefield where demonic chi and glacial energy clashed in ceaseless combat. Li Fu felt as though 1,000 troops were galloping through his mind. The violent tearing sensation brought him to the brink of unconsciousness. His robes were drenched in sweat. The glacial energy emanating from the ice soul mystic jade and the black demonic chi collided fiercely. Each impact sparked a pain that struck straight at the soul. Fortunately, the ice soul mystic jade held the upper hand over the demonic chi. After several rounds of struggle, the demonic chi began to wane. Half an incense stick later, it finally subsided, suppressed by the glacial energy. Li Fu was now as weak as if he had just recovered from a grave illness. Only the exhilaration of survival brought him clarity. Yet he was puzzled why, since the demonic chi had invaded from Xuan Yi Sect, had the soul injuries grown more frequent. Could it be that now that he could cultivate, the attacks were less frequent? At this rate, if he reached the foundation establishment stage, wouldn't he suffer an episode barely once a month? Li Fu caressed the ice soul mystic jade cushion beneath him with affection, truly a treasure. In the past, the demonic chi would torment him for at least a quarter of an hour. With the ice soul mystic jade cushion, it took only an incense stick's time to suppress the demonic chi within him. During this suppression, Li Fu faintly sensed a breakthrough approaching. The ice soul mystic jade not only suppressed demonic chi, but also aided a cultivator in training. Li Fu sat cross-legged to regulate his breath for a moment, then began his assault on the 7th layer of the chi refining stage. With the aid of the ice soul mystic jade cushion, Li Fu clearly felt the absorption of spiritual energy quicken. The combination of his immaculate saint body and the jade doubled the efficiency of his cultivation. Li Fu's Dantian voraciously absorbed the world's spiritual energy. He was utterly immersed, losing all sense of self. He remained in seclusion at the depths of the cold pool for an entire night. Yet outside the cold pool within the Falling Leaf Valley secret realm, the resentment of the 3 cities' cultivators toward Xuan Yi Sect disciples had reached a boiling point. The oppressive atmosphere seemed like a bowstring stretched to its limit. Finally, with a hysterical roar, the string snapped. In a misty area of Falling Leaf Valley, 2 cultivators from Wanlu City discovered a century-old blood ginseng. The 2 were ecstatic. Brother, with this blood ginseng, we can exchange for enough spirit stones to buy a heaven-grade foundation establishment pill. Is it true that the heaven-grade foundation establishment pill was refined by a lone cultivator at only the 5th layer of chi refining? Of course it's true. Pity we didn't witness the 100 pills tribulation scene. A regret. Hurry and pick it, careful not to be discovered by Xuan Yi Sect. Alright. Just as the Wanlu City cultivator reached out to pluck the ginseng, a sharp beam of light shot through the air. Watch out. But the warning from the one called brother came too late. The light was razor-sharp, piercing the younger brother's palm. Ah! The younger brother screamed in agony. Forgot to tell you. This century-old blood ginseng was discovered by us, Xuan Yi Sect, first. Did you get our permission to pick it? Two Xuan Yi Sect disciples stepped forward, their demeanor as arrogant and overbearing as ever. We found it first. How is it yours? And why such brutality? Even if you are Xuan Yi Sect disciples, you can't be so cruel. The elder brother stayed by his sibling, retrieving healing pills from his spatial ring. The younger brother's palm was pierced, bright red blood dripped from his fingers, soon staining the ground beneath him. So what? We of Xuan Yi Sect need no meddling from the likes of you rogue cultivators. The speaker was Chi Bohan, who uttered these words with nonchalance. You what? Scram. Don't dirty my ginseng. Chi Bohan shoved the Wanlu City cultivator aside, and as if no one else existed, retrieved the blood ginseng. Too much. The cultivator with the pierced palm had veins bulging on his neck and eyes bloodshot. In less than 2 days he had endured humiliation upon humiliation. The Xuan Yi Sect disciples treated them as less than beasts. Now faced with outright plunder and words that trampled his dignity, the fury within him ignited. He drew his sword in a flash, its tip aimed straight at Chi Bohan's face. Drop it. You dare draw a sword on me? Chi Bohan stared in surprise at the rogue cultivator, whose palm he had pierced. Why not? You call yourselves Xuan Yi Sect disciples, yet you act like bandits. Aren't you afraid of tarnishing the sect's name? Today, even if I die, I'll make sure you don't get off easy. Chi Bohan sneered. Big talk. Since you're asking for death, don't blame me. With that, he drew his own sword and engaged the Wanlu City cultivator in battle. The other two also began to scuffle. However, the gap between the rogue cultivators and Xuan Yi Sect quickly became apparent. Under the sect's exquisite swordsmanship, the rogue cultivators gradually lost ground. In just 7 exchanges, Chi Bohan ran his sword through the heart of his opponent. The younger brother fell before his eyes. No. The elder brother's eyes nearly split with rage. You thought you could contend with our Xuan Yi Sect? Like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Chi Bohan sneered dismissively. Soon you'll be reunited with your brother. 2 against 1. The outcome was never in doubt. Just as the elder brother was about to fall to the Xuan Yi Sect's swords, a flash of sword light intercepted their blades. The newcomers were the siblings of the Chong family. Are you alright? Chong Ling stood protectively before the Wanlu City rogue cultivator. My brother is dead. They killed him. They'll fight them to the death. The Xuan Yi Sect disciple spoke arrogantly. Dead is dead. What do you think you can kill me? Chong Ling's face was as cold as frost. You of Xuan Yi Sect treat the lives of us 3 cities cultivators like weeds. I witnessed the whole thing. Today count me Chong Ling in the crusade against Xuan Yi Sect. And me Chong Hongyi. Chong Hongyi stood beside his sister, his gaze resolute. 3 worthless trash. Killing you will just take a little more time. Chi Bohan let out a cold laugh. Who said it's only the 3 of them? Count me in. Count me in too. And me, a rogue cultivator from Pingwu City. A rogue cultivator from Wanlu City. Shuayan City is here. Passers-by and those watching from a distance, enraged by the banditry of the Xuan Yi Sect disciples, stepped forward one after another. In just 2 days they had endured enough torment and humiliation at the hands of Xuan Yi Sect. At this moment, dozens of figures emerged from all directions, encircling the 2 Xuan Yi Sect disciples. Surrounded on all sides, the 2 Xuan Yi Sect disciples blustered. You want to rebel? Do you wish to make enemies of Xuan Yi Sect? The 2 Xuan Yi Sect disciples were terrified, for they could see the hatred in the eyes of the surrounding cultivators, as if they wanted to tear them apart alive. It is you who have shown no regard for our lives. Today we cultivators of the 3 cities shall act in heaven's stead and purge the scum from Xuan Yi Sect. Attack! These 2 words were like a drop of water in boiling oil. Dozens of figures moved at once, charging at the 2 Xuan Yi Sect disciples with vengeful eyes. No! How dare you? No! Spare us! Spare! Their pleas were drowned in the clang of swords. At this moment the conflict erupted in full force. The cultivators from the 3 cities who had long suffered humiliation at the hands of Xuan Yi Sect seemed inspired and rose up in resistance one after another. Elsewhere within the secret realm, Mei Shaoxian also led the cultivators of the 3 cities in rebellion. With her innate hatred for evil, how could she let this opportunity slip? Having long despised the actions of Xuan Yi Sect, Mei Shaoxian charged to the forefront without hesitation. Within the Falling Leaf Valley secret realm, 5 skirmishes of varying scales had already erupted. For a time, everyone in the secret realm abandoned their treasure hunt. Instead, they sought to regroup. The disciples of Xuan Yi Sect gathered together. The cultivators from the 3 cities gathered together. They all knew that isolation meant vulnerability. Alone, they would be struck down. Only by uniting could they forge greater strength. Just as chaos engulfed the entire Falling Leaf Valley secret realm within a cave beside a cold pond in the northwest, Li Fu slowly opened his eyes, a sharp gleam flashing within them. With the aid of the Ice Soul Mystic Jade Cushion, he had finally broken through to the 7th layer of the Qi refining stage. Li Fu rose feeling the power of the 7th layer and was deeply satisfied. Having obtained what he needed, Li Fu prepared to consolidate his cultivation and cultivate diligently. Then faint footsteps reached his ears. Someone was there. Li Fu's heart tightened. In an instant he concealed the ice soul mystic jade cushion. The next moment 2 disciples of Xuan Yi Sect appeared in his line of sight. Seeing Li Fu, the 2 were visibly stunned. They exclaimed in surprise, "Was it you who broke the formation outside the cold pond?" Before Li Fu could speak, the other immediately shook his head in denial. Impossible. He's only at the 7th layer of qi refining. How could he unravel such a complex formation? Then how did the formation vanish? The 2 turned their gaze back to Li Fu, scrutinizing him, then swept their eyes across the empty cave. "Did you take the ice soul mystic jade cushion?" Li Fu remained silent, activating his illusion-breaking eye. One of the 2 was at the 9th layer of qi refining, the other at the initial stage of foundation establishment. The speaker was named Wei Rue, a cultivator at the initial foundation establishment stage. He must have taken it, he's the only one here. The other, named Fei Haoyu, concluded that the rogue cultivator before them had taken the item. Li Fu was curious. How did they know about the ice soul mystic jade cushion and the formation? Had they discovered this place before him? Impossible. This place was extremely difficult to find. If not for his illusion breaking, he himself would never have located it. How do you know the ice soul mystic jade cushion is here? Li Fu asked, intrigued. The ice soul mystic jade cushion had been mentioned to him by the city lord of Shuiyan City, Yin Yonghua, who did not know its exact location either. But how did these 2 from Xuan Yi Sect know, including the formation outside? Their tone was as if they had been here before. Senior brother Wei, listen to his tone, he definitely has the item. Wei Rue said coldly, hand it over. Li Fu replied expressionlessly, I can give it to you, but first answer my question. Given Xuan Yi Sect's sudden appearance in the Falling Leaf Valley secret realm, Li Fu suspected they possessed information unknown to the 3 cities' cultivators, or even to Yan Yonghua. Who do you think you are? How dare you make demands of us? Do you think you're worthy? Hand over the item now, or when we act you will die. Fei Haoyu was arrogantly aggressive, holding Li Fu in utter contempt. A mere rogue cultivator at the 7th layer of qi refining. An ant he could crush with one hand. Li Fu produced the ice soul mystic jade cushion. The item is here. Come and take it. Fei Haoyu's eyes lit up at the sight of the cushion, and he eagerly stepped forward to claim it as his own. But the moment his hand touched the cushion, a cold sword was already pressed against his neck. You dare draw a blade against me? Are you mad? Don't you know I'm a disciple of Xuan Yi Sect? Fei Haoyu's blustering tone betrayed his inner panic. He saw that the look in Li Fu's eyes was not one of jest. Wei Rue drew his own treasured sword and said, release him. Do you know the consequences of opposing us? Li Fu was utterly indifferent. Answer my question, or he dies. As he spoke, Li Fu shifted the green wind sword in his hand, slightly upward, pressing it against Fei Haoyu's throat. The sharp blade grazed Fei Haoyu's skin, instantly drawing a trail of blood. No. He'll talk. Fei Haoyu was clearly terrified. He conceded weakly, Elder Yuan told us there was a cold pond in the northwest of the Falling Leaf Valley secret realm, and inside the cave by the pond was the ice soul mystic jade cushion. Senior brother Wei and I followed Elder Yuan's instructions all the way here. Wei Rue said nothing but subtly shifted his steps, inadvertently blocking the cave entrance. A flicker of ruthlessness passed through his eyes. A mere rogue cultivator at the 7th layer of qi refining dared to draw a sword on them. What did he take Xuan Yi Sect for? This damned rogue cultivator held the sect in no regard. Courting death, Wei Rue had no intention of letting him live. Since he wanted to know, he would tell him. In Wei Rui's eyes, Li Fu was already a dead man. How did Elder Yuan know? Li Fu pressed on. That I wouldn't know. I heard Elder Yuan made a trip to Thousand Cloud Peak, and after he returned he began organizing the expedition to the Falling Leaf Valley secret realm. Li Fu furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Thousand Cloud Peak. Wasn't that Chai Jinkia's domain? How was she involved? Li Fu had assumed this was all orchestrated by Jiang Chen, for he alone possessed the mysterious system. But the mention of Thousand Cloud Peak completely overturned Li Fu's speculation. How did Chai Jingxiu come to know of this? Moreover, the ice soul mystic jade cushion held little significance for her. This item aids in cultivation, but she was wholly devoted to comprehending the sword steel and delving into the way of the sword. This object would be utterly useless for her sword insights. No, that wasn't right. The ice soul mystic jade cushion also possessed the power to suppress demonic qi. Could it be that Chai Jingxiu had also been invaded by demonic qi? Li Fu suddenly recalled the day he had severed her connection to the sword steel. Back then, Li Fu had sensed demonic qi emanating from the sword steel. If that were the case, the ice soul mystic jade cushion would be useful to her. This would also explain why she sent Elder Yuan to the secret realm. But how did she learn of the ice soul mystic jade cushion? And how did she know its exact location? Li Fu couldn't figure it out. However, he felt that Jiang Chen was likely involved. Yet in the moment, Li Fu was lost and thought Fei Haoyu seized the opportunity and suddenly attacked. His treasured sword struck at Li Fu like a venomous snake. Die! Fei Haoyu roared savagely, as if intending to tear this insolent rogue cultivator apart. How dare he point a sword at him? He was asking for death. However, Li Fu remained perfectly calm. He merely cast a sidelong glance, and in the next instant Fei Haoyu felt a chill at his neck. Then a gush of warm liquid erupted. The sword in his hand was easily caught between two of Li Fu's fingers. The breath of life drained from him with terrifying speed. You? How dare you? Fei Haoyu could not believe that a rogue cultivator at merely the 7th layer of qi refining could react so swiftly. With lingering resentment, he collapsed to the ground. Wei Rui witnessed everything deeply shaken. A single strike to the throat. His junior brother was at the 9th layer of qi refining. Yet a cultivator at the 9th layer was slain in one blow by a rogue cultivator at the 7th layer. Wei Rui could tell his junior brother had been somewhat careless, but the rogue cultivator's sword was incredibly fast. So fast that even he hadn't seen the strike. Wei Rui was stunned by the swiftness of the rogue cultivator's swordsmanship, but when he saw the sword in his hand, he immediately understood. A profound rank mid-grade weapon, no wonder. A gleam of intense greed flickered in Wei Rui's eyes. As a Foundation Establishment initial stage cultivator, he himself only wielded a yellow rank mid-grade sword. This caught Wei Rui completely off guard. Yet soon this sword would become his. How could the chasm between qi refining and Foundation Establishment be bridged by mere sharp tools? Wei Rui's gaze was filled with contempt and avarice as he looked at the azure wind sword in Li Fu's hand. Is this your only reliance? If that's all you have, then die. With those words, Wei Rui thrust his sword toward Li Fu. Li Fu watched the blade approach, standing motionless as if oblivious. Courting death. Wei Rui spat out 2 words as his sword reached Li Fu's chest. At the very moment the tip touched him, Li Fu moved. The azure wind sword parried. Clang. The sharp ring of metal echoed through the cavern. Then the confidence on Wei Rui's face instantly froze. He quickly retreated, staring at Li Fu with astonishment. In that single exchange, Wei Rui felt a heavy force transmitted through the sword. It jarred his tiger's mouth with pain, and his arm began to grow numb. Is this the power of a profound rank mid-grade sword? Instead of fear, Wei Rui's greed deepened. He still believed the force came from the sword itself. He had to seize that sword. With a profound rank mid-grade blade, his strength would soar. A mere qi refining 7th layer rogue cultivator could gain an edge over him with such a weapon. If he obtained it, could he not challenge the senior brothers of his sect? At this thought, Wei Rui's eyes burned, his restless heart nearly leaping from his chest. Yet he did not know that Li Fu was merely testing his strength. In the end, Wei Rui could barely withstand a single blow from Li Fu. Li Fu was deeply disappointed. Is this all the strength of a Foundation Establishment initial stage cultivator? This time it was Li Fu who mocked. Sharp-tongued brat. You rely solely on your weapon. Now I will show you the gap between qi refining and Foundation Establishment. A difference in realm cannot be made up by any blade. Wei Rui sneered at the rogue cultivator's taunt. Li Fu also smiled. He curled a finger at Wei Rui, provoking him. Come on. Wei Rui let out a roar, and his spiritual energy exploded forth. The sword was shrouded in a cyan glow. It transformed into a ravenous wolf lunging at Li Fu, aiming to tear his mouth apart. Li Fu remained calm. Having gauged Wei Rui's strength, he held back no longer. He infused his sword with spiritual energy, meeting the attack with an identical cyan radiance. Clang! Clang! After 2 metallic clashes within the cavern, all fell silent. Wei Rui's eyes mirrored those of his junior brother Fei Haoyu. He fell to the ground in defeat. The fatal wound on his throat ended his obsession with the precious sword. How is this possible? He struggled to force out his final words. Li Fu looked down at him coldly. There is indeed an insurmountable chasm between qi refining and Foundation Establishment. But I am no ordinary qi refining cultivator. He possessed the innate saint body. How could he be ordinary? Li Fu retrieved the 2 men's spatial rings, and then set their bodies ablaze. He now had a rough understanding of his own strength. He could easily kill a Foundation Establishment initial stage cultivator, and a mid-stage one would likely pose no challenge. A later stage Foundation Establishment cultivator might require some effort. As for the great perfection stage of Foundation Establishment, Li Fu was uncertain. He would test it when he encountered such an opponent. Having just cleaned up the battlefield and preparing to leave, Li Fu noticed figures approaching through the woods not far away. He activated his illusion-breaking eye. The newcomers were both at the great perfection stage of Foundation Establishment. Speak of the devil. He might dare to face one, but 2 at that level would be dangerous. To be safe, Li Fu decided to leave quickly. But as he stepped out of the cave, a bold idea struck him. He took out a Xuan Yi Sect robe from Fei Haoyu's spatial ring and swiftly changed into it. Then he donned the nether ghost mask and transformed his face to resemble Fei Haoyu's. The two were clearly heading toward him, likely for the ice, soul, jade lotus cushion. So Li Fu stood still waiting for their arrival. Greetings, senior brothers. Both wore the robes of Xuan Yi Sect inner disciples, but he did not know which peak's master they served. To avoid revealing his identity, Li Fu bowed with cupped hands and spoke first. Junior brother Fei, why are you alone? Where is junior brother Wei? One of them scanned the cave and the cold pool outside before asking. Senior brother junior brother Wei and I found the cold pool first. But as we arrived, we saw a figure dart out of the cave. Senior brother Wei pursued him alone and told me to wait here, Li Fu replied. Did you see the figure clearly? The other asked with a grave expression. Li Fu shook his head. No, that person moved extremely fast. The two exchanged glances. Could it be a cultivator from the 3 cities? Impossible. The formations here are blocked. Those rogue cultivators lack the formation mastery of senior brother He. How could they break through? Junior brother Huang, do not underestimate those rogue cultivators. I heard that the alchemist who caused a stir with 100 pills undergoing tribulation has also entered. Is that true? How could it be false? Junior brother Huang, if we are fortunate enough to meet that alchemist, we must invite him to join our Xuan Yi Sect. And if he refuses, The one called senior brother, he made a cutting gesture across his neck, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. Then he must die. Li Fu, standing nearby, was startled by this. This news took him by surprise. One was surnamed He, the other Huang. He who studied formations must have come specifically to break the cold pool's array. They came prepared. Senior brother He, what should we do next? To break the cold pool formation, that person must be formidable, perhaps even at the great perfection stage of foundation establishment. Junior brother Wei is only at the initial stage. What could he achieve by chasing? Junior brother Huang asked. The cultivator surnamed He furrowed his brow. Our master sent me specifically to assist you, but it seems the ice soul jade lotus cushion has been taken by someone else. Junior brother Fei, how long ago did junior brother Wei give chase? The two looked at Li Fu. Senior brother, it has been half a shurchen already. Li Fu calculated the time since they entered and replied. Since he's not here, you don't need to wait. It's chaotic out there now. Come with us. Waiting is pointless. The cultivators from the 3 cities have completely fallen out with our sect's disciples. In just one day, nearly 10 of our disciples have died. Though they are all birds of a feather, they outnumber us. We entered with 100, but they have 200. It's better to stay together. Besides, we need hands for the next location. The next location? Li Fu stood beside them, feigning confusion. So the Xuan Yi Sect indeed possessed more information about the secret realm. Keeping his composure, he responded, I will follow the senior brother's arrangements. Seeing Li Fu's prompt agreement, the two were satisfied and patted him on the shoulder in praise. If you retrieve the items smoothly once you reach the foundation establishment stage, I can strongly recommend you to our Qianyan Peak and have you become a direct disciple of Peak Master Chai. Qianyan Peak. Peak Master Chai. Chai Jingqiu. So it was indeed she who needed the ice soul mystic jade cushion. It seemed Li Fu's speculation was correct. She had ultimately failed to escape the erosion of the sword monument's demonic qi. That day, Li Fu had severed her connection with the sword monument, in time halting the demonic qi's invasion. Yet she had not given up and had ultimately delved into that perilous artifact once more. Junior brother, thanks both senior brothers for your guidance. I will spare no effort to find what Peak Master Chai needs as soon as possible. Li Fu then continued, may I ask senior brothers, what exactly is that thing, and where is it? Don't ask what you shouldn't. Just follow behind us obediently, I'll tell you when we get there. When asked about the item, their faces turned stern and their tone brooked no dissent. Li Fu wisely ceased his inquiries. Could it be even more precious than the ice soul mystic jade cushion? What else in the falling leaves' ancient secret realm could be more important than that? Li Fu was determined to see what this mysterious thing was. He wasn't afraid they wouldn't tell him, or as long as he followed them, he would surely find out. Yes, senior brother. This junior was too forward. Li Fu struggled to suppress his curiosity, deliberately putting on an expression of reverence and humility as he replied respectfully. Junior brother, don't be nervous. You'll know when the time is right. Senior brother, his stern expression softened slightly. With that, Li Fu followed closely behind them, leaving the cold pool. Li Fu felt fortunate. He hadn't expected that his spuro-themant decision to transform into Fei Haoyu, a disciple of Xuan Yi Sect, would yield such unexpected gains. Yet a doubt lingered in his mind. Why did they seem so unconcerned about the loss of the ice soul mystic jade cushion? Logically, such a precious item personally requested by their master Chai Jingqiu should have been of utmost importance to them. Yet they only asked a few perfunctory questions before letting it go. Was the other treasure of even greater value? Or was there another scheme at play? Walking behind them, his thoughts were in turmoil. Along the way, with his keen perception, Li Fu could detect at least 3 sounds of battle, with spiritual energy fluctuations rising and falling. It seemed as they had said the conflict between the cultivators of the 3 cities and the Xuan Yi Sect was escalating. It had reached an irreconcilable point. Yet the 2 ahead remained utterly indifferent, turning a deaf ear as if the deaths of Xuan Yi Sect disciples had nothing to do with them. Li Fu followed them southward. Arriving at a mountain stream, 3 Xuan Yi Sect disciples emerged from the forest, their bodies bearing several wounds, looking utterly disheveled. Senior Brother He, Senior Brother Huang, save us. The 3 rushed forward as if they had seen a savior. What happened? Senior Brother He asked. One of them caught his breath and said our group of 5 was ambushed by cultivators from the 3 cities. 2 junior brothers fell in the fight. We 3 fought with all our might to escape, thinking we'd never see you again. The 3 tearfully denounced the cultivators of the 3 cities. 2 of them were at the great perfection of the Qi refining stage, and 1 was at the early foundation establishment stage. Who would have thought that the Xuan Yi Sect disciples, so arrogant and domineering just a day before, had undergone such a dramatic transformation, now fleeing like frightened dogs? Senior Brother He and Senior Brother Huang were among the few disciples at the great perfection of the foundation establishment stage on this expedition. Seeing them, the 3 knew they were saved. Do you know who the leader is? Senior Brother Huang asked. It's Mei Xiaoxian. Li Fu was not surprised to hear this name. It was Mei Xiaoxian's style. As they spoke, she appeared in their sight. You wretched dogs, you run fast. Mei Xiaoxian, wielding a gleaming broadsword, led dozens of companions in hot pursuit. Pointing her broadsword at the terrified 3, she continued, weren't you just boasting, saying we cultivators of the 3 cities are no better than ants? Why run so fast now? Li Fu, wearing Fei Haoyu's face, rolled his eyes from behind. Big sister, can't you see the situation? They have 2 cultivators at the great perfection of the foundation establishment stage protecting them. And you still recklessly charge forward to provoke them. Do you have any brains? How did old Yin teach you? She's Mei Xiaoxian. Senior Brother He asked. The 3 who had escaped nodded repeatedly. She's the one who killed the 2 junior brothers. Senior Brother He, Senior Brother Huang, you must avenge us. When has our Xuan Yi Sect ever suffered such humiliation? Being chased by a bunch of rogue cultivators. How shameful. The 3 embellished their story. Since we've encountered them, let's finish them off. What do you think, Junior Brother Huang? Agreed. Let's curb their arrogance, or they'll think our Xuan Yi Sect is an easy target. Hearing that the 2 senior brothers would act, the 3 immediately put on a blustering front. Mei Xiaoxian, just wait. Let my senior brothers teach you a lesson. Senior Brother He's sword vibrated, and his figure shot toward Mei Xiaoxian like lightning. Senior Brother Huang followed closely. Li Fu and the 3 injured disciples stayed behind to watch. In their eyes, with 2 foundation establishment great perfection cultivators personally intervening, dealing with this rabble was a sure thing. No help needed. Indeed, after just 7 or 8 exchanges, Mei Xiaoxian's formation was broken and 2 of her people were dead. Li Fu grew anxious. This is bad. If this continued, not a single one of Mei Xiaoxian's group would leave alive. Li Fu watched the battlefield with concern, unsure of what to do. Old Yin had told Li Fu to look after her, but how could he now? 2 foundation establishment great perfection cultivators. Fortunately, although Mei Xiaoxian was impulsive and reckless, she wasn't completely devoid of reason. After losing 3 in quick succession, she finally realized the gravity of the situation and shouted, fall back now. But the 2 now in full killing spree wouldn't let them go easily. Mei Xiaoxian's group retreated step by step. As the main force, she was being suppressed and nearly injured. Seeing this, Li Fu sensed trouble. If this dragged on, this group would soon be completely annihilated. Senior Brother, let me help you. Li Fu shouted, suddenly drawing his sword and charging into the fray. Are you trying to get yourself killed? What are you doing? With 2 foundation establishment great perfection senior brothers here, what business does a mere Qi refining 9th layer disciple have joining the fight? The 3 Xuan Yi Sect disciples tried to stop Li Fu, but he was too fast and had already plunged into the battlefield. With Fei Haoyu's addition, the 2 senior brothers found themselves hampered rather than aided, because Fei Haoyu would cleverly appear in the path of their next attack. Junior Brother Fei, just watch from the side. No need to intervene. No, killing rogue cultivators is everyone's duty. Bullying our Xuan Yi Sect disciples is bullying me, Fei Haoyu. I won't let our sect be humiliated by a bunch of rogue cultivators. Senior Brother He, don't worry, he'll assist you. Senior Brother Huang, be careful. Huh, Mei Xiaoxian is it? Watch how I, Fei Haoyu of Xuan Yi Sect, teach you a lesson today. Li Fu spoke with righteous indignation, vigorously swinging his sword to disrupt the enemy's formation while deliberately drawing Mei Xiaoxian's fire. After all, Li Fu's identity was special, and appearing as a Xuan Yi Sect disciple, he couldn't be too obvious. But to display his valor, every move he made was spectacular, with flashing sword light and surging energy, making it seem as if he was fiercely battling a formidable opponent. The three watching Xuan Yi Sect disciples were full of praise for Fei Haoyu's fierce fighting. I never knew junior brother Fei had such determination to kill the enemy. Yes, despite being the weakest in cultivation, he's the first to charge forward. If not for our injuries, we would surely join you in battle. Me too. Junior brother Fei is a model for us all. When we return to the sect, we must report his heroic deeds to Elder Yuan in detail. Li Fu's valiant fighting stirred the hearts of the 5 Xuan Yi Sect disciples, especially senior brothers, He and Huang among them. Li Fu had no time to mind the other rogue cultivators. His sole concern was whether he could save Mei Xiaoxian. His gaze sharpened, and with a swift swing of his longsword, he intercepted Mei Xiaoxian's attack before senior brother he could. Senior brother, he allow me to slay this enemy with my own hands, Li Fu declared, his voice imbued with righteous indignation as he seized the opponent. Senior brother, he sighed helplessly. Very well. Be careful, oh, she's at the Foundation establishment initial stage. Rest assured, senior brother. She killed our fellow Xuan Yi Sect disciples. If I don't avenge this, I Fei Haoyu am not worthy of living. Li Fu's treasured sword viciously thrust toward Mei Xiaoxian, who raised her blade to parry. Clang! Clang! Their weapons clashed dozens of times in an instant. Mei Xiaoxian was astonished. This disciple, who appeared to be only at the 9th layer of qi condensation, was incredibly strong, matching her in power. Li Fu's heart also tightened. Mei Xiaoxian's strength far exceeded his expectations. Her blade seemed to carry the weight of 10,000 Jun. No wonder even senior brother He, at the great perfection of Foundation establishment, had struggled to subdue her. This could not be prolonged. Out of the corner of his eye, Li Fu saw that without Mei Xiaoxian as their main force, the 2 senior brothers at the great perfection of Foundation establishment were like wolves among sheep, reaping the lives of 3 rogue cultivators in the blink of an eye. Li Fu blocked one of Mei Xiaoxian's strikes, seized a fleeting opening, and kicked her squarely in the stomach. Flee! A suppressed sharp shout accompanied a burst of spiritual light from his foot. Li Fu's kick erupted with astonishing force, sending Mei Xiaoxian flying a full 7 or 8 zhang away. Free from the battle, Mei Xiaoxian tumbled several times before stabilizing herself. She looked at the Xuan Yi Sect disciple who called himself Fei Haoyu. Those 2 words filled her with utter bewilderment. But catching sight of the last cultivator from the 3 cities being slain, she was overwhelmed with grief. She knew that continuing to fight would mean certain death. As long as the green hills remain, there will be wood to burn. She decisively took her blade and fled. Li Fu made a show of giving chase. Stop right there, Mei Xiaoxian. Prepare to die. Junior brother Fei, don't pursue a vanquished foe. Senior brother, he called out to stop the pursuing Fei Haoyu. Li Fu halted his steps and asked, why not pursue? She killed our Xuan Yi Sect disciples, who I demand her life in return. We can't catch her now. The main task is paramount. The forest ahead is dense, oh, we might fall into an ambush. Li Fu let out a regretful sigh. Fine. She's lucky to have escaped. Next time I see her, I will take her head. Suppressing his rage, Li Fu sheathed his sword. I never expected junior brother Fei to be so righteous and valiant. Repelling an initial Foundation establishment cultivator at the 9th layer of qi condensation. Your future is boundless. Senior brother flatters me. I could only drive Mei Xiaoxian back thanks to your efforts in exhausting her spiritual energy. Otherwise, with my mere 9th layer qi condensation cultivation, how could I have repelled her? Li Fu's heart tightened, and he quickly bowed modestly, explaining himself fearful of arousing their suspicion. Fortunately, seeing Fei Haoyu's sincere demeanor, the others did not dwell on it. Enough. The main task is what matters. What are your 3 plans? Senior brother, where are you headed? One of them asked. To retrieve something. What is it? And where? The 3 asked Li Fu the same question. Li Fu was quick to speak first. Senior brothers, this is a matter of utmost secrecy. To prevent it from falling on the ears of those rogue cultivators, it's best not to ask further. As he spoke, he vigilantly scanned his surroundings. He was committed to playing his part fully. Senior brothers, He and Huang, were very pleased with Li Fu's response and caution. Please, senior brother, lead the way. We are willing to follow you. What could be safer than staying by the side of a senior brother at the great perfection of Foundation establishment? Having survived Mei Xiaoxian's ambush, 2 of their 5 had perished. Had they not fortuitously encountered the 2 senior brothers, they too would likely have fallen to the rogue cultivators. Thus the 3 promptly volunteered to follow. Senior brother, he said, that's my intention. Many hands make light work. Having narrowly escaped with her life, Mei Xiaoxian leaned against a freezing tree trunk, her large blade trembling slightly in her hand. Tears of humiliation and self-reproach silently traced down her face. Dozens of fellow cultivators from the 3 cities who had fought alongside her now lay as cold corpses in an instant. They were dead just like that, and she could only cling to life in disgrace. Without her master's protection, Mei Xiaoxian felt utterly helpless. Mei Xiaoxian struggled to compose herself. Her master often said, think thrice before acting. Do not be impulsive. Never let impulse overcome reason. At this moment her master's admonitions echoed in her mind. Tears of remorse slid from the corners of Mei Xiaoxuan's eyes. It was all her fault for insisting on her own way, or if she hadn't pursued them, they wouldn't have died. And yet she alone survived. Mei Xiaoxian deeply realized her mistake. She understood her past ignorance and willfulness. After a long while she stood up, wiped away her tears, her gaze becoming resolute. She saw with stark clarity the insurmountable chasm between herself and them. She finally grasped the profound, well-intentioned care hidden beneath her master's stern urgings. Her master had often earnestly pushed her to cultivate, but Mei Xiaoxian always found excuses to be lazy. If she could return from this journey safely, she resolved to cultivate diligently and never slack off again. At the same time, Mei Xiaoxian began to replay that Xuan Yi Sect disciple's kick in her mind. He had kicked her out of the battlefield in the end. He was only at the 9th layer of qi condensation, so how could he send her a foundation establishment initial stage cultivator flying? Her cultivation was clearly higher than his, so why couldn't she defeat him? That final kick of his displayed power and explosive force that didn't seem possible for a 9th layer qi condensation cultivator. Could it be that he was concealing his cultivation? Not only had he kicked her out of the battle, but he had also warned her to flee. It was obvious that he was trying to save her. Mei Xiaoxian had never seen him before and didn't know him. Why would he save me? This cascade of questions and heavy blows forced Mei Xiaoxian, who was usually averse to deep thought, to rack her brains. Regardless of the reason, Mei Xiaoxian had to pull herself together first. She needed to inform the cultivators of the 3 cities that the Xuan Yi Sect had 2 cultivators at the great perfection of foundation establishment, so they could be on guard. It would be best to unite more forces. Only if they banded together as one would they not be easily defeated. As for why that man had saved her, Mei Xiaoxian decided to ask him clearly the next time she saw him. By now Li Fu and his group of 6 had arrived at a steep valley. A thick fog lay ahead, impenetrable to the naked eye. We're here. Senior brother, he stopped. On the way, Li Fu learned that senior brother, he was named He Yunfan, and senior brother Huang was Huang Zhen. Li Fu surveyed the area ahead. Besides the fog, there was also miasmic poison. Senior brother, it doesn't look safe ahead. Yes, the miasma seems toxic and corrosive. The 3 spoke uneasily. Li Fu was about to activate his truth-seeing eye to look, but Huang Zhen interrupted. It's fine. Just stay close to me. Saying this, He Yunfan took a talisman from his spatial ring. Let's go, follow me. A faint cyan light screen appeared around He Yunfan. As he stepped into the mist, the fog touching the screen dissipated instantly, as if mice fleeing from a cat. The 3 no longer worried and stepped into the light screen. Li Fu followed closely, bringing up the rear. The 6 were enveloped by the cyan light screen, which sizzled as it contacted the mist. Their passage created a unique tunnel through the fog, which slowly closed behind them as they advanced. Walking at the very back, Li Fu activated his truth-seeing eye to observe. What he saw was a shock. In the misty valley, the tree trunks were crawling with insects that had green eyes. Yet the 5 ahead of him were completely oblivious. Li Fu stared at the dense swarm of insects, his scalp tingling. Soul-eating miasma bugs. Although these bugs were only first-rank demon beasts in strength, they were creatures that thrived in colonies. Their numbers could easily reach tens of thousands. Feeding on miasma, they made their homes in places other beings shunned. These creatures favored the shade and loathed sunlight, dwelling perpetually in miasma-shrouded lands. Some heretical cultivators specially raised these bugs as their trump card. A single bite from a soul-eating miasma bug would rapidly spread toxins throughout the body, leaving one temporarily powerless. Even low-level cultivators turned pale at the mere mention of them. Li Fu desperately wanted to warn his companions. After all, this was no laughing matter. Fully aware of the danger, Li Fu was about to speak up. A crisp crack echoed. The sharp sound of a dry twig breaking was particularly jarring in the silent, misty valley. Someone had stepped on a dead branch. Damn it! Li Fu cursed under his breath. Through his illusion-breaking gaze, he saw the soul-eating miasma bugs on the tree trunks instantly awaken. They frantically fluttered their gray wings, the dense swarm, causing cold sweat to pour down Li Fu's back. Did you hear something? Yeah, I heard it. Feels like some bugs are flying. Quite a few, it seems. Should be. Fine, right. Hearing the 5 of them chattering nonchalantly, as if nothing was wrong, Li Fu was so furious he wanted to slap them silly. Fine my ass. Could anything growing in a place like this be ordinary? What do you have in your heads, butts? Though seething with rage, Li Fu suppressed his anger and spoke up to warn them. Senior brothers, I once read in an ancient text that miasma-filled areas often harbor a bug called the soul-eating miasma bug. I wonder if this place might have them. After all, Li Fu was also curious about what they were searching for. He couldn't let anything happen to them before they found it. Shut your crow's mouth. Yeah, that's terrible luck. How could such things exist in a tiny secret realm? The 3 men shook their heads repeatedly. Li Fu was so angry he wanted to curse and felt like vomiting blood. Damn it, these three definitely had their brains and butts swapped. Even after such a clear warning, these imbeciles still had no sense of alarm. Utterly foolish. No, the sound does resemble it. It really could be soul-eating miasma bugs. Fortunately, He Yunfan and Huang Zhun were at least sensible. It seemed their cultivation to the great perfection of the foundation establishment stage and acceptance as Chai Jinkia's personal disciples were not undeserved. However, the three brainless ones turned pale with fright upon hearing this. What do we do? Soul-eating miasma bugs. If one bites you, you're paralyzed, and within the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, you'll be gnawed down to the bone. It's over, I don't want to die. I shouldn't have come. The three men's faces turned ashen, filled with regret. Silence. Move carefully. No sooner were the words spoken. The light barrier began to thud. The soul-eating miasma bugs were battering against the protective shield. Seeing the true form of the bugs, the three men felt doom was upon them. This is it, it's really the soul-eating miasma bugs. Junior brother Fei, this is all your fault, you jinx. Li Fu stood behind them, rolling his eyes in exasperation. Where did Xuan Yi Sect recruit such idiots? There are too many bugs, the talisman won't hold much longer. Maintain formation and advance quickly. We'll be safe once we leave the Misty Valley. With that, the six of them simultaneously accelerated and dashed forward. The pale green light barrier shrank continuously under the assault of the soul-eating miasma bugs, its glow gradually weakening. Li Fu could tell that at this rate of attack the barrier would last at most half an incense stick's time. Senior brother, are there any more talismans? It's about to give way. Stop your damn yapping and keep up. Li Fu looked at the sky teeming with soul-eating miasma bugs. There were at least tens of thousands. They surged like a tide, throwing themselves relentlessly at the barrier. If he were bitten, even once he'd be devoured clean in no time. Look, there's light ahead. The exit is near. Hold on a bit longer. Indeed, sunlight shone ahead. But there was still a considerable distance to the exit, and the barrier was already failing. Some soul-eating miasma bugs had already breached the barrier. Huang Zhun was quick-witted and swift-handed, cleaving one bug in two with his sword. However, once the breach was opened, it wasn't just one bug that came through, but a trickle that became a stream. Apart from He Yunfan, who was struggling to maintain the barrier, the other four were already frantically clearing the bugs. Li Fu, bringing up the rear, also accurately stabbed two bugs. This is it, the gap is getting bigger. Senior brother, save me. Before anyone knew it, a bug had bitten one man on the side of his neck. He instantly went stiff and couldn't move. Senior brother, he's been bitten. Li Fu stabbed the soul-eating miasma bug with his sword. But it was too late, the toxin had already invaded his body. The bitten man instantly lost all ability to move or resist. He stood frozen like a log, halting his advance. The scent of blood from the wound immediately attracted the soul-eating miasma bugs, which rushed forward in waves to pounce on the stricken man. In the blink of an eye, the wound was crawling with bugs, which then spread across his entire body. The others wanted to save him, but couldn't. Even Li Fu's eyes were filled with despair. Forget him, move. We're almost out. The blood only maddened the swarm further. They greedily threw themselves at the light shield. To them, Li Fu and the others were a delicious feast. Having fed on miasma for so long, the sudden scent of blood greatly stimulated their appetites. Clang! A crisp sound rang out. The pale green light barrier shattered like a bubble. This sound plunged everyone present into deeper despair. Without the barrier, they were like sitting ducks as the soul-eating miasma bugs rapidly fluttered their wings and dove at them. The five immediately swung their swords to defend. Soul-eating miasma bugs fear fire. Li Fu shouted a warning. The other four quickly caught on. Flames enveloped their sword blades as they slashed at the bugs. Up! Die! They'll kill you all. The two men who had witnessed their companion being devoured had grim, twisted faces. They roared. Li Fu, following behind, shook his head. Having lost their composure, their swordsmanship was wild and erratic. If this continued, the soul-eating miasma bugs would find their opening. They were close to death. He Yunfan and Huang Zhun, the most advanced cultivators, sent bursts of flame from their hands. The bugs hit by the flames sizzled and perished. In a mere moment, nearly 100 soul-eating miasma bugs had been killed. Yet the bodies on the ground were nothing compared to the countless bugs still in the air. Li Fu could no longer hold back. His sword technique was fluid and graceful, each stroke taking the life of another bug. Fortunately, the exit was very close now. He Yunfan took the lead and burst out first. The soul-eating miasma bugs attacked empty air, and as sunlight hit them, white smoke rose from their bodies. Next came Huang Zhun. The two stood at the exit shouting, "Hurry, hold on. Don't give up." Though Li Fu had been at the back initially, his superb swordsmanship allowed him to catch up. He was about to make it out. Li Fu was just one step away from safety. But just as he was about to step forward, "Junior brother, save me." An icy hand suddenly grabbed his collar, yanking him back from the brink of light and dragging him once more into the abyss of swarming shadows. Damn it! He Yunfan and Huangjun, standing at the exit, turned pale at the sight. Junior brother Fei had been forcibly dragged back into the mist. Meanwhile, the one named Chi used the momentum to leap back out. Get lost, what are you doing? Forgive me, senior brother. In my desperation, I had no choice but to do this. This man was named Chi, an outer disciple at the great perfection of the Chi refining stage. He was also the one who had stepped on the branch. Now still shaken, panic was written all over his face. What use are these words now? His explanations seemed utterly feeble. They had all cultivated step by step and understood the principle of better your friend die than yourself. Soon after, another man stumbled out in disarray. His name was Zhao Lin at the early foundation establishment stage. Huangjun glanced at junior brother Fei, now surrounded by soul-devouring miasma insects, and sighed. Enough. Let's go. He Yunfan, unable to vent his anger, shot a fierce glare at Chi. Unable to bear the sight of junior brother Fei being devoured by the insects, he took the lead and moved forward. Just then, a deafening lion's roar suddenly erupted from behind, its sound waves thundering through the entire valley. The blast of air even dispersed the surrounding mist and miasma. The four turned back in shock, their robes rustling violently against the invisible force. At the edge of the thick fog, a figure stepped out steadily, one step at a time. It was junior brother Fei. Countless corpses of soul-devouring miasma insects fell rustling from around him. Thud, thud, thud. They hit the ground heavily. A terrifying aura emanated from him, like a demon emerging from the underworld. An icy, palpable killing intent locked firmly onto Chi among the group. You. Chi was terrified. The icy stare made his legs tremble uncontrollably. His throat felt gripped by an invisible hand. His mind went blank, and a terror unlike any before surged from the depths of his soul. Even He Yunfan and Huangjun, both at the great perfection of foundation establishment, were shocked by the killing intent radiating from Li Fu. They couldn't believe such a chilling, heart-stopping aura came from junior brother Fei. At that moment, they seemed to forget they were at the great perfection of foundation establishment, while junior brother Fei's cultivation was only at the 9th layer of Qi refining. The killing intent erupting from Li Fu instilled fear deep in their hearts. Qi, senior, brother. Li Fu enunciated each word, his voice piercing Qi's soul. Fei, junior brother Fei. I. Qi's legs gave way, and with a thud he fell to his knees. Cold sweat drenched his back, and his face was deathly pale. He wanted to argue, but Li Fu's beastly gaze and penetrating voice forced the words back down his throat. Dragged into the mist by him, Li Fu had nearly been bitten. At the critical moment, Li Fu, unable to hold back his strength, used the lion's roar technique in desperation, scattering the soul-devouring miasma insects. Li Fu truly wanted to kill him with a single sword strike. But seeing the horrified gazes of the four others, he dismissed the thought. Fei. Junior brother Fei. He Yunfan suppressed his shock, swallowed hard, and steeled himself to step forward. His eyes held gravity and a hint of barely perceptible wariness. You? That aura just now. Li Fu had no idea what kind of psychological shadow his astonishing killing intent had cast over the other four. Calming his emotions, he forced a smile. Senior brother, he at the brink of life and death, I tapped into my latent potential in that desperate situation. I faintly feel him about to break through to the great perfection of Qi refining. He Yunfan was skeptical. Even he found that killing intent terrifying at his own level, let alone its target Chi. To avoid delaying the retrieval of the treasure, He Yunfan turned and barked. Chi, you have some nerve. Sacrificing a fellow disciple to save yourself. What punishment do you deserve? Chi stammered, Senior brother, I was wrong. I was blinded by greed and committed a grave sin. Please punish me. According to sect rules, harming a fellow disciple is an unforgivable offense punishable by death. He Yunfan's voice was icy. Chi's face turned ashen, and he collapsed on the spot. Inner disciples held a lofty status. Since junior brother Fei and Chi were both outer disciples on an expedition, an inner disciple had full authority to mete out punishment on behalf of the sect. Senior brother, he retrieving the item is the priority. Let's leave the punishment until we return to the sect. Huangjun, who had been watching, interjected. Yes. Junior brother Fei came out unharmed. Please, senior brother, he show mercy. Zhao Lin also pleaded, as he and Chi were both outer disciples. Our master's instructions are paramount, Huangjun added. Very well, then I'll spare his life for now. Once back at the sect, I will report this truthfully to the law enforcement hall. Junior brother Fei, what do you think? Li Fu watched coldly from the side, silent and utterly unperturbed. He Yunfan's move to punish Chi seemed more of a show than a genuine intention. Throughout the journey, Li Fu had been suspicious of why two cultivators at the great perfection of foundation establishment would bring along a deadweight like him at the 9th layer of Qi refining. They had even warmly invited Chi and the other 2 to join them. Now with 3, 2 at the great perfection of Qi refining, and 1 at early foundation establishment. 1 at the great perfection of Qi refining had died. If he hadn't known the true state of affairs among the disciples of Xuan Yi Sect, Li Fu might have been deceived by He Yunfan's selfless facade. He didn't believe inner disciples cared so much about outer disciples. In Li Fu's eyes, Qi Qiwa's reaction was the most genuine. Every man for himself, and the devil take the hindmost. Li Fu sensed the other 2 had ulterior motives. After all, the fewer people involved in a treasure hunt the better. Huang Jin caught He Yunfan's implication and smoothly played along, their coordination flawless. Li Fu grew increasingly curious about what this mysterious thing could be. How could I blame senior brother Qi? I don't just not blame him, I want to thank him. With that, Li Fu walked over to the still terrified Qi. Qihua smiled and extended a hand to help him up. Thanks to senior brother Qi. If not for that pull, who knows when I'd have touched the threshold of the great perfection of Qi refining. Senior brother Qi, I thank you here. Qihua could clearly feel the chill receding like a tide and the killing intent vanishing. Though he heard junior brother Fei's words of thanks, they grated on his ears. His body still hadn't fully recovered, and as Li Fu helped him up, he slumped limply into Li Fu's arms. Fei, junior brother Fei, it was all my fault for being momentarily possessed. I've wronged you. What are you saying? We're fellow disciples. No need for such formalities. Li Fu kindly brushed the fallen leaves off Qihua. He Yunfan and Huang Jin nodded in satisfaction. If junior brother Fei had insisted on punishment, He Yunfan wouldn't have hesitated to kill on the spot, but not Qihua. It would have been Fei Haoyu. In his view, the killing intent junior brother Fei had just released already posed a threat. He couldn't allow anyone present to threaten him. Qihua stood up, not daring to look at Li Fu, still haunted by his gaze. Junior brother Fei is magnanimous. If this expedition goes smoothly, I'll have my master reward you handsomely back at the sect. Thank you, senior brother He. Li Fu feigned delight, cupping his hands in gratitude. Since all is well, let's move on. Cross the mist, the item is not far. With that, He Yunfan led the way. Li Fu remained at the rear. Of the group of 6, only 5 remained now. To be safe, Li Fu, who was at the rear, activated his truth-seeking eye and carefully surveyed the surroundings. The spiritual energy here was far more abundant than outside. It seemed there were no more hidden dangers. The soul-eating miasma insects in the misty valley still sent a shiver of fear down Li Fu's spine. A single bite from those creatures meant certain death. Fortunately, he had practiced the lion's roar art before coming, otherwise Li Fu would have had no idea how to deal with the dense swarm of soul-eating miasma insects. He Yunfan led at the front with Huang Jun following closely. The one named Zhao Lin walked alongside Qihua. Li Fu glanced at Qihua, who had endangered him. Sensing the gaze, Qihua stole a look back, only to meet Li Fu's eyes. He flinched, quickly averted his gaze, and hurried to walk closer behind He Yunfan. Li Fu sneered coldly at the sight. As they crested the hill, Li Fu habitually activated his truth-seeking eye. What he saw shocked him beyond belief. Through the truth-seeking eye, Li Fu was astonished to find multicolored beams of light shooting up into the sky from 100 zhang away. The beams were massive, like towering ancient trees. What did these multicolored beams signify? Li Fu stared at the strange spectacle, lost in thought. The closer he got, the more he felt the pure spiritual energy permeating his surroundings. With his innate Saint Boda's unparalleled talent, Li Fu didn't even need to deliberately absorb the spiritual energy, it naturally converged toward him. To avoid drawing attention, Li Fu resisted the temptation and refrained from absorbing it. We're here. He Yunfan, who was at the very front, suddenly stopped and announced. Everyone looked ahead. There was a cliff lush with trees and dotted with jagged rocks. Li Fu noticed a crevice in the middle of the cliff. The multicolored beams were emanating from that crevice. Senior brother He, I feel the spiritual energy here is incredibly rich, several times denser than outside. Zhao Lin's spirits lifted with the abundant qi. Indeed, it's even more abundant than the sect's. If only I could cultivate here, Qihua said, greedily inhaling the spiritual energy, as if he wished to stay and cultivate forever. Naturally, it's 100 times better than your outer disciple quarters, He Yunfan said with certainty. Because hidden within is a spirit vein. A spirit vein. At these words, everyone except He Yunfan and Huang Jun was utterly stunned. Even Li Fu was taken aback. For cultivators, the most fundamental source of energy is spiritual energy. Yet spiritual energy does not originate from the heavens and earth, it is produced by spirit veins. Spirit veins release spiritual energy into the world which cultivators can absorb. Cultivators draw this qi into their dantian, converting it into spiritual power for cultivation spellcasting, and as the foundational energy for refining pills and artifacts. Without spiritual energy, cultivators cannot cultivate and become no different from ordinary mortals. Spirit veins can also condense into spirit stones. The first task for any sect establishing itself is to find a spirit vein and build its foundation in a place rich in qi. Only in areas abundant with spiritual energy can disciples cultivate faster and better, and only there can spiritual herbs be grown and spirit beasts tamed. Moreover, a spirit vein can sustain a sect's foundation for 10,000 years. Its value is immeasurable. Back when the Xuan Yi Sect was an obscure minor sect, it possessed only a single low-grade spirit vein. It is said that after becoming a first-rate sect, the sect master Bushiyu somehow acquired 2 additional spirit veins. Thus, the Xuan Yi Sect now boasts abundant spiritual energy. However, spirit veins have grades. They are divided into 4 levels: low, medium, high, and a legendary supreme grade. This grading also applies to spirit stones. A low-grade spirit vein yields low-grade spirit stones, a high-grade vein yields high-grade stones, and a supreme-grade vein yields supreme-grade stones. Under the main peak of the Xuan Yi Sect lies a high-grade spirit vein, while the other 2 are low-grade. The Xuan Yi Sect is a first-rate sect in the Northern Territory, yet it possesses only 3 spirit veins, a testament to their scarcity. The importance of spirit veins was clear to everyone present. Li Fu never expected the small Falling Leaf Valley secret realm to contain a spirit vein. No wonder the multicolored beams shot into the sky. They emanated from the vein. If other sects learned of this, it would undoubtedly cause an uproar. Li Fu finally understood why He Yunfan remained indifferent upon hearing that the Ice Soul Mystic Jade Cushion was missing. Their true objective was here. Even along the way, they had been secretive about what they sought. The value of a spirit vein far exceeded that of the Ice Soul Mystic Jade Cushion. Yet Li Fu wondered why only Cai Jingqiu sent inner disciples, while she as sect master did not come personally. With her abilities, she could have bypassed the restrictions of the Falling Leaf Valley secret realm. Given the value of a spirit vein, shouldn't the sect master herself have come? At the very least, several peak masters should have led the expedition. Why were no other sect members present? For something so crucial, only an outer sect elder led a team composed mostly of outer disciples. Could it be that the Xuan Yi Sect no longer valued spirit veins? Impossible. No sect could resist the allure of a spirit vein. Even a low-grade spirit vein would be enough to spark conflict between sects. Then, could it be that Cai Jingqiu intended to keep this immense fortune for herself? Keep it for herself? Very likely. At this thought, Li Fu couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile. Cai Jingqiu's ambition was truly immense. For something so important, she trusted only 2 Foundation Establishment Great Circle disciples to handle it without even showing her face. It seemed she wanted to avoid detection. If she intended to monopolize the spirit vein, the fewer who knew the better. Li Fu suspected that even Elder Yuan might not know about the vein hidden in the secret realm. He had to admit Cai Jingqiu's audacity matched her ever-growing ambition. The word spirit vein felt incredibly weighty when uttered by Zhao Lin and Qi Qihua. Both drew sharp breaths, and the sound of them swallowing revealed the barely contained fervor within them. Qi Qihua's earlier fear from Li Fu's murderous aura was completely swept away by the shocking news of the spirit vein. His gaze toward the crevice burned with greed. Zhao Lin's breathing quickened. As an outer disciple, the impact of this news was overwhelming. Li Fu was equally shocked, but he concealed it well. A spirit vein, the most precious and fundamental treasure in the cultivation world. Just hearing those weighty words made one's breath catch, especially when it was less than 100 zhang away. Senior brother, is it really a spirit vein? Qi Qihua's voice trembled slightly. He Yunfan nodded solemnly. The reason I kept it secret from you all along is that its value is too astonishing. I don't want others to know this matter is of utmost confidentiality. Our master, with her profound cultivation, divined the heavenly secrets and learned of the spirit vein's location. She ordered junior brother Huang and me to retrieve it. You are fortunate to be part of this endeavor. If we succeed, I guarantee that no one in the Xuan Yi Sect will dare to bully you. Our master will also reward you generously. Techniques and weapons of your choice, and becoming her personal disciple will be well within reach. He Yunfan's tone was filled with reverence for Cai Jingqiu. In He Yunfan's heart, the task assigned by his master was a testament to the master's trust, filling him with immense honor. He firmly believed that if he executed this mission flawlessly, his standing in the master's eyes would undoubtedly rise. He could already envision exquisite techniques and precious weapons within his grasp. A personal disciple. The personal disciple of peak Master Cai. Upon hearing He Yunfan's promise, Zhao Lin and Qi Qihua's voices trembled. Both were outer disciples. They understood deeply the immense difficulty of becoming an inner disciple. One must not only reach the Foundation Establishment stage, but also possess exceptional talent. Given the scale of the Xuan Yi Sect with hundreds of thousands of disciples, many surpassed them in talent. How could they stand out among the multitude to become inner disciples? After all, there were fewer than 2,000 inner disciples. Within the sect, aside from peak masters, elders, and stewards, inner disciples commanded great respect, enjoying abundant resources beyond the imagination of outer disciples. They held a revered status, forming the core strength of the Xuan Yi Sect and its future backbone. The two had struggled for years as outer disciples, rising from menial labor. Only they knew the hardships endured. They dreamed of becoming inner disciples, let alone personal disciples of Peak Master Chai. The weight of such an honor was self-evident. Now the opportunity to become his personal disciple lay before them. Trembling with excitement, they could already picture Peak Master Chai personally leading them into Qianyun Peak as his personal disciples. They had even cast aside the terror of the soul-eating insects from before. Such a tremendous temptation ignited fervor in their hearts. Senior brother, rest assured, I will give my all and brave any danger to retrieve the spirit vein for the sect. Chi was the first to pledge, his voice quivering with excitement. Zhao Lin followed closely. I too will go through fire and water for the sect without hesitation. Their eagerness to show loyalty pleased He Yunfan and Huang Zhen. Li Fu, however, stood aside, sneering inwardly. Had he not witnessed Chai Jinqi's ruthless methods in the dream of 3 millennia, he might have been swayed. Activating his eye of truth, he perceived a formidable energy hidden within, not among the colorful light pillars, but more akin to an aura emanating from a beast. It filled Li Fu with a sense of danger. Watching the two pledge their loyalty, he found it amusing. Did they truly believe the spirit vein would be so easily obtained? If it were that simple, would He Yunfan and Huang Zhen have brought them along? They had been intoxicated by an illusory promise. Yet now Li Fu had to make his own pledge, for he saw He Yunfan's gaze turn toward him. Senior brother, rest assured, I Fei Haoyu will be the first to charge without a second thought. To serve Peak Master Chai is a blessing earned from past lives. I only wish to assist you smoothly in retrieving the spirit vein. Li Fu made an exaggerated show of loyalty enough to deceive anyone unaware. Chi glanced at Fei Haoyu. What a smooth talker. Yet this declaration did not earn He Yunfan's full trust. The terrifying killing intent Li Fu had previously emitted had unsettled even He Yunfan, a foundation establishment, great perfection cultivator. That was no energy a mere 9th-layer chi refining cultivator could release. Excellent. I look forward to the 3 of you becoming the master's personal disciples. Then we 5 can share a joyous drink. He Yunfan nodded. This mission to retrieve the spirit vein was arduous and allowed no errors. Moreover, he desperately needed manpower, otherwise he would never have brought Fei Haoyu and the others. He might even have slain them outright. He would have to keep an eye on this man. Li Fu was unaware of He Yunfan's thoughts, but he knew his earlier display of power had made both He Yunfan and Huang Zhen wary. Entering the cave, he might be used as cannon fodder. It seemed he would need to stay vigilant. Chi Qiwa's earlier tug had also made Li Fu keenly aware of his own lack of caution. Human malice revealed itself starkly in the face of life and death interests. Zhao Lin and Chi remained immersed in the prospect of becoming Peak Master Chase, personal disciples dreaming of the future. He Yunfan's words only invigorated them further, and they yearned to charge into the cave, retrieve the spirit vein, and hand it directly to the Peak Master. No time to waste. Let us enter now. Follow behind me. With that, He Yunfan and Huang Zhen led the way. Zhao Lin and Chi followed, and Li Fu brought up the rear. Li Fu, ever watchful, used his eye of truth to scrutinize the surroundings. Fortunately, nothing seemed amiss. Soon the 5 reached the cave entrance. Yet as Li Fu gazed at the entrance, which emitted a faint hazy aura, his unease grew stronger. The power within sent a chill through him. He Yunfan halted. This is the entrance. Junior brother Huang, it's up to you now. He cupped his hands in entreaty to Huang Zhen. Rest assured. Feeling He Yunfan's expectant gaze, Huang Zhen's eyes turned solemn and cautious. He approached the entrance and examined it closely. Li Fu also activated his eye of truth to observe. A formation blocked the entrance, preventing both entry and the leakage of spiritual energy from within. After a moment of observation, Huang Zhen nodded slightly, as if familiar with the formation. He produced 7 formation flags of different colors from his spatial ring and inserted them at various points. Li Fu realized he was searching for the formation's eye. Through the eye of truth, Li Fu saw the eye on an unremarkable rock above the entrance. Yet he couldn't offer hints, so he silently watched Huang Zhen dismantle the formation. Zhao Lin and Chi were captivated, marveling at Huang Zhen's skill. Outer disciples had yet to study formations, so they found the process fascinating. With the flags in place, Huang Zhen took a deep breath, fixed his gaze on the entrance, then formed hand seals, channeling spiritual energy into his fingertips and pointing at the 7 flags. The flags emitted a faint glow, lighting up one after another from the foremost flag. They seemed to form a connection, enveloping the cave entrance. As the flags brightened, the entrance formation revealed itself. Its runes swirled and shifted in response to the flag's changes. Zhao Lin and Chi watched Huang Zhen's every move with envy. After about half an incense stick's time, Huang Zhen looked up at the rock and said, "The formation I is here." With that, he produced a white jade awl which under his control struck the rock. Yet Li Fu stared at the awl lost in thought. This object was something Li Fu had given to Cai Jingxiu 800 years ago. The white jade crescent awl. Its body was as smooth as mutton fat, jade slender, and curved like a crescent moon, hence its name. Li Fu had obtained it by chance during a training trip down the mountain. It could help cultivators quickly break formations and restrictions. Even if Huang Zhen had failed to locate the formation, the awl could force the formation open, albeit at the cost of considerable spiritual energy. Li Fu had not anticipated that Cai Jingxiu would entrust this artifact to her disciple. It was evident she was determined to claim the spirit vein. A crisp ringing sound reached their ears. The runic formation at the cave entrance, which shimmered like a thin layer of ice, shattered the moment the jade awl struck the rock. The formation is broken. Huang Zhen let out a sigh of relief as he retrieved the array flags one by one. Senior brother Huang is incredible. The formation was broken just like that. Indeed worthy of senior brother Huang. Truly remarkable. Zhao Lin and Qi Qihua were awestruck by Huang Zhen's technique. Let's go enter now. He Yunfan and Huang Zhen led the way. As they stepped into the cave entrance, it seemed as though an invisible watery membrane rippled outward in concentric circles. Li Fu remained at the rear. The cave was narrow, allowing only one person to pass at a time, and it was dark, damp, and icy cold. He Yunfan, walking ahead, conjured a flame in his hand to illuminate the passage. The spiritual energy within was abundant and pure, and the temperature dropped the deeper they went. Li Fu reached out to touch the stone wall. An icy chill surged, attempting to burrow into his fingers. Li Fu snatched his hand back as if shocked, quickly circulating his energy to ward off the cold. It was too frigid. Something was amiss here. Soon the five traversed the long, narrow tunnel and entered the central chamber of the cave. The space inside was vast, and the scene before them opened up dramatically. Several stalactites hung from the ceiling, and beneath them lay a pool of icy water. Occasionally a droplet would fall from a stalactite, striking the cold pool and sending up a faint splash. The sound of dripping water echoed loudly within the cavern. Drip. Qi Qihua scanned the surroundings and asked, "Senior brother, where is the spirit vein?" "I don't see it." "Right, there's nothing here but rocks and a cold pool. What does a spirit vein look like?" Zhao Lin also inquired. Their voices reverberated through the icy cave. He Yunfan and Huang Zhen observed carefully. It was their first time inside, and they had never seen a spirit vein before. Li Fu stood still, feeling a chill in his heart. It wasn't the cold of the cave, but a deep, inexplicable dread from within. The feeling intensified after entering. Instinctively, Li Fu activated his illusion-piercing eye to survey the area and trace the source of the ominous chill. What he saw nearly made him lose his composure. Coiled atop the stalactites was a massive python as thick as a water bucket, its eyes shut tight and its tail hanging down. Water dripped from its tail into the pool below, seemingly unaware of their arrival. Its body color blended seamlessly with the stalactites. Without the illusion-piercing eye, Li Fu would never have detected it. The bone-chilling cold emanated from this very serpent. Meanwhile, He Yunfan and the other three were slowly approaching the cold pool, stepping into the python's striking range. Little did they know danger loomed directly above them. The python silently opened its eyes. Its icy vertical pupils were like frost and snow atop a mountain peak, coldly gazing down at the four. Its colossal form had merged with the stalactites. The moment those pupils opened, the aura of a predator erupted, plunging the already frigid cave into an even deeper chill. What do you think a spirit vein looks like? Where could it be hiding? Could it be in the cold pool? Possibly. Let's check. The cave isn't that big. Let's look around. The four, completely oblivious, wandered near the edge of the pool, entering the python's attack range. Li Fu desperately wanted to warn them, but feared startling the python. The serpent remained coiled motionless on the stalactite, showing no intention of attacking the four. Li Fu worried that a sudden shout, given Qi Qihua's cowardly nature, would backfire and provoke the python, spelling doom for everyone present. He wished one of them would look up or glance back at him. At that moment, Li Fu subtly raised his finger, pointing towards the python's perch. But their eyes were fixed solely on the spirit vein. Qi Qihua, especially eager to prove his worth and contribution, was peering around recklessly, even leaning dangerously close to the pool's edge. "There's nothing in the pool," Qi Qihua said from the edge. "Senior brother Huang, could the spirit vein be hidden by a four?" Before he could finish, he pointed into the water and exclaimed, "Wait, senior brother, he isn't that a pair of eyes in the pool?" Driven by intense curiosity, he pointed at the reflection. "Eyes." At that word, He Yunfan and Huang Zhen's expressions turned grave. They followed Qi Qihua's gaze. Just then a water droplet fell into the pool, creating ripples. "How can there be eyes? There's no aura." Huang Zhen only saw the rippling water, not the eyes Qi Qihua mentioned. Then He Yunfan looked up and saw Li Fu frozen at the entrance. Junior brother Fei, what's wrong? He noticed Fei's pallor, as if he had witnessed something terrifying. And why was his hand pointing at them? Or more precisely above their heads? Was there something up there? The ripples on the water gradually subsided. When the pool's surface stilled, Huang Zhen looked down. Deep in the pool there were indeed eyes staring back from the abyssal depths. No, those weren't eyes in the pool. They were a reflection. He and He Yunfan looked up simultaneously. On the stalactite, a pair of icy, bone-chilling eyes were fixed intently on them. That single gaze felt like an invisible frost piercing their hearts, freezing their blood, and rooting them to the spot. Drip, drip, drip. The dripping suddenly quickened, drop after drop, falling from above into the pool. Qi Hua and Zhao Lin finally sensed something was wrong. Seeing the terror-stricken expressions of He Yunfan and Huang Zhen as they stared upward, they too jerked their heads back. A massive frost-scaled serpent body was sliding rapidly down the stalactite. Its gaping maw opened without warning, plunging down with a marrow-freezing chill. The icy breath from its mouth caused Qi Qiwa's legs to buckle, freezing him in place. Run! Li Fu roared. They couldn't die now. Oh, he still needed them to find the spirit vein. The python's jaws, lined with teeth like icy hammers, snapped towards the four. He Yunfan and Huang Zhen reacted first. Each grabbed the paralyzed Qi Hua and Zhao Lin and retreated at lightning speed. The python missed its strike, its massive body slithering down the stalactite, causing a tremor beneath Li Fu's feet. Li Fu was stunned by the python's full size. It was far more colossal than he had imagined. This is the aura of a third-tier beast. A third-tier beast was equivalent to a human cultivator at the golden core stage. Yet the python's aura continued to rise. Disturbed from its long slumber, the serpent was consumed by rage and murderous intent. No, its aura had already climbed to the mid-golden core stage, and it showed no sign of stopping. The fleeing four were scared out of their wits. Qi Hua in particular, if one looked closely, left a trail of pale yellow liquid on the ground, stretching longer as he was dragged away by his trouser leg. The giant python, undeterred by its failed strike, continued its pursuit with terrifying speed and momentum. Its thick tail slammed into the stone wall, producing a deafening sound. Pebbles showered down. The closest were Huang Zhen and Zhao Lin. As the python was about to bite them, Huang Zhen retrieved a talisman from his spatial ring, forming a wall of profound yellow light before him. Retreat. As the python's head crashed into the profound yellow wall, its massive form halted abruptly. He Yunfan also stopped, unsheathing his sword to unleash a blade of light aimed at the python. However, the blade of light merely struck the python's body like a tickle, producing only a crisp sound. This creature is at the late third stage. Huang Zhen spoke with a grave expression. What do we do? Are we going to die here? Qi Hua stammered in panic. A late third stage beast was equivalent to a late golden core cultivator. Among the five of them, only He Yunfan and Huang Zhen were at the peak of foundation establishment. Zhao Lin was at early foundation establishment, Qi Hua at the peak of Qi refining, and Fei Haoyu at the 9th layer of Qi refining. To the late golden core python, they were mere playthings. Bang! The python's thick tail swept across the wall formed by the talisman, producing a muffled thunder. A single blow cracked the barrier. This is just a low-grade talisman, or it won't hold much longer, Huang Zhen said anxiously. Then what? Qi Hua asked again. Are we going to die here? Shut up and calm down. He Yunfan knew this journey wouldn't be smooth, but he never expected a late golden core beast in the cave. This was far beyond his expectations. The highest cultivation level allowed into the secret realm was the peak of foundation establishment. A golden core beast, especially a late stage one, was something they couldn't withstand. Junior brother Huang set up the formation quickly. This beast is too fierce, I'll hold nothing back, He Yunfan said, standing with his sword horizontal behind the wall. Boom, boom, boom. The python struck 3 times in succession. Its tail, like a massive iron chain, tore through the air, with each blow producing a sharp screech. The cracks in the light wall widened, and it seemed it could only withstand 2 more hits. Huang Zhen's face turned bitter. Senior brother, he's setting up the formation, takes time, and the talisman won't hold. Indeed, the python's tail swung again. The wall shattered instantly, and the residual force swept toward the 4. They dared not underestimate it, and unleashed all their power to block the blow. Yet they still underestimated the strike. The python's tail swept them away like clay figurines, sending all 4 flying into the cave wall, embedding them in the rock. Qi Hua let out a despairing wail, echoing pitifully through the cave. The fear of death filled Qi Qiwa's eyes with despair. His earlier vows of loyalty evaporated in the face of the late golden core python. The 4 tumbled down from the wall, accompanied by falling stones. Blood trickled from the corners of their mouths. I don't want to die, senior brother. Let's flee. Qi Hua scrambled up from the ground, his spirit crushed by the python's power. Shut up. He Yunfan wiped the blood from his lips and stood up. Though despairing, he bore his master's charge to retrieve the spiritual vein. This mission was crucial for his future in the sect. He couldn't retreat, even in fear. Besides, he still had a trump card, and Huang Zhen's formation was yet to be deployed. They weren't without a chance. The python's body slithered through the cave, producing a grating, rustling sound. Junior brother Huang found a chance to set up the formation. "He'll buy time," He Yunfan said, leaping to deftly evade the python's attack. "I understand." Huang Zhen scrambled up and retreated swiftly. He Yunfan drew the python's attention, while Zhao Lin and Qi Qihua, too weak to help, hid in a secluded spot. Li Fu observed from the cave entrance. Inside, the python chased He Yunfan, intent on devouring the annoying humans who had disturbed its slumber. During his escape, He Yunfan used a speed talisman. Despite its size, the python was not slow. It nearly bit him several times. Without the talisman, He Yunfan would have been swallowed whole. However, the mid-golden core python was no mindless beast. Seeing the human's sudden speed, it knew it couldn't catch him quickly. With a hiss, it swiftly changed direction. Its cold eyes spotted the others and targeted Huang Zhen, who was setting up the formation. It sensed that human was preparing something dangerous. The python turned to attack him. "Damn it!" He Yunfan cursed as Huang Zhen was still working on the formation. "Beast!" He stopped abruptly, but the python was already upon Huang Zhen. He Yunfan could no longer hold back. He swiftly retrieved a talisman from his spatial ring. If Huang Zhen fell, his master's mission would fail. Just as the python's massive jaws were about to close on Huang Zhen, He Yunfan roared, "Fall!" His shout echoed through the cave. The roar carried a desperate resolve. Li Fu, watching, noticed a palm-sized golden brick had appeared above the python's head. The brick grew with He Yunfan's cry, radiating immense power. Shining brilliantly, it descended with the force of a mountain, striking the python's head precisely. Boom! The golden brick hit the python's head solidly. A deafening roar filled the cave, shaking it, as if an earthquake had struck. The ground trembled, stones flew, and dust filled the air. This was a talisman artifact. Li Fu's eyes narrowed. It was a life-saving tool crafted by Golden Core, or even nascent soul experts, far more powerful than ordinary talismans. Its value was incomparable. Chai Jingxiu had invested heavily for the spiritual vein. Hiss! The python's head was slammed into the ground. As stone slid off, it raised its head high. Li Fu clearly saw the large scales on its head shattered, revealing bloody flesh. The python was caught off guard by the golden brick strike. It reared up, letting out a soul-piercing shriek. The sound was so intense that everyone covered their ears in pain. He Yunfan's attack enraged the python completely. The dignity of a late golden core beast had never been so challenged. Zhao Lin, startled by the hiss, dared not move. Qi Qihua, already terrified, knelt with his hands over his ears, afraid to look at the python. Li Fu was shocked by the talisman artifact's power, but even more by the python's unyielding skull. To withstand the golden brick's strike without dying, the python's body rivaled a defensive artifact. Huang Zhen, having narrowly escaped, was drenched in cold sweat. Everyone knew that what awaited them next was the full fury of a late golden core beast. "Junior brother, Huang, how much longer until your formation is ready?" He Yunfan, the instigator who had thoroughly enraged the giant python, was more panicked than anyone. Yet, as a direct disciple of Chai Jingxiu and the one with the highest cultivation, he forced himself to appear less afraid. Otherwise, Qi Qihua would have been the first to flee. Though the talisman treasure golden brick had dealt massive damage and grievously wounded the giant python, it was not enough to kill it. He watched with a pained heart as the golden brick, now dimmed considerably, hovered above the python's head. If he were at the golden core stage, that single strike would have surely killed the python on the spot. Unfortunately, he had yet to reach the golden core stage. This was one of his trump cards for preserving his life. Each use drained a portion of its power. "I still need a little more time." Huang Zhen was anxious, more anxious than anyone. His formation was still being set up. Though its power was immense, it required a great deal of time. Li Fu knew little about formations, but from observing Huang Zhen's setup techniques, it seemed to be a sword formation. One named the Four Directions Spirit Sealing Sword Formation. If it were this sword formation, there might indeed be hope of slaying the python. But at that moment, the python had already made its move. Its eyes were fixed solely on He Yunfan. It wanted to tear this despicable human limb from limb to vent its fury. The python charged at He Yunfan with incredible speed. The energy of He Yunfan's haste talisman was nearly depleted, and he manipulated the golden brick to strike at the python again. However, the python was already on guard. Facing the incoming golden brick, it swung its iron chain-like tail to meet it head-on. Boom, boom, boom. 3 consecutive muffled sounds echoed through the cave, and with each strike the golden brick's color weakened. After 3 continuous blows, the brick had become utterly dim and lusterless. With a loud crash, the golden brick shattered into pieces. The talisman treasure was thus consumed. He Yunfan had no time to mourn the loss before the python charged at him. It's done. Enter the formation quickly. Huang Zhen's voice reached the ears of everyone present, jolting them all. Chi was the first to enter. He had already been scared out of his wits, cowering in a corner trembling, and was further terrified by the enraged python's hissing covering his head. Upon hearing that Huang Zhen's formation was complete, he slipped into it like a wisp of smoke. Zhao Lin followed closely behind. Junior Brother Fei, enter the formation quickly. He Yunfan, in the midst of fleeing, called out to Junior Brother Fei, who stood at the entrance. The python was getting closer to him by the second. He immediately took out another haste talisman to widen the distance between them. Li Fu scurried along the ice wall with fragments of stone constantly raining down from above. The python's cold vertical pupils locked onto He Yunfan. The pain inflicted by the talisman treasure had fully ignited its murderous intent. Its massive body rolled over the cold pond instantly, sending icy waves a zhang high, while icicles condensed on the stalactites cascaded down like a torrential storm. Li Fu finally made it into the formation. Take this, go to the Sun position. Huang Zhen, within the formation, handed Li Fu a sword. Li Fu stared at the sword in his hand, utterly stunned. A profound grade top-tier weapon. Li Fu glanced at the others. Each held one. 4 profound grade top-tier weapons, such a lavish expense. For the spirit vein, Chai Jingqiu had truly spared no effort. What are you gawking for? Take your position, Huang Zhen urged. Hearing this, Li Fu immediately rushed to the Sun position. The moment Li Fu entered the formation, the sword formation was complete. Li Fu felt as if he himself had become a sharp, formidable sword within the formation. The same sensation washed over Zhao Lin, Chi Hua, and Huang Zhen in the other 3 positions. The 4 directions spirit sealing sword formation enveloped the giant python from the 4 cardinal directions. Those within the formation empowered by it could manifest sword chi, integrating offense and defense as one. The trapped beast within felt as if mired in a swamp, surrounded by sword chi from all sides. The moment the formation was established, He Yunfan drew a precious sword from his spatial ring. Earth grade low tier. Chai Jingqiu had even brought out an earth grade weapon. Li Fu's Qingfeng sword was profound grade mid-tier, which could already incite conflict among golden core cultivators, let alone a profound grade top-tier weapon. And the earth grade low-tier weapon in He Yunfan's hand was enough to attract even nascent soul or even spirit transformation stage experts. Its value was self-evident. 4 profound grade top-tier weapons, 1 earth grade low-tier weapon, a talisman treasure golden brick, a white jade crescent, all, and the 4 directions spirit sealing sword formation. Such a grand investment showed that Chai Jingqiu was determined to claim the spirit vein. The moment He Yunfan entered the formation, it began to operate. A sharp sword intent radiated from Li Fu, and the same was true for the other 3. The python felt the oppressive aura emanating from these humans, filling it with unprecedented terror. The python decisively attempted to break out of the sword formation. However, once trapped within, escape was no easy feat. As its head touched the edge of the formation, a barrier of light blocked it, and sword chi shot toward it from every direction. The python continuously blocked with its massive tail. The sounds of clang, clang, rang out without end. He Yunfan let out a fierce shout, and the earth-grade low-tier sword in his hand emitted a terrifying sword intent. The swords in the hands of Li Fu and the other 4 formed a close connection, with He Yunfan's intensifying his sword intent further. At this moment, bolstered by the sword formation and wielding the earth-grade low-tier sword, He Yunfan's power had surged to the late golden core stage. The python raised its wounded head, its cold vertical pupils fixed firmly on He Yunfan at the formation's core. Its savage hissing shook the cave walls, sending ice shards cascading down. After withstanding the formation's assault, the python coiled its massive body and lashed its enormous tail viciously toward He Yunfan. But this human was no longer the one who had fled in terror earlier. The sword in He Yunfan's hand blazed with brilliant light as he charged at the python. Clang! The sword was blocked by the python's tail, producing a piercing sound. He Yunfan's sword strike left only a white scratch on the python's tail. The beast's body far surpassed that of humans. The scales on the python were like armor, deflecting the sword strike and absorbing most of its force. Undeterred by the failed strike, the python continued its assault, its tail whipping like a giant iron flail at He Yunfan. He Yunfan parried with his sword, leveraging the formation's power to match the python blow for blow. As the formation's leader, Huang Zhen provided support from the Li position, frequently channeling the formation's power to attack the python. Yet they had still underestimated the python. Although the late golden core stage python was currently on the defensive, they could not overcome it. The sword light striking the python's body couldn't even breach its scale defense. He Yunfan, the primary attacker, frantically poured all his spiritual energy into his sword, wielding it with dazzling skill, yet still failed to inflict any substantial damage on the python. This couldn't go on. Every strike He Yunfan made landed on the python's hardest defensive scales. Those scales were even tougher than defensive magical artifacts. This was no mere late golden core beast. It was more troublesome than a golden core great circle. Senior brother, he attacked the python's head. Li Fu called out in reminder. The head. Li Fu's words enlightened He Yunfan in the midst of his struggle. He immediately changed tactics, avoiding direct clashes with the python. Huang Jin too suddenly understood upon hearing the reminder. Sun position can positionally position, strike together. Attack the python's head with full force. Huang Jin shouted loudly. He also realized that they needed to kill the python quickly. The four of them couldn't sustain the sword formation for much longer, and the python was proving far more tenacious than he had anticipated. The colossal python's body was covered in nearly impenetrable scales, with only its head grievously wounded by the golden brick talisman serving as its sole weakness. Amid the fierce battle, He Yunfan, aided by the sword formation and his weapon, fought the python to a standstill, momentarily overlooking the key to victory. He roared, "Everyone attack the python's head." The four immediately brandished their weapons, channeling spiritual energy into them. Huang Jin swiftly manipulated the formation, altering the trajectory of the sword aura. The four directions, spirit-sealing sword formation abruptly shifted. The sharp sword aura that had been piercing the python's body from all directions, now under Huang Jin's guidance, seemed to find its target, collectively redirecting to strike the python's crown. The sword in He Yunfan's hand blazed with formidable sword intent. His spirits soared as he felt the surging torrential sword will provided by the formation, causing his earth-grade sword to suddenly radiate dazzling light. He swiftly evaded the python's tail strike, gripping his sword tightly, his eyes fixed solely on the creature's wounded head. Li Fu, positioned at the Sun trigram, felt his inner chi being rapidly drained under Huang Jin's guidance. The python's cold slit pupils constricted violently, as it instinctively sensed a lethal threat. It faced the sword aura flying from the formation and the sword in the human's hand. It shifted its form, repeatedly dodging the incoming sword aura one by one. The aura struck its body with a crisp sound, which the python ignored, occasionally whipping its tail to block the sword aura shooting toward its head. Yet as it evaded the sword aura, He Yunfan, empowered by the formation, had already leaped to its crown. The sword in the human's hand filled it with deep dread. The python sought to evade that strike, but it was too late. He Yunfan moved with blinding speed, now merely 2 zhang from its head. There was no escape. The python let out a tremendous roar, unleashing its full demonic power. It opened its gaping maw, deciding that if it couldn't dodge, it would devour the human, even if it meant mutual destruction. Watch out. The four saw the python suddenly recoil its head, its massive mouth seeming ready to swallow He Yunfan whole. Startled, He Yunfan felt the icy force emanating from the python's maw, and without a second thought, altered his attack's direction. Uft! The sword tip pierced the python's lower jaw. Hiss! The python let out a piercing, ear-splitting screech of agony, violently flinging He Yunfan away. The earth-grade weapon remained lodged in the python's mouth, cold blood streaming from the wound. Though not a fatal blow, it had grievously injured the serpent. He Yunfan, being closest to the python, was also struck by a violent force, his chi and blood churning as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. His eyes still held a lingering terror. Truly worthy of a late golden core python, too fearsome. Even with the sword formation and weapons, they had failed to slay it. Suddenly the python changed direction, not charging at the He Yunfan who had wounded it. Instead, it lunged fiercely toward Huang Jin. It seemed to have discerned that he was the one sustaining the formation. Damn it! Huang Jin was the formation's linchpin. If he died, the formation would shatter instantly. Zhao Lin and Qi Qihua were equally aware of the peril. The three raised their swords in unison, sending wave after wave of sword aura to block the python's advance. Yet the sword aura failed to halt the python's assault. The python pressed on, relentlessly gathering its strength for a devastating strike against Huang Jin. But Huang Jin remained composed, swiftly manipulating the formation. Just as the python lunged, a barrier of light repelled the python's attack. Li Fu felt another portion of his inner chi being drawn away. Just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, Qi Qihua suddenly collapsed to his knees. He hastily retrieved a chi restoration pill from his spatial ring and consumed it. The repeated channeling of spiritual energy had overwhelmed him, a mere chi refining stage, great perfection cultivator. At that moment, Li Fu suddenly realized that his cultivation was lower than Qi Qihua's, yet he stood there perfectly fine, a glaring anomaly. Zhao Lin's face turned pale, barely able to stay upright, swaying unsteadily. To avoid exposing himself, Li Fu quickly mimicked the others, pretending his spiritual energy was exhausted, and half-kneeling then took a chi restoration pill from his spatial ring. After Li Fu took the pill, Zhao Lin, forcing himself, also consumed a chi restoration pill. Yet the python's assault showed no sign of stopping. Seeing the three's severely depleted spiritual energy, He Yunfan suppressed the surging qi and blood within him and swiftly replaced the kneeling Qi. He knew well that their only chance to contend with the python lay in the sword formation. Now with his weapon stuck in the python's mouth and irretrievable, his greatest asset was lost. If the formation broke, defeating the python would be impossible, and they might all perish here. He Yunfan cast a deep silent glance at Li Fu. Junior brother Huang has the sword not yet condensed. The python's assault continued unabated. Huang Zhen clenched his jaw, striving to withstand the python's attacks with minimal cost. He saw the other three's severe spiritual energy depletion. Even he, a foundation establishment stage great perfection cultivator, struggled to maintain the formation against the python's onslaught. Li Fu suddenly noticed that above them at the center of the sword formation, a sword had begun to take shape, but it was not yet fully formed. Had He Yunfan not pointed it out, even Li Fu would have missed it. Their gazes were all fixed on the python. The oppressive pressure from the serpent left them no room to divert their attention. Li Fu then understood why his inner qi was being drained so rapidly. The mysterious grade top-quality sword in his hand was also siphoning the formation members' spiritual energy and channeling it into the nascent sword above. Attack together. Draw the python's assault. Huang Zhen bellowed. He saw cracks appearing in his position. If this continued, the python would soon break free. He Yunfan launched the first attack, followed closely by Zhao Lin. Li Fu quickly swung his sword, aiming at the python's head and the wound in its mouth. The formation must not break. Under the combined assault of the three, the python finally shifted its focus. Their attacks prevented it from maintaining its offensive momentum. As expected, the python charged at He Yunfan, the human who had wounded it twice. Everyone hold on just a little longer. It's almost ready. Huang Zhen rapidly formed hand seals, deploying formation flags around him in an attempt to slow the python. Its icy slit pupils were now completely bloodshot with fury as it furiously attacked He Yunfan's position while its tail swept toward Li Fu. Li Fu clearly saw cracks spreading through the sword formation where he stood. Yet the sword above was still coalescing. The Four Directions Spirit Sealing Sword Formation was originally a formidable killing formation, but the cultivators present had too low a cultivation base, and their levels were uneven, causing the formation to take shape extremely slowly and lack power. The primary attacker lacked combat experience, wasting time and energy. The most powerful Earth-grade weapon remained stubbornly lodged in the python's mouth. This hindered the formation's smooth operation and further delayed the sword's condensation. He Yunfan and Zhao Lin also noticed cracks appearing in their respective positions. The python attacked with wild frenzy. Each collision sent the yellow barrier shuddering violently, with cobweb-like cracks spreading at a visible rate. Li Fu, positioned at the Sun trigram, saw clearly through his illusion-breaking eyes that the light of the formation flag sustaining the core was flickering unsteadily. Huang Zhen's face was as pale as paper, with large beads of sweat streaming down, clearly at his limit. No, I can't hold on. The formation is about to break. Huang Zhen roared in despair. He even began to burn his essence blood in a desperate attempt to stabilize the tottering barrier, but the power of the late golden core demonic beast was simply too terrifying. Outside the formation, Qi collapsed directly to the ground, his eyes vacant, muttering unconsciously, "It's over, it's over. We're dead, we're dead." He Yunfan's eyes were blazing with fury. If the sword formation were broken, they would all become fodder for the giant python's wrath. The sword above, formed by the power of the sword formation, but not yet fully solidified, trembled violently under the onslaught of raging energy, almost on the verge of dissipating. At that moment, he suddenly fixed his gaze on Fei Haoyu. "Junior brother Fei, if you don't act now, when will you?" He Yunfan's words baffled everyone present. Fei Haoyu. Him. What could a mere qi refining ninth-layer cultivator possibly do? Why would senior brother he say such a thing? He Yunfan's roar was like a thunderclap, drawing the attention of everyone present to junior brother Fei Haoyu, whom they had all overlooked. At this moment, Fei Haoyu stood at the Sun position, straining to maintain the formation's operation. He Yunfan's eyes held a desperate, coercive ultimatum. He was gambling. Throughout their journey, He Yunfan had secretly observed this junior brother Fei. His actions were far beyond what a qi refining ninth-layer cultivator was capable of. That astonishing roar in the mist. The chilling, killing intent after emerging from it. Although he had hidden it well after entering the cave, maintaining the formation had exposed his flaw. Qihua, a qi refining great circle cultivator, was already exhausted, yet this ninth-layer cultivator only showed signs of fatigue after him. Moreover, his weariness seemed unnatural to He Yunfan. Everyone present, including He Yunfan himself, had pale faces from severe spiritual energy depletion, yet his complexion remained ruddy. That was hardly a sign of exhaustion. He was definitely not merely a qi refining ninth-layer cultivator. He had planned to retrieve the spirit vein first before dealing with Fei Haoyu, but now he could not afford to wait. Now everyone's hope for survival seemed to rest on this Fei Haoyu. Li Fu heard this and smiled wryly to himself. Had he not acted convincingly enough? In truth, Li Fu had also been biding his time waiting for the giant python to be slain and everyone to be exhausted before making his move. But He Yunfan's sudden exposure thrust him into the spotlight. Junior brother Fei, what are you waiting for? For the sword formation to be broken. For the giant python to break free. If the giant python breaks free, we will all die. Whoever you are, the most important thing now is to eliminate the giant python. If you don't act now, I will withdraw from the sword formation right now, and we will all perish together. He Yunfan pressed, seeing Fei Haoyu's reluctance. Li Fu knew well that He Yunfan spoke the truth. As he said, if the sword formation were withdrawn, now no one could withstand the python's counterattack. The top priority was to eliminate the most imminent threat, the giant python. You? Come here. Li Fu beckoned to Chi-Chi-Hua. Chi-Chi-Hua inexplicably felt no resistance upon meeting Li Fu's gaze and obediently walked over. For the sake of the spirit vein, Li Fu asked, Senior brother, Huang, how much longer until it's fully formed? 3 breaths. Huang Zhen began to reassess Fei Haoyu as well, answering promptly. Good. 3 breaths it is. Li Fu had Chi-Chi-Hua take his place at the Sun position as he had rested and recovered some strength. Once Chi-Chi-Hua took over, he charged alone towards the giant python. His speed left everyone present utterly astounded. However, none of them knew that Li Fu's true cultivation was merely at the Qi refining 7th layer. Huang Zhen was the first to react. He quickly formed hand seals, altering the formation's main attacker and channeling the formation's power into Li Fu's body. Li Fu held nothing back. Empowered by the formation, his form flickered out from his position like a ghost, leaving faint afterimages in his wake as he lunged straight at the cold pool giant python that was madly assaulting the sword formation's light barrier. The giant python sensed the threat behind it. It swiftly turned its icy vertical pupils, locking onto Li Fu's figure. Everyone in the sword formation was so stunned by Li Fu's explosive power that they forgot to breathe. He Yunfan's pupils contracted and he clenched his fists. Just as he thought, this fellow had hidden his strength so deeply. His speed was not much slower than his own. Was he really only at the Qi refining 9th layer? The giant python attacked Li Fu just as Huang Zhen completed his hand seals. Li Fu felt an unending surge of power pour into him as he faced the python's gaping maw. Li Fu unleashed the lion's roar technique as well. The deafening hiss of the giant python and the deep, violent roar of the lion collided with tremendous force. In an instant, visible rings of sound waves spread outwards like ripples on water. Centered on the man and the serpent, the waves crashed violently in all directions. The 4 cultivators in the formation, unable to bear the sound, covered their ears in agony. The once ferocious giant python was stunned by Li Fu's lion's roar, its movements clearly faltering. 1 breath. The giant python at the late golden core stage quickly recovered. Its massive tail lashed viciously at Li Fu. Li Fu leaped into the air, nimbly dodging the strike. The tail slammed heavily onto the ground, kicking up dust. 2 breaths. Having missed, the python struck again. Li Fu stepped forward, and with the aid of the sword formation's power, he resolutely swung his fist. He wanted to test if his own strength could withstand the python's assault. The onlookers were rendered speechless with shock. What was he trying to do? Was he going to fight the giant python barehanded? Wasn't that suicide? Boom. Li Fu's fist met the python's tail with a dull thud that echoed through the cave. The force of the python's tail was far beyond what Li Fu had anticipated. Li Fu was sent flying. The ferocious power traveled from his arm throughout his body, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Even with the sword formation's power, Li Fu's strength was still vastly inferior to the python's. Fortunately, the agonizing 3 breaths were finally over. 3 breaths. The 3 breaths had passed. Everyone present stopped paying attention to the sent-flying Li Fu, their eyes gleaming with excitement fixed on the sword at the center of the formation. The light sword, condensed from the power of the sword formation, finally solidified in the last breath. The sword is complete. The moment it was formed, the meager spiritual energy remaining in the 4 cultivators surged into the blade. Their bodies felt drained, yet their spirits were high. Because the fear brought by the giant python vanished the moment the light sword took shape, replaced only by the hope of survival and a near-insane hatred for the Sunity serpent. The moment the light sword was completed, its blade radiated a dazzling light. Wherever its tip pointed, a vast and mighty sword intent filled the entire cave. Now, 4 directions: seal, spirit, slay. Huang Zhen rapidly formed hand seals. Die. Huang Zhen's face flushed, red veins bulging on his forehead as he roared with all his might. The giant python looked up. The enormous sword was descending upon it with an irresistible, annihilating force. As Huang Zhenxiu pointed the way under the nearly ferocious gazes of Zhao Lin Qiqihua, and he Yunfan that brilliant sword aimed at the giant python's head and slashed down with overwhelming might. The sword blade seemed almost tangible. Its surface was covered with dense, intricate runes. The light sword locked onto the python inexorably. It descended upon the serpent, carrying the 4 cultivators' will to kill. Everyone's heart was in their throat. In an instant, as the light sword materialized, a look of terror inevitably appeared in the cold eyes of the giant python. The light sword, infused with the power of the 4 directions sealing spirit sword array and the might of 4 top-tier profound swords, descended heavily, embodying the killing intent of 5 individuals. As the light sword fell, time seemed to freeze. Everyone held their breath, their gazes fixed solely on the dazzling brilliance. The blinding light instantly engulfed the giant python's head, erupting into a piercing cry of agony, filled with fear of the light sword and hatred toward the several human cultivators. The enormous light sword pierced through the giant python's head, embedding deep into the ground. Boom! In an instant, the cave shook violently, and debris rained down like raindrops. The cold pond also surged with tremendous turbulence, splashing water everywhere. Seeing this, the people, using their most instinctual strength, dragged their weary bodies and staggered backward. The giant python's tail, thick as a water barrel, struck the ground with a loud crack, as if trying to break free. However, the power of the light sword far exceeded its limits. The giant python's massive body convulsed violently, its desperate struggles and ear-piercing roars accompanying the rolling stones. The sound of crack was incessant. This chaotic noise lasted for nearly a stick of incense. When the light faded, the flags of the 4 directions sealing spirit sword array dimmed, their spiritual power depleted. The 4 top-tier profound swords also fell to the ground with a hum. In the center of the sword array, the giant python's severed neck gushed forth dark brown blood, exuding a chilling aura. The light sword had not completely severed the python's head, yet the gruesome wound was slowly consuming its life force. The last layer of python skin and flesh barely maintained the connection between the head and the body. The fierce light in the cold vertical pupils of the giant python quickly dimmed, its life force rapidly ebbing away like the retreating tide. The massive snake tail was still weakly slapping the ground, each strike growing feebler until it finally fell silent. Until all was quiet, the group struggled to lift their heads, the joy of surviving the ordeal overshadowing their weakness and the pain in their organs. They exchanged glances, their eyes filled with uncontrollable ecstasy. Defeating a late-stage golden core giant python with foundation establishment cultivation was an impossible feat, yet the 5 of them had accomplished it. How could this not be exhilarating? Is it dead? The first to speak was Huang Zhen, leaning against the stone wall, blood at the corners of his mouth, gasping heavily as he looked at the unmoving giant python. He Yunfan coughed weakly a few times, took a chi-replenishing pill, and looked at the giant python, saying, "It was injured by the golden brick talisman and pierced by a terrestrial-grade weapon. With the combined might of 4 top-tier profound weapons and the sword array's enhancement, what could a latest-stage golden core beast do?" Though He Yunfan's words conveyed weakness, the excitement in his eyes sustained him. Their ultimate goal was finally drawing near. He Yunfan tossed a chi-replenishing pill to Zhao Lin, who was closest to the giant python, saying, "Go retrieve the demon core." Zhao Lin accepted the chi-replenishing pill, nodded, without speaking consumed it, and picked up the top-tier profound weapon from the ground, stepping toward the giant python. The inner core of a latest-stage golden core beast held great value, and Zhao Lin had never harvested a core from such a powerful beast before. As he approached the giant python, he couldn't help but admire it silently. Indeed, as a latest-stage golden core beast, even in death, the astonishing cold aura had yet to dissipate completely. The residual aura still sent a chill of fear through him. Just as Zhao Lin was about to retrieve the demon core, Li Fu, seated cross-legged and recovering, caught a glimpse of a subtle cold glint in He Yunfan's eyes as he watched Zhao Lin. Feeling uneasy, Li Fu immediately activated his eye of breaking illusions. Through the eye, he clearly saw that the giant python, though motionless on the ground, seemed devoid of life. Yet the faint beating of its heart revealed to Li Fu that the giant python had not truly died. This was bad. Li Fu instinctively wanted to warn, but recalling the ruthlessness and coldness in He Yunfan's eyes, he swallowed the words "retreat back down." Li Fu understood that while the battle with the beast was over, the real fight was just beginning. Zhao Lin was already nearing the giant python, the profound weapon in hand, slowly stabbing toward its body. At that moment, an unexpected change occurred. The giant python, which had its eyes tightly shut, suddenly opened its cold vertical pupils. With barely a breath left, it erupted with a violent cold aura, locking onto Zhao Lin. Zhao Lin was startled by the sudden sound from the giant python, his hair standing on end as he saw its soul-piercing vertical pupils, feeling as if he had fallen into an ice cave. It was not dead. It was still alive. Before he could retreat, the dying giant python unleashed all its remaining strength, opening its bloodied mouth still pierced with the sword to bite Zhao Lin. In an instant, Zhao Lin was pierced by the giant python's cold, sharp fangs, vitality extinguished. As a latest-stage golden core beast, it would not allow a mere human to trample its body, even in death. This scene left Huang Zhun and Qi Qihua dumbfounded. The giant python was still not dead. Despite such a powerful attack, it had not perished. What kind of vitality was this? The giant python's tenacity filled them with a chilling dread from the depths of their souls. Witnessing Zhao Lin being bitten through by the dying giant python, Qi Qihua felt a strange sense of relief amidst his fear. He felt fortunate that he had not volunteered to retrieve the core, or he would have been the one pierced by the giant python's fangs. Li Fu glanced at He Yunfan, whose eyes showed no sympathy, only cold indifference. It seemed that everything was as he had anticipated, or rather everything was developing just as he wished. What remained uncertain for Li Fu was whether He Yunfan knew the giant python was not truly dead, wanting Zhao Lin to test it, or if he had intended for Zhao Lin to meet his demise. If it was the former, it showed how dark and ruthless this person was, disregarding his fellow disciples. If it was the latter, it would be even more interesting. He Yunfan's true nature might just be beginning to reveal itself. However, regardless of which possibility, it was Li Fu had made up his mind. He Yunfan was a person with a malicious heart, viewing the lives of his fellow disciples merely as tools to be used or discarded at will. A strong smell of blood filled the cave, and witnessing Zhao Lin's tragic death weighed heavily on Huang Zhun and Qi Qihua, making it hard for them to breathe. At that moment, seeing the giant python's still body, they could no longer ascertain whether the giant python was truly dead. The sword embedded in its mouth and Zhao Lin's corpse unblinking in death added a chill to the already cold cave. Li Fu hurriedly began to recover. With the dual boost of the immaculate sacred body and the heavenly grade Kai replenishing pill, his strength was rapidly restoring. This time it must be truly dead. Qi Qihua slumped onto the cold ground, his voice trembling with the exhilaration of having survived the ordeal. He gazed at Zhao Lin's corpse, bitten through by the giant python in its final moments, feeling fear in his heart, yet in his eyes there was more fervor and longing for the recognition and rewards from Master Chai upon completing their task. He seemed to envision the scene of Master Chai accepting him as a personal disciple, eager to bring the spiritual vein back to the sect, just as Qi Qihua was about to ask Senior Brother He about its whereabouts. He suddenly discovered that Senior Brother He was holding a treasured sword, rapidly stabbing it toward the chest of the meditating Senior Brother Huang. Thud! The profound sword struck without warning, piercing Senior Brother Huang's chest. Huang Zhun looked down in disbelief at the sword piercing through his body. He lifted his eyes with difficulty, his gaze firmly locking onto He Yunfan. Why? Huang Zhun stared at He Yunfan, his fellow senior brother of 20 years. The shock in his heart made him ignore the pain of the blade through his chest, letting his blood stain his robe. At this moment, he only wanted to know why. Huang Zhun's eyes bulged as he stared straight at He Yunfan, silently demanding an answer. Yet He Yunfan's gaze was as cold as frost, his heart as still as a frigid pond's surface, without a single ripple, as if he had merely done a trivial thing. Huang Zhun's confusion was also Qi Qihua's. Senior Brother He, what are you doing? Qi Qihua, stunned, speechless by the scene, spoke with a trembling voice. Hearing Qi Qihua's accusation, He Yunfan shot him a cold glance. Just that one look sent chills down Qi Qihua's spine. The fear Senior Brother He instilled in him was no less than that from the late Golden Core stage giant python. Qi Qihua slumped on the ground, finally snapped back to reality, letting out a desperate and terrified scream, his hair standing on end. He could never have dreamed that the senior brother who fought alongside him moments ago would suddenly turn his blade on a fellow disciple. Having just rejoiced at escaping death, he was instantly overwhelmed by the terror brought by He Yunfan. However, He Yunfan couldn't be bothered to even look at him. Expressionlessly, he drew his treasured sword, looking at the pallid Huang Zhun. Junior Brother Huang, my apologies. I cannot share this immense reward with you. As the sword was pulled from his chest, Huang Zhun fell heavily, his eyes filled with unwillingness and resentment. Li Fu was not surprised to see this. Since he could send Zhao Lin to his death, it was clear this man had grand designs. He first killed Huang Zhun, who was of equal cultivation to him, and presumably he would be next. Indeed, He Yunfan turned. His cold, sinister gaze, like a poisonous snake, slowly fixed on Li Fu, who was sitting cross-legged in meditation. In his eyes, Fei Haoyu at the 9th layer of Qi refining was even more threatening than Qi Qihua, who was at the great perfection of Qi refining. Approaching Li Fu, the blood from Huang Zhun dripped from He Yunfan's sword tip onto the ground, making a faint yet chilling drip sound. The sound was jarring in the deathly silent cave. Qi Qihua was already terrified out of his wits. Seeing the calm look in Li Fu's eyes, He Yunfan couldn't help but be curious. Junior brother Fei Yu seemed unsurprised. He Yunfan's voice was light, tinged with amusement. He was not in a hurry to strike. His cold eyes looked down from on high, scrutinizing this junior brother Fei, who despite being only at the 9th layer of qi refining was unfathomable to him. He Yunfan stopped 3 feet from Li Fu, his treasured sword held tight. Should junior brother Fei show any sign of abnormality, he would cut him down immediately. Li Fu did not answer directly. Instead, he looked at the terrified Qi Hua and asked, "His cultivation is higher than mine, and he's closer to you. Why did senior brother he go after the far target first?" He Yunfan snorted coldly. That coward. What trouble could he stir? But you with your 9th layer qi refining cultivation managed to unleash power no weaker than the great perfection of foundation establishment. I'm very curious. How did you do it? Are you really Fei Haoyu? He Yunfan had long suspected Fei Haoyu's identity. If it weren't for needing their combined strength to kill the demon beast, he would have acted against Fei Haoyu long ago. He was just puzzled. How could this outer disciple clearly only at the 9th layer of qi refining possess such strength? Did he carry a rare treasure or practice some special technique? If he could obtain it with his own great perfection foundation establishment cultivation, couldn't he advance even further? He Yunfan's cold interrogation echoed in the cave, his sharp gaze fixed on Fei Haoyu. If I told you it's senior brother, he spare me. Li Fu raised his head and spoke slowly, his voice carrying just the right amount of weakness and feigned calm. Of course, my word is my bond. He Yunfan's tone burned with intense desire for the answer. As for sparing Fei Haoyu, well, that would be unfortunate. Once he obtained the secret to Fei Haoyu's meteoric rise in strength, He Yunfan would kill him without mercy. How could He Yunfan share such a secret with anyone? Li Fu slowly stood up, meeting He Yunfan's expectant gaze. The answer is... Suddenly, Li Fu summoned the Qingfeng sword. A flash of sharp light gleamed in his eyes. He unleashed his hidden strength without reservation, and under the truth-seeking eye, he burst forth violently the moment a sliver of distraction appeared in He Yunfan's mind. The fierce sword light swift as lightning slashed across He Yunfan's throat. A single strike to the throat. You. He Yunfan's pupils contracted. He covered his throat with his left hand, trying to stem the gushing flow of warm crimson blood, while pointing his sword at Fei Haoyu with the other. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. With a clang, the top-grade mystic rank weapon fell to the ground, its sound echoing in the cold cave. The light in He Yunfan's eyes, like twinkling stars, quickly dimmed until it was extinguished. Fear and incredulity were frozen in his wide-open pupils. Was Fei Haoyu truly only at the 9th layer of qi refining? Despite all his scheming, he ultimately failed to calculate Fei Haoyu's true strength. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Qi Hua slumped nearby, witnessed everything, his mind a complete blank. He was dumbfounded, having forgotten to breathe. After a long while, Qi Hua stared blankly at his deceased fellow disciples. What the hell is going on? Ever since following senior brother he to search for the spirit vein, they had encountered countless hair-raising events along the way. First, in the Misty Valley, spirit-eating miasma worms appeared, costing them one senior brother. Then they encountered the late Golden Core stage cold pool giant python. The 5 of them went through great hardships to kill it, only for senior brother Zhao to die tragically from the python's desperate death throes. Qi Hua thought it was over. He could already envision Peak Master Chai inviting him to join Xianyun Peak as an inner disciple. But then senior brother he struck without warning and killed senior brother Huang. Before Qi Hua could even understand what was happening, Fei Haoyu, at merely the 9th layer of qi refining, had slit the throat of He Yunfan, who was at the great perfection of foundation establishment. All of this was far beyond Qi Qiwa's imagination. Initially, he just wanted to survive under Mei Shaoxian. Finding a few more spirit herbs would have been a bonus. That was all. The cave fell into a deathly silence. Only the sound of water droplets falling from the cave ceiling onto the cold pool surface remained, the drip sound now especially piercing. Inside the cave, a thick smell of blood mingled with the bone-chilling cold emanating from the python's corpse. Zhao Lin's body was pierced by the python's fangs, Huang Zhen's chest was run through, and He Yunfan's throat was cut. The 3 corpses of his fellow disciples filled Qi Hua with fear. Now seeing Fei Haoyu walking towards him, he couldn't even muster a shred of will to resist. Fei Haoyu's gaze once again sent a bone-deep chill through him. It's finally your turn. Li Fu walked up to Qi Hua and spoke expressionlessly. Please spare me. Please, a great man doesn't bear grudges, let me go. I am willing to offer you everything I have, just spare my worthless life. Qi Hua knelt on both knees, his tone extremely devout. Having witnessed with his own eyes Fei Haoyu slit the throat of senior brother, he who was at the great perfection of foundation establishment, Qi Hua, already knew Fei Haoyu was no ordinary man. At this moment in Qi Qiwa's eyes, sword-wielding Fei Haoyu was like the Grim Reaper himself. He regretted ever following senior brother He's footsteps, and even regretted not cultivating diligently within the sect instead of accompanying Elder Yuan on this expedition. If you are willing to spare me, I Qi Chihua hereby swear a heavenly Tao oath to protect junior brother Fei until death, Qi Chihua said, then removed the spatial ring from his finger and presented it with both hands. This is my accumulation over the years in the sect. Please accept it. Li Fu gazed coldly at Qi Qiwa's groveling and desperate plea for mercy. The moment Qi Chihua had dragged him back into the mist within the fog valley, he was already as good as dead in Li Fu's eyes. Allowing him to live until now was already a mercy. This man would stoop to anything to survive. Watching Qi Chihua prostrate on the ground in such a contemptible state, Li Fu's eyes were filled with undisguised mockery. However, the kneeling Qi Chihua suddenly let out a fierce shout, his eyes blazing with ferocity. Die! Qi Qiwa's gaze twisted with malice as he gripped his treasured sword and thrust it viciously toward Li Fu. How could Li Fu be unprepared for someone like him? He sidestepped slightly, evading the sword strike. In the next instant, the green wind in Li Fu's hands silently slashed across Qi Qiwa's throat. Just like He Fan. A single slash to the throat. Li Fu didn't even bother to look back at Qi Qiwa's dying form. The cave fell back into deathly silence. Li Fu stood alone amidst the aftermath of the battle. The corpses of He Yunfan, Huangzhen, Qi Chihua, and Zhao Lin silently bore witness to the brutal carnage and betrayals that had just transpired. Li Fu retrieved the spatial rings from the four men, also claiming their 4 top-grade profound-tier weapons. Of course, the most valuable prize was the Earth-tier low-grade sword embedded through the giant python's lower jaw, now resting quietly in the serpent's mouth. Li Fu stepped forward and pulled it out in one swift motion. An icy chill traveled up from the hilt, invigorating his spirit. This sword was extraordinary in power and immeasurably valuable. Li Fu decided to keep it for his own use. 1 Earth-tier low-grade weapon and 4 top-grade profound-tier weapons. This expedition had been bountiful. Li Fu cast a glance at the python's carcass, then gripping the green wind, he sliced open the serpent's body. A fist-sized orb entirely ice blue and radiating a bone-piercing chill was revealed. Within the orb, light swirled, pulsing with an aura of pure concentrated demonic energy. This was the demon core of the late Golden Core stage giant python. The core was freezing to the touch, its dense demonic energy a testament to the formidable power of its owner. The demon core was priceless. Li Fu quickly stored it away in his spatial ring. The python's corpse was also of considerable value, so he collected it as well. Having gathered his spoils, Li Fu straightened up, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. The spirit vein. Where exactly is it? The most crucial treasure of the Falling Leaf Valley secret realm was the spirit vein, yet its location remained a mystery. Li Fu activated his illusion-breaking eye to search once more. But under its penetrating gaze within the cave's stone walls or the crevices of the rocks, he found not a single trace of the spirit vein. The illusion-breaking eye revealed every detail with absolute clarity, yet Li Fu still couldn't detect the slightest hint of the vein. Where in the world was it hidden? A thought struck Li Fu, and he abruptly looked up. Above the cold pool, a massive stalactite hung inverted from the cave ceiling. How could a stalactite capable of supporting the giant python's colossal body be an ordinary object? He pushed the illusion-breaking eye to its limits, his gaze penetrating the suspended stalactite like a physical force. In an instant, Li Fu's mind shook with shock. Something resembling a spiritual entity seemed to be swimming within the stalactite. It contained an immense and boundless spiritual energy. The 5-colored pillar of light soaring into the sky outside the cave had originated from this very source. The cold pool was likely a product of the merging of its overflowing aura with the essence of the millennia-old stalactite. The guardian serpent had absorbed the power of the cold pool and the spirit vein to cultivate to the late Golden Core stage. The spirit vein is right above. Li Fu suppressed the surging excitement within him and retrieved the white jade crescent, all from Huangzhen's spatial ring. A protective restriction existed between the spirit vein and the stalactite. This restriction was seamlessly integrated with the entire stalactite, and even the mountain's chi network, its sophistication far surpassing the entrance restriction that Huangzhen had breached. It was a natural formation created by the spirit vein, designed not only to prevent spiritual energy from dissipating, but also to serve as a defense. Fortunately, with the illusion breaking, Li Fu easily located the key to breaking the restriction, and he had the white jade crescent all in hand. Now, with blazing eyes, Li Fu locked onto the faint point of light on the stalactite that his illusion-breaking eye had pinpointed. That was the vulnerable energy node of the entire restriction. Li Fu took a deep breath, channeling the spiritual energy within his body. His right hand gripped the white jade crescent all tightly as spiritual light began to converge upon it. Go! The white jade crescent all transformed into a streak of pure white light striking with flawless precision at the barely perceptible energy node on the stalactite. Hum. The instant the all pierced the node, a resonant hum emanated from within the stalactite. The natural restriction on the stalactite's surface rippled like a calm lake disturbed by a stone. Li Fu clearly sensed the fluctuations of the restriction and the pure concentrated spiritual energy seeping out from it. He intensified his efforts. Under Li Fu's control, the white jade crescent all spun at a furious speed. Under the relentless assault of the white jade crescent, all the restriction weakened continuously. The spreading ripples told Li Fu that its destruction was imminent. Wave after wave of spiritual energy poured out from the energy node. Finally, with a crisp sound, the natural restriction on the stalactite's surface suddenly dissipated. As the restriction vanished, the stalactite, as if its purpose had been fulfilled, peeled away layer by layer, falling into the cold pool and splashing water. Li Fu finally saw the true form of the spirit vein within the stalactite. The spirit vein was laid bare before Li Fu's eyes. He had imagined its various forms, but the moment he saw it with his own eyes, he was still awestruck by its appearance. The spirit vein was encased in a jade-white shell smooth as fine jade. It resembled a living earth dragon about a zhang in length, condensed and corporeal, swimming ceaselessly within its shell. It radiated a gentle yet boundless and awe-inspiring torrent of spiritual energy. Spiritual energy hundreds or thousands of times purer and denser than the outside world rolled forth, instantly filling the entire cave. It swam within the jade shell as if it were a living being. Light swirled inside, shimmering with a five-colored haze, the very source of the pillar of light seen from outside. Sensing Li Fu's gaze, it seemed to grow more excited, as if trying to break free from its shell. Was this the spirit vein? Li Fu's heart pounded uncontrollably. Even with his 3,000-year dream's worth of knowledge facing a complete spirit vein in its true form, the shock and elation crashed over his mind like relentless tides. His immaculate saint body automatically absorbed the pure spiritual energy from the vein. Without Li Fu's deliberate guidance, the energy surged into his body like rivers flowing into the sea, rushing madly toward his dantian. Li Fu carefully removed the white jade shell. It was cool to the touch, refreshing his mind and heart. It was unlike the cave's chill, which was bitingly cold. The Xuan Yi Sect possessed a total of 3 spirit veins, and now Li Fu held one in his hands. Suppressing his inner elation, he quickly retrieved a cold jade box from He Yunfan's spatial ring. This should be the container Chai Jingqiu had prepared for the vein. Li Fu carefully placed the spirit vein into the cold jade box and stored it in his spatial ring. The dense, almost tangible spiritual energy was instantly sealed off. The surging tide of spiritual energy within the cave abruptly subsided, leaving only the chill emanating from the cold pool's icy waters and the thick, cloying stench of blood from the corpses. Yet Li Fu's gaze was firmly fixed on the lingering spectacle above him. Previously, the spiritual vein had been embedded deep within the stalactite, and after the barrier was broken and its outer shell peeled away, it formed a shallow concave stone pool. At this moment, several drops of pure, flawless, and gently gleaming milky white liquid slid down from that depression, falling with a soft drip into the frigid pool below, stirring faint ripples. Each drop that fell released an extraordinarily pure spiritual energy. Spiritual liquid. Li Fu's pupils contracted, and a surge of immense joy erupted within his heart. Only when the world's spiritual energy reached an extreme density tempered over eons in a unique environment could spiritual liquid be born. A substance 1,000 times purer than spiritual energy, brimming with vital force. Its value far surpassed that of ordinary spirit stones. Li Fu's breath quickened abruptly. Activating his illusion-piercing eye to its fullest, he meticulously scanned the depression. The stone wall was warm and smooth like jade, bearing the marks of the spiritual vein's nourishment over countless years. The inner walls of the shallow pool were polished like a mirror, clearly showing that the essence of the vein had condensed and settled here for untold millennia to form this precious spiritual liquid. The pool was small, containing only a shallow puddle, yet every single drop was priceless. At that moment, a crack appeared in the pool. As Li Fu removed the spiritual vein, the barrier's restraint dissipated, and the accumulated liquid within streamed down like a broken string of pearls, ceaselessly cascading into the frigid pool below. With each drop that merged into the cold pool, the concentration of spiritual energy within the water intensified. Li Fu's heart brimmed with ecstasy. Spiritual liquid could be absorbed directly. Without any further hesitation, Li Fu leaped into the frigid pool with a splash. The bone-chilling water instantly enveloped his entire body. The extreme cold assaulted his meridians and bones, while the spiritual energy within the pool was drawn into him through the power of his stainless sacred body. Without any conscious guidance from Li Fu, every pore on his body opened like a ravenous leviathan, greedily devouring the essence of the spiritual liquid contained in the pool water. Simultaneously, Li Fu opened his mouth, and the liquid dripping from above flowed down his throat into his stomach. In an instant, two streams of pure power, one external, one internal, surged madly into his dantian. Li Fu's cultivation, which had just entered the 7th layer of the qi refining stage, soared under the influence of these two forces. He could clearly feel his dantian being continuously filled, his power visibly rising. In just a brief moment, he reached the peak of the 7th layer. After the time it takes an incense stick to burn, Li Fu's cultivation broke through to the 8th layer of qi refining. The spiritual liquid continued to fall. A quarter of an hour later, he reached the 9th layer of qi refining. But by then, the liquid in the shallow pool was nearly depleted. The dripping slowed noticeably, becoming sporadic. Toward the end, the drops fell ever more slowly. A single drop took half a quarter hour to descend. Adhering to the principle of never wasting a drop, Li Fu swallowed every last one. Finally, after another half hour, the dripping ceased entirely. Li Fu's cultivation halted at the great perfection of the qi refining stage. At the moment he reached the great perfection, Li Fu clearly sensed a surging tide of spiritual power, like a mighty river flowing into the sea, converging within his dantian, which was as vast as an ocean. That single puddle of spiritual liquid had only barely pushed Li Fu from the 7th layer of qi refining to the great perfection. For any other cultivator, the spiritual liquid, 1,000 times purer than ordinary spiritual energy, combined with the spirit qi within the cold pool, would have been enough to propel them directly into the foundation establishment stage, perhaps even to its late phase or great perfection. However, Li Fu's stainless sacred body possessed a dantian as boundless as the sea. He was already content to have barely reached the qi refining great perfection. If he had to cultivate on his own, he had no idea how long it would take to reach that stage. Just as Li Fu was reveling in the wonderful sensation of his soaring cultivation, the stalactites in the cave suddenly began to rain down without warning, like a hailstorm. Then rocks cracked from the walls and tumbled down. Li Fu, immersed in the cold pool, felt a distinct tremor. The entire cave, even the whole mountain, trembled violently. Boom rumble. The tremors grew intense, surpassing the full force assault of the late golden core giant serpent. The cold pool where Li Fu was churned violently. Though the pool was small, the commotion was immense. Li Fu guessed it was because he had taken the spiritual vein. With the vein's core gone, the entire mountain seemed to become extremely unstable. Damn it, it's collapsing. Li Fu snapped to alertness, activating his illusion-piercing eye. He could clearly see the entire cave had become perilously unstable. Stones from the walls and ceiling were falling at an alarming rate. He could not stay. The spiritual vein was secured, the liquid absorbed. There was no reason to linger. Li Fu leaped out of the cold pool, ready to leave, only to discover that the passage he had entered through had already collapsed. There was no way out. Panic seized Li Fu. At the rate the cave was collapsing, it would be completely destroyed within half an incense stick's time. Dodging one falling boulder after another with agile footwork, he racked his brain for a way out. Yet under his illusion-piercing eye, the cave was already a wreck littered with massive rocks. Where was an escape route? Could he really be buried alive here? Had he just obtained a heaven-defying fortune only to perish on the spot? No. Li Fu refused to accept it. He activated his illusion-piercing eye at full speed. Suddenly his gaze fixed on the cold pool. He'll risk it. Li Fu made up his mind, held his breath, and plunged into the frigid pool. The icy water instantly engulfed him. He had no idea what lay in the depths of the pool, nor whether he could escape. At this moment, he could only gamble. He bet that the cold pool was not a dead end. Li Fu swam deeper and deeper. Behind him, the roar of the collapsing mountain grew muffled and distant. The impact of falling boulders hitting the water sent shockwaves rippling through the pool. Li Fu quickened his pace, not daring to pause, diving into the dark depths. The deeper he went, the darker it became. Fortunately, with his illusion-piercing eye, he could clearly see the conditions within the pool. However, the deeper he dove, the more intense the pain in his lungs became. The wisp of spiritual energy in his mouth would not last much longer. Li Fu had no idea how long he had been swimming. If he could not find an exit soon, he would surely die in this cold pool. Just then, diagonally below, a winding passage appeared in his sight. Joy surged through Li Fu as he swam swiftly toward it. The passage was extremely narrow, but he could just barely squeeze through. He felt immense pressure crushing him from all sides, especially his internal organs, which seemed on the verge of bursting. Li Fu's vision began to blur, and the spiritual energy in his mouth was nearly gone. His eyelids grew heavier, and drowsiness crept over him. He knew his body had reached its limit. The biting cold water enveloped him, stabbing into his marrow like countless needles of ice. He could not sleep. Absolutely not. The shadow of death clung to him, and every movement forward was a battle of will against suffocation. At last, in the endless darkness, a faint firefly-like glimmer of light suddenly flashed before Li Fu's heavy eyes. Though weak, that light was like a single candle flame in the abyssal darkness, illuminating the despair within Li Fu's heart. His body, on the verge of collapse, erupted with unprecedented strength. Abandoning all technique, he used his hands and feet, driven by pure instinct, and with the last vestiges of his life force, he charged madly toward that sole source of light. Just as his consciousness was about to be utterly consumed by the endless darkness, that faint glimmer of light ignited the last instinct of Li Fu's life. Li Fu unleashed all his strength and desperately charged toward that glimmer of light. 30 zhang, 20 zhang, 10 zhang. As he drew closer to the water's surface, the pressure on his lungs rapidly eased, and that beam of light gradually sharpened from the size of a candle flame, growing larger and clearer. Li Fu surged desperately toward the ever-nearing, ever-expanding point of light. A little higher. Hold on just a bit more. 8 zhang, 3 zhang, 1 zhang. Just as his consciousness was about to sink into darkness, Li Fu finally burst through the water with a loud splash. He collapsed onto the ground, drenched water droplets continuously dripping from his soaked hair tips. He gasped greedily, inhaling deeply the air mingled with the scent of grass and soil into his lungs. So this is how fragrant the aroma of grass is, and how sweet the breath of the earth smells. He had succeeded. A wild joy of surviving a calamity spread across Li Fu's face. An unprecedented wave of exhaustion washed over him. At that moment, all he wanted was to sleep soundly. You really are a simple-minded fool. Couldn't you have just hidden inside the primordial universe tower when things got tough? Do you even know what you're so smug about? Miao Kongkong's merciless taunts, like a bucket of cold water, instantly extinguished the joy of survival in Li Fu's heart. The primordial universe tower. Li Fu was caught between laughter and tears. Miao Kongkong's words were an epiphany. At the critical moment of life and death, he had completely forgotten about this supreme treasure. Li Fu had been entirely dominated by the instinct to survive and the pressing urgency of the cave's collapse, thinking only of finding an escape. Moreover, Li Fu only ever thought to enter the primordial universe tower during cultivation, which led him to overlook that the tower itself was also the hardest treasure in the world. After a brief adjustment, Li Fu scanned his surroundings. There was a strangely familiar feeling around him. When he turned and saw the cave, it became even more familiar. Wasn't this the very cave where Li Fu had obtained the ice soul mystic jade cushion? Could this cold pool be connected to the one at the spirit vein? But for now, the most important thing was to recuperate and recover. The desperate escape from the extreme cold pool had severely drained Li Fu's body, especially his meridians and internal organs, which were compressed in the depths, causing unbearable pain. Even now, each breath brought waves of pain to his chest. Although his cultivation had advanced to the great perfection of the qi refining stage, his injuries were still critical. Li Fu walked into the cave, set up a simple formation, then took out the ice soul mystic jade cushion and sat on it to meditate and adjust. As soon as he sat down, a cool and gentle ice-attributed spiritual energy seeped out from the cushion like a sweet spring, rapidly moistening his dry and damaged meridians. At the same time, Li Fu swallowed a healing pill he found in He Yunfan's ring. The injuries to his internal organs began to heal slowly. In the cave, Li Fu sat quietly in meditation, regulating his breath. After an unknown amount of time, he finally opened his eyes. At that instant, a sharp light flashed through his gaze. Under the dual treatment of the pill and the ice soul mystic jade cushion, all of Li Fu's hidden injuries were healed. Coupled with his rapid advancement in cultivation, Li Fu felt his body had reached its peak condition. Great perfection of the qi refining stage. Li Fu could finally savor it properly. With a subtle thought, he sank his consciousness deep into the Dantian Sea of Qi. The dense and vast spiritual energy within his Dantian astonished Li Fu. The stainless sacred body truly lived up to its reputation. With such pure and boundless spiritual power, Li Fu's confidence soared, and he even felt like testing his might against the giant python from the cold pool again. If he cultivated for a while longer, could he perhaps break through to the foundation establishment stage? At this thought, Li Fu forcibly suppressed the joy in his heart. With his body fully recovered, it was time to take stock of the spoils. 4 Xian-grade top-quality swords and 1 Earth-grade lower-quality sword. The Earth-grade lower-quality sword was the one that had pierced the giant python's lower jaw earlier. Its blade still bore the python's foul blood, faintly exuding a chilling cold. When Li Fu held it in his hand, the sword hummed, and the pure icy sword qi actively gravitated toward him, as if recognizing a more compatible master. Engraved on the blade were 2 characters, Xing Han. He nodded in satisfaction. Its power far surpassed the Xian-grade mid-quality weapon Xing Feng. This would be his primary weapon for a long time to come. The white jade crescent all lay quietly before Li Fu. Seeing it, he recalled the scene when he had obtained it and given it to Chai Jingqiu in the past. Unexpectedly, after all these twists and turns, it had returned to Li Fu's hands. Beside it lay the latest golden core, demonic core the size of a longan, icy blue and deep, radiating a startling chill. Just holding it in his palm, the ferocious demonic power of a latest golden core great demon made Li Fu's heart tremble. Of course, the most important treasure was still the spirit vein. Li Fu did not take this item out. He feared that the astonishing spiritual energy it would emit upon appearance might attract unwanted attention and cause unnecessary trouble. Besides these, there was also a pile of spirit stones, talismans, spiritual herbs, and pills and weapons of lower grades. Gazing at the array of spoils before him, even with Li Fu's composure, a surge of ambition swelled in his chest. This life-and-death struggle, though costly, had yielded tremendous gains. This heavy foundation filled him with unprecedented confidence for the upcoming path toward foundation establishment. After storing all the spoils in his ring, Li Fu flicked his mind and flashed into the primordial universe tower. Since he dared not take out the spirit vein carelessly, it was better to place it inside the tower. The primordial universe tower could seal off all external auras. With his mind made up, Li Fu hesitated no longer. He carefully, as if holding a rare treasure, took out the spirit vein that emitted vast and pure spiritual energy and placed it in the very center of the tower's first floor. The moment the spirit vein touched the tower's floor, a sudden and drastic change occurred. A mighty, irresistible pillar of energy burst forth from the core of the spirit vein. The pillar of light shot upward as if trying to pierce through the top of the primordial universe tower, causing the entire tower to tremble slightly. Seeing this, Li Fu's heart clenched. He hoped it wouldn't break the tower. But Li Fu's worry was unnecessary. The dense spiritual energy, like floodwaters from a burst dam, instantly inundated every inch of space within the tower, infusing the once monotonous and silent space with surging vitality. What's happening? What's happening? An earthquake! Miao Kong and Jingzhe scrambled down from the second floor in a fluster. Miao Kong, still holding a shovel with dirt smeared on his face. Upon seeing the spirit vein encased in a white jade eggshell, Miao Kong's expression returned to normal, no longer panicked. Such astonishing spiritual energy. Even Li Fu, who had anticipated it, couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Cultivating here would yield twice the results with half the effort. With this spirit vein as a foundation, the primordial universe tower had transformed into a supreme cultivation paradise. For a moment, Li Fu was brimming with ambition. His current cultivation resources far surpassed what he had when he was at the Xuan Yi Sect. With the stainless sacred body of vast Dantian already formed, the spirit vein in hand, along with the ice soul mystic jade cushion and the primordial universe tower's incredible time acceleration, his cultivation efficiency would far exceed the outside world by 10 times or more. Li Fu was extremely confident that before long he would be able to recover to his peak state and even surpass his former self.